Here's your choice. Abandon the limitations of being human. Exchange your lifespan for unmatched power. Do you accept? A cold, indifferent voice echoed beside Suhan's ear, pulling him out of his haze. Slowly, he opened his eyes and found himself still trapped in that dim and grimy basement. His wrists and ankles were shackled by heavy iron chains, suspending his entire body midair. His body was riddled with wounds. Old injuries had congealed into dark, scabbed-over scars while fresh ones continued to bleed, flooding his nerves with searing pain. Yet, Suhan's expression remained devoid of any emotion. His blood-red eyes brimmed with venomous hatred and despair. "Dad, Mom, Sis," he murmured hoarsely, his voice trembling. It had only been 5 days ago when he had a happy, simple life. His parents ran a modest noodle shop, not wildly successful, but it provided a stable, worry-free life for the family. His elder sister had recently graduated college and was working as a teacher at a nearby kindergarten. Their world was peaceful and routine, just like most ordinary families. But 5 nights ago, everything fell apart. Suhan had returned home for the weekend, expecting to have dinner with his family at the shop, just as they always did. But that night, something seemed off. The usually wide-open shutter of the shop front was only halfway raised. The inside was silent, pitch black. Not a sound or flicker of light greeted him. Puzzled, Suhan initially thought there had been a power outage and assumed his family had already gone back home. He stepped forward to close the shutter. But as soon as he got close, an overwhelming stench of blood hit him like a wall. Alarmed, his face turned pale. He fumbled with his phone to turn on its flashlight. The beam of light illuminated a scene of utter carnage. The tables and chairs lay shattered, splinters everywhere. Blood was smeared across every surface, and among the wreckage were unrecognizable fragments of dismembered bodies. The chain of events afterward was a blur in Suhan's memory. All he clearly remembered was being taken to the city's public security office. It was there he learned the unthinkable. His parents had been brutally murdered, their bodies torn apart. His sister had been left in a hellish state, every bone in her body shattered, alive but unable to live or die in peace. And the killer was him. That's what they told him. According to Zhang Chu, the commanding officer of the station, all the evidence, eyewitness testimony, physical evidence, even footage from surveillance cameras, pointed directly at Suhan. He was the culprit of this heinous crime. The case was airtight. At first, Suhan was frozen in shock. Impossible. How could the killer have been him? He loved his family. He could never harm them, let alone commit such monstrous acts. It made no sense. He screamed and pleaded, desperately trying to convince them of his innocence. He insisted there must be another person responsible. But his protests only seemed to strengthen their resolve. The police didn't believe a word of it, or more accurately, they didn't want to believe him. Initial verbal accusations turned into coercion, then threats. Finally, it devolved into outright, inhumane torture in an attempt to force a confession from him. Bit by bit, Suhan realized what was happening. The authorities knew. Zhang Chu and his men had known all along that he wasn't the real killer. They didn't care. Their goal was never justice but covering up, pinning the crime on a scapegoat, a sacrificial lamb to protect the true perpetrator, who had clearly bought their silence. Cough, cough, Suhan spluttered, spitting blood onto the concrete floor. I swear on everything. If I survive this, I will find each and every one of you. I will tear you apart piece by piece. I will personally make sure your entire families join mine in the grave. In that moment of clarity, Suhan changed. All that remained within his heart was a burning, all-consuming hatred that boiled like molten lava, searing through his essence every waking moment. This is your choice. Relinquish the limits of mortality. In exchange for burning away your lifespan, acquire limitless power. Do you accept? The cold voice returned, unyielding and deliberate. This time, Suhan didn't hesitate. His answer erupted out of him like a primal roar. I accept. I accept. Whoever or whatever you are, no matter the cost, give me power. Give me strength. I, Suhan, will turn this world upside down. Congratulations. Your mortal limitations have been removed. Initializing lifespan burn. Process successful. 90% lifespan reduction triggered. Enhancement 1. Divine body activated. As the mechanical voice finished its proclamation, A semi-transparent screen materialized in front of him. Name: Suhan. Age: 19. Lifespan remaining: 200 days. Physical stats: 3. Strength, defense, recovery, speed, perception, reflexes, and senses included. Intellect: 6. Skills: basic fist techniques, beginner. Celestial stance, untrained. Enhancement 1. Divine body. Your potential continuously grows without end, moving toward divinity. Enhancement 2. Netherworld rebirth. All foes you kill shall dwell in a personal underworld you control. With time, you can summon them as warriors under your command. Note: Enhancement 2 is partially activated. Current progress: 3%. Each hour consumes 1 day of lifespan, accelerating progress by 1%. In the dim light of the basement, Suhan's eyes gleamed, reflecting the maddened glow of the panel before him. His heart pounded, though not with fear or despair. He resisted the urge to burst into maniacal laughter. Not yet, he thought. It's not time yet. His gaze focused heavily on the divine body enhancement, trading away 90% of his remaining life, only to gain unparalleled strength. It had been worth it. His power would grow endlessly, ceaselessly. He would stop at nothing, not until he ascended to godhood. The sound of a bell-like alert interrupted his thoughts. Enhancement 1 activated. Divine body in effect. Physical stats increased by 10 points. Intellect increased by 10 points. A rush of warmth surged through his body, coursing like molten energy in his veins. The lingering weakness and pain melted away as raw strength seemed to take its place. Even his mental clarity sharpened, as though someone had wiped the fog from his mind, leaving every thought and sensation in crystal-clear focus. Suspended there, chains clinking softly in the darkness of the cellar, Suhan murmured to himself, his voice low and unrecognizable. This feeling. Oh, this feels incredible. His new power began healing his injuries, and as his battered frame started piecing itself back together, a savage smirk spread across his bloodied lips. This was only the beginning. Moment came to an abrupt stop. The air in the dingy basement felt suffocating, thick with tension. Zhang Ping exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression smug as he pocketed his phone, confident he had shattered any resistance still lingering within Suhan. You see, Suhan. Zhang Ping leaned in closer, staring into Suhan's eyes as if savoring the moment. The walls are closing in. Everything points to you. The evidence, the testimonies, and now, the confessions. So why keep up this act? Why endure all this? Suhan's face remained unreadable, devoid of any reaction to the taunts. Yet within the depths of his mind, a storm raged. He dissected every word, every statement, seeking cracks, inconsistencies. He knew the truth. None of this was real. None of the fabricated evidence or twisted testimonies could sway him. But there was one question gnawing at his very soul. Why? Why would the people he trusted most, his own blood and the woman he loved, betray him like this? I don't get it. Suhan murmured hoarsely, his voice barely audible above the faint buzzing of the old light bulb. Why? What do they gain from this? Gain? Zhang Ping sneered, mockingly shrugging as if the answer was obvious. Isn't it clear? They're protecting themselves. Self-preservation is a powerful motivator, Suhan. When it's them or you, guess who they chose? Suhan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into the palms of his hands. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer force of holding himself back. Anger boiled beneath the surface, threatening to spill out like molten lava. His breathing grew heavier, but he kept his mouth shut, refusing to let Zhang Ping gain the satisfaction of any reaction. I'll leave you to ponder on that. Zhang Ping stood and stretched nonchalantly, his tone dripping with condescension. Take your time. We're very patient. But if you ask me, he glanced over his shoulder as he made his way toward the door. Accepting it is your best option. Confess. Make it easier on yourself. Maybe they'll even spare you the harshest punishment if you cooperate. The heavy iron door creaked open and then shut with a resounding clang, once again plunging the room into an oppressive silence. Suhan remained motionless, his head bowed as shadows danced across his battered figure. The stink of cigarette smoke lingered in the air, mingling with the metallic scent of blood and damp concrete. But deep within that stillness, there was movement. A spark. A decision. They will pay, Suhan muttered under his breath, his voice resolute, laced with an icy determination. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly in the dim light, a flicker of something otherworldly hidden beneath the surface. The wounds on his body, though still visible, were healing faster now, knitting together with an almost unnatural grace. He sat there in the gloom, piecing together the puzzle. It didn't matter how deep this conspiracy ran or how many lies had been fabricated against him. He would expose the truth, no matter the cost. But first, he needed to understand the game they were playing, and then turn the tables. Suhan inhaled deeply. 8 days. That's all he had. 8 days to uncover the truth, to find the real culprit, and to clear his name. The clock was ticking, but for the first time in days, he felt a glimmer of hope ignite within his chest. They thought they had him cornered, broken, but Suhan wasn't done yet. Far from it. In the basement, the air was still and silent. Now, do you believe me? Zhang Ping put his phone away, his mischievous smirk gradually fading into a look of stark seriousness and cold indifference. The evidence chain is complete. We have both eyewitness testimonies and physical evidence. Suhan, do you have anything left to say? Suhan remained silent, his head hung low. Deep in his mind, thoughts raced like a thunderstorm. The only sign he was still alive was the faint rise and fall of his chest. Zhang Ping waited a moment, his patience wearing thin as his expression grew darker. Damn it, you're just like those who refuse to cry until you see the coffin. At that moment, the iron door behind them creaked open once again. A sturdy man, also in a patrol officer's uniform, stepped in at an unhurried pace, carrying 2 lunchboxes in his hand. You, Zhang Ping greeted with a glance. The newcomer, named Yu Chong, was a fellow officer on the patrol squad and one of the enforcers for this case. Yu nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling on Suhan, who remained tied up. Still hasn't signed? Stubborn as hell, Zhang Ping scoffed, spit hitting the floor. I've laid out all the undeniable evidence in front of him, and yet he's holding fast. Guess we haven't been persuasive enough. Yu's expression darkened as he placed the lunchboxes aside and casually picked up a solid wooden stick from the corner of the room. The stick was as thick as an arm and stained with dark red blood, some of which had dried into crusty clots. The surface was riddled with marks of use, and it emanated an ominous aura. Yu Chong gripped the stick, walking up to Suhan with stern coldness in his eyes. With the tip of the bloody weapon, he prodded one of Suhan's half-healed wounds on his ribs. Listen here, punk, Yu began, his voice as sharp as the stick in his hands. If you don't sign, our patience will run out. Headquarters wants this case wrapped up tight. A perfect conclusion. You sign the confession, and we all save time. Do you really intend to drag this out and make life harder for everyone? If you refuse to cooperate, you slowly raise the stick, its bloodstains glistening under the faint light. Then we'll just have to keep you company for a while longer. The stick was poised to strike down heavily. But at that precise moment, Suhan finally lifted his head. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, no longer carried anguish, hatred, or rage. All emotions seemed extinguished, leaving behind calm stillness, a deep, unflinching tranquility akin to a vast ocean. I believe you. The words came softly but were startlingly clear. Yu's hand froze midair, holding the stick aloft. He glanced at Zhang Ping, and the two exchanged surprised looks, a flicker of disbelief passing through their eyes. What did you just say? Zhang Ping asked, uncertain he'd heard correctly. I said, I believe you, Suhan repeated. I'm the culprit. I confess. I'll sign the papers. A heavy silence filled the room for several seconds. Then, Zhang Ping erupted into derisive laughter. It started off low, barely contained, but quickly ballooned into loud, unapologetic bursts that echoed off the basement's walls. Ha ha ha. And here I thought you were tougher. It turns out you're just like the others. Zhang Ping sneered. If you'd given in earlier, you could have saved yourself some days of hell. You smirked and tossed the wooden stick into the corner like a discarded tool. Smart move, kid. Get him down. Let him sign the papers, you ordered briskly. Once that's done, we're out of here. Zhang Ping nodded and began organizing the paperwork on the desk. Yu, meanwhile, stepped over to unshackle Suhan, his iron chains clinking as they were removed. Neither of them realized that a monumental change was taking place within Suhan's body. His senses sharpened to a level he couldn't explain. The intricate outlines of objects in the dim corners of the room came into focus. He could hear the faint rhythm of Zhang Ping's and Yu's breaths as if they were part of his bloodstream. Deep in his thoughts, a mysterious voice echoed periodically, like waves lapping against the shore. Divine body enhancement activated. Plus 10 physical constitution, plus 10 intuition. Divine body enhancement activated. Plus 10 physical constitution, plus 10 intuition. Divine body enhancement activated. Plus 10 physical constitution, plus 10 intuition. Each repetition ignited warmth in his body that surged like liquid fire through his tissues. It coursed through his veins, muscles, and bones, carefully repairing his injuries and reforging his structure. With just a thought, a translucent screen appeared before Su-han's eyes, visible only to him. Physical constitution, 63, plus 60. Intuition, 66, plus 60. His physical faculties and cognitive abilities had reached shocking new heights. Su-han clenched his fists, marveling at the power surging within his muscles. It felt like he could punch through a wall or take down an ox with ease. His old wounds had fully healed, while the newer ones began scabbing over, no longer leaking blood. More than that, his mind was razor-sharp. Complex concepts from his past, advanced mathematics, physics, programming, they all emerged vividly in his thoughts. Yet, here and now, that knowledge wasn't useful. What mattered in this desperate situation were different skills altogether. Su-han closed his eyes, and long-buried memories surfaced. He recalled spending thousands of yuan during a summer vacation to learn basic martial arts and a specialized stance technique called Sky Tiger Posture at a local dojo. Now, those moves and methods reappeared in his mind with unparalleled clarity, every nuance crystal clear. This was the world's most primal and pure form of power, physical combat. Su-han knew it was only by mastering this that he could uncover the truth, exact his revenge, and control the overwhelming strength he had awakened. He also understood that this world wasn't ordinary. Supernatural abilities existed. At the martial arts dojo, he had heard whispers of secret martial arts, masters who could leap rooftops, split mountains, and display terrifying feats of strength. And now, through genetic enhancement and technological modifications, augmented and cyber-enhanced humans are the exclusive assets of certain powerful factions. Their combat prowess is beyond extraordinary, nearly superhuman. The mastermind who framed him, someone capable of bribing the precinct chief, fabricating an entire set of evidence, and even manipulating his girlfriend and sister into testifying against him. Such a person must have an incredibly complex and powerful background. Behind them, there were undoubtedly secret weapon specialists, perhaps even augmented humans. If he simply walked out of here unprepared, he might not even know how he ended up dead. My strength increases with every passing moment, Su-han reflected to himself. But brute strength means nothing on its own. I lack technique. I don't understand fight rhythms. Even if I have the ability to exert tenfold power, I'm barely using 2 or 3 parts of it. I only have 8 days left. If I can master the methods of channeling secret weapon techniques, my combat capabilities and chances of survival will skyrocket. With that thought, Su-han began mentally deconstructing and analyzing the basics of combat. Straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, elbow strikes, knee strikes. Every foundational move replayed in his mind, constantly adjusted, rearranged, optimized. The use of muscle, balance shifts, breathing synchronization. Though he was confined within a cell, his martial skills were improving at an astonishing pace inside his mind. At that moment, he was unfastened from the restraints holding him in place. A security officer named Zhang Ping impatiently shoved some papers toward him and barked, "Hurry it up and sign this so we can clock out and go home." Zhang Ping pulled out a pre-prepared statement from the folder, along with a pen, shoving both in Su-han's direction. But shockingly, Su-han didn't move a muscle. Frowning, Zhang Ping sneered, "What's this? You backing out now? Weren't you acting all cooperative earlier?" Su-han slowly raised his head to meet Zhang Ping's gaze. Something in those eyes sent a cold jolt down Zhang Ping's spine. They resembled a deep, frigid lake, dark and threatening, as though some fearsome predator lurked just beneath the surface. Zhang Ping shook off the unsettling feeling, scowled, and barked again. Sign it. Stop wasting time. Once this is done, we're transferring you to the formal interrogation room. It'll all be monitored. When they question you, you answer. Spill everything you've done, confess, take the punishment, and let the court deal with you. Finally, Suhan moved. He took the pen and the stack of papers, lowering his eyes to read. The statement spanned over 10 pages, meticulously detailing how he supposedly argued with his parents, brutally murdered them, and attacked his sister when she came to intervene. On the last page, there was a blank space waiting for his signature and fingerprint. Suhan held the pen poised over the paper. Zhang Ping crossed his arms and smirked confidently, waiting. But Suhan didn't sign. With an expressionless face, he snapped the pen in half with a sharp, clean crack. Then, holding the stack of papers in his hands, he exerted slight pressure. Rip! The crisp sound of tearing paper echoed through the room. Zhang Ping froze in disbelief. His eyes widened as he watched Suhan methodically tear the stack of documents in half, page by page, before crumpling them into a ball and tossing them onto the ground. You little. Zhang Ping's face turned crimson with rage. You've got a damn death wish, don't you? You think you can mess with me? I'll beat the life out of you, you miserable punk. The other security officer standing by the door, Yu Chang, silently witnessed the scene unfold. He wasn't one for words. He preferred action. Without hesitation, Yu Chang grabbed a wooden baton from the corner and charged towards Suhan. Using all his strength, he swung the solid baton directly at Suhan's back. The weapon sliced through the air with an audible whistle, and if it struck its mark, it would surely break bones on the spot. But just at the moment that the baton was about to collide with Suhan, the room was not filled with the expected dull thud of wood-smashing flesh. Instead, there was a horrifying sound, a grotesque, wet crunch that caused everyone to freeze. Yu Chang's body stiffened mid-swing, his pose frozen in place. But his chest bore a gaping hole the size of a fist. His ribs were shattered, his flesh torn as blood poured down in waves. Where his heart should have been, there was now only empty space. The entire basement fell into dead silence. With wide, unbelieving eyes, Yu Chang stared at Suhan, his face contorted in ultimate despair. His lips moved faintly, but no words came out. A second later, his body collapsed backward onto the cold concrete floor with a dull thud, his lifeless hand releasing the baton, which rolled away noiselessly. Zhang Ping's furious curses abruptly stopped mid-sentence. His face, once twisted with anger, was now pale with sheer terror. Eyes darting between Yu Chang's lifeless body and Suhan, it was as if he couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Suhan, meanwhile, calmly retracted his fist, casually flicking away the blood staining his knuckles. Then, he slowly raised his gaze toward Zhang Ping. Those eyes, they were cold, tranquil, as calm as the stillness before a deadly storm. Why? Zhang Ping stuttered uncontrollably, his teeth chattering from unrelenting fear. What did you just do? Suhan didn't respond. He took a step forward, then another. Each footstep was soft, yet in the suffocating silence of the basement, they sounded as loud and menacing as a sledgehammer, each one pounding harder on Zhang Ping's chest. Ah! Zhang Ping screamed in terror, turning on his heels with the intent of escaping toward the door. But the moment his foot moved, a hand clamped down on the back of his neck. That hand, thin but unervingly strong, dug deep into his skin like iron claws. In one brutal motion, it hoisted him clean off the ground. Dangling, with his feet no longer touching the floor, Zhang Ping thrashed desperately, flailing his arms and legs. It was useless. The grip on him was unyielding, like he was caught in a vice. Suhan turned him around, now face to face. The two locked eyes from just inches apart, and Zhang Ping saw it. Within Suhan's deep, dark eyes, a flicker of crimson lit up. It wasn't human. It was something dangerous, something monstrous. The real murderer. Who is it? Suhan's voice broke the stillness, calm and casual as if discussing the weather. Zhang Ping's entire body trembled violently, a chill surging from his feet straight to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. He stammered, his words shaky and disjointed. I don't know. I swear, I really don't know. You're lying. Suhan's grip tightened slightly. Zhang Ping instantly felt as though his neck was being crushed, the suffocation growing unbearable. Spots danced before his eyes as he gasped for air. He clawed at the hand clamped on his throat, but his futile attempts changed nothing. Su-han, do you even realize what you're doing? Desperation turned his fear into fleeting bravery, and Zhang Ping barked menacingly. You're crossing the patrol agency. Let me go now, and you might still have a chance to make things right. We could let you live. Su-han's patience snapped at those words. His gaze turned icy cold, and his free hand balled into a fist before shooting forward without warning. A sickening crack resonated in the room. Zhang Ping's body jolted violently. A horrific tear ripped through his back, sending shredded cloth and a spray of blood splattering onto the wall in vivid streaks of crimson. His eyes widened in shock, and he struggled to tilt his head down to see the matching hole torn through his chest. Where his heart should have been lay nothing but a pulpy mess, blood dripping out in a slow, sickly flow. Su-han finally released his grip. Zhang Ping's limp body collapsed onto the cold ground. His lips moved faintly as though to say something, but all that escaped was a final, bloodied gasp. A mixture of blood and shredded tissue spilled out, and then his head lolled to the side, lifeless. Standing over the two corpses, Su-han's expression remained unchanged. He glanced down at his blood-streaked hand, still warm and sticky. With a slight shake, he wiped his hand clean using the clothes of the fallen man on the floor, meticulously making sure no trace of blood remained. Guess it's still hard to control my strength without mastering the secret martial art, Su-han thought to himself. This was his first time taking a life, yet not even a shadow of emotion stirred in him. The rampant abuse he'd endured over the past few days filled with brutal beatings and inhuman torture, had already stripped away any remnants of hesitation or mercy from his soul. The thought of avenging himself had played out so many times in his mind that, when the moment came, it felt almost routine. The overwhelming satisfaction of revenge coursed through his veins now, like a victory achieved at long last. That, and a vindicated kind of relief. He had acted decisively because he'd already deduced that the true mastermind, Director Zhang Chu, had even deeper secrets. There was no need to waste time interrogating two disposable lackeys when the Real prize waited elsewhere. Yet, instead of leaving the basement immediately, Su-han lingered. The temporary silence and solitude of the space provided him with a rare opportunity, a chance to refocus and refine. He moved to the center of the room and began to adopt a stance. His intention? To practice the secret martial art that he'd picked up during his time at Tianxiang Martial Hall. He started with the basics, working through his foundational boxing techniques. Each movement was deliberate, every motion calculated. He moved slowly, striving to perfect each gesture and feel the detailed interplay of muscle and power within his body. His extraordinary perceptiveness let him quickly unravel the essence behind each technique. The effects were immediate, remarkably so. At first, his punches were stiff and clumsy, but gradually, they became fluid and precise. By the time he completed the sequence, the near-perfect harmony of the form brought about a literal wind-whipping effect in the air. With every punch, a faint crack followed, evidence of the frightening force now behind each strike. He stopped, fist relaxed but his stance steady. A realization dawned on him, a clarity that seemed to snap into place like puzzle pieces connecting. The once disconnected movements now chained together seamlessly as if one continuous flow. His mastery of the basics had advanced from mere proficiency to true perfection. Exhaling deeply, Su-han felt a touch more certain of his ability to protect himself. Next, it was time to attempt the Tianxiang fundamental postures. This foundational technique consisted of 9 distinct stances. Back at the martial hall, he'd been unable to hold the very first position for longer than 5 minutes, trembling all over from the strain. But now, as he set his posture for the first move, his balance remained unshaken. He held firm for 10 minutes straight before moving on to the next, the second, third, all the way through to the 9th stance. Each flowed without interruption. The movements, once a grueling challenge, now came together like a perfectly choreographed dance. When the final posture settled, Su-han instinctively unleashed a forceful punch. Crack! A clean, satisfying explosion of air echoed, his strength surging outward with astonishing clarity. He had reached the level of obvious strength, the first major milestone in martial mastery. With this achievement, the Tianxiang fundamental postures had been perfected. Breathing evenly, Su Han allowed his arms to rest by his sides and opened his eyes. A newfound sharpness was there, a depth of understanding that elevated his perception. Techniques that once appeared complex now seemed almost childishly simple in his mind. Of course, there were more advanced lessons at the Tianxiang Martial Hall, still beyond his reach, but those could wait. Stretching and loosening his muscles, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. It was time to leave this dungeon of torment behind and face the ones truly responsible. At the same time, across Jinghai City in Yunfu District at the patrol agency on Taiyan Road, an entirely different confrontation was underway. The patrol agency was the city's grassroots security force, responsible for maintaining order in the outer districts. On the third floor of its building, within the director's sultry, dimly lit office, a middle-aged man with an expanding waistline and a greasy complexion cowered as he spoke into his phone. This was Zhang Chu, the director, short of 40 but with a face plagued by years of indulgence. Currently, his expression was one of obsequious groveling. "Miss Wang, please rest assured, I'll take care of it all today." He tried to placate with fawning enthusiasm. "That Su Han kid is just too stubborn. I'm working on softening him up." On the other end of the line, a young woman's cold, impatient voice rang sharp like a blade. "Zhang Chu, this has dragged on far too long. 5 days, and you still haven't gotten results? Let me make it absolutely clear. This is your last chance. Even the boss, Mr. M.O., is starting to take notice of your incompetence. If you mess up again, well, there are plenty of people just waiting to take that cozy chair of yours." Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Chu's temple, panic flashing in his eyes. He scrambled to reply, I assure you, it'll be done. I understand, I do, ma'am. Consider it done by tonight. Before the sun sets, I'll make sure the confession, the transcripts, the surveillance footage, all of it is delivered." The phone abruptly clicked off with a sharp beep. Zhang Chu slumped onto the couch, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead before lighting a cigarette and taking a deep, frustrated drag. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. It wasn't the woman on the other end of the call, Miss Wang, he was cursing. It was that hard-headed kid, Su Han. Sitting in his position, Zhang had long grown accustomed to bending the rules, taking bribes, and smoothing over rich people's problems. By his usual standards, uncooperative troublemakers like Su Han would have already been beaten into submission, shoved behind bars, and left to rot. But this kid, he was stubborn in an unusually defiant way. "Tough guy, huh?" Zhang's eyes darkened as he muttered to himself. "Fine, I'll break you piece by piece if that's what it takes." He was plotting his next move, considering what fresh torment he could devise to force Su Han to sign the papers and make his life easier. Then maybe he could finally cash in and appease his superiors. But just as he was settling into his scheming, a muffled thud reverberated from the hallway outside. It sounded heavy, like something or someone falling over. Zhang's brows furrowed. Already in a sour mood after Miss Wang's scolding, this sudden noise only fueled his irritation. Who dared to make a commotion right now? Someone was about to end up on the receiving end of his wrath. "Who's out there? What the hell's going on?" Zhang barked toward the door. The hallway fell silent. No answer. His annoyance flared. Throwing down his cigarette, he got up, walking irritably toward the door. His hand was just on the handle, poised to yank it open, when the door swung inward of its own accord. Zhang froze momentarily, taken aback. Light from the hallway spilled into the office, glaring enough to make him squint. For a moment, he couldn't make out the intruder's face, only the outline of a thin figure clad in ragged clothes, the fabric stained and filthy. "Who the hell are you?" Zhang snapped irritably. Standing there like a ghost. "Couldn't knock? What department are you even from?" But before he could finish another insult, he caught a scent in the air, heavy and metallic. Blood. The realization brought a sudden chill to his spine. His eyes adjusted to the dim light now illuminating the intruder's figure, and something about their presence began to gnaw at his nerves. "Who are you?" His tone sharpened, cautious now, but the stranger stepped forward, revealing his face. Zhang's blood ran cold. It was a young man, his complexion pale, features delicate, But his eyes, those eyes were bottomless pits of ice. They stared directly at him, piercing and unrelenting. Time seemed to stop as Zhang's mind scrambled to process what he was seeing. Suhan. Zhang's voice was a mixture of shock and disbelief as he instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with alarm. Impossible. There was no way. Just hours ago, Suhan had been chained up in the basement, left to suffer. Zhang had ordered his goons, Zhang Ping and Yu Chong, to keep a close eye on the kid. How in the world had he escaped? Hundreds of questions flooded Zhang's mind all at once. But Zhang wasn't new to dangerous situations. Years of shady dealings had taught him to adapt quickly. Shoving back the wave of panic, he composed himself. After all, this was just some powerless college kid, a nobody from an average family. His father ran a noodle shop, his sister was a kindergarten teacher, and Suhan himself was just a student at Jinghai University. He'd fought back a little when they initially restrained him, but he hadn't exactly put up much of a struggle. There was no way someone like him, weak and unarmed, could be anything but a temporary nuisance. It had to be the goons who screwed up, Zhang thought. Zhang Ping and Yu Chong must have been careless, letting Suhan slip past them. Yeah, that had to be it. This explanation steadied his nerves. Zhang's scowl returned, regaining his usual air of authority. He jabbed a finger in Suhan's direction and barked. "You've got some nerve, Suhan. Who gave you permission to leave? Are you aware you just committed a prison break? Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in?" Suhan didn't say anything. He just stood there, silent and still, with those unnerving eyes fixed on Zhang. The deathly calm in his gaze made Zhang's skin crawl, but Zhang pressed on, refusing to let it show. "What's wrong? Got nothing to say, you murderer? Yeah, I know what you did, killing your own parents, you filthy wretch. And now you think you can threaten me? Let me remind you, this is the precinct, my turf. You make one wrong move and you'll—" Zhang didn't get a chance to finish. Suhan moved. It was sudden, unannounced, and startlingly smooth. Suhan simply raised his hand, nothing more, and swung it toward Zhang. The action seemed almost lazy, yet Zhang found himself utterly unable to react, much less dodge. His brain barely had time to register what was happening before his vision was filled with that raised hand, coming at him fast. Smack! The slap echoed like a firecracker in the enclosed office, a sharp, unforgiving sound that cut through the silence. For a split second, Zhang felt as though he'd been struck by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground, his body hurtling backward like a rag doll. He crashed into his desk with an earth-shaking thud, the hardwood shattering beneath him. Papers, office supplies, and broken wood scattered in every direction as Zhang lay sprawled in the debris. He groaned, his face swollen beyond recognition on one side, his ears ringing. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and when he spat groggily, several broken teeth tumbled out along with blood. Slowly, painfully, he managed to lift his head, peering at Suhan with an expression of disbelief mixed with terror. Suhan stood unmoved. His fists were clenched just enough to make his knuckles crack audibly, an almost theatrical sound in the quiet that followed. More importantly, his posture and demeanor radiated a controlled intensity. There was strength there, a raw, surging power that Zhang hadn't seen in anyone, let alone a kid who'd supposedly been powerless just a few days ago. Zhang's mind scrambled for answers. That slap, that wasn't the strength of an ordinary man. A mere university student wouldn't be capable of something like that. Suhan, however, remained cold and methodical. While Zhang clutched at the fragments of his shattered pride and his aching jaw, Suhan's focus was razor-sharp. He hadn't struck Zhang with full force. No, he still needed information from him. And if there was one thing Suhan had learned, it was that breaking a man didn't always require outright destruction. As Zhang lay there in the wreckage, gaping at this impossible, infuriating boy, a single thought loomed large in his mind. What the hell has this kid become? How could just one slap send me flying several meters? What exactly happened here? Could it be this kid has trained in some secret martial art? But when did he have the time to train? Suhan. Zhang Chu finally caught his breath, desperately clinging to his scraps of authority as his voice quivered. I warn you, this is the Patrol Bureau. Assaulting law enforcement is a capital offense. Capital offense. Suhan interrupted coldly, a sudden smile creeping onto his face. But that smile was devoid of any warmth. It was icy cold, sending shivers straight to the bone. My parents were butchered. My sister beaten so severely she was left critically injured. And the real culprit? They walk free without a care in the world. Your patrol bureau framed me, forced confessions through violence, and tried everything to pin the crime on me. Step by step, Suhan closed in, his voice soft but every word razor-sharp, cutting deep into the heart. And now, you're lecturing me about capital punishment? Zhang Chu saw Suhan approaching and tried to retreat, but his limbs betrayed him, drained of strength. Stay back, he yelled, a false bravado masking his rising panic. The whole squad is just outside. One call from me, and they'll charge in. Suhan, I suggest you surrender now. Maybe you can still lighten your punishment. Suhan's footsteps came to a halt, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a mocking grin. Go ahead. Scream for help. He loomed over Zhang Chu, his voice as sharp as broken glass. Try and see for yourself. Do you think anyone will come to save you? Zhang Chu froze. Only now did he realize something that sent a chill down his spine. With the commotion they had caused, someone should have come in by now. Yet, the corridors outside were eerily silent, a stillness that gnawed at his edges, drowning him in dread. It was the kind of silence that felt alive, like a predator stalking its prey. You? What did you do to them? Zhang Chu stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Suhan had neither the patience nor the interest to answer. He had already closed the gap between them. Calmly, he lifted his foot, deliberately positioning it over Zhang Chu's left knee. Slowly, with a deliberate ease, he pressed down, like one would in a harmless prank between friends. But the moment his foot met Zhang Chu's knee, crack! A crisp, horrifying sound of bones snapping echoed through the room. Ahawk! Zhang Chu's agonized scream pierced the air. His body curled up on the floor like a shrimp tossed into boiling water, his hands clutching wildly at his mangled left leg. The knee was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, the jagged end of his broken bone jutting out through torn flesh and spilling crimson blood onto the floor. Help! Somebody help! Zhang Chu screamed hysterically, his voice ascending to deafening desperation. There's an attacker. Someone get in here. Help! For half a minute, his pleads filled the office, but the hallway beyond remained devoid of any sound. The panic on Zhang Chu's face quickly faded to ashen despair. He looked up at Suhan, his fear-dominated gaze now begging, his voice trembling like a child near tears. Please, Suhan, Master Su. Please spare me. I'm just a pawn, just following orders. Suhan crouched down slightly, his tone steady, his expression unreadable. Who killed my parents? Who injured my sister? Hearing the question, Zhang Chu's entire body jolted violently. His eyes darted around, avoiding Suhan's piercing gaze. His lips trembled as he stammered. I don't know. I swear I don't. I was just following instructions from above, replacing the real killer's name with yours in the reports. That's all I know, I promise. His voice grew weaker, sinking into his own lack of confidence. Suhan's patience wore thin. He rose to his feet once more, lifting his other foot with purpose, aiming this time for Zhang Chu's right knee. No, stop. I'll tell you everything. Zhang Chu screamed in panic. Crack! Another bone snapped cleanly under Suhan's weight, and Zhang Chu's newfound scream erupted even louder than the last. Back to back, the dual agony left him writhing on the floor, unable to do anything but howl. Suhan stood coldly aside, as if he were observing a breaking dam. His voice held only frost. Keep talking. I swear. I don't know anything concrete. Zhang Chu wailed, tears and mucus running down his contorted face. I just took the money. They told me to change the name to yours, nothing else. The rest, I truly know nothing. But Suhan knew better. The man still clung to lies, pathetically trying to shield himself. Without hesitation, Suhan adjusted his stance. This time, his movement was slower, more deliberate. He pressed his weight down foot by foot along Zhang Chu's already broken right leg, grinding any remaining resistance into dust. Zhang Chu couldn't hold out anymore. In that moment of unbearable torment, the last wall of his resolve came crashing down. Stop. Please, no more. Have mercy, just this once, he wept, his body limp in a pool of his own blood. I can't say. I swear they'll kill me. My whole family. My wife and kid. Why you don't understand? They're in Jinghai. If I talk, they'll kill them too. Hearing this, Suhan fell silent. His expression remained composed, but his eyes revealed the storm raging within. After a short pause, he spoke again, this time with an anger he could no longer entirely suppress. So what? My parents deserve to die? My sister deserved to have every bone broken, lying in a hospital bed waiting for death. Zhang Chu's mouth opened, but not a single word came out. Suhan had enough. Without waiting for another excuse, he reached into Zhang Chu's pocket, produced his phone, and used Zhang Chu's trembling hand to unlock it. Scrolling through the contact list, Suhan's sharp gaze honed in on a series of unmarked numbers. One by one, he scanned them, keeping his focus on any outward reaction Zhang Chu might betray. Until, finally, Zhang Chu's eyelid twitched involuntarily at the sight of one number. Found it. Without hesitation, Suhan tapped the number and placed the call. The phone rang 5 times before connecting. A woman's cold, detached voice came through, casually asking, "Is it done?" Just from that one line, Suhan was certain. This woman was either the mastermind or complicit without question. She didn't bother asking who was on the line, only cared to confirm results. Suhan glanced at Zhang Chu, holding the phone up for him to speak. His gaze screamed a clear command. Play along, or it's going to get worse. Zhang Chu's trembling gaze flickered between Suhan and the phone, trying to muster the courage to obey. After a moment of solemn contemplation, Zhang nodded. Only then did Suhan bring the phone closer to his ear. But in the next instant, Zhang Chu seemed to make a desperate decision. He took a deep breath, and with every ounce of strength in his body, shouted at breakneck speed, "Help! He's escaped. He broke my legs right here in my office. Please, save me, spare my wife and child." Suhan's eyes turned cold. With lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Chu's jaw, twisting it forcefully. Crack! Zhang Chu's jaw dislocated instantly, turning his thunderous cries into garbled whimpers. But it was too late. Whoever was on the other end of the phone now knew something was wrong. A brief silence followed. Then, that chilling female voice spoke again. "Who are you? Who are you?" Suhan shot back. The woman didn't answer directly. Instead, her voice, cold as ice, delivered a chilling warning. "I don't care who you are. You're as good as dead." With that, the call ended abruptly. As the busy tone hummed from the phone, Suhan slowly lowered the device, his gaze shifting to the now limp and trembling figure of Zhang Chu on the ground. Zhang Chu's dislocated jaw left him unable to do more than produce incoherent noises. His legs were battered and bleeding profusely, with the crimson stain continuing to spread. The trail of clues had momentarily hit a wall. Suhan could only attempt to squeeze more information out of him. Kneeling down, Suhan pinched Zhang Chu's jaw with his fingers. A sharp crack sounded as he twisted and pushed, snapping the bone back into place. "Ah, cough, cough." Zhang Chu gasped desperately for air, saliva mixed with blood dripping down his chin. "Talk," Suhan commanded, his voice devoid of any emotion. "The woman on the phone just now, who is she? Give me her name, her contact, and where to find her." But even now, Zhang Chu frantically shook his head. "I don't know. I can't tell you. I really can't." Suhan's intense stare bore into him, his eyes as bottomless as the abyss. "And your family?" he asked slowly. "Your wife, your child. You at least know where they are, don't you?" At those words, Zhang Chu shuddered violently, fear blooming across his face. "What are you planning to do?" he whispered, horrified. "What do you think?" Suhan replied coldly. Terror washed over Zhang Chu's pallid face. He opened his mouth to speak, but then suddenly erupted into bitter laughter. "I've already sent them far away. You'll never find them. You think I'll believe that?" "Believe it or not," Zhang Chu spat after another fit of bloody coughing. "Makes no difference. Suhan, I'll give you this, you've gotten strong. I don't know how you managed to gain such power, but it won't save you." His bloodshot eyes locked onto Suhan's, filled with defiance. "No matter how strong you are, compared to them, you're just an insect they can crush any time they please." Suhan's brows furrowed slightly. "Them? Who are they?" But Zhang Chu only continued his despair-filled laughter. There was an undercurrent of finality in his voice. "I can't say. No matter what, I can't say. If I do, my entire family will die. and their deaths will be 1,000 times crueler than whatever you could do to me." Hearing that, Suhan's patience finally ran out. Since he couldn't get anything useful out of Zhang Chu, he lifted his foot and stomped down heavily onto the man's chest. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of breaking ribs filled the oppressive silence of the office. Zhang Chu's body convulsed violently twice before his eyes widened in sheer agony. His pupils slowly dilated before all light drained from them completely. Suhan retracted his foot, standing silently for 10 long seconds. Then, without any hesitation, he began rummaging through the room for anything that might serve as a clue. The desk was reduced to splinters, and its drawers had spilled their contents all over the floor. Ignoring the mundane administrative documents and case files, Suhan's hands finally landed on something distinct: 3 special file folders hidden in a secluded corner beneath the desk. The first 2 cases had already been closed. Suhan picked up the first one, its cover marked with a date written in black ink: May 11th, 2028. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he saw it was May 26th. This case was filed just over 2 weeks ago. Inside was a complete case file. Subject: Chenji. Age: 23. Profile: recent graduate of Jinghai University and the only son of Chen Dafu, the owner of the prosperous Xinguang supermarket. Case details: on the night of May 9th, 2028, Chenji allegedly killed his parents with a knife in their home, then set fire to their bodies in an attempt to destroy the evidence. The file was airtight. Every detail of the case was documented, from the crime scene photos to the forensic reports to the written testimonies of witnesses. The evidence chain was flawless, leaving no room for doubt. Even Chenji's signed and fingerprinted confession was included. Suhan reached for the second file, dated 1 week ago. It painted a grimly familiar picture: a female student named Li Wanting, caught up in a similarly airtight criminal case. Once again, the evidence chain was impeccable, and a neatly signed confession was appended at the end. Finally, Suhan picked up the third folder. This one had no date on it, but its contents were eerily familiar. It was his own case file. From his personal details to the incident report to the evidence checklist, everything matched what Zhang Ping had previously shared with him. Yet, the file was incomplete. It lacked 2 critical components: Suhan's confession and the footage of his interrogation. Suhan's expression hardened, his gaze as cold as steel. These 3 cases appeared to have been meticulously fabricated. The evidence all pointed to guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and all of them had taken place within Yunfu District. Yet Suhan knew the grim truth. These people, just like him, had been framed, coerced, and forced into compliance. Questions flooded his mind. What were these people trying to achieve? Who was the woman on the phone? Why were they orchestrating events this way? Suhan stood motionless, gripping the crumpled file in his hand, his breath the only sound in the desolate room. Moments later, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Deity's physique activated. Your body. Add 10 points. Wisdom increased by 10. The system's prompt jolted Suhan back to awareness. He took a deep breath, his gaze regaining its calm composure. Since he couldn't figure it out yet, he decided he would investigate step by step. With the system aiding him constantly and growing stronger every day, he believed that sooner or later, he would uncover the truth and unmask the real culprit behind everything. 11:30 p.m., Taiyan East Road. The streets were deserted, and only a few scattered shops still had faint lights on. Among them was Zhao Mu's convenience store. Zhao Mu, the 57-year-old shopkeeper, had just finished cleaning up. He was short with a slight balding spot. Carrying a trash bag, he stepped outside, habitually casting a glance at the noodle shop across the street, sealed off with official tape. Then at the hardware store and barber shop next door, both long since closed for the night. His lips curled into a disdainful sneer. A bunch of cowards, he muttered under his breath. What? Are they really afraid the dead couple will come back for revenge? Zhao Mu had never believed in ghosts or tales of the supernatural. To him, so what if someone died across the street? Business must go on. In fact, his mood was so good, he almost wanted to whistle. Just this afternoon, he had received a hefty sum of hush money, a bribe from a group wanting him to provide false testimony. They urged him to move out soon, but he was reluctant to leave this spot he had run for over 10 years, his little gold mine. Regular customers, steady income, Why give that up? Besides, the evidence was irrefutable. That kid, Su-han, would never see the light of day outside prison again. What did Zhao Mu have to be afraid of? With these thoughts, Zhao Mu felt a wave of smug satisfaction. He turned back inside, pulled down the window blinds, locked the store securely, switched off the lights, and began humming a tune as he prepared to head upstairs for bed. But just as his hand rested on the stair railing, he froze, his entire body stiffening as though plunged into ice. At the top of the staircase, cloaked in shadow, stood a figure he hadn't noticed before. The person was lean, with dried blood staining their clothing. Yet it was their piercing eyes, shining eerily bright in the darkness, that sent chills down Zhao Mu's spine. Those eyes were locked right onto him. The figure was none other than Su-han. After being released from the police station, Su-han's first priority was to confront the so-called good neighbors who had shamelessly provided false testimony against him. Zhao Mu's throat went dry, and panic overtook him the moment he recognized Su-han. His voice shook uncontrollably as he stammered. Why you? You're Su-han? What are you doing here? The evidence, it's all clear. You were supposed to be. Su-han remained silent, his expression cold and unyielding, as he took a deliberate step forward. Instinctively, Zhao Mu staggered back. Words tumbled out of his mouth as he tried to cover his guilt. I don't know anything. Su-han, how did you get out? Listen, just turn yourself in. Maybe you can get a reduced sentence. Still wordless, Su-han closed the distance between them. Now, only half a meter separated the two. Zhao Mu swallowed hard, his nerves on edge. He opened his mouth to continue, but before he could say another word, Su-han abruptly lifted his leg and delivered a swift, brutal kick to Zhao Mu's knee. Crack! The sharp snap of bone breaking echoed in the small store. AF! Zhao Mu's scream barely began to escape his throat when Su-han surged forward. With one hand clamping over Zhao Mu's mouth like a vice, and the other gripping his shirt collar, Su-han hoisted the man fully off the ground and slammed him forcefully against the wall in one fluid motion. His speed was almost inhuman. Zhao Mu convulsed in pain, his mouth tightly covered, only able to let out muffled groans. Su-han leaned closer to him, his face as cold as ice, and asked word by word, Did you really see me kill my parents? Zhao Mu's expression was one of agony, unable to utter a single word. Su-han stared at him coldly before finally letting go of his hand. Woo-woo, it hurts so much. Zhao Mu immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken knee, his face smeared with tears and snot as he wailed in agony. The excruciating pain from the shattered bone made his whole body tremble, and cold sweat poured from his forehead. Su-han looked down at him, expressionless, and commanded, Speak. I don't know anything. Zhao Mu cried incoherently. Su-han, please spare me. I'm just a convenience store owner. I really don't know anything. Still being stubborn, Su-han couldn't be bothered to ask further. He lifted his foot again and stomped down on Zhao Mu's thigh. Crack! Amid the bloody mess, the thigh bone also fractured. Ah! Zhao Mu let out a scream several times more piercing than before, rolling frantically on the ground. Blood seeped from his pant leg, quickly spreading into a pool of red on the floor. Su-han crouched down, his gaze level with the other man's, his voice still as cold and devoid of emotion as ever. Did you really see me kill my parents? Zhao Mu trembled violently, lifting his tear and snot-streaked face, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear. And no, he finally stammered, admitting, I didn't see it. If you didn't see it, Su-han's eyes instantly turned bloodthirsty. Then why did you tell the police you witnessed it firsthand? Zhao Mu's eyes darted around evasively, stammering and unable to speak. Su-han raised his foot again, aiming at his other intact thigh, and stomped down forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out once more. No, please don't. Zhao Mu completely broke down, crying out sharply. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It was them who gave the money. They gave me 2 million. A full 2 million. Zhao Mu's voice was filled with fear. Su-han's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Who gave it to you? I don't know. Zhao Mu clutched his broken leg, trembling in pain as he tried hard to recall the man's appearance. It was a man, wearing a suit, a bow tie, and sunglasses on his face. He was very tall and strong, and that day he came straight to my shop to find me. When was it? Suhan's voice carried no trace of emotion. The morning after your incident. As soon as I opened the door, he came in. Xiaomu confessed without the slightest hesitation. He directly threw me 2 million and told me to give false testimony for you, saying I just needed to read the script he provided when the time came. Oh, by the way, that script is still with me. I haven't had the chance to throw it away yet. Suhan followed Zhao Mu and found the so-called script document in his house. Upon opening it, he discovered a thick stack of cash and several printed A4 sheets. The papers were densely packed with testimony meant to slander Suhan, organized clearly and detailed thoroughly, as if witnessed firsthand. Suhan expressionlessly put the document away and continued questioning. What about the other neighbors around here? Did they take money too? Probably, yes. Zhao Mu answered haltingly, gasping in pain. Over the past few days, Old Wang from the hardware store, Little Lu from the barber shop, and Sister Li from the fruit stand haven't opened their shops. I guess they're like me, they took the money. But they're smarter than me. After recording their statements, they ran off right away. Speaking of this, Zhao Mu's face was filled with regret. He never imagined that Suhan could get out of the patrol office and find him so quickly. If he had known this would happen, he should have taken the money and fled far away like the others. He struggled and pleaded with Suhan. Suhan, I really only know this much. I was just momentarily blinded by greed and took some money. I never intended to harm you. Please, spare me, just this once. I haven't touched a single cent of the 2 million. It's all yours. I can give you all my savings too. Please, let me go this time. Suhan simply looked at him quietly, his gaze devoid of any emotion. To Suhan, Zhao Mu no longer held any value. After 3 seconds of silence, he lifted his foot again. A piercing scream abruptly stopped, followed by the crisp sound of bones shattering. Zhao Mu's chest completely caved in, blood instantly staining the ground, and his wide-open eyes lost all their luster. After dealing with Zhao Mu, Suhan walked out of the convenience store expressionlessly. The entire Taiyan East Road was eerily silent, like a ghost town. He carefully inspected every neighbor's shop along the street, whether it was a hardware store, a barber shop, or a fruit shop. All were tightly locked, pitch black inside, clearly long abandoned. The trail ends here. Suhan stood under the street lamp, the dim yellow light stretching his shadow long. He slowly closed his eyes, and with a thought, a translucent light screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Name, Suhan. Age, 19. Lifespan, 188 days. Constitution, 153. Comprehension, 156. Skills, basic boxing technique, mastery. Celestial stance skill, mastery. His constitution and comprehension had both surpassed 150 points and were still growing every moment. However, now that he had dealt with Zhang Chu and those neighbors who gave false testimony, he was left with only 2 clues in hand. One is his girlfriend, Su Li. The other is his sister, Su Yuyun. Suhan was eager to know why. In the recording Zhang Ping played for him, Su Li would say those things. And why would his own sister identify him as the murderer? What exactly had happened in between? He had to find the answer. Suhan took out his phone from his pocket. When he left the patrol station, he had already retrieved all his personal belongings, including his phone, keys, and wallet. The phone had been off for several days. He pressed the power button, and the screen slowly lit up. Fortunately, it still had some battery. After the boot animation, the phone began to vibrate wildly, with notification sounds ringing incessantly. The screen displayed 67 missed calls, 99 plus unread messages. He had disappeared without a trace for so long that many uninformed classmates and friends were worried about him, sending a flood of messages. But Suhan simply swiped open the screen, ignoring the overwhelming messages. He had no time to reply to them now. His past life was already dead. He directly opened Feishin and searched for Su Li in his friend list. He needed to extract information about that group from her. Opening the chat window, the last message was still from 5 days ago. Suhan, extra dishes at the shop tonight. My mom made braised ribs. Come early. Su Li, sure, I'll arrive at 6:30. After that, there was no further conversation. Suhan stared at the screen and casually typed the words, "Are you there?" before clicking send. However, The system prompt that popped up on the screen the next second made his gaze freeze instantly. Message failed to send. You have been removed as a friend by the other party. Suli actually deleted him? What exactly happened? Without hesitation, he exited the chat app, found Su Li's number in the contacts, and called her directly. The result was still the same. On the other end of the line, there was only a cold, mechanical female voice. Hello, the phone you dialed is currently powered off. Suhan hung up the phone, his heart sinking. He silently scrolled through his contacts and found a name, Zhao Kai. He was Suhan's roommate and the only brother he could truly confide in. Over the past few days, his phone had been flooded with unread messages and missed calls from Zhao Kai. He dialed the number. The phone rang only once before it was answered, and Zhao Kai's surprised and delighted voice immediately burst through the receiver. Suhan, is it really you? You finally turned your phone on. Where have you been these past 5 days? Not answering calls, not replying to messages. We were all worried sick. Hearing this familiar voice, the taut strings in Suhan's heart finally loosened a bit. After enduring the hellish torment of the past few days, he realized there was still someone who genuinely cared about him. This brought him a long-lost sense of warmth. I'm fine. Suhan's voice was calm. He didn't want his friend to worry. Something urgent came up at home, and I'm dealing with it. What kind of urgent matter? Zhao Kai asked anxiously. For someone to vanish into thin air for 5 days, it couldn't be a small issue. Of course, Suhan couldn't tell the truth. He hadn't figured out the situation himself yet, only knowing that the opponent's power was unfathomable. He absolutely couldn't drag his best friend into this mess. There was a few seconds of silence on both ends of the phone. Zhao Kai seemed to sense something as well. He didn't press further but lowered his voice. All right, I won't ask anymore. But remember, we're brothers. If you ever need help, just say the word. Thank you. Suhan felt a warmth in his heart. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got to the point. By the way, have you seen Su Li at school these past few days? Zhao Kai was momentarily stunned. Su Li? Wasn't she always with you before? Neither of you have been to class these past few days. The counselor even asked me if you two went out together. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, you two aren't together? No. Suhan's voice turned cold. I just got my phone back and found that her phone is off, and she's deleted me from all her social media accounts. I can't get in touch with her. What happened? Zhao Kai was shocked. Weren't you two always getting along well? Why did you delete her as a friend? Did you have a fight? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. When was the last time you saw her? Let me think. Zhao Kai tried to recall. It seems like it was the afternoon of the day you were going home. Suhan fell silent. It seemed something had happened on Su Li's side as well. He then asked, what about the school? Did the counselor say anything? How else could I say it? I've been looking for you everywhere. Zhao Kai sighed. You disappeared for 5 days without a word. The counselor said if they couldn't reach you again, they'd call the police. Suhan, where are you now? Are you safe? I'm not going back to school for now. Suhan refused directly. Help me explain to the counselor. Just say I'll return on my own once I've finished dealing with family matters. All right. Suhan thought for a moment and finally requested. Zhao Kai, do me a favor. You speak. If you see Su Li or have any news about her, let me know immediately. No problem. Zhao Kai agreed without hesitation. Suhan vaguely brushed off a few more words and hurriedly hung up the phone before Zhao Kai could ask further. He held the phone tightly, his face darkening completely. Su Li had been out of contact for 5 days, blocking all his means of communication. Scenes flashed rapidly through his mind. The neighbor who took money to give false testimony, the sister who identified him as the murderer in the hospital, his tragically deceased parents, and the real culprit who still roamed free. All the clues had been cut off. Su Li had either taken the money and fled, or met with misfortune. Regardless of the possibility, finding her now was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had to abandon this lead. So, the only person he could turn to now was his sister. He remembered the police mentioning that his sister was still in the intensive care unit, but they didn't specify which hospital. The police records didn't contain these details either. It seemed he would have to search for her one hospital at a time. Suhan opened the map app on his phone and typed into the search bar, Jinghai City, Intensive Care Unit. A list of over a dozen hospitals immediately popped up on the screen. City People's Hospital, Central Hospital, Fifth Hospital. Suhan took a deep breath and began searching one place after another according to the list. Time passed, minute by minute. At 3 a.m., outside the 5th People's Hospital in Luofu District, Suhan dragged his exhausted body out of the emergency hall, his face extremely grim. This was already the 8th hospital tonight, and the result was still the same. No such person found. He had searched the entire Lu district, visiting 8 large hospitals capable of providing emergency care. He tried every possible way to sneak into each intensive care unit and carefully checked the patient lists. However, no hospital had his sister's name. It was as if his sister had vanished into thin air. There were no hospitalization records or any treatment information to be found. Even stranger, 5 days ago, no hospital had admitted any severely injured patients with multiple fractures and ruptured internal organs. This was far from normal. Injured so badly, it's impossible to find no information at all. Zhang Ping clearly said that my sister is lying in the intensive care unit. Could it be that Zhang Ping is lying? But in that situation at the time, he had absolutely no reason to lie. Or perhaps, his sister was never sent to the hospital? Suhan stood under the street lamp at the hospital entrance, the night wind blowing past, leaving him feeling powerless. He suddenly felt as if he were trapped in a giant cage, unable to escape and unable to find any way out. His parents were dead, his sister was missing, even his girlfriend had disappeared, and the neighbors had long since fled. He didn't even know the name of the murderer, making it impossible to seek revenge. This sense of powerlessness swept over him at this moment, leaving Suhan physically and mentally exhausted. He felt a wave of irritation, an uncontrollable kind of irritation. He reached out his right hand and couldn't help but grip the metal railing beside him. That was the stainless steel railing as thick as a bowl's rim at the hospital entrance, welded firmly. But in Suhan's hands, it quickly caved in like tofu. Squeak! The sharp sound of metal twisting and breaking echoed piercingly. Suhan suddenly snapped back to reality, staring at the stainless steel pipe in his hand that he had crushed flat. He let go of his hand, looking at the deep indentation on it. Meanwhile, his own palm didn't even have a trace of a red mark. His strength continued to grow, becoming stronger with every passing moment. Physique, 206. Comprehension, 209. Both his physique and comprehension have already surpassed 200 points. From escaping the basement until now, in just about a day, these two values have skyrocketed by over 200 points. At this rate, what level will his strength reach in a few more days? Suhan's heart suddenly flashed with a moment of clarity. Maybe I've been looking in the wrong direction. Could it be that they're more anxious than I am? He muttered to himself. If the murderer truly has immense power, capable of bribing the patrol office to fabricate evidence and silencing witnesses, then they must already know by now that Zhang Chu is dead and Zhao Mu is also dead. They also know that he has escaped. A potential enemy always makes people full of vigilance. They might also be looking for him. Thinking of this, Suhan stopped acting blindly and suddenly had a plan in mind. Since I can't find them, then I'll wait for them to come to me. But before that, I need to become stronger. Strong enough to make all enemies feel fear. Suhan now plans to make a trip to the Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall. He intends to learn the subsequent secret martial techniques. His basic boxing techniques and Tianxiang stance skills have already been practiced to the peak, but he doesn't have the follow-up techniques yet. The Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall definitely has more advanced secret martial techniques. Going to study can make one's abilities stronger. Only when one's strength is sufficient can they handle all unforeseen changes. Just like this incident. If he were strong enough to instill fear in the mastermind behind the scenes, how could anything have happened to his parents and sister? Suhan's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he turned and left the hospital. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the street. About a minute after Suhan left, a middle-aged security guard from the hospital's security room walked out, rubbing his sleepy eyes. What sound is that, in the middle of the night? When he walked to the door and saw the crushed stainless steel railing on the ground, he froze. On the surface of the stainless steel, there was even a twisted handprint, likely left by someone who had forcibly torn and crushed it with their bare hands. My God! The security guard gasped in shock, deeply astonished. Breaking stainless steel with sheer human strength. What kind of monster is that person? Could it be the legendary enhanced human or a modified human? Asterisk. At the same time, Jinghai City, Central District, the top floor of a luxurious building. The corridor is lined with deep red carpet. The walls feature light golden reliefs, and various crystal wall lamps emit a soft glow. A young woman was walking by in high heels. She was about 20 years old, tall and slender, dressed in a professional suit. At this moment, she was holding a document in her hand and walked to the end of the corridor with a composed expression. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep male voice came from inside. Only then did the woman push the door open and enter. The office was very spacious, exceeding 200 square meters. Through the full-length floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of Jinghai City and countless lights can be seen. At this moment, a middle-aged man is sitting on the leather sofa inside the room. He appears to be around 40 years old, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and 2 buttons of his shirt undone. He is looking down at a tablet while smoking a cigar. "Mr. M.O." The young woman walked to the desk and slightly bowed. M.O. Tong raised his head and glanced at her. "Yin Fong, what's the matter?" Wang Yin Fong handed over the folder in her hand. There was a problem with the case on Tian East Road. Wang Yanfang's voice was calm, but the content of her words was far from relaxed. M.O. Tong took the file she handed over and immediately frowned. "What kind of problem?" "Target Su Han escaped." Wang Yanfang's tone was utterly unperturbed, as if she were stating a trivial matter. "Today, he escaped from the basement of the Tian Road patrol station. Not only did he injure the patrol team members, but he also killed Director Zhang Chu, patrol officers Zhang Ping and Yu Chong, and even Zhao Mu, the neighbor who served as a witness." She then handed over her phone, which was playing a blurry surveillance video on the screen. In the footage, a figure flashed by, moving with astonishing speed, each strike carrying immense power. M.O. Tong did not rush to express his opinion. He carefully reviewed the materials and watched the video several times. After a moment, a peculiar smile appeared on his face, though the smile did not reach his eyes. "Interesting," he tapped the table. "Doesn't the information say this kid is just an ordinary college student? His parents run a noodle shop, his sister is a kindergarten teacher, and his background is as clean as a blank sheet of paper." "The previous investigation results indeed confirmed that," Wang Yanfang replied, while pulling out a few photos. In the photos, the hospital's metal railing had been forcibly twisted into a spiral. M.O. Tong flipped through a few more pages of the materials, finally returning his gaze to the surveillance footage and giving his evaluation. "The strength is considerable, but that's about it. Judging by the level of destruction, the combat power is roughly around 500. At best, it's the level of a beginner fighter, not worth mentioning." He closed the file with a snap, clearly having lost interest. "Send 2 people to take care of it. Be clean, don't leave any loose ends." "Understood." Wang Yanfang nodded. "And what about the case itself?" "Just find someone else to take the blame," M.O. Tong said casually, pointing at the document with his finger. "Look, in Su Han's relationship column, isn't there a roommate named Zhao Kai?" Wang Yanfang quickly flipped to that page. "Yes, a sophomore in the computer science department at Jinghai University, in the same class and dorm as Su Han, with a very good relationship." "It's him," M.O. Tong concluded, his tone as cold as if he were deciding the price of a commodity. "To the public, we'll say that on that night, Zhao Kai went to Su Han's house as a guest. Due to some minor conflict, he acted on impulse and killed Su Han's entire family. As for Su Han, after witnessing the tragedy, he lost his sanity, attacked passers-by indiscriminately, and was ultimately killed on the spot in self-defense." He raised his eyes and looked at Wang Yanfang. "You can handle the chain of evidence, right?" "We can." Wang Yanfang nodded again without any hesitation. "I'll arrange it immediately." At the same time, the faint light of dawn had just pierced through the darkness, and Su Han was already standing in front of the Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall. Half a year ago, he had also been here, but back then, his talent was mediocre, and he gave up halfway after just a few days. He never would have imagined that he would return in this manner. Pushing the door open, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of sweat rushed toward him. The martial arts hall was already filled with the shouts of practice and the whoosh of fists and kicks slicing through the air. The young man at the front desk was wiping the table. Seeing Suhan enter, he immediately looked up. Here to learn martial arts? Yes, Suhan walked straight over. I want to sign up. Which level do you want? The young man took out a price list from the drawer. The basic class is 2,000 a month, the advanced class is 4,000, and the elite class is 8,000. The highest level. Suhan's answer was without hesitation. If he's going to learn, he'll learn from the best. What he lacks most right now is time. He swiftly paid the money and completed the registration. All right, the staff handed him a student ID. You've been assigned to senior sister Lu. She's the daughter of the hall master. Right now, she's conducting morning practice in hall number 3 on the second floor. You can head straight there. Suhan nodded and quickly went up to the second floor. In hall number 3, a dozen or so students were standing in several rows. At the very front, a woman dressed in a black training outfit with a high ponytail was facing away from the door, explaining something. Suhan pushed the door open and entered, and all eyes instantly focused on him. The woman also turned around. Suhan saw Lu Yu for the first time and had to admit she was very beautiful. But her beauty carried a coldness that kept people at a distance, as if a layer of frost covered her brows and eyes. Her tight, training outfit outlined the perfect figure she had developed through years of exercise. But Suhan was extremely anxious at the moment and had no mood to admire her. He directly met her gaze. New trainee. Lu Yu's voice was as cold as her gaze. Suhan, just enrolled in the elite class. Suhan handed over his trainee card. Lu Yu took a look at it, casually placed it aside, and pointed to an empty seat in the back row. Rejoin the team. Suhan walked over and stood there. Lu Yu continued explaining, her voice steady. Today, I'll start with the basics of stance training. The Tianxiang stance training is the foundation of our martial arts school. If this foundation isn't solid, don't even think about learning anything else later. Stance training isn't simply standing still. You need to sink your shoulders, drop your elbows, relax your waist, and sit into your hips. As she spoke, she demonstrated, her movements flowing effortlessly. But when Suhan heard these words, they only made him more anxious. Not only had he mastered these basics, but he had already perfected them. What he urgently needed now were advanced combat techniques, the killing moves that could keep him alive. His enemies certainly wouldn't patiently wait for him to practice the basics all over again. Judging by the current situation, Lu Yu seemed intent on teaching from the very beginning. He simply didn't have the time for this. Start with stance training now. I'll go around and correct your movements one by one, Lu Yu ordered. The trainees immediately dispersed and assumed their stances. Only Suhan stood still, motionless. Do you have a problem? Lu Yu's gaze swept over. Suhan didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to speak frankly. I've already fully mastered the basic stance techniques. Can you teach me the next part directly? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire martial arts hall fell silent instantly. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Buddy, you're new here, aren't you? A tall man in the front row turned his head, his face full of mockery. This old trick to attract senior sister Lu's attention is long outdated. Can't you come up with something fresher? Whispers and low laughter also rose around them. Here we go again, a trainee said softly. The last one who pretended to faint was directly carried out by senior sister Lu, another trainee whispered. This guy looks decent, but unfortunately, his brain doesn't work well, a third person added, his tone full of mockery. Lu Yu's expression instantly turned cold. She had indeed encountered far too many similar situations. As the star coach of the martial arts school, she had countless admirers, and some men would resort to all sorts of tricks to gain her attention. Pretending to be sick, pretending to faint, and even pretending to be a peerless genius. She felt extreme disgust towards such attention-seeking behavior. Suhan, right? Lu Yu's voice was already cool, but now it was as if it had frozen over. I don't welcome people who play petty tricks here. Either you stand properly and practice, or you drop out and leave right now. Suhan couldn't be bothered to waste words with these people. Explaining is the most troublesome thing in the world. No matter how much is said, it is not as convincing as proving through actions. Without saying a word, he walked straight to the center of the martial arts training ground, steadied his stance, and assumed the posture of Zhuanggong. First move, second move, third move. His movements were exceptionally steady, his breathing long and powerful. With each change of stance, his entire aura resembled ocean waves, advancing layer by layer. The surrounding chatter gradually quieted down, and the mockery that had originally hung on the faces of the trainees now seemed somewhat awkward. Lu Yu's originally cold expression also began to change. She herself was an expert and could naturally see the essence of Su Han's stance technique at a glance. This was definitely not a posture that a beginner could display. His body was relaxed but not slack, stable but not stiff, his strength contained but not revealed, and the rhythm of his breathing was nothing short of perfect. When Su Han transitioned to the 8th stance, Lu Yu had already held her breath, her eyes unblinking. The 9th stance. Su Han took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. At the moment his breath was fully expelled, a crisp explosion erupted from within his body. Smack! The sudden burst of internal force was astonishingly powerful. The entire martial arts hall instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Lu Yu's hand even trembled slightly, as a storm of emotions surged in her heart. The burst of internal force. Just by practicing the most basic stance exercises, he managed to cultivate such power? She had never even heard of such a thing. The people in the hall no longer had a trace of mockery on their faces. Instead, they were utterly dumbfounded. This Su Han, what did he just say? He said he had mastered the stance training? Can this even be called mastered? This is clearly reaching the pinnacle, achieving perfection. No, it has even surpassed perfection, reaching an unprecedented level. Su Han calmly finished his routine, his gaze sharp as lightning, staring directly at Lu Yu. He coldly asked, "Now, can you teach me the next part?" Lu Yu did not answer immediately, only gazing deeply at him. Su Han's stance training had already surpassed hers. It was a flawless perfection. After a long while, she finally snapped out of her shock and asked, "When did you learn this?" "Half a year ago. I attended the basic class here for a few days," Su Han replied simply and directly. "In the basic class, how many days did you study?" Lu Yu repeated the question, her voice filled with disbelief. "Can you teach the later parts now?" Su Han asked again. "I'm in a hurry, and time is short." Lu Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart, and finally nodded. "All right, I'll teach you now." She instructed the other trainees to continue practicing their stances, then led Su Han to a nearby open space. At this moment, Lu Yu no longer showed the previous disdain. Her tone was 10 times more serious than before. The secret martial art of Tianxiang is divided into training methods and combat techniques. She began to explain. The training methods are primarily for cultivating inner strength, divided into 5 levels: Mingjin, Enjin, Huajin, Baodan, and Zhengang. The last 2 levels are the core secrets of the martial arts school, known only to my father and never easily shared. Su Han nodded. "Then I'll start with the first level." "All right." Lu Yu's expression became incredibly focused. Remember, the training method for the first level of Mingjin is called Mountain Splitting Force. She assumed a stance and said word by word, "Watch carefully. The movements must coordinate with your breathing. The force originates from the soles of your feet, passes through the waist to the back, and finally channels into your fists." Lu Yu performed the movements very slowly, breaking down each detail and clearly demonstrating them for him. Su Han only watched once. He found that his memory and comprehension had greatly improved. Every detail of Lu Yu's demonstration was etched into his mind like a brand. "Give it a try," Lu Yu said, stepping aside. Su Han stood firm, raised his hands, and began practicing. During the first round, his movements were still somewhat unfamiliar, but the overall framework was flawless. By the second round, his actions had become much smoother, with the force of his punches even creating a sound of air being split, until Su Han reached the third round. Pa, 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 a series of explosive sounds, like the snapping of bamboo joints, erupted continuously from his body. The force burst forth repeatedly. This time, the sound was even crisper and louder than when he was standing still earlier. This terrifying momentum instantly shocked the entire martial arts hall. All the students in Hall 3 stopped their movements, and many instructors turned their heads in unison to look over. Even people in the other training halls on the second floor leaned out, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Lu Yu stood frozen in place, her entire body stiff. Her face was full of disbelief, her heart surging with waves of shock, and her eyes were left with nothing but incomprehensible awe. 3 times. It only took 3 times. From someone who knew nothing to mastering this technique to perfection, he only needed 3 attempts? She had taught martial arts for so many years and had never seen such talent. No, she hadn't even heard of it. Sister Lu, can I continue learning the next part of the content? Suhan finished his practice and asked calmly. Lu Yu's mind was buzzing, and she was already somewhat incoherent. At this moment, the way she looked at Suhan had completely changed, as if she were looking at a monster beyond her comprehension. The second level involves the practice of hidden strength, and it can't be taught here. Forcing down the shock in her heart, Lu Yu glanced at the increasingly curious crowd of students gathering around, lowered her voice, and decisively grabbed Suhan's arm, pulling him toward the door. Come with me. The martial arts hall instantly erupted into an uproar. Where did senior sister Lu take him? That commotion just now? Could it be that kid has already reached the peak of Ming Jin? Senior sister Lu must be teaching him in Jin now. Are you kidding? It's only his first day here. The disciples were all dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock and envy. They had trained hard for years, yet they couldn't match the achievements of a newcomer in mere moments. The gap between people was so vast it could drive one to despair, especially those suitors who usually fawned over Lu Yu. At this moment, their gazes towards Suhan were not just filled with jealousy, but even tinged with a hint of malice. In the deepest part of the second floor, inside an office, Lu Yu pushed the door open and entered. Inside, a middle-aged man dressed in loose training clothes was brewing tea. He was not tall, but his broad frame and steady demeanor exuded authority. Seeing Lu Yu bring in a stranger, the man was momentarily taken aback. Dad, Lu Yu closed the door, her expression more serious than ever. There's something you must see for yourself. This middle-aged man was none other than the master of Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall, Lu Yu's father, Huajin Master, Lu Xuanxiang. He set down the teapot, his gaze falling on Suhan. A new student? Yes, just enrolled in the elite class. Lu Yu's voice was somewhat hurried. Dad, his stance training is already perfected, and he learned the mountain splitting force in just 3 attempts. Lu Xuanxiang frowned. Learn the mountain splitting force in 3 attempts? Xiao Yu, you're not joking with your dad, are you? I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Yu pointed at Suhan, her tone still tinged with astonishment. He also said that half a year ago, he only trained in basic stance techniques here for a few days, and today is his first day back. Land Patrol Elephant's gaze sharpened as he stared at Suhan. What's your name? Suhan. Land Patrol Elephant searched his mind, but had no impression. With over 1,000 martial arts school students, he only remembered the top few. Perfect mastery of stake techniques? Although he was doubtful, seeing his daughter's seriousness, Land Patrol Elephant still stood up. You, practice it once in front of me. Suhan said no more and directly assumed a stance in the open space of the office. The 9 stances of foundation training were executed in one smooth motion, flowing like water. When he transitioned to the 9th stance, his entire body emitted a crisp, explosive sound as his muscles and bones resonated in unison. Lu Xuanxiang nodded lightly, his expression growing serious. He stared at Suhan for several seconds before speaking. Perform the mountain splitting force as well. Suhan assumed his stance and threw a few punches. The wind from his fists howled, and a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed in the air. Lu Xuanxiang said nothing, walked up to Suhan, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Use your full strength and hit me." Suhan hesitated. Hit. Lu Xuanxiang's tone was unquestionable. Suhan took a deep breath and threw a punch. He did not use his terrifying physique that surpassed ordinary people, relying solely on the pure strength of his martial arts realm. Midway through the punch, Lu Xuanxiang flipped his palm and intercepted it precisely in front of the fist. With a muffled bang, Lu Xuanxiang remained motionless, but his palm felt a slight numbness. His eyes lit up instantly. Again, Suhan threw several punches in succession, each accompanied by the explosive sound of refined strength. Lu Xuanxiang received them all steadily, his eyes growing brighter and more astonished. Finally, he withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, and asked, "You've really never practiced martial arts before? Never had a master?" "No," Suhan replied. "I just learned here for a few days half a year ago." "A few days," Lu Xuanxiang murmured to himself, then suddenly looked at his daughter. "Xiaoyu, teach him the second level." Lu Yu was stunned. "Now? Right now?" Lu Xuanxiang said firmly. "I'll watch it with my own eyes." Lu Yu nodded, turned to Suhan, and began explaining. The second level is called Cloud Piercing Force, a method for practicing hidden force. Watch carefully. Hidden force is completely different from overt force. Overt force is fierce, with power reaching the surface. Hidden force is soft, with power penetrating within. As she spoke, she began demonstrating, meticulously breaking down each movement and the key points of exerting force. Suhan only watched it once, and every detail of Lu Yu's movements was deeply imprinted in his mind, as if played in slow motion in a movie. He assumed a stance, his gaze suddenly sharp, and began practicing as well. The first time, his movements were still somewhat clumsy. The second time, they were already very smooth. By the third time, when he threw a punch, the force of the punch was almost imperceptible, appearing far less powerful than the strength of Ming Jin. Yet in the air, there came a strange, muffled sound, as if something heavy had struck through thick fabric. At this moment, Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu, father and daughter, both had their pupils suddenly contract. Dark force emphasizes the concept of concealment. The power is not displayed outwardly but penetrates internally, with all its destructive force concentrated within. This is clearly the hallmark of mastering dark force. The office instantly became so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Lu Xuanxiang's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Having experienced it once before, Lu Yu was the first to recover this time. She looked at her father's ghost-like expression and suddenly burst into laughter. "Dad, your expression right now is way more exaggerated than mine was earlier." Lu Xuanxiang completely ignored his daughter's teasing. He quickly walked up to Suhan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his gaze as if he were looking at a peerless treasure. "You, are you sure you've never learned this before?" "Sure." Suhan's reply was still simple. Lu Xuanxiang took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if trying to calm the storm surging in his heart. To master internal force after just 3 practice runs on the spot, this was far beyond mere talent. It was monstrous. In all his years of teaching martial arts, he had never heard of or seen anything like this. "Suhan," Lu Xuanxiang's voice became incomparably solemn, even tinged with excitement. "I want to take you as my personal disciple." Suhan was taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Xuanxiang's tone was filled with sincerity. "Become my disciple, and I will personally teach you the next 3 levels of the technique: Huajin, Baodan, and even Zhengang." Faced with the invitation from a Huajin master to become his disciple, Suhan fell silent, seemingly weighing something. "I have some trouble on my hands." Suhan's voice was very calm. "What trouble?" Lu Xuanxiang asked. "The kind that could cost lives." Lu Xuanxiang laughed, his laughter carrying an undeniable confidence. "I've lived nearly 50 years. What storms haven't I weathered? We're not afraid of challenges." His tone shifted, becoming serious. "Moreover, this is the rule of our trade. If you don't formally become my student, I absolutely cannot teach you the core techniques. No matter how much money you offer, it won't work. This is the legacy we rely on to survive." Suhan looked at Lu Xuanxiang, contemplating seriously. He desperately needed greater strength, those secret martial arts techniques. Becoming a disciple was the fastest and only path for now. Without hesitation, he respectfully bowed his head and called out, "Master." A proud smile immediately spread across Lu Xuanxiang's face. "Good, good." He patted Suhan's shoulder vigorously, grinning from ear to ear. "From today onward, you are my personal disciple. Xiaoyu, come over and meet your junior brother." Lu Yu, who was standing to the side, walked over with a smile and nodded at Suhan. "Junior brother." With that single master, the tense atmosphere in the room instantly dissipated. Lu Xuanxiang enthusiastically pulled Suhan to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. "We'll make up for the apprenticeship ceremony later. Let me first explain to you what secret martial arts really are." Suhan took the teacup and listened attentively. "To put it simply, Secret martial arts are ancient combat techniques passed down through generations, Lu Xuanxiang said. But in this day and age, there's more than one way to become stronger. Besides us, there are two other types of people. One type is the enhanced humans. They modify their bodies by taking genetic enhancement serums, easily achieving combat power exceeding 10,000. The other type is the modified humans. They are wealthier and use cutting-edge mechanical technology to replace their body parts, with combat power starting at 100,000. Lu Xuanxiang took a sip of tea and continued, "But don't worry, our secret martial arts still hold immense value. What we practice is a technique called Jin Force, progressing layer by layer from Ming Jin and Jin to Hua Jin. In terms of force application techniques, nothing can surpass us. But we have one fatal weakness," he said, his tone sinking. "Secret martial arts themselves cannot enhance your physical attributes." Unable to strengthen the body, Suhan asked in confusion. "That's right. Even if you reach the highest level of true grandmaster, your pure combat power would only be equivalent to the lowest level of enhanced humans." "Why?" "Because your body can't keep up," Lu Sun explained more bluntly. "What we practice is technique, how to turn 100 pounds of force into the effect of 300 pounds. But for enhanced humans, their physical strength, speed, and power are all several times greater than yours. No matter how good your technique is, if they throw a punch at you, you wouldn't even have the chance to block it, because your bones would break first." Suhan instantly understood. So now, the truly top-tier experts all train in secret martial arts first, and then transition to becoming enhanced humans, Lu Yu added from the side. "Several senior brothers from our martial arts school later underwent enhancement. They possess both our power exertion techniques and the enhanced physical body, and that is truly terrifying." At this point, Lu Xuanxiang suddenly sighed. "But the side effects of enhancement fluid are extremely severe. We older generation martial artists are very resistant to it. Yet reality is cruel. If you don't accept enhancement, you can train your whole life, and your combat power will max out at 30,000. Meanwhile, an enhanced human, even a rookie, will easily surpass you." Suhan silently committed this information to memory. As Lu Xuanxiang spoke, he pulled out a yellowed booklet and a small porcelain bottle from the drawer. "Inside here are the methods for advanced stages like Hua Jin, Baodan, and Zhengang. You can study them on your own," he said, handing the items to Suhan. "The bottle contains a secret medicine to assist in training. Take one pill before each practice session, and it will greatly enhance your results." "Thank you, Master." Suhan solemnly accepted it. "We're family. No need to be so formal." Lu Xuanxiang patted him on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. Suhan nodded. The path ahead of him was now clear. But he knew he still had powerful enemies lurking in the shadows, and he couldn't bring trouble to the martial arts school just yet. So he found an excuse. "Master, I've received so much today. I want to go back and spend some time alone to process it all." "That's fine. You do need to take some time to reflect. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime." With the master's permission, Suhan bowed, carefully put away the manual and the medicine bottle, and turned to leave. By the time he walked out of the martial arts hall, the sky was already bright. However, as soon as Suhan reached the street corner, 3 people blocked his way. They were all wearing the training uniforms of Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall, clearly his senior brothers. "You're Suhan." The young man leading the group had a smile on his face, but his gaze was icy cold. "My name is Jing Tianjun, and I want to have a chat with you." "What's the matter?" Suhan looked at them coldly. "Yes." Jing Tianjun's gaze swept over Suhan. "It's about senior sister Lu." Suhan was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Where shall we talk?" "The alley next to us. It's quiet there." Jing Tianjun pointed to a dark alley nearby. "Lead the way." 3 people, 1 in front and 2 behind, surrounded Suhan in the middle and walked into the alley. It was a dead end. As soon as they entered the alley, Jing Tianjun turned around, and the smile on his face completely disappeared. "Kid, I don't care if you're a real genius or a fake one." He stared at Suhan with a warning look. "Stay away from Lu Yu." Suhan said nothing. Jing Tianjun took a step forward, pressing closer to Suhan. "Did you hear me? Lu Yu is the woman I've set my sights on. You're new here, so don't overstep your bounds." A sidekick named Hushua immediately chimed in. Junior brother Su, the Jing family's businesses are spread all over Jinghai City, and they wield significant influence. If you know what's good for you, life at the martial arts school will be easier for you. Exactly. We're all fellow disciples here. Don't let things get too tense, another lackey echoed. Suhan looked at them and suddenly felt a bit weary. He understood now. This Jing Tianjun was just one of Lu Yu's many suitors. He had only just become a disciple, and trouble had already come knocking. He had only just glimpsed a sliver of hope to grow stronger, yet these three had recklessly jumped out. All this, just for a woman, to cause him trouble? Suhan grew a bit impatient and asked coldly, "Are you done talking? What kind of attitude is this?" "I said I got it. Now I'm leaving. Don't bother me." Suhan's patience had been completely worn out. Jing Tianjun laughed angrily. "Leave? Did I say you could leave? Let me tell you, my dad is the CEO of Jing Tian Industries and is very close with the people at Jinghai Disciplinary Office. If you dare to." Before he could finish his threat, Suhan had already made a move. He didn't have time to listen to these people ramble, nor did he want to waste his life on such childish nonsense. Jing Tianjun only felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down in horror to find Suhan's fist deeply embedded in his chest. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. He wanted to scream, but not a single word came out. Mouthfuls of fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't understand. He had only intended to warn the other party. So why? Why did the other party strike with the intent to take his life? Hushua and another man beside him were completely stunned. Before they could react, Suhan's figure had already appeared ghost-like in front of them. Two more punches. Crack, crack. Accompanied by two crisp sounds of bones cracking, the chests of the two men instantly caved in, and they died on the spot. Suhan shook off the blood on his hand, as if he had just swatted 3 flies. Without even glancing at them, he turned and walked out of the alley. Outside on the street, people bustled about, the lively atmosphere unchanged. No one noticed what had just happened in the dark alley. Suhan walked slowly along the street, his heart calm. This was just an insignificant episode. Apart from becoming stronger and seeking revenge, nothing else mattered to him. Nothing could stop his steps. Luofu District, Xinghua Street, Jiyuan Community. Suhan stood downstairs of his home, looking up at the familiar window on the 5th floor, the place that used to be his home. 5 days ago, he was still enjoying a peaceful and warm life in this home. His parents ran a small noodle shop, his sister was a kindergarten teacher, and he himself was a carefree college student. Those days were filled with joy and harmony. But now, everything is gone. Suhan felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart, weighing him down to the point where he could barely breathe. The culprit remained at large, the clues had run dry, and his own life was slipping away like sand in an hourglass. Time was truly running out. Suhan focused his thoughts, and an attribute panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. His physique and comprehension had both surpassed the threshold of 300. His strength was growing crazily by the moment, yet he felt as though he had nowhere to exert his power, leaving him with a sense of confusion. Despite possessing an overwhelming surge of strength, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his enemy's shadow. This sense of helplessness burned like a fire within him, growing ever stronger, filling him with irritation and anxiety. After standing downstairs for a full 10 minutes, Suhan finally managed to calm his turbulent emotions and stepped onto the staircase. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. As he reached the corner of the 4th floor, footsteps from above simultaneously sounded. 2 people were descending from upstairs, their steps light yet exceptionally steady. Suhan didn't mind and continued to walk upward. However, at the moment the 3 passed by each other, the 2 suddenly moved. The person on the left flipped his wrist, and a dagger silently slid out from his sleeve, stabbing straight at Suhan's ribs. At the same time, the person on the right struck, his dagger gleaming with a chilling light, aiming for Suhan's heart. Quick, precise, and ruthless. Clearly, they were well-trained assassins. But Suhan's speed was even faster than theirs. He acted almost instinctively, without even thinking, as his hands shot out like 2 venomous snakes, precisely grabbing the wrists holding the daggers. Crack! Two crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out simultaneously. The wrists of the two assassins were forcibly crushed by him. The two let out a muffled groan, and the daggers clattered to the ground. Only then did Su-Han see their faces. Both were wearing black masks, revealing only their eyes, which at this moment were filled with shock and disbelief. "Who sent you?" Su-Han asked coldly. The two did not answer, only struggling desperately, their other intact hand forming a fist and swinging toward him with a whooshing sound. Su-Han couldn't be bothered to ask further. He grabbed their crushed wrists and twisted them forcefully. Crack! A series of bone-crushing sounds that made one's teeth ache rang out. The bones in both arms of the two men, from the wrists to the arm bones and then to the shoulder joints, were instantly crushed inch by inch. The excruciating pain made the two men open their mouths wide. But before their screams could escape their throats, Su-Han had already let go and his fists, swift as lightning, struck out simultaneously. One punch each, directly hitting their chests. The two men's chests collapsed with a sound, their broken ribs piercing their internal organs. They flew backward like torn sacks, slamming heavily against the wall before sliding limply to the ground, motionless. Blood slowly seeped from the edges of their masks, dripping onto the floor. Su-Han expressionlessly flicked his hand and stepped over their corpses as if nothing had happened. He had already anticipated this. From the moment he left the patrol office, the mastermind behind the scenes would never let him go. Just as he expected, when he started searching for the murderer was also searching for him. He knew very well that the murderer would come for him sooner or later. But this was fine. It was better than wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly. The key was inserted into the lock, gently turned, and with a click, the door opened. Walking into the former home, familiar scenes unfolded before his eyes, and Su-Han felt a surge of bitterness in his heart. But the sorrow lasted only a moment before his gaze became resolute once more. He had to seize every moment to grow stronger. Only then would he have a chance to survive. Only then would he have a chance for revenge. Su-Han sat on the sofa and opened the small booklet on celestial secret martial arts, preparing to continue his training. The third level of the secret martial art was called Rain Transformation Force. This force was entirely different from the previous Dark Force. Dark Force was an inward penetrating attack, while Rain Transformation Force was an outward emitting power. It could leave the body, envelop weapons, and even directly harm opponents from a distance. He assumed a stance and slowly inhaled. On his first attempt, the force flowed like a small stream, rising from the soles of his feet, traveling along his legs, waist, and back, and finally reaching his arms. The process was somewhat clumsy, but at least he made no mistakes. On the second attempt, the flow of force was noticeably smoother. He could even feel a surge of energy moving beneath his skin, as if a living creature were swimming through him. By the third attempt, Su-Han slowly threw a punch. The punch appeared slow and steady, but when his fist was still 3 inches away from his body, a sudden hiss sound exploded in the air. The force had left his body. Although it was only a mere 3 inches, this was the hallmark of mastering Rain Transformation Force. From now on, his power could attach to any object, greatly enhancing its destructive capability. As his training deepened, the distance the force could travel would grow farther, and its power would become increasingly formidable. Done. Su-Han withdrew his fist, feeling the surging new power within him. His combat strength had reached a new level. Next, he continued flipping through the booklet, studying the accompanying techniques of the celestial phenomenon secret martial arts. The booklet was not thick, only a dozen pages, but it recorded 9 progressively powerful moves. The first 4 realms each corresponded to 2 moves, while the strongest 5th realm, the True Gang realm, was reserved for the final move. He opened the first page, which detailed the 2 moves of the Bright Force realm, Mountain Splitting Style and Mountain Breaking Style. These 2 moves emphasized overwhelming all techniques with absolute power, unleashing force in the most direct manner. Su-Han only needed to read through it once before closing the booklet and assuming a stance. His punches roared through the air, producing successive bang, bang, bang explosions. With his extraordinary talent, he mastered these 2 moves to perfection after just 1 practice session. He then turned to the second page, which described the techniques of the Dark Force realm, cloud-piercing style, and cloud-exploring style. Similarly, he read them once and practiced them once. These moves concealed their killing intent more deeply, with force silently penetrating the body. Yet their power was even more terrifying than the bright force techniques. Soon, these two moves were also perfected. Finally, there were the newly mastered Huajin techniques, transforming rain style and breaking rain style. The moves of Huajin carried force like a torrential downpour, capable of covering a wide area, making them especially suitable for group combat. With a single move, the power could spread to envelop multiple targets. These two techniques were noticeably more complex, and Suhan had to study them 3 times before fully grasping them. Yet, after those 3 attempts, he still managed to perfect them. After finishing the 6th move, Suhan stopped. The techniques that followed required a higher level of cultivation to support, which he was not yet capable of. However, he had already memorized the diagrams and mantras of all 9 moves. If the brothers Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu were here, their jaws would likely drop in astonishment. Ordinary people would need months or even years to master a single move, but in Suhan's hands, it took only a few minutes to achieve perfection. However, just as Suhan's strength was rapidly growing in the quiet apartment, a storm was silently brewing outside. More than a dozen specialized vehicles from the Patrol Security Bureau had quietly surrounded the entire Jiyuan residential complex, leaving no gaps. The vehicle doors slid open, and dozens of patrol officers armed with high-voltage stun guns filed out. These specially designed weapons could release high-voltage currents instantly, making them the nemesis of secret martial artists. With sufficient numbers, they could even suppress experts below the Baodan level. Beside the command vehicle, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face was holding a walkie-talkie, his brows tightly furrowed. His name was Wang Hai, the head of the Luofu District Patrol and Security Headquarters. Everything that happened last night had already been exposed. Director Zhang Chu was killed, several patrol officers and innocent neighbors lost their lives, and the higher-ups issued a strict order. Capture Suhan at all costs, dead or alive. Early in the morning, Wang Hai had already devised a meticulous plan. He tracked Suhan's whereabouts and mobilized all the elite forces from 3 nearby patrol stations. Based on surveillance footage analysis, they concluded that Suhan's strength was at most at the Mingjin level. With dozens of high-voltage stun guns, they believed they were more than adequately prepared. Move! Wang Hai coldly issued the order into the walkie-talkie. Dozens of patrol officers immediately surged into the residential complex like a tide, surrounding Building 3. Their footsteps were light, but the murderous aura emanating from them was exceptionally intense. Inside the apartment, Suhan was familiarizing himself with the subsequent move diagrams in his mind when his keen hearing suddenly caught a faint sound of footsteps. The sound was light, yet very dense, like raindrops tapping on the ground. He immediately walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked down. Below, the area was filled with patrol vehicles, and dozens of black-clad patrol officers had completely blocked the entrance to the building. Suhan's expression remained unchanged. He had long anticipated this moment. From the instant he acted on Taiyan Road, he knew that the thoroughly corrupt patrol system, which had become a tool for the powerful, would never let him go. Bang! 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 Urgent and heavy knocks sounded on the door. Suhan, open the door. Patrol Bureau business. A stern voice shouted from outside, full of an undeniable tone of command. Suhan remained motionless. Break the door. The voice outside sounded again. Bang! With a loud crash, the heavy security door was violently forced open, and the lock's components scattered in all directions. 7 or 8 patrol officers stormed in, holding stun guns, their dart gun barrels all aimed squarely at Suhan in the center of the living room. Don't move. Raise your hands. Shouts of reprimand echoed one after another. Suhan slowly lifted his head, looking at the patrol officers before him who were acting as if facing a great enemy. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only a cold calmness. Those people were fully armed, wearing bulletproof vests and tactical helmets, their eyes filled with vigilance and ferocity. But Suhan had no intention of sitting idly by. The next second, he moved. The first patrolman only felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, his entire body flew backward, crashing into the three companions behind him. The four of them instantly tumbled into a heap, their stun guns falling to the ground. The remaining patrolmen immediately reacted, simultaneously pulling the triggers of their stun guns. Blue electric sparks crackled in the air, weaving into a terrifying electric net, rushing towards Suhan. But he was no longer in the same spot. He appeared like a phantom before the second patrolman, his hand like a blade, striking precisely at the side of the man's neck. With another crack of bone, the man's eyes rolled back, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Suhan's figure moved like a shadow, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Every punch, every kick he delivered carried a force capable of penetrating objects. These patrolmen's bulletproof vests could stop bullets, but were powerless against this invisible energy. Often, a single punch left no visible marks on their bodies, yet their internal organs were shattered to pieces. Screams, the sound of bones breaking, and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed one after another. In just 10 seconds, the dozen patrol officers who rushed in were all lying on the ground. Suhan walked out of the room expressionlessly. In the hallway, the remaining 20 or so people saw him and immediately raised their stun guns. Fire! Dozens of blue electric beams shot out instantly, like an impenetrable giant net. Suhan suddenly kicked off with both feet, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. He charged directly into the crowd, resembling a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. The deadly electric currents either struck the walls or hit fallen comrades, but none could touch Suhan in the slightest. His speed was too overwhelming, enhanced by a physique 300 times stronger than an ordinary person and a unique force. His movements were as swift as a phantom, leaving only streaks of afterimages in the narrow hallway. Another patrolman attempted to rush forward, but Suhan simply sidestepped and seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the man's arm was brutally snapped, with the pale broken bone even piercing through the skin. The stun gun fell to the ground with a thud, and Suhan immediately followed up with a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying like a sandbag and knocking down another group of people. People downstairs continued to charge upward, but no matter how many came, they were unable to halt Suhan's advance. With an unstoppable demeanor, he dealt with all the patrolmen within minutes. By the time he reached the first floor, the hallway behind him resembled a slaughterhouse, with rivers of blood flowing and bodies strewn everywhere. The only one still standing was Wang Hai downstairs. His face was full of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, as he watched Suhan slowly emerge from the pile of corpses, like a Shura returning from hell. Suhan walked out of the building step by step, covered in blood, though not a drop of it was his own. The blood had stained his clothes red, with a few drops even splattered on his face. Behind him, the hallway was deathly silent. "You?" Wang Hai looked at the young man before him, who seemed like a ferocious demon, his throat tightening as he hoarsely shouted, "Do you know what you've done? You've killed patrol officers. This is a declaration of war against the entire patrol system, against the entire government." Suhan just looked at him coldly, his gaze like eternal ice, exuding a terrifying fierceness. Wang Hai felt a chill in his heart under Suhan's stare, but he still forced himself to say, "If you surrender now, you can still fight for leniency." Before he could finish his sentence, Suhan suddenly threw a punch without any warning. A punch of extreme speed. Wang Hai had no time to react at all. His vision went black in an instant, and he completely lost consciousness. With a dull thud, his headless corpse fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Suhan didn't want to waste words with these people. He knew that if he showed mercy, the other party would never spare him. As for explanations, do explanations work? Didn't that man named Zhang Chu know he was being wronged? Of course he knew, yet he still wanted to put him to death. In this world, explanations and swallowing one's pride won't bring justice. Only fists, only strength, can earn the right to speak for oneself. Suhan wiped the blood off his hands and walked out of the residential area. There were already some onlookers on the street, but they all kept their distance, staring fearfully at the young man covered in blood. No one dared to approach. He walked to the roadside and flagged down a taxi. The driver, a middle-aged man, turned pale at the sight of Suhan. Bro, brother, you. To Jinghai University. Suhan opened the car door and got in. There's blood on you, the driver said, trembling. Drive. Suhan's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable fierceness. The driver shuddered in fear, not daring to say another word, and slammed on the gas pedal. The car quickly arrived at Jinghai University. Suhan got out of the car and looked at the familiar trees and grass on campus, his heart filled with mixed emotions. 5 days ago, he was still a student here, attending classes, hanging out with classmates, and dating his girlfriend Suli. But now, he had become a fugitive carrying the burden of dozens of lives. He stood for a while under the dormitory building, looking up at the window on the 3rd floor. That was his dorm room, and his roommate Zhao Kai was probably inside. But he didn't go up. He couldn't drag Zhao Kai into this storm. Suhan turned and walked toward the girls' dormitory area. He couldn't stop worrying about Suli. Now that she had disappeared without a trace, he was deeply concerned that she might meet the same tragic fate as his sister. Just as he reached the intersection, Suhan saw a familiar figure walking out of the dormitory building. It's Li Sisi, Su Li's best friend. Today, she's wearing a pink jacket, carrying a small bag, and looking down at her phone. Suhan stepped forward and called out to her. Li Sisi. Li Sisi was looking down at her phone. Hearing the voice, she raised her head in surprise. Suhan, didn't you go on a trip with Suli? This sentence instantly tightened Suhan's heart. He couldn't help but ask back, traveling? Yes. Li Sisi put away her phone, her face full of confusion. Neither of you could be reached these past few days. Even the advisor came asking. I thought you two went out together. Didn't Suli post something? I saw it. Post. Suhan immediately took out his phone. Only then did he remember that Suli had already deleted him, so he couldn't see any of her updates. Let me see. Suhan's voice was slightly hoarse as he looked at Li Sisi. Li Sisi hesitated for a moment, but seeing Suhan's frighteningly serious expression, she still handed over her phone. On the screen was Su Li's social media update. The latest post was published 3 days ago. 9 photos were stitched together, with a backdrop of the azure sea, soft sandy beach, and clear skies. In the photos, Su Li was wearing a pink bikini, lounging comfortably on a beach chair, holding a glass of juice, and smiling blissfully. The caption was just 3 simple words, relax a bit. The location was marked as the Golden Sands Resort in Nanhai City. Suhan's gaze was fixed firmly on that smiling face. In the photos, Su Li's smile was radiant, her eyes bright, without the slightest hint of reluctance or guilt. She looked genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. This was after she had identified Suhan as the murderer, after Suhan's parents had tragically died, and after Suhan's sister had gone missing. She deleted Suhan's contact information, went alone to the distant Nanhai City, basked in the sun on the beach, drank juice, and took beautiful photos to share with everyone. She was having such a great time. Suhan's fingers began to tremble slightly. He exited the photo and opened the chat window with Su Li, typing 2 words, "Where are you?" The message was sent, but it sank like a stone into the sea. After waiting for a minute, he sent another, "Su Li, reply." This time, a cold system notification popped up on the screen. Message failed to send. You have been removed as a friend by the other party. That red exclamation mark was like a needle, stabbing fiercely into Suhan's eyes. His fingers froze, then slowly relaxed as he handed the phone back to Li Sisi. Li Sisi noticed his face had turned frighteningly pale and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you two have a fight?" Suhan didn't answer. He already had the answer in his heart. He suddenly turned around and strode toward the school gate. "Hey, Suhan." Li Sisi called out to him from behind. "Are you okay?" Suhan did not turn around and walked straight out of the school gate, standing by the bustling roadside. The answer could not have been more obvious. Suli was perfectly fine. She took the money, gave false testimony, and then deleted him without a second thought, starting her vacation. Beaches, sunshine, bikinis. Having a great time. The corners of Suhan's mouth curved into a smile, cold and unfamiliar even to himself. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Xuanyu Group branch building in the center of Jinghai City, Wang Yanfang knocked and entered, placing a document on Mo Tong's desk. President Mo, the operation over at the residential area failed. Mo Tong, who was looking at the report, raised his head upon hearing this, his brows tightly furrowed. Failed? Although Wang Yanfang's tone was calm, her eyes revealed a hint of gravity. Our people and over 40 officers from the Patrol Security Bureau who went there all died. Wang Hai, the head of the Patrol Security Bureau in Luofu District, also died inside. Mo Tong put down the report, leaned back into the wide chair, and tapped the desk unconsciously with his fingers. With so many official personnel dead, this was no longer just the Xuanyu Group's own matter. Official forces would inevitably intervene. After this incident, the Earth Condemnation Division, which specializes in handling special cases, would likely step in. Although certain business operations of the group are tacitly understood by the authorities, they ultimately cannot be brought to the surface. If the situation escalates too much, it will become extremely troublesome, Wang Yanfang suggested. Mr. Mo, I think this matter must be resolved privately as soon as possible and cannot be allowed to escalate further. Mo Tong nodded lightly and, after pondering for a moment, asked, what was the strength of the two people sent last time? Secret martial artists at the Mingjin level, rigorously trained, skilled in joint attacks. Against an ordinary college student, it should have been a sure thing, Wang Yanfang replied. But they disappeared, and they're probably already dead. Mingjin isn't enough, Mo Tong said decisively. This time, send 2 Huajin experts. Contact those Huajin martial artists affiliated with the group, set the price, and assign the task to them. Find 2 reliable ones and deal with it quickly. Don't let the incident continue to escalate. The so-called affiliated martial artists are secret martial arts experts who are attached to various major forces, taking on tasks to earn extra money. This has already become an open secret within the circle. Understood. Wang Yanfang nodded in acknowledgement, quickly stepped back, and began making arrangements. Just as Mo Tong had anticipated, this malicious incident had already alarmed higher authorities. In the center of Jinghai City stood a unique official building, its exterior walls made of explosion-proof materials, and its windows crafted from specially designed bulletproof glass, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was the headquarters of the Earth Condemnation Bureau. Unlike the Patrol Security Office, which handles cases involving ordinary people, the Earth Condemnation Bureau is a powerful institution dedicated to dealing with various special cases. Whether it's crimes committed by secret weapon users, disturbances caused by enhanced individuals, or out-of-control modified humans, all fall under its jurisdiction. As a result, most of the members within the Earth Condemnation Bureau are exceptionally strong individuals. At this moment, in the office of the human-level group leader on the 3rd floor of the Earth Condemnation Bureau building, a middle-aged man was sitting behind a desk, carefully reviewing a document. His name was Su Jiang, around 45 or 46 years old, slightly overweight, with thinning hair, looking no different from any ordinary middle-aged man on the street. Yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. At first glance, this person seems quite ordinary, but upon closer inspection, his peculiarities become apparent. His hands are not made of flesh and blood. Starting from the wrists, they are mechanical arms crafted from stainless steel. With his sleeves rolled up, the metallic sheen extends all the way to his shoulders. Not only that, his legs are also mechanical, and through the fabric of his pants, a faint silver glow can be seen. Even his left eye is not real, but a highly realistic mechanical eyeball. He is what is known as a semi-cyborg, with part of his body made of flesh and part of it mechanical. This type of modification uses the most basic components, and the actual strength depends primarily on combat capabilities. For beings like him, the minimum combat power starts at 100,000, and his, Su Jiang's, combat power reaches as high as 150,000. Above semi-cyborgs, there are even more terrifying entities, such as the primary and advanced complete cyborgs. Those monsters retain only their brains, with the rest of their bodies entirely mechanical, possessing unimaginably fearsome combat power. Knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was knocked on. Enter. Su Jiang didn't even lift his head, coldly uttering a single word. The door opened, and a young woman with short hair walked in. Her name was Bai Shui, 23 years old, beautiful in appearance, and also a semi-cyborg. Her right arm, right leg, and left eye were cold machinery, with a combat power of 108,000. Team leader. Bai Shui placed a file on Su Jiang's desk, her voice crisp. There's a new case here. Su Jiang put down what he was holding, picked up the file, and opened it. The first page was a photo of a young man named Su Han, 19 years old, still a college student. But the crimes listed below the photo were shocking: murdering his parents, severely injuring his sister, killing Zhang Chu, the director of the Tian Road Patrol Station, killing 2 patrol officers, murdering his neighbor Zhao Mu, and today, in the Jiyuan community, massacring 43 patrol officers. The strength assessment column read, suspected secret martial inner force, fighting style classified as celestial secret martial. However, the final danger level was only marked as low. The patrol office couldn't handle it, so the case was escalated to us. Bai Shui's voice carried an uncontrollable anger. This guy murdered his parents, brutalized his sister, and killed so many patrol officers. He's utterly heinous. Team leader, I request immediate action to capture him and bring him to justice. Su Jiang said nothing, merely continued flipping through the files, page by page, examining them with exceptional care. Team leader, Bai Shui waited for a while and couldn't help but urge again. Su Jiang finally raised his head, the mechanical eye flashing faintly. He glanced at Bai Shui and said indifferently, "Leave it here. The arrest operation. We'll talk about it in a few days." Su Jiang closed the file, casually set it aside, and picked up what he had been reading earlier, as if this case was of little importance. Bai Shui was stunned. She couldn't comprehend the team leader's reaction and hurriedly pressed. Team leader D, the nature of this case is so heinous. Why wait? What if he kills again? Su Jiang didn't explain, merely waved his hand impatiently. You can leave now. But this is an order. Su Jiang's voice lowered, carrying an undeniable authority. Bai Shui opened her mouth, but all her words were swallowed back. She glanced at Su Jiang unwillingly and, in the end, could only turn around helplessly and leave the office. In the hallway, Bai Shui stormed forward angrily, her high heels clacking loudly against the floor, venting her inner frustration. Hey Xiaobai, who made you angry? A rough voice came from ahead. Bai Shui looked up and saw Wang Baihu walking toward her. He was an old member of the team, nicknamed Brother Tiger, a reinforced human modified through secret weapons and enhancement liquid, with a combat power of 120,000. Sporting a shiny bald head, standing at 1.9 meters tall, and built like a bear, he looked fierce but was actually quite kind-hearted. Brother Tiger, Bai Shui called out, her face still stern. Wang Baihu saw her aggrieved expression, walked closer, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with the team leader?" "No," Bai Shui said sullenly. "It's just a case. I want to catch the suspect, but the team leader won't allow it." "What case?" "Someone named Su Han killed more than 40 patrol officers, and..." Bai Shui's tone was filled with resentment. "This guy is utterly unforgivable and should be arrested immediately." Upon hearing Bai Shui's account, Wang Baihu's gaze slightly sharpened. He clearly knew some inside information but chose not to reveal it. Instead, he patted Bai Shui's shoulder and comforted her. The team leader said to wait a few days. He must have his reasons. Trust the team leader, he won't be wrong. But, no buts. Wang Baihu interrupted her, his expression turning serious. The rules of the Division of Divine Punishment. Obey orders. Have you forgotten? Bai Shui bit her lip and said nothing more. Wang Baihu offered a few words of comfort before turning to attend to his own matters. Bai Shui stood alone in place, growing angrier the more she thought about it. She had been with the Division of Divine Punishment for half a year, had gone on several missions, but had only ever played a supporting role, never truly having the chance to prove herself. This time, she had finally encountered a case that was both heinous in nature and of low danger level. She was desperate to show her worth. No, I can't just let it go like this. A thought grew wildly in her mind. If they won't let me go, then I'll sneak off on my own. Of course, Bai Shui also knew the consequences of acting on her own. Whether she succeeded or not, she would inevitably face a scolding from the team leader afterward. So, she had to find someone to share the responsibility with her. She took out her phone, thought for a moment, and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaozhou. This is Bai Shui. I have a task here. Are you coming?" "Yes. Good. See you at the entrance." Hanging up the phone, A trace of determination flashed in by Shue's eyes as she quickly walked toward the elevator. Moments later, at the entrance of the Earth Retribution Division, a young man in his early 20s was already waiting there. He had a rather delicate appearance, but his left arm was also a cold mechanical one. His name was Zhou Ming, and he was a semi-cyborg. Zhou Ming was a cyborg with a combat power of 110,000. He was famously known in the Earth Retribution Division for his admiration of Bai Shui, a fact that was no secret. So, the moment he heard that his goddess needed help, he rushed over without a second thought. "Sister Shui, what mission is it?" Zhou Ming asked eagerly. "Come with me to catch someone." Bai Shui got straight to the point and quickly explained Su Han's situation, including the crimes he had committed and the dangerous assessment of his abilities by the Earth Dispatch Division. Her tone was icy, with a hint of urgency. "Every extra day this scum stays out there, another life could be at risk. The team leader wants me to wait a few more days, but I can't wait. I need to bring him back now. Zhou Ming, you'll help me, won't you?" As soon as he heard it was an unauthorized action, Zhou Ming's excitement immediately deflated. He scratched his head, looking a bit hesitant. "This doesn't seem to follow the rules, does it? Are you scared?" Bai Shui turned to look at him, her gaze sharp. "It's not fear, it's just." "Then go back." A trace of disappointment flashed in Bai Shui's eyes as she turned to leave. Wait. Zhou Ming quickly grabbed her, steeled himself, and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'll go." "Isn't that enough?" Bai Shui finally stopped walking, her face once again showing a smile. "That's more like it. Come on, let's first find out where he went." Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jinghai University, Su Han stood by the roadside, his expression as cold as iron. In his mind, images of his ex-girlfriend, Su Li, kept flashing repeatedly. Sunshine, beach, bikini, and her face beaming with an incredibly bright smile. Each scene felt like a needle, piercing deeply into him. He never expected that 2 years of his feelings would ultimately turn into a colossal joke. No wonder Su Li said those things in the recording Zhang Ping gave him. It turned out she had sold him out long ago, taking the money to enjoy herself. He had thought Su Li's statement in her testimony, "Someone like Su Han is terrifying," was made under duress. But now, it seemed that might have been her true feelings all along. However, as the initial anger gradually subsided, Su Han calmed down. This could be considered a clue. If he could find Su Li and ask her face to face, perhaps he could find out who had bribed her and why they wanted to frame him. But Su Li was a clever person. After taking the money, she deleted all contact information and disappeared without a trace. Finding her would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. However, Su Han thought to himself, even if she ran away, her parents must still be around, right? After all, he had dated Su Li for 2 years, visited her home a few times, and still remembered the elderly couple living in Jinhua community. With nothing better to do, he decided to try his luck. Su Han made up his mind and raised his hand to hail a taxi. "Driver, Jinhua community." Jinhua community is just an average-sized neighborhood, but the environment is quite decent. Su Han relied on his memory to find Building 3, Room 301, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The hallway was very quiet, with only the sound of his knocking echoing, but there was no response from inside. He knocked harder a few more times, but still, no one answered. The noise, however, startled the neighbor across the hall. A crack in the door opened, and a woman in her 60s poked her head out, looking at him warily. "Who are you looking for?" "Auntie, I'm looking for Su Li's house," Su Han replied. "Oh, the Su family." The elderly lady let out a sigh of relief. "They're not home. They left a few days ago." "Where did they go?" Su Han pressed. "They said they went traveling with their daughter." The elderly lady thought for a moment and said, "They didn't mention exactly where, but they were carrying lots of luggage, so it looked like they were going far." "Thank you." Su Han nodded and turned to go downstairs. It seems that Su Li's parents have also fled with her. Although he was mentally prepared for this, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. As Su Han reached the ground floor and was about to leave the residential area, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the greenery and blocked his path. It was a young man in his 20s, wearing a black baseball cap with the brim pulled down low. However, Su Han could still see his disdainful eyes, as if he looked down on everyone. "Suan." The other party spoke, his voice lazy. Suan immediately stopped in his tracks, cautiously stepping back. Had those enemies come after him again? His gaze instantly turned icy, and he released an unmistakable killing intent. A faint force seemed to envelop his body, as if ready to erupt at any moment. But he didn't act immediately, because he could sense that the other person's body seemed like a burning furnace, emanating a strange and powerful aura. The young man opposite Suan, faced with his killing intent, showed no trace of fear. Instead, he sneered mockingly. No need for such hostility. I'm not the one who killed your parents. Then who are you? Suhan stared at him, his voice extremely low. Wanxian sect Zhao Lei. The young man casually reported his name, as if it were an extraordinary identity. Wanxian sect? Suhan's mind quickly searched for this unfamiliar name. Suhan's brows furrowed tightly. He had never heard of the name Wanxian sect before. Zhao Lei noticed his confusion and said casually, "It's normal not to have heard of it. We never like to show off." He paused, then shifted his tone, his sharp gaze fixed on Suhan. "But that's not important. What's important is that we know who the murderer of your parents is." This sentence was like a bomb, stirring up a storm in Suhan's heart. He almost immediately asked, his voice hoarse with urgency, "Who is the murderer?" The corner of Zhao Lei's mouth curved into a teasing smile. "Join the Wanxian sect, and I'll tell you." "I'll join." Suhan agreed without any hesitation, his response firm and resolute. At this moment, it was Zhao Lei who was stunned. He had prepared an elaborate set of arguments, including threats and temptations, grand promises, and exaggerated boasts, but now all of it was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. He had anticipated that Suhan might inquire about the details of the Wanxian sect or express concerns about potential dangers, but he never expected that the other party wouldn't hesitate for even a second. "You?" Zhao Lei opened his mouth, feeling as though his plan had been completely disrupted. "Aren't you even going to ask what we do before agreeing to join so casually?" Suhan shook his head, his gaze burning with the flames of vengeance, resolute and unwavering. "I have only one goal, to avenge my parents. Nothing else matters to me." Zhao Lei stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, a smile tinged with both peculiarity and admiration. "Interesting, truly interesting. From today onward, you are a menial disciple of the Wanxian sect. By completing tasks, you can gradually elevate your status." Saying this, he pulled out a thin booklet from his chest and casually tossed it to Suhan. "This is the foundational technique of our sect. Take it and practice well." The booklet was not thick, with a blank cover and only one handwritten line. Kanglan Immortal Martial Arts, Body Refining Chapter. Suhan caught the booklet, opened it, and glanced through it. Inside were handwritten texts and a few simple diagrams of human meridians. Zhao Lei's voice rang out again. "The murderer of your parents came from the self-circulation city. The specific perpetrator is an organization called the Sturgeon Group. Start your investigation in that direction." He paused halfway through, then continued with a playful tone. "Want more detailed information? When you elevate your status, I will naturally tell you." Suhan's expression darkened. He suppressed the urge to punch the man in front of him. This guy was deliberately keeping him in suspense, and his condescending attitude ignited a fire in Suhan's heart. But thinking of the deep-seated hatred for his parents' deaths and glancing at the technique booklet in his hand, he ultimately swallowed his anger. "How can I contact you?" Suhan asked calmly. Zhao Lei provided a contact method. "Add my communication number. I'll notify you if there's a task." He turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he looked back and added in an even more arrogant tone, "Before that, make sure to practice this technique well. It's far superior to the trash you used to train with." After speaking, he shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered away, disappearing at the entrance of the neighborhood. Suhan found an empty bench in the garden, sat down eagerly, and opened the book, Kanglan Immortal Martial Arts, Body Refining Chapter. The booklet was very thin, with only a dozen or so pages, but the very first sentence revealed its extraordinary nature. With vital energy and blood as the foundation, temper the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones to establish the root of longevity. This was a cultivation theory he had never heard of before. He quickly read on, his eyes growing brighter with each line. Zhao Lei wasn't exaggerating. This technique was indeed far more powerful than any martial arts he had encountered before. Traditional martial arts mainly focused on techniques for exerting force and how to utilize strength, but offered very limited enhancement to the body itself. However, this technique fundamentally strengthened the physical body, treating it as the core and regarding vital energy and blood as the source of power. The technique mentioned that cultivation required consuming a large amount of resources, but as long as the resources kept up, the speed of improvement would be extremely fast. By using specific methods to sense and harness vital energy and blood, it stimulated the skin and tendons, constantly breaking through limits, and could eventually even make the blood boil, unleashing astonishing power. As for Suhan, what he lacked the least was vital energy and blood. His physique had long surpassed that of ordinary people, with vitality as abundant as a blazing furnace. If he could fully unleash this power, how terrifying would that be? More importantly, he didn't need any external resources, as his physique was constantly strengthening itself every moment, with an inexhaustible and endless supply of vital energy and blood within him. This cultivation method, it's practically tailor-made for me. Suhan closed the booklet, his heart filled with excitement. After calming down, he began analyzing the information he had just obtained. Wanxian sect, a mysterious organization he had never heard of, possessed such an exquisite cultivation system. It was entirely different from any known power, neither resembling the ancient secret martial arts nor the enhanced humans born of modern technology. It felt like something from another world. Then there was this self-circulating city. Suhan was familiar with this place. It was the nation's center, a paradise for the elite behind high walls. Inside the city and outside were two completely different worlds. Whether in terms of consumption levels or the strength of its powerful individuals, the disparity was immense. But what he couldn't understand was why the people from the lofty self-circulating city would want to kill his ordinary parents. Their family only runs a simple noodle shop. How could they be connected to such a powerful force? As for the Sturgeon group responsible for handling the aftermath, Suhan had some impression of it. It seemed to be a giant entity with business spanning various industries, but he wasn't clear on the specifics of what they did. Although there were clues, everything was still shrouded in mist and lacked clarity. He needed more information, but as an ordinary person, he had no way to access that level. After pondering for a moment, Suhan decided to go to Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall to ask his master, Lu Xuanxiang. Perhaps his master might know something. At dusk, Tianxiang Martial Arts School. Most of the students had already left, leaving only a few of the most diligent ones still practicing on their own. Suhan went straight to the second floor and knocked on the office door. "Come in." A steady voice from Lu Xuanxiang came from inside. Suhan pushed the door open and entered, seeing his master Lu Xuanxiang and senior sister Lu Yu both present. Lu Xuanxiang was brewing tea, while Lu Yu was sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Seeing that it was Suhan who entered, both of them looked up. "Junior brother? Back so soon?" Lu Yu was a bit surprised. "Yes." Suhan closed the door. "Master, senior sister, I have something I want to ask. Have a seat first." Lu Xuanxiang pointed to the chair opposite him and casually poured him a cup of tea before asking, "What do you want to ask? Is it about encountering problems in martial arts practice?" Suhan sat down and shook his head. With a serious expression, he organized his thoughts and slowly spoke. "Master, have you heard of the Wanxian sect?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Sun's hand holding the teacup suddenly trembled, almost spilling the tea. He looked up, his face instantly turning extremely solemn, and stared sharply at Suhan. "Where did you hear that name?" "I happened to hear it from someone else," Suhan lied without changing his expression, but inwardly he was delighted. Judging by his master's reaction, he indeed knew the inside story. He immediately asked, "Master, what kind of organization is this Wanxian sect?" Lu Xuanxiang put down the teapot, remained silent for a few seconds, and then warned in an extremely grave tone, "It is a cult." "A cult?" "Yes." Lu Xuanxiang nodded. "The authorities have issued a strict order. Anyone who associates with members of the Wanxian sect is committing a serious crime. Regardless of their identity, they will be severely punished without exception." Suhan's heart tightened. The official pressure was unexpectedly intense. He then asked, "Where do they come from?" Not sure. Lu Xuanxiang shook his head. I don't know much either. I've only heard that the cultivation system of the Wanxian sect is very unique, involving the physical body and vital energy. Moreover, this group of people might not be from our world. Not from this world. Suhan frowned. He recalled that set of techniques, which was indeed extraordinary and didn't seem to originate from this world. Yes. Lu Xuanxiang's tone grew heavier. There's a rumor that they come from another world and have their own unique cultivation system. If people from our world practice it, the consequences would be unpredictable. In short, they are an extremely dangerous group of lunatics. After speaking, Lu Xuanxiang looked at Su Han again, his gaze stern, and repeatedly warned, "You must not come into contact with them. Do you understand?" I understand. Su Han nodded. He knew that regarding the Wanxian sect, this was all he could learn from his master. The rest, he would have to find a way to investigate on his own. As for Zhao Lei's matter, he couldn't mention a single word. The Wanxian sect was so dangerous that revealing any related information could bring about a fatal disaster. So, Su Han changed the subject. Then what about the Xuanyu group? Master, have you heard of it? The murderer who harmed his parents is far away and difficult to track down. But the accomplice, the Sturgeon group, is right in front of him. The assassins sent earlier are definitely connected to this group. He must thoroughly understand this force. Upon hearing the name, Sturgeon Group, Lu Xuanxiang's expression relaxed slightly, but remained serious. He picked up the teapot again, took a slow sip of tea, and then said, I don't know much about the Sturgeon Group. Master, please tell me more, Su Han said respectfully. Lu Xuanxiang put down the teacup and said thoughtfully, I only know that it's a powerful conglomerate with deep connections, involved in finance, healthcare, and technology. Moreover, they have their own private armed forces. Private armed forces? Suhan's heart skipped a beat. Yes. Lu Xuanxiang nodded. Modified humans, enhanced humans, they have plenty under their command. I've heard there are even secret weapon users working for them. This force is extremely terrifying. They issue various tasks, such as escort missions, bodyguard services, and some shady cleanup operations, all with rewards that are astonishingly high. Even the most elite secret weapon sects have people taking jobs from them. Lu Xuanxiang's voice carried a hint of awe. Their influence is everywhere. Sometimes, even the authorities have to show them some respect. Do they have a branch in Jinghai City? Su Han pressed further. Yes, Lu Xuanxiang nodded. It's right in the city center, the tallest building there is. Halfway through his sentence, Lu Xuanxiang suddenly stopped and sharply looked at Su Han. Why are you asking about this? Su Han quickly came up with an excuse. I'm just curious. After all, it's such a big force. We might deal with them someday. That's true. Lu Xuanxiang nodded slightly, but still warned. Don't think too far ahead. It's best not to get involved with those forces too early. He took a sip of tea and continued to advise. Su Han, the most important thing for you right now is to focus on your cultivation. Don't think about all these trivial matters and strive to break through to the next realm as soon as possible. In October, there's going to be a large martial arts competition, and all the secret martial sects and martial arts schools will participate. Lu Xuanxiang spoke with growing anticipation. When the time comes, I'll take you there. The two of us, master and disciple, will make a name for ourselves. Just thinking about how a once-in-a-century genius like Su Han would shock those old folks at the competition made Lu Xuanxiang a little excited. But Su Han didn't mention that he had already broken through. He simply nodded and replied, I understand, master. Beside him, Lu Yu interjected, Junior brother, how is your cultivation going? Do you have any clues about breaking through? A little, Su Han replied vaguely. Take your time, no need to rush. Lu Yu patted his shoulder. With your talent, success is only a matter of time. Okay. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. After all, I'm your senior sister, Lu Yu said with a playful laugh. After chatting for a while, Su Han finished asking all the questions he wanted and gathered quite a bit of information. After exchanging contact information with the two, he got up to take his leave. Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu escorted him to the door, watching his figure as he descended the stairs. It wasn't until Su Han's figure completely disappeared that Lu Yu frowned and softly asked her father beside her, Dad, junior brother seems a bit off today. Lu Xuanxiang also furrowed his brows tightly, a trace of concern flashing through his mind. The questions he asked are not ordinary ones. Could he have gotten himself into some trouble? Possibly. Lu Xuanxiang sighed. But the kid refuses to talk, so there's nothing we can do. The two returned to the office again. Lu Xuanxiang continued drinking his tea, while Lu Yu played with his phone on his own. But they had just sat down when, knock, 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 the sound of knocking on the door echoed again. Come in. Lu Xuanxiang thought it was Su Han returning. But when the door opened, it wasn't Su Han who entered, but a man and a woman, both strangers. The two looked to be in their early 20s. The woman had neat short hair, a cold and stunning appearance, and was quite beautiful. The man had a delicate face, a tall and upright figure, and followed half a step behind her. They were both dressed in black uniforms, with a distinctive badge pinned to their chests, a design of a sword piercing through a gear. This is the emblem of the Earth Condemnation Division. Lu Xuanxiang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up to greet them. You two are Earth Condemnation Division, Human-Level Unit, Bai Shui. Bai Shui's voice was as cold as ice. She displayed her credentials and then pointed to her teammate beside her. This is Zhou Ming. We're here for Su Han's case. Su Han. As soon as the name was mentioned, Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu's expressions instantly became peculiar. Lu Xuanxiang forced a faint smile and asked in confusion, Su Han? He's my apprentice. What happened to him? He is suspected of multiple murder cases. Bai Shui pulled a document out of her bag and slammed it onto the table. Killing his parents, mutilating his sister, murdering neighbors, killing over 40 patrol officers. This man is heinously guilty and unforgivable. I have come specifically to bring him to justice. She stared at Lu Xuanxiang, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Master Lu, I ask for your cooperation in the investigation. How is this possible? Lu Yu's face turned pale. How could Su Han do such things? Whether he did it or not, we will investigate. Bai Shui didn't even glance at her, only stared intently at Lu Xuanxiang. Where is he now? But Lu Xuanxiang just shook his head. I don't know. He was here earlier, but he's already left. Do you really not know? Bai Shui's gaze carried scrutiny, as if trying to see through his inner thoughts. I really don't know, Lu Xuanxiang answered again. Bai Shui pulled a photo out of the file and slapped it onto the table. The photo was a surveillance screenshot of Su Han wreaking havoc in Jiyuan community. Although the image was blurry, it was still recognizable as Su Han. Several patrol officers lay on the ground around him, blood pooling everywhere. This is surveillance footage from this morning. Bai Shui's voice grew colder. Master Lu, your disciple killed more than 40 people. If you shield him, you will be equally guilty. Lu Xuanxiang looked at the photo, his expression finally changing. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the photo to examine it closely. Though blurry, it was indeed Su Han. That outfit, that profile, he recognized them both. That kid Su Han. Did he really kill so many people? Unfortunately, I really don't know where he is, Lu Xuanxiang said with a wry smile. He came today, asked some questions, and then left without saying where he was going. Bai Shui stared at him for a while longer, but couldn't detect any flaws. Finally, she put away the photos and documents. If you hear anything about him, notify the Earth Condemnation Division immediately. She handed over a business card, her tone carrying an undeniable warning. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After she finished speaking, she turned and left with Zhou Ming. The office door closed with a click, and the room instantly returned to dead silence. Lu Yu and Lu Sun stood in place like father and son, neither saying a word. After a long time, it was Lu Yu who spoke first, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Dad, I don't think Su Han could be that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Land Cruiser didn't make a sound, but still nodded in agreement. He recalled that when Su Han became his apprentice, he had mentioned having some troubles. At the time, he didn't take it seriously, assuming it was just some minor issue caused by a young man. But now, it seemed the matter had escalated to the point of alarming the Earth Dispatch Bureau. This was definitely not a trivial matter. On the other side, with nowhere else to go, Su Han returned to Jiyuan community. The entire apartment building was tightly sealed with layers of yellow caution tape, printed with the words, "Scene sealed, entry prohibited." However, Since the previous patrol officers had all died and new ones had yet to be assigned, this place had instead become the quietest spot in the entire city, without even a single guard present. Suhan deftly slipped under the police tape and went upstairs. The door to room 503 was still open, having been forced open by the patrol officer in the morning, and no one had bothered with it since. Fortunately, the corpse inside had already been cleared away. Suhan walked in and closed the door behind him. The room was a mess, with tables and chairs overturned on the floor, dried blood stains turned dark red, and a faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. But Suhan paid no attention. He simply set upright the fallen furniture in the living room and cleared a space. Then, he sat on the sofa, took out the book, Kanglan Immortal Martial Arts, Body Refining Chapter, and opened it again. This time, he read with extreme care, studying each word meticulously. The technique itself seemed flawless, its text was coherent, the diagrams were clear, and the logic made sense. He decided to start practicing immediately. As for whether there were any risks, that was a matter for the future. Right now, his only goal was to become stronger. Suhan sat cross-legged on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to operate according to the technique. His extraordinary comprehension ability instantly came into play. After just a few cycles of practice, he completely mastered this immortal martial technique. For him, it was unbelievably easy. The first challenge in the opening chapter of the cultivation technique is sensing one's own vital energy and blood. However, relying on his extraordinarily robust physique, Suhan could clearly feel the blood surging within him as soon as he closed his eyes, like a boiling river, radiating intense heat. According to the cultivation technique, the next step was to guide this vital energy and blood to impact the skin and bones, thereby strengthening the physical body. But as soon as Suhan attempted it, he discovered a problem. His body was already too strong. Enhanced by the divine physique, talent, his skin and bones had reached a terrifying level of toughness. Ordinary blades couldn't even leave a white mark on him. The so-called impact of vital energy and blood felt like mere scratching to him, with negligible effect. Suhan opened his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed. A technique that cannot make him stronger. What use does it have? No, that's not right. His gaze returned to the booklet, fixating on the words vital energy and blood. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Since the body no longer needs strengthening, why not directly refine the blood itself? Blood is the carrier of energy. If the impurities in the blood can be removed, making it pure, its power will naturally skyrocket. Think it, do it. Suhan closed his eyes once again. This time, he no longer guided his blood to impact his body, but controlled it to circulate and boil madly within, using blood to refine blood. In this process, the old, waste blood continuously disappeared, while new blood was generated at an astonishing speed. Suhan could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. A faint blood-red glow emerged from his body's surface, like a thin layer of flame, enveloping his entire body. At this moment, if Zhao Lei were here, his jaw would definitely drop in shock. This is not just because Suhan's cultivation speed is terrifyingly fast, but more so because what Suhan is doing right now is not even part of the body refinement chapter. This is the cultivation method of the second realm of immortal martial arts, 100 temperings, a profound secret technique specifically used to refine blood and transform mortal blood into essence blood. Without anyone teaching him, Suhan actually comprehended the cultivation method of the second realm on the very first day of encountering immortal martial techniques, and began practicing it perfectly. This is simply a monster. Suhan certainly couldn't have anticipated all this. He only felt that he had finally found the right path, with the energy and blood in his body continuously increasing, purifying, and becoming increasingly fiery. He was completely immersed in the exhilaration of growing stronger, gradually losing track of time. When night fell, Suhan had been cultivating for a full 2 hours. The blood in his entire body had been tempered over and over again. The blood-red flames surrounding him surged several meters high, almost touching the ceiling, casting the entire living room in a crimson glow. The temperature in the room skyrocketed, the air began to distort, and wisps of smoke rose from the surface of the sofa beneath him, while the wooden armrests started to blacken and carbonize. At this moment, Suhan seemed to have transformed into a blazing torch. What's even more remarkable is that these blood flames move entirely according to his will. With a single thought, the blood flames instantly concentrated on his right fist, enveloping it into a blazing fireball. Another thought, and the blood flames suddenly dispersed, forming a flowing armor that covered his entire body. Moreover, the force he had cultivated earlier remained completely unaffected, perfectly merging with this new power. He tried to fuse his refined force with the blood flames. The crimson flames on his fist immediately contracted inward, transforming into a thin dark red membrane that adhered tightly to his skin. Not only did the power not weaken, but it multiplied exponentially. The two forces layered inside and out, causing the destructive power to soar. Suhan's combat strength was skyrocketing at an exponential rate. It seems this so-called immortal martial art is indeed very suitable for me. Suhan opened his eyes, the blood flames gradually receding, and a hint of joy flashed in his gaze. Cultivating this technique required an enormous amount of resources, but he didn't need any of that. He only needed to rely on his ever-strengthening physique, and his cultivation speed could reach unimaginable levels. Suhan stopped cultivating and let out a long breath. As the blood flames fully retracted into his body, the scorching temperature in the living room also subsided. He stood up and stretched his body, feeling completely relaxed, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He could even hear the sound of blood rushing through his veins like mighty rivers. The sense of power filled every inch of his muscles. He walked into the bathroom and, for once, took a shower. Ice-cold water poured down from above, washing away the grime on his body and dispelling the fatigue of the past few days. After the shower, Suhan changed into a set of clean old clothes, walked to the window, and quietly gazed at the night outside, finally feeling a rare sense of relief in his heart. But at that moment, Suhan's eyes suddenly sharpened. He abruptly turned his head and looked toward the door. In his perception, two powerful presences had appeared downstairs. These two presences were steadily approaching the upper floor. The sound of their footsteps was neither hurried nor slow, each step seeming to tread directly on one's heart, carrying a suffocating aura of killing intent. That killing intent grew closer and closer until, at last, it stopped outside his door. "They're here." Boom! With a loud bang, the door was violently kicked open by a tremendous force. The entire security door was smashed inward into the living room, severely deformed and deeply embedded into the wall, with dust scattering everywhere. Through the smoke and dust, two men walked in from outside. One was in his 40s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, dressed in gray combat attire, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a steady aura. The other was in his early 30s, tall and thin, with a cold and sinister gaze, like a lurking venomous snake. They were the secret martial experts hired by the Sturgeon Group to deal with Suhan. After entering the room, their eyes swept around and immediately locked onto Suhan, who was standing by the window. "Suhan?" the square-faced man asked, his expression indifferent. "Yes," Suhan replied calmly. "Then there's no mistake." With the identity confirmed, there was no unnecessary chatter. In an instant, the two figures flashed, shooting out like arrows released from a bow, launching their attacks simultaneously. The two secret martial artists struck with full force as soon as they made their move. The mission they received had clear instructions: act quickly, fight decisively, and avoid causing too much commotion. Thus, they held nothing back, launching deadly attacks right from the start. The square-faced middle-aged man let out a low roar and thrust his right fist forward through the air. Before the fist even reached its target, a powerful force had already burst forth, accompanied by the explosive sound of air being shattered, aiming straight for Suhan's face. This was the technique of a master of internal energy, force leaving the body with astonishing destructive power. At the same time, the tall, thin man sneaked in from the side with sinister intent, his hands transforming into sharp claws. One claw reached for Suhan's ribs, while the other aimed directly at his heart. The two worked together seamlessly, one attacking head-on and the other from the side, instantly cutting off all of Suhan's escape routes with murderous intent. However, in the face of such a fierce assault, Suhan remained standing in place, completely motionless. Until the force of the square-faced man's punch was less than half a foot away from his face, Suhan finally moved. He simply raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and swung it forward to meet the opponent's attack. No fancy moves, not even a process of gathering strength, just an ordinary punch. But at the moment he threw his punch, a sudden change occurred. A layer of dark red blood flames abruptly surged across Suhan's body, enveloping his entire arm like burning fire. Beneath the blood flames, a transparent force flowed along with it. The fusion of blood energy and force carried a scorching heat capable of incinerating everything and an indomitable penetrating power, exponentially amplifying its might. Boom! At the instant the two fists collided, a terrifying shockwave exploded forth. The composed expression on the square-faced man's face instantly froze, only to be replaced by boundless horror. He felt an indescribable, terrifying force, like a landslide and tsunami, surging madly from Suhan's fist. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the square-faced man's fist shattered first. This unstoppable force traveled up his arm, instantly invading his internal organs and pulverizing everything within. Spurt! The man spewed a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the wall. Bang! His body even embedded into the wall, his chest completely caved in. His eyes remained wide open in terror, but they had already lost all vitality. Dead. One move, instant kill. Everything happened so fast that the tall, skinny man on the other side hadn't even reacted yet. When he saw the miserable state of his companion, Suhan had already turned around, looking at him with an icy gaze as if he were an ant. The tall, skinny man felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and every hair on his body stood on end. What kind of joke was this? How could a person's strength reach such a terrifying level? And that strange blood-colored flame on him. Was this a cult's technique? Only one thought remained in his mind: run. But Suhan did not give him any chance. With one step forward, he ghostly appeared in front of him. It was still the same punch, flames enveloping the fist like a red-hot giant hammer, fiercely smashing into his chest. The tall, thin man was terrified to the extreme and instinctively raised his arms, crossing them in front of his chest. But it was completely useless. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, and his arms were instantly shattered into several pieces. Suhan's fist tore through his broken arms like a destructive force, landing solidly on his chest. The tall, thin man was similarly sent flying backward, crashing into the opposite wall. As he slid to the ground, blood continuously gushed from his mouth. Lying on the floor, his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. You are actually one of the cult." He used the last ounce of his strength to utter these words before breathing his last. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then died on the spot. From the moment the attack began to its conclusion, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Two top martial arts experts were dealt with so effortlessly. Suhan was completely indifferent to this. He turned and walked back to the window, reassessing the current situation. He had 2 key leads at hand. One was the Sturgeon Group, the mastermind behind all the events. The other was the Wanxian sect, a mysterious organization that seemed to hold many secrets. The Sturgeon Group. He would deal with them sooner or later, but not now. He understood very well that since they could bribe the official patrol office and dispatch warriors of such caliber, their power was not to be underestimated. Acting rashly would be tantamount to courting death. He had to thoroughly investigate their background and only take action when he was absolutely confident. As for the Wanxian sect, he needed to maintain contact with them, not only to extract information about the Sturgeon Group, but also to obtain subsequent, immortal martial techniques. He was eager to become stronger. With this in mind, Suhan took out his phone, opened the messaging app, found Zhao Lei's account, and sent a message. "Are you there? I want to know more about the Sturgeon Group." A few minutes later, Zhao Lei replied, his tone full of impatience. "What's the rush? You just joined today. Your qualifications are far from sufficient. If you want information, you need to complete tasks first and accumulate contribution points." Suhan thought for a moment, then typed and asked, "Can you tell me about my sister now?" This time, Zhao Lei directly sent a voice message, his tone full of anger. Are you done yet? I've already told you that you're not qualified. Do you not understand what I'm saying? If you bother me again, do you believe I'll cancel your entry qualification right now? Suhan's gaze instantly turned cold, but he didn't lose his temper, suppressing the anger in his heart, and continued to send a message. Then, can I take on a mission now? After a while, Zhao Lei replied, Sure, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The mission is to go to the Fufa district, find a martial arts sect called Red Fist Sect, and wipe out their entire sect for me. That's it. After speaking, his profile picture immediately turned gray, and he went offline. Suhan stared at the phone screen in silence for a few seconds. The Fufa district was right next door, not too far. The Hanchuan sect? Wipe out the entire sect? He put away his phone and turned to leave the room. At the same time, in a dormitory building opposite Jinghai University in the Luofu district, two men and a woman were sitting around a table. One of them was Zhao Lei, who had just been communicating with Suhan. They were all outer disciples of the Wanxian sect. Zhao Lei had just turned off his phone and was still cursing. Damn it, so annoying. A newbie cannon fodder just brought in, and he really thinks he's something? A bald man nearby laughed and asked, What's wrong, Lei? Who's made you upset? Isn't it just that guy I mentioned to you before? Zhao Lei lit a cigarette and disdainfully exhaled a smoke ring. I dug him out from the archives of the patrol office, a pitiful wretch whose family is all dead. He has some mediocre martial arts skills, so I casually brought him in as a pawn I could sacrifice anytime. I was planning to use him later, but who knew he'd be so eager to die, asking all sorts of questions. So you assigned him a mission? Asked the short-haired woman at the same table. Yeah, Zhao Lei sneered. I sent him to deal with the Red Fist Sect. Red Fist Sect? The bald man was momentarily stunned. That martial arts sect? Their strength is no joke. The sect leader, Shui Hanchuan, is a grandmaster at the Baodin level, and several elders under him are also experts in Huajin. Are you sure about that newcomer? Can he handle it? Handle it, my ass. Zhao Lei burst into laughter. That guy is at most Mingjin level, and at best, he might barely reach Anjin. Isn't that just sending him to his death? That's exactly what I want, to send him to his death. Zhao Lei grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with cruelty. Who told him to talk to me with that attitude earlier? I was originally planning to give him a simple task in a while, but now, it's all his own doing. For these formal outer disciples, someone like Su Han, a menial worker, is nothing more than expendable cannon fodder, not worth any effort. At that moment, the three of them suddenly turned their gaze toward the entrance of Jinghai University outside the window. A young woman dressed in casual attire, with fair skin, stunning looks, but an extremely cold expression, was slowly walking in their direction. Zhao Lei and the other two abruptly stopped their chatter, and their expressions immediately turned serious. The captain is here. The Fufa district is located in the eastern part of Jinghai City, and it takes over an hour by car to get there. On the way, Suhan used his phone to look up information about the Hanchuan sect. There wasn't much information online, only that it was a century-old martial arts sect in the Fufa district. The sect leader, Shui Hanchuan, is a grandmaster at the Holding Dan level. The sect has about 200 disciples, making it a considerable force in the local area. The strongest is the sect master at the Embracing Dan stage. The elders are experts in transforming energy, and the disciples' abilities range from bright energy to dark energy. To ordinary people, this is undoubtedly an untouchable giant. But to Suhan now, he turned off his phone and looked out at the fleeting street scenery. The car slowly drove into the Fu Fa district and finally stopped at the foot of a small hill in the suburbs. The Red Fist sect's headquarters was not located in the city. The driver dared not drive any further. He said to Suhan, Buddy, up there is the territory of the Red Fist sect. We ordinary folks aren't allowed in. Thank you. Suhan paid the fare and got out of the car. He looked up and saw a cluster of ancient-style buildings perched on the hillside, with white walls and black tiles, flying eaves, and curved corners, resembling an old mountain villa. He followed the long stone steps, climbing upward step by step. Suhan followed the mountain path upward and soon reached halfway up the hill. A memorial archway stood ahead, inscribed with the three large characters Hong Quan sect. Under the archway, two gatekeeping disciples saw Suhan approaching alone and immediately stepped forward to block his way. Stop. This is the territory of the Hongquan sect. No trespassing for outsiders. Suhan didn't even look at him and spoke in a calm tone. I'm looking for Shui Hongquan. When the disciple heard this, his face immediately darkened, and he shouted sternly, How dare you? Do you think you can call our sect master's name directly? Get lost now, or don't blame us for being rude. Suhan couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly stepped forward. Courting death. The disciple flew into a rage and threw a punch, the force of it whistling through the air. But Suhan casually waved his hand, and the disciple's fist, as if made of tofu, was instantly shattered into pieces, exploding into a mist of blood. You dare! Another disciple, both shocked and furious, shouted as he charged forward. But Suhan's figure flickered, a shadow swept past, and he was already behind the disciple, throwing another punch. Yet another burst of blood mist exploded. In the blink of an eye, the two gatekeepers were dead. Suhan's gaze remained utterly indifferent, as if he had merely stepped on two ants. He didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground and continued walking up the mountain. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Red Fist sect, for people were gathered around a tea table discussing matters. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a gray tang suit. He was Shui Hongquan, the sect master of the Hongquan sect and a master at the Baodan level. To his left were two elders of the sect, both at the peak of the Huajin level. On his right sat a burly stranger, his muscles stretching his clothes taut. Though he sat quietly, he exuded the aura of a dormant beast, radiating an intimidating presence. This man was a secret martial arts enforcer of the Kong family, a white-level enhanced individual, and a former Baodan master. He had been a close friend of Shui Hongquan for over a decade. The burly middle-aged man took a sip of tea and asked in a deep voice, Brother Shui, have you made up your mind? The terms our Kong family is offering are already very generous. As long as you agree, a dose of white-level enhancement serum and the accompanying cultivation resources can be delivered to you immediately. Shui Hongquan set down his teacup and let out a long sigh, his face full of hesitation. In the end, he still shook his head. I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Kong, but as for the enhancement serum, I think I'd like to wait a little longer. Wait for what? The burly middle-aged man frowned. Brother Shui, you should know how strong the foundation of you secret martial arts practitioners is. Once you take the enhancement serum, your combat power will instantly soar dozens of times. Shui Hongquan sighed again and explained, Of course, I understand that reasoning. But I'm only 56 this year, not yet at the point where I have to rely on enhancement elixirs to maintain my strength. I still want to push myself and see if I can break through to the true gang realm. By then, using a higher-grade enhancement elixir would truly be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Hearing this, the burly middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't insist. But Brother Shui, if one day you change your mind, feel free to come find me. The doors of the Kong family will always be open to you. Thank you, Brother Kong. Shui Hongquan cupped his hands in gratitude. The atmosphere eased, and the two chatted idly for a while. Suddenly, the burly middle-aged man's expression turned serious. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Shui, be extra careful these days. Those lunatics from the Wanxian sect are stirring up trouble everywhere. 10,000 Immortals sect. Shui Hongquan's face instantly darkened. What are they up to now? The burly middle-aged man said with a serious expression, I heard they're frequently contacting major secret martial sects, demanding they join them. If they refuse, they wipe them out completely. 3 or 4 sects have already fallen victim, though not in Jinghai City. They're not far away. You must be cautious. Shui Hongquan's face turned extremely grim. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to reveal the truth. To be honest, a few days ago, people from the 10,000 Immortals sect did come to see me. What did they say? The burly middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. They asked me to lead the entire Hongquan sect to join the Wanxian cult and become their peripheral force. I refused on the spot. And then that person left without saying anything more. Shui Hongquan sighed, his face full of worry. But I always feel that this matter might not end so easily. The burly middle-aged man pondered and advised again. Brother Shui, listen to me. If they come again, Don't try to resist. Either contact our Kong family or directly report to the Earth Punishment Division. Those lunatics are capable of anything. Shui Hongchuan nodded solemnly. I understand. I will be careful. Before he could finish the word full, the doors of the main hall were suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A young man dressed in plain clothes walked in, his gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. The four people inside the hall turned their heads in unison. The two elders immediately stood up and shouted sternly, Who are you? A new disciple? Don't you know this is the forbidden area of the main hall? Get out at once. However, Suhan completely ignored them. His gaze directly locked onto Shui Hongchuan, who was seated in the main position, and he walked forward step by step. You are the sect master of the Hongchuan sect, Shui Hongchuan? Shui Hongchuan frowned deeply and set down his teacup. He keenly sensed that something was amiss. This young man was far too composed, so composed it was unsettling. Even more terrifying was the restrained yet undeniable aura of menace emanating from him. Shui Hongchuan suddenly stood up, and the other three immediately followed suit. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, reaching an extreme level of tension. The burly middle-aged man stared at Suhan, his eyes slightly narrowing as he quietly raised his right hand. On his wrist, an electronic watch was silently operating. He gently pressed a button, and an almost imperceptible beam of light immediately began scanning Suhan. This was a combat data watch, capable of accurately scanning a person's combat power level. The numbers on the watch face began to jump wildly. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. Finally, the numbers stabilized at 13,000. The burly man's pupils suddenly contracted. 13,000 combat power. Waves of shock surged in his heart. It was well known that the standard combat power for white-level enhanced humans ranged between 10,000 and 30,000. However, the characteristics of enhanced humans were very distinct. Their muscles would undergo abnormal swelling, and their blood color would change. Yet the young man before him had a well-proportioned physique and a calm demeanor, clearly not an enhanced human. Could it be a strong figure from the secret martial lineage, one of those beings known as true grandmasters? But as soon as the thought arose, he denied it himself. True grandmasters, aren't they all old monsters over 50 years old? How could someone so young fit that description? The burly middle-aged man was completely bewildered. He realized he couldn't see through this young man before him at all. Not far away, Shui Hongchuan also caught sight of that astonishing number, and his face instantly changed dramatically. Just as he was about to ask Brother Kong beside him, Suhan had already started walking toward him, step by step. Suhan's gaze locked on Shui Hongchuan once again, and in a tone devoid of any emotion, he asked once more, Are you Shui Hongchuan? Shui Hongchuan's face was full of vigilance, and his entire body instantly tensed up like a fully drawn bow. Kid, who exactly are you? Breaking into my Red Fist sect. What are you trying to do? Suhan did not answer. He simply raised his hand calmly and then clenched his fist. The next second, boom, an indescribable and terrifying surge of energy erupted from Suhan's body. Blood-red flames, seemingly alive, rose from his skin and instantly enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the internal energy within him began to circulate, perfectly merging with the blood flames, and an overwhelming aura soared into the sky. The combat data watch on the burly middle-aged man's wrist showed the numbers skyrocketing again. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. Finally, the number froze at 30,000. A full 30,000 combat power. What? Everyone present, including Shui Hongchuan, exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and fear. The burly middle-aged man stared intently at the blood flames burning on Suhan's body, as if he had recognized something. His voice carried a trace of trembling and terror. It's the 10,000 Immortals sect. This is the blood flame immortal martial art of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Blood flames as protection, vital energy like a furnace. At this level, he must be at least in the 100 tempering realm. He's an outer disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. But he immediately felt something was off. According to what he knew, the strongest outer disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect had a combat power of no more than 20,000. Yet this young man before him, how could he possibly reach 30,000? Could it be he is an inner disciple? They could never have known that Suhan's power came from three layers, each amplifying the other. First, his physique, which far exceeded that of ordinary people with over 300 points, granting him a base strength hundreds of times greater than normal. Second, the refined techniques of secret martial arts, which allowed him to unleash several times the power of his strength. Finally, the vital energy of immortal martial arts, the enhancement of the blood flames, which caused his destructive power to grow exponentially. The combination of these three factors enabled him to break through limits and achieve the terrifying combat power of 30,000. But Suhan did not give them any time to think. He moved. His figure flickered, transforming into a blood-colored afterimage. Blood flames surged, and the temperature in the hall suddenly soared. The teacups on the table didn't even have time to shatter before the tea inside instantly evaporated into white steam. Not good. The burly middle-aged man, being a white-level enhanced human with the strongest combat instincts, was the first to react. He roared hoarsely at the others. Attack together. Kill him. Amid the roar, his muscles instantly swelled, his combat power fully unleashed, and he was the first to charge forward. He threw a punch at Suhan, the fist wind howling. Mixed with the secret martial force he had once trained in, combined with the terrifying physique of a reinforced human, its power was astonishing. However, Suhan didn't even glance at him. With a similarly simple punch, he met the attack head-on. That fist, wrapped in blood flames, was like a burning meteor, fiercely colliding with the burly middle-aged man's fist. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave exploded, and the tea table beside them instantly turned to dust, with wood splinters crazily scattering in all directions. The fierce expression on the burly middle-aged man's face froze into extreme terror at the moment of impact. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the air. He felt as if his fist had plunged into a molten lava furnace, an irresistible scorching force instantly destroying his fist and burning his arm. His bones shattered inch by inch, flames coursed through his veins, consuming his entire body. The pain was indescribable. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, skidding dozens of meters across the ground and leaving scorched marks in his wake. When he was seen again, half of his body had been blasted into charred, mangled flesh, dead on the spot. With just one punch, a white-level enhanced human was instantly killed. Shui Hongchuan and the remaining two elders saw this scene and were scared out of their wits. What the hell kind of monster is this? Shui Hongchuan was just about to make a move, but in the next instant, Suhan's expressionless face had already appeared in front of him. Be careful, Sect Master. An elder's eyes widened in rage as he charged desperately from the side. He threw both fists forward, channeling his energy to the limit, aiming fiercely at Suhan's back. Suhan didn't even turn his head, simply throwing a punch backward with his hand. Bang! The blood flame exploded. The elder's fist had not yet touched Suhan's body when his entire being seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer. His chest instantly caved in, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into a distant pillar. He lost his life on the spot. Another elder, witnessing his companion's successive tragic deaths, was so terrified that his soul seemed to scatter. All his fighting spirit collapsed in an instant, and he turned to flee. Suhan merely raised his hand, and, from a distance of over 10 meters, struck out with a punch through the air. Boom! A ball of blood flame shot out of his hand, transforming midair into a dark red fist imprint. With a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, it struck the elder's back with precision. Poof! The elder spewed a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs and fell forward onto the ground. On his back, there was a bowl-sized charred hole, and the internal organs inside had already been shattered by the violent force. Also dead. In the blink of an eye, only Shui Hongchuan remained in the grand hall. His face was as pale as paper, and he stared at Suhan, who was walking step by step toward him. His lips trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a complete sentence. You actually. Suhan still said nothing, only gazing at him with those cold eyes as he slowly approached. The shadow of death completely enveloped Shui Hongchuan. He knew there was absolutely no way to escape. In utter despair, a trace of frenzied ferocity burst forth in his eyes. With a furious roar, He unleashed the full power of his Bao Dan realm without reservation. Since there was no way to evade, he could only fight to the death. Shui Hanchuan gathered all his strength into a single point and delivered a fierce punch. This was the ultimate move of the Red Fist sect, red line piercing the sun. His lifetime of skill condensed into a scorching red line, with penetration power strong enough to pierce through steel. Ordinary martial arts experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, Su Han remained standing in place, neither dodging nor retreating. He also threw a punch. The blood-colored flame collided with that deadly red line. Boom! With a loud bang, the air seemed to ignite. Shui Hanchuan's proud strength was as fragile as thin paper before Su Han's blood flame, instantly devoured and dispersed. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. Shui Hanchuan's fist shattered first, followed by the destructive force penetrating his chest without resistance, erupting violently from his back. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the Grand Master's chair at the center of the hall. The chair, which should have been incredibly sturdy, instantly shattered into pieces. Shui Hanchuan lay on the ground, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. His throat emitted hoarse sounds, but he could no longer utter a complete sentence. Struggling briefly, his head tilted to the side, and he fell silent forever. The sect master of the Red Fist sect, a renowned expert at the core formation stage, met his end. The commotion in the grand hall had long alerted everyone outside. The other elders and disciples turned pale and rushed in one after another. Then, they witnessed a horrifying scene they would never forget in their lifetime. The sect leader was dead. The two elders also lay in pools of blood. The burly middle-aged man who had come with the sect leader, exuding an imposing aura, had likewise become a corpse. The ground was covered in blood, and corpses lay scattered haphazardly. The murderer stood silently in the center of the blood pool, drenched in blood, with eyes cold and devoid of any human emotion. Su Han slowly turned his head, looking at the group of people who had just rushed in. His gaze was so cold it sent shivers down to the depths of one's soul. "Run!" Someone in the crowd let out a desperate scream. In an instant, dozens of disciples scattered like startled birds and beasts, turning to flee wildly in all directions. But Su Han had no intention of letting a single one of them escape. The task he had taken on was to annihilate the entire clan. Since he had accepted it, he had to see it through. As for the morality or immorality of it all, he only had a few days left to live. So how could he spare the time to ponder such distant matters? His only thought now was to quickly find the true culprit and avenge himself. For this, he was willing to use any means necessary. Su Han stepped out of the main hall, his figure moving like a phantom as he swiftly weaved through the courtyards and pavilions. He was like a walking Grim Reaper, taking down one opponent with a single punch, swift and decisive. Wherever the blood-red flames reached, no one could stand in his way. Screams of agony, pleas for mercy, and cries of despair mingled together, echoing across the entire sky above the Red Fist sect. But soon, these sounds gradually dwindled until they completely vanished. With Su Han's final punch, shattering the skull of the last disciple attempting to flee, the entire Red Fist sect finally fell into a deathly silence. Su Han stood in the square in front of the main hall, surrounded by corpses. Pools of blood had gathered into small puddles, appearing particularly horrifying under the moonlight. He shook off the bloodstains on his hand and walked into the main hall to begin his search. Behind Shui Hanchuan's shattered chair, he found a hidden compartment containing an ancient booklet. 3 large characters were written on the cover: Redline Fist. This is precisely the secret manual that the Hong Fist sect is famous for. From the most basic stance training and energy cultivation to the ultimate method of forming a protective true energy shield, everything is recorded in clear detail. Su Han quickly flipped through it, gaining a general understanding of the essence of this martial art. The red thread fist emphasizes controlling power with hair-thin precision. When practiced to the extreme, the force manifests as a crimson glow enveloping the entire body, forming an indestructible true energy shield. This is exactly what Su Han needs right now. Although the celestial phenomenon technique is powerful, it's not enough for my current situation, Su Han murmured to himself. Learning another top-tier martial art might lead to new insights through analogy. He carefully put away the booklet and searched around the hall, but found nothing else of value. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he took out his phone, opened an encrypted communication app called Feishin, found Zhao Lei's account, and sent a brief message. Mission accomplished. After waiting for 5 minutes, there was no response from the other party. Suhan frowned, stopped waiting, and directly dialed the video call. Beep, beep, beep. After 7 or 8 rings, the call was finally answered. On the screen appeared Zhao Lei's impatient face. As soon as he answered, he started cursing. Are you out of your mind? Who told you to make a video call? I told you to wait for instructions. Wait for instructions. Can't you understand human language? You're just a newly recruited servant disciple, and you really think you're something? If you dare bother me again, do you believe I'll personally kill you? After cursing, Zhao Lei directly hung up the video call. At this moment, in the Luo Food District, inside a simple dormitory building opposite Jinghai University, Zhao Lei had just hung up Su Han's call and was still cursing under his breath. Damn, a nobody, so damn annoying. His teammates were all still there, including their captain, Chinishi. A bald man looked at Zhao Lei and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Zhao Lei? Is it that rookie being used as cannon fodder again?" Zhao Lei threw his phone onto the table, looking annoyed. Exactly, it's driving me crazy. This kid just became a servant disciple, and he's already causing so much trouble. I just assigned him a near impossible task, and not long after, he's calling again. I really don't know what he's up to. Before he finished speaking, the phone on the table rang again. It was another video call. It was still Suhan calling. Damn it, isn't this over yet? Zhao Lei cursed angrily, but still swiped to answer the call. This time, he didn't start cursing directly. Instead, his gaze was icy to the extreme, suppressing his anger as he asked, "What exactly do you want? I'm warning you for the last time, if you dare bother me again." The task is complete. On the other end of the phone, Suhan simply repeated this sentence, his voice so indifferent that no emotion could be discerned. Zhao Lei was stunned when he heard this, then immediately sneered as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Complete? Complete my ass. Do you think the Hanchuan sect is something you can just destroy at will? Bragging without even drafting it first. You don't believe me? Suhan countered. Believe you? What a joke. Get lost, don't. Before Zhao Lei could finish his sentence, Suhan moved the phone's camera. The scene on the screen shifted from Suhan's indifferent face to the plaza of the Red Fist sect. The camera slowly moved, revealing a river formed by flowing blood. Next, the camera focused on the pile of shattered chair debris. Shui Hanchuan's corpse lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. On the other end of the video call, the sect master of the Red Fist sect, Shui Hanchuan, the once arrogant man, was now collapsed on the ground, a gaping blood hole in his chest, horrifying to behold. His 2 elders lay nearby, their eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. The white-level enhanced servant sent by the Kong family was already cold, with only a mangled upper body remaining. Outside the door, dozens of disciples' corpses lay scattered, their flesh mangled, creating a scene that resembled hell on earth. Zhao Lei's mocking words abruptly stopped the moment he saw this scene. His eyes widened like brass bells, his entire body frozen as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. The other people in the room noticed Zhao Lei's unusual expression and gathered around to look at his phone screen. As soon as they saw it, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, a bald man exclaimed in shock, instinctively blurting out a curse. The short-haired woman beside him also gasped, her face filled with disbelief. Seeing her teammates displaying such ghost-like expressions, Captain Chinishi, who had been sitting nearby with a cold demeanor, finally showed a hint of curiosity on her aloof face. She stepped forward, leaned closer to the phone screen, and narrowed her eyes slightly. In the video, Suhan stood amidst a field of corpses and calmly spoke to the camera. "The task you mentioned, I've completed it. Now, can you tell me about the situation with the Sturgeon Group? Or, news about my sister would work too." Zhao Lei suddenly snapped back to his senses, his voice trembling as he asked in disbelief, "These people were all killed by you?" Suhan nodded. "Not a single one left. How did you do it?" "Shui Hanchuan is a martial arts master. One punch killed him." Suhan's tone was as calm as if he were talking about something trivial. Any other questions? If not, then about the information regarding my sister. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and replied, "All right, I understand. I'll contact you later." After speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. The room fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke first. Finally, it was Captain Chen Ishi who broke the silence. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Who is this person?" To be able to wipe out the entire Red Fist sect unscathed, his combat power must be at least over 20,000. Zhao Lei swallowed hard and began reporting all the information he had on Su Han to the captain, including how he found him, how he recruited him as a menial worker for the Wanxian sect, and how he assigned him this seemingly fatal task. After finishing, even Zhao Lei himself felt that the whole thing was utterly unbelievable. "No, Captain, something's not right here," he said excitedly. "I checked his background. Su Han was originally just an ordinary college student. Later, he learned some combat techniques, but at most, he was only at a beginner's level. How could he possibly?" Not only Zhao Lei, but the other companions were also immersed in immense shock. They had initially thought Su Han was just a pawn sent to die, yet unexpectedly, he managed to single-handedly annihilate the entire Red Fist sect. Even the sect master, Shui Hanchuan, a martial arts master, was easily taken down by him. Such strength, with a combat power of at least 20,000, was already comparable to the top-tier level of the outer disciples of the Wanxian sect. Apart from the captain, the others present might not even be his match. "It is indeed very strange," analyzed the short-haired woman beside them, frowning. "From the video, he doesn't seem to be an enhanced human, nor a modified human. Enhanced humans have distorted muscles, and their blood color is different. As for modified humans, their features are even more obvious, with most of their bodies being mechanical structures, which can be identified at a glance. This Su Han is neither. But if he relies solely on martial arts, it's almost impossible for his combat power to exceed 20,000. Everyone was utterly baffled. A seemingly ordinary civilian, neither an enhanced human nor a modified human, and with martial arts skills that couldn't possibly reach such heights. How did he possess such terrifying strength? On the cold face of Captain Shinichi, a rare playful smile unexpectedly appeared. "Interesting," she said softly. "I must report this to Senior Brother Kong." Senior Brother Kong, whose full name is Kong Fuxian, is one of the 12 true disciples stationed in the outer city by the Wanxian sect. His strength is unfathomable, and he is the direct superior of their small team. Shinishi's decision to report this matter was enough to show how much she valued Su Han. She took out a specially designed communicator and walked out of the room. Moments later, Chun Ishi finally returned. As soon as she entered, Zhao Lei couldn't wait to ask, "Captain, what did Senior Brother Kong say?" Chun Ishi glanced at him and began to relay the orders. "Senior Brother Kong has 3 directives. First, provide him with information about Sister Su Han. Second, officially promote him to an outer sect disciple and assign him to our 6th team. Third, pay close attention to him." At this moment, Su Han had already left the Red Fist sect. By the time he descended the mountain, the sky was completely dark. He hailed a car, preparing to return to Luofu district. While waiting in the car, Zhao Lei's message arrived shortly after. "Your status has been upgraded to an outer disciple of the Wanxian sect, assigned to the 6th squad, led by Captain Shinichi. Below is information regarding your sister." Attached to the message was a location address: Jinghai City, Dongqing District, Onkong Road, Renai Private Hospital, Inpatient Department, 3rd floor, room 307. Renai Private Hospital? This is no longer within the boundaries of Luofu District, but fortunately, it's still in Jinghai City. "Is my sister there now?" Su Han immediately sent a message to confirm. "Are you sure?" Zhao Lei quickly replied. "Confirmed. We have our own intelligence network. Your sister, Su Yuyun, was sent there 5 days ago and has been staying in the intensive care unit." The message paused for a moment, then another one popped up. "But the situation isn't good. No one is taking care of her, and she's basically just waiting to die now." Su Han's fingers suddenly tightened, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and continued to ask, What about the information on the Sturgeon group? After a moment, Zhao Lei's message finally came through. This can't be disclosed to you for now. Your current status is just that of a peripheral member, and your access level is insufficient. If you want more detailed information, you must continue completing tasks to raise your rank. Suhan's expression darkened. You have all the information about my sister, so why not about the Sturgeon group? But Zhao Lei's attitude was very resolute. Rules are rules. If you want information, you have to follow the rules. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the cafe across from Jinghai University, the captain wants to meet you. We'll talk then. Turning off his phone, Suhan's expression grew colder. A surge of anger was suppressed within him, almost ready to erupt. Once he obtained the subsequent techniques and detailed information about the Sturgeon group, he would no longer play these childish games with them. At that time, anyone in his way, he would kill them all with a single punch. Suhan put away his phone and was just about to close his eyes to rest when the phone inconveniently rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Suhan frowned slightly and answered the call. Hello. A young woman's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, her tone full of aggression. You're Suhan, right? I'm a member of the Judgment Division, by Shui. Suhan listened quietly without speaking. Snow continued to press aggressively, questioning. I ask you, why did you kill Zhang Chu? And why did you resist arrest by the police? Do you know how many people you've killed? Do you know how grave your sins are? Her voice grew louder and louder, filled with a self-righteous sense of justice. I advise you to go to the nearest police station and surrender immediately, right now. Otherwise, I will personally come to arrest you. When that time comes, don't blame me for being rude. Suhan remained silent. Bai Shui's voice grew somewhat urgent as she shouted over the phone. Suhan, did you hear me? I'm giving you one last chance. Turn yourself in. Otherwise, Suhan directly hung up the phone. Listening to the beep-beep, busy tone coming from the phone, Bai Shui on the other end was completely stunned. 2 seconds later, she flew into a rage, her face flushed with anger. He actually dared to hang up on me? That bastard, thug, scum. Zhou Ming, standing nearby, quickly tried to calm her down. Sister Shui, take it easy. What are you so angry about? Bai Shui turned her head and glared at him. Look at his attitude. He killed so many people, shows no remorse, and even dares to hang up on me. She paced back and forth in the room, growing angrier the more she thought about it. No, I can't just let him off like this. Bai Shui suddenly stopped in her tracks. I need to track his location and catch him myself. She immediately picked up her phone and contacted the technical department of the Judgment Division, requesting to trace Suhan's location. Moments later, the location was confirmed, Fufa District, Red Fist Sect. He's in the Honchuan Sect? Zhou Ming was a bit surprised. Let's go take a look. Now, Zhou Ming glanced at the time. It's already past 10 at night. Right now, Bai Shui had already put on her coat, looking eager and impatient. Zhou Ming had no choice but to follow her. The two drove through the night, speeding all the way. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at the location of the Red Fist Sect. But when they reached their destination, what they saw was neither Su Han nor the members of the Red Fist Sect. Instead, it was a large area cordoned off with police tape and countless officers busy transporting bodies. Bai Shui and Zhou Ming were completely baffled and quickly stepped forward to stop one of the officers. Excuse me, what happened here? Unrelated personnel, please leave first. The officer waved his hand irritably. We are from the Judgment Division. Please cooperate with the investigation. Bai Shui immediately presented her credentials. Upon seeing the credentials, the officer stopped his actions, confirmed them, and replied, Oh, you're from the Judgment Division. That's perfect. This matter falls under your jurisdiction. Something major has happened here. I don't know if the Red Fist Sect provoked some enemies, but not long ago, the entire sect was slaughtered. There's not a single survivor. Hearing this, Bai Shui's heart sank. She immediately rushed into the scene with Zhou Ming. As they entered the Red Fist Sect, the scene before them made them gasp in shock. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Many faces were frozen in expressions of terror before death. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, and the entire scene was nothing short of a living hell. Bai Shui trembled with rage, gritting her teeth as she said, Su Han was just here, and now the Red Fist Sect has been annihilated. The culprit must be him. What a madman, so cruel in his methods. He truly is an irredeemable brute. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, standing beside her, regained his composure after the initial shock. No, something's off, Sister Shui. The information we have on Su-Han's strength doesn't match the scale of what he's done here. Data shows that Su-Han's combat power does not exceed 3,000. But what is this in front of us? Shui Hanchuan, a master at the Baodan level, has a combat power of up to 5,000. Beside him is a white-level enhanced individual with a combat power of at least 10,000. To take down both of them simultaneously, Su-Han's strength is definitely far above that of a white-level enhanced individual. Bai Shui took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The archive information is incorrect. She decisively said to Zhou Ming beside her, "We must update Su-Han's data immediately. Take photos for evidence first, then report it." "Then, do we need to consult team leader Su?" Zhou Ming hesitated. Of course. Bai Shui immediately took out her phone and dialed Su Zhang's number. As soon as the call connected, she quickly reported, "Team leader, this is Bai Shui. The Hanchuan sect has been wiped out. We suspect Su-Han is responsible, but his strength far exceeds the records in the files. I request formal intervention to arrest him." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Su Zhang's deep and powerful voice. "Approved. You and Zhou Ming are responsible for the arrest, and you may use force if necessary. But act quickly. The department has a major operation tonight, and you must return to the team by 1 a.m. "Yes." Upon hearing the team leader's approval, Bai Shui's spirits lifted. Back before 1 a.m., 4 or 5 hours, more than enough time to catch Su-Han. She hung up the phone and looked sharply at Zhou Ming. "The team leader has approved it. We're tracking Su-Han's location right now." The two quickly finished taking photos and hurried down the mountain. As soon as they got back to the car, Bai Shui immediately contacted the tech department, requesting real-time tracking of Su-Han's phone signal. A few minutes later, the results came out. Su-Han's signal had actually returned to the Luofu district. He went back again? Zhou Ming's face was full of surprise. Arrogant, too arrogant. Bai Shui's anger was instantly ignited. She slammed her fist hard on the steering wheel. He killed so many people and still dares to swagger back to his old lair? Is he treating us like dogs on a leash? She suddenly started the car, the engine roaring. "Let's go to the Luofu district. This time, we must catch him." However, just as Bai Shui and Zhou Ming were in full pursuit, their target, Su-Han, leisurely walked into a cafe opposite Jinghai University. Following the address, he went straight to a private room on the second floor. When Su-Han pushed the door open and entered, there were already 4 people sitting inside the room. Zhao Lei, who was sitting by the window, instinctively wanted to curse at him the moment he saw him. But as the words reached his lips, he forcibly swallowed them back. The hellish scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood from last night's video call still left him shaken. In the end, the string of curses in his mind was reduced to a cold, icy question. Why did it take you so long to get here? Although his tone still carried a heavy sense of disdain, it was much more restrained compared to the previous contempt. Su-Han completely ignored him. From the moment he entered, his gaze had been fixed on the young woman seated in the main position. She looked to be in her early 20s, with fair skin, long hair draped over her shoulders, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, clean and refreshing like a campus beauty. But Su-Han could sense that this woman was extremely dangerous, like an undercurrent beneath a calm sea, harmless on the surface, yet capable of swallowing anyone who approached in an instant. She is Chunishi, ignored by everyone. Zhao Lei saw the situation and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, his mood growing even worse. Just a mere ant, and yet dares to show me attitude? Humph, once you're no longer useful, I'll skin you alive. While Su-Han was observing Chunishi also raised her head. Their gazes met in the air. Her eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. "Sit." She pointed to the empty seat opposite, her tone indifferent. Su-Han walked over and sat down. The scene fell silent for a moment, and the other two were quietly observing him. Eventually, it was Chunishi who broke the silence. "I am Chunishi, captain of the 6th squad of the Jinghai branch of the Wanxian sect." She first introduced herself. "You have completed the mission of the Red Fist sect. and your status has been elevated to an outer disciple. From now on, you will officially be under the management of our squad." Suhan nodded. "Understood. Since your status has been elevated, let me briefly introduce the structure of the Wanxian sect," Chun Ishi said indifferently. "In our Wanxian sect, the hierarchy is clearly defined. From bottom to top, it is servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. As for those above, such as stewards and elders, they reside in the self-circulation city, and we generally don't have access to them." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Every disciple belongs to a specific team. We are part of Team 6. In Jinghai City, all teams are under the jurisdiction of the true disciple Kong Fuxian, senior brother Kong." Suhan listened quietly, committing this information firmly to memory. After Chun Ishi finished speaking, he finally asked the question he was most concerned about. "How are the cultivation realms of the Wanxian sect divided?" Chun Ishi glanced at him and then began to explain in detail. "The immortal martial techniques of our Wanxian sect are based on vital energy and blood. The first realm is called body refinement, with combat power ranging from 100 to 5,000, typically servant disciples. The second realm is called 100 temperings, with combat power ranging from. The combat power of outer sect disciples ranges from 1,000 to 20,000. The second realm is called 100 refinements. Those who reach this realm can become inner sect disciples, with combat power ranging from 20,000 to 100,000. My current realm is the third realm, Beacon Fire, which belongs to the core disciples, with combat power between 100,000 and 500,000. Beyond that, there are Wolf Smoke, Blood Pillar, 10,000 Flames, Golden Body, Celestial Phenomenon, and even the immortal martial realm, but those are far beyond your current reach." Chun Ishi took a sip of coffee and continued. "The extraordinary system of this world is quite simple, divided into secret martial artists, enhanced humans, modified humans, and divine mechanists. You can think of this as a system progressing from weak to strong. As for us immortal martial practitioners, we belong to a completely independent system. Starting from the first realm, our strength is already comparable to secret martial artists, then corresponds sequentially to enhanced humans, modified humans, and finally divine mechanists. Our growth has no upper limit. It emphasizes steady progress step by step, ultimately becoming invincible." "Divine mechanists? What are they?" Suhan asked. "They are the pinnacle of combat power in this world. It's normal that you don't know about them." Suhan nodded, digesting the information. After a moment, he extended his hand and decisively said, "I want the follow-up techniques for immortal martial arts." Chun Ishi seemed well prepared. He took a small booklet out of his bag and pushed it in front of him. The booklet wasn't thick, and the cover bore a line of bold characters. "Kanglan Immortal Martial Arts, 100 Tempering Chapter." Suhan picked up the booklet and flipped it open. Inside were handwritten texts and a few simple human anatomy diagrams. But the more he read, the more he felt something was off. The techniques in the 100 Tempering chapter seemed so familiar. Wasn't this the same method he had figured out last night for refining blood and qi? By boiling the blood to strengthen the body while expelling waste blood from the system, thereby achieving greater strength. Suhan quickly skimmed through the booklet, then closed it, having already made up his mind. "I want the cultivation technique of the Beacon Fire realm," Suhan said. As soon as he spoke, the entire private room fell silent. Zhao Lei let out a snicker. The bald man and the short-haired woman beside him also looked at Suhan as if he were a fool. Chun Ishi stared at him, her voice turning cold. "Suhan, don't aim too high. Do you know how long it takes an average person to complete the first stage of body refinement? At least 2 to 3 years. And for the 100 Tempering realm, it's absolutely impossible without 5 years. Even if you are extraordinarily gifted and have abundant resources to assist you, at best, you could only shorten it to 1 or 2 years to even touch the threshold." But Suhan just nodded, his gaze still firmly fixed on Chun Ishi. "I understand. However, I still want the cultivation method of the Beacon realm." Seeing Suhan's persistence, Chun Ishi's expression completely turned cold. Zhao Lei finally couldn't hold back and mocked sarcastically. "Captain, don't bother with him. A local bumpkin who's never seen the world really thinks he's something just because he has a bit of talent. The bald man and the short-haired woman, who had been silent all along, also sneered in agreement. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. Although you have some achievements, you're nothing in front of our Wanxian sect. Do you think immortal martial arts are as common as cabbages? That you can practice them just because you want to? Utterly delusional. In their eyes, someone like Su Han, a local, was nothing more than an ant to be used and sacrificed at will. And now, this ant actually dared to overestimate himself, dreaming of ascending to the heavens in one step and demanding the techniques of the Beacon Fire realm? It was simply laughable. Su Han, however, remained unfazed. After they finished speaking, he continued, "You just said that those with good talent can shorten their cultivation time, right? Well, it so happens that my talent is excellent." As soon as he said this, the private room fell into an eerie silence once again. Zhao Lei was initially stunned, then burst into laughter again, laughing so hard he bent over, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "Su Han, are you out of your mind?" He pointed at Su Han, laughing so hard that tears were about to stream down his face. "I just gave you the body refining chapter yesterday afternoon, and it's been less than a day. Now you're telling me you have great talent? Are you joking, or do you think we're all idiots?" The bald, strong man also shook his head with a laugh, while the short-haired woman's gaze at Su Han had shifted from looking at a fool to looking at a madman. Chen Ishi stared at Su Han and asked coldly, "Great talent? How great?" Su Han couldn't be bothered to waste words with them anymore. Language was the weakest form of proof. He stood up directly, and the energy and blood within his body began to surge, gradually activating a powerful force. Zhao Lei and the others were about to continue mocking, but their expressions suddenly froze. Suddenly, a dark red flame of vital energy began to slowly emerge from Su Han's body. At first, it only wrapped around his skin like a thin mist, but soon, the blood flames surged skyward like a fiery dragon, burning brighter and climbing higher. Eventually, the blood flame reached a height of about half a meter, forming a blazing fiery cloak that completely enveloped Su Han. The private room seemed to be filled with a massive fireball, and the temperature soared instantly. The cups on the table cracked from the heat, and the wooden tabletop emitted a sizzling sound, even starting to smoke. The air distorted, and the dark red flames cast a dim glow over the entire room. Despite this, Su Han did not exert his full strength. The power he used was less than 30% of his total capability. He concealed his most formidable trump card, the special talent known as the Divine Body, which could greatly enhance his physical constitution. He had no intention of revealing this ace too early. In his view, merely showcasing the power of the 100 Temperings realm was more than enough to intimidate everyone present. It turned out that the effect was even better than he had anticipated. The entire private room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Lei's mouth gaped wide open, his eyes bulging like copper bells, and the smile on his face completely froze. The bald, burly man suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him without a care. The short-haired woman instinctively took a step back, her hand already resting on the weapon at her waist, full of vigilance. Even the always cold and aloof Chen Ishi stood up. Her gaze was locked firmly on the blood-red aura emanating from Su Han, and for the first time, intense fluctuations appeared in her eyes. This is impossible," Zhao Lei muttered to himself, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "It's only been a day, not even a full day." He couldn't comprehend how someone could cultivate their strength to such a level in such a short time, even surpassing those who had trained rigorously for years. Su Han saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces and knew his goal had been achieved. He slowly retracted his outward aura, and the blood-red energy gradually faded, retreating back into his body. The scorching sensation in the private room dissipated along with it. At this moment, the four people in the room were staring at Su Han with a completely different look in their eyes. The previous disdain and contempt were gone, replaced by shock and disbelief, as if they were looking at an unprecedented anomaly. After a long while, Chen Ishi finally snapped out of her shock. She withdrew her gaze and couldn't help but ask, "How? How did you do it?" Su Han calmly finished his practice and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "That's how I trained. Constantly refining my strength, and then I broke through." That's how you trained, and then you broke through? Zhao Lei repeated the words, his expression looking worse than if he'd swallowed a fly. As core members of the Wanxian sect, they were fundamentally different from recruits like Su Han. They were elite individuals carefully selected by the organization, pioneers entrusted with high expectations. Not only did they have access to abundant resources, but they were also personally taught cultivation techniques by the creators of the immortal martial arts. Yet even with all that, it had taken them a full half-month to barely break through to the 100 Temperings realm. For ordinary people, it would be unthinkable to achieve this in less than a year. But Su Han, he had done it in just one day. Without guidance, without resources, and without even a complete set of techniques, he simply trained and somehow managed to break through. For a moment, everyone felt conflicted, as if all their years of effort and pride were nothing but a joke. Have you really never been exposed to immortal martial arts before? Chen Ishi asked again, unwilling to give up. No, Su Han answered truthfully. The book, Body Refining chapter that Zhao Lei gave me yesterday was the first time I encountered such a technique. Chen Ishi fell silent once more. She sat back down, picked up her coffee cup, but unconsciously set it down again, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Zhao Lei and the others dared not say another word, nervously watching her and waiting for her decision. Finally, Chen Ishi took a deep breath, looked at Su Han, and admitted with a hint of complexity in her tone, I understand now. Your talent is indeed the best I've ever seen. She took out another booklet from her bag and placed it on the table. This booklet was thicker than the previous one, and its cover was also blank, but the words on it had changed. Kangland Immortal Martial Arts, Flames of War Chapter. This is the technique for the Flames of War realm. Take it. As Chen Ishi pushed the booklet towards Su Han, she introduced, in addition to the basic cultivation methods, it also contains a set of martial techniques that complement it. She paused and continued. This set of martial techniques consists of 3 moves: Blood Flame Fist, Blood Explosion Strike, and Blood Sea Overwhelming. Each move is stronger than the last, and all are purely focused on destructive power. Su Han picked up the booklet and casually flipped through a few pages. Blood Flame Fist can concentrate power in the fist, forming a layer of burning blood-colored coating. A single punch delivers both burning and impact damage. Blood Explosion Strike compresses power to the extreme, injecting it into the enemy's body and then detonating it, causing devastating damage from within. Lastly, Blood Sea Overwhelming is a large-scale attack. It releases one's power completely, forming a blood-colored flame zone that engulfs enemies, inflicting continuous burning and strikes. These 3 moves are all extremely powerful. Su Han closed the booklet with satisfaction, put it away, and simply said, "Thank you." Chen Ishi nodded. Seeing that everyone's emotions had temporarily stabilized, she no longer mentioned the matter of talent and instead turned to the main topic. Regarding tasks, since you have joined our Wanxian sect, you must follow the team to carry out missions, thereby enhancing your status and position. She shifted the topic. Our team's previous mission was to eliminate the Hongchuan sect, which refused to join us. At this point, Chen Ishi glanced at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's face instantly turned ashen. He had originally planned to use the Hongchuan sect to get rid of Su Han, but not only did he fail, Su Han ended up earning merit and showcasing such terrifying talent. At this moment, Zhao Lei's emotions were a complex mix of bitterness. However, Chen Ishi paid no attention to his feelings and simply continued. Since the issue with the Hongchuan sect has been resolved, we will proceed directly to the next mission. Her expression turned serious. The mission target is in the center of Jinghai City, an organization called Giant Whale Sect. This sect is quite large and is the strongest traditional martial arts force in the city. The sect leader is named Chun Wanjun, 55 years old, a renowned true gang grandmaster with a combat power evaluation of 35,000. There are also 2 other elders in the sect at the true gang level, both with combat power exceeding 20,000. There are over a dozen experts at the Holding Dan level, more than 300 disciples at the Transforming Force and Dark Force levels. In addition, they have a white-level enhanced human who has undergone genetic enhancement. The overall strength of this faction is incredibly terrifying. In addition to recruiting disciples, They also take on various tasks such as security, enforcers, and cleanup operations, holding significant influence in the underground world of Jinghai City. Moreover, they have a long-term partnership with the Xuanyu Group. Hearing the words Xuanyu Group, Suhan's eyes instantly lit up. It turned out that the Xuanyu Group was the one handling his case back then. Suhan immediately understood that the Xuanyu Group must have detailed information about his enemies. It seemed that this mission was one he absolutely had to undertake. Chun Ishi's cold voice continued, explaining the details of the mission. This time, it's not just our team participating. The 7th and 8th teams from within the sect will also join. The 3 teams will act together. She paused, her tone becoming even more chilling. Our goal is to invite the Giant Whale sect to join the Myriad Immortals sect. If they refuse, we will annihilate them. Why must we annihilate them? Suhan couldn't help but blurt out. If they refuse, can't we just drive them away? As soon as the words left his mouth, the private room fell into a deathly silence once again. Zhao Lei and the others looked at him with strange expressions, as if they were staring at a naive child who didn't understand the world. Chun Ishi did not answer this naive question. She simply took out a black electronic watch from her pocket, handed it to Suhan, and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is a combat data watch. It can detect the combat power of surrounding personnel. Take it and wait for further news. I'll notify you when it's time to depart." Suhan knew that asking further would yield no answers. He nodded, took the cold watch, and decisively turned to leave. Only after Suhan's figure completely disappeared did the oppressive atmosphere in the private room slightly ease. Reached the 100 tempering realm in just one day? What kind of monster is this? In the end, it was Zhao Lei who spoke first, his tone full of undisguised jealousy and resentment. The bald man beside him also shook his head, his face filled with disbelief. "I've been cultivating for 3 whole months, soaking in medicinal baths every day, taking tonics, and I'm only at mid-100 tempering now. He did it in one day. Captain, is this even reasonable?" Zhao Lei came up with another guess. Could this kid be like us, coming from that side? Maybe he had already practiced immortal martial arts before. Impossible. Chun Ishi immediately dismissed the idea, her gaze sharp and certain. People like us have a special sense. We can perceive each other's presence. Suhan doesn't have that feeling. He's not one of us. Then how do you explain that? How could he cultivate his vitality to such a level in just one day? Could it really be an extraordinary talent? But after so many years since Xinwu was created, the only one who could reach this level in a single day is probably that Li Hengyi, right? When the name Li Henge was mentioned, the atmosphere in the private room instantly changed, as if an invisible pressure had descended. The short-haired woman gasped and exclaimed, "Deputy Leader Li? Impossible. She is an unparalleled prodigy. Before her arrival, she was already the top disciple of Guanghan Palace, with extraordinary talent. After descending, she was further blessed with the identity of the divine race, lacking nothing in talent or resources. Her rapid cultivation progress is only natural. But Suhan, everyone was utterly baffled. If the disciples of the Myriad Immortals sect were all geniuses, then Li Henge was a legend among geniuses, standing at the very pinnacle of the pyramid. And Suhan, a nobody. How could he possibly be compared to Li Henge? Zhao Lei, Chun Ishi turned to him. What background did you uncover about Suhan through the patrol system? Zhao Lei nodded and began to report with a complicated tone. The information I found shows that he comes from an ordinary family. His parents run a noodle shop, and his elder sister is a kindergarten teacher. He himself was just an average student at school, even giving up on secret martial arts after only 2 months of learning. His grades were above average, but there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Previously, his family encountered a tragedy. His parents were killed, his sister was severely injured and sent to the ICU, and he was thrown into prison without putting up any resistance. It wasn't until later that he seemed to display some talent in secret martial arts. Then how do you explain this? The short-haired woman was even more confused. A child from an ordinary family breaking through 100 refinements in a single day? This isn't just a matter of talent. It completely defies logic. This was the enormous doubt lingering in everyone's hearts. Vice Leader Li was universally recognized as a genius. achieving the feat of reaching the 100 refinement stage in a single day thanks to countless resources and a prestigious background. But Suhan, by all accounts, he was just a native of this world, a mere ant-like existence, without resources or status. Could his talent truly surpass that of Li Hongyi to such an unimaginable degree? How could that be possible? The room fell silent for a moment. After a long while, Chun Ishi finally spoke slowly, his voice low and heavy. A child from an ordinary family, with no resources or background, yet able to break through 100 refinements in a single day. This can no longer be explained by just the word talent. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Are you saying, Captain, that he has a secret? Absolutely. Chun Ishi's tone was incredibly certain. And it's a huge secret. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked at Su Han's gradually receding figure downstairs. Her eyes narrowed slightly as her thoughts raced. I will report this matter to Senior Brother Kong. She turned around and looked at her three subordinates. You all continue preparing for the giant whale sect mission. As for Su Han, her gaze swept over each person as she commanded word by word. Focus on observing. On the other side, Su Han returned home. He took out the combat data watch given by Chun Ishi and put it on his wrist. The dial instantly lit up, displaying a string of numbers. Current combat power, 16,000. This was his regular combat power without activating his vital energy or using any strength. Suhan focused his thoughts, and the vital energy within his body began to surge and circulate. Almost instantly, the numbers on the dial began to skyrocket wildly. 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. Finally, the data stabilized at the astonishing figure of 3300. Still not enough, Suhan murmured softly, his gaze unusually resolute. He needed even greater power. He opened a booklet titled Secrets of Celestial Martial Arts, his eyes directly locking onto the chapters, embracing the core and true chi. Although this secret martial art offered limited enhancement to pure combat power, even at the pinnacle level of a true chi grandmaster, combat strength would only hover between 10,000 and 30,000. Its true value lay in the precise control of power and the refinement of force techniques. The practical application of these techniques in combat was unmatched by any other enhancement system. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhan immediately assumed a stance and began practicing the celestial phenomenon secret martial art. His comprehension now was far beyond what it used to be. With a value approaching 500, learning any technique was as simple as a college student solving elementary math problems, effortless to an unbelievable degree. Once, twice, 3 times. From the basic techniques to the intricate moves, he only needed to practice each move once to instantly grasp its essence. In fact, he even felt that simply reading the mental techniques formula was enough for complete mastery, and practicing was merely a formality to convert the energy within his body into true chi. Within just a few minutes, Suhan finished his practice and stood upright. He had fully mastered the celestial phenomenon secret martial art, from the foundational energy condensation to true chi, and even the 9 ultimate killing moves, achieving perfection. The entire process was smooth and effortless, without any difficulty. With a thought, he exerted a slight force, and the energy within his body immediately flowed perfectly along the true chi pathways. A faint layer of gray chi appeared on the surface of his body. This was the characteristic of the celestial phenomenon technique's true chi. It could protect the entire body while enhancing strength and explosive power by approximately 3-fold. It really works. Suhan felt a surge of joy and was unwilling to waste a single moment. He immediately took out the Red Line Fist manual he had previously seized from the Red Fist sect. This martial art emphasizes extreme microcontrol, requiring force as fine as a strand of hair. Upon reaching the true chi realm, dark red energy will envelop the entire body. Suhan once again immersed himself in practice. The result was unsurprising, equally simple to master. Whether it was the training method or the combat technique, he only needed to go through it once to fully grasp it. After a few more minutes, the true chi of the Red Line Fist was perfected. At this moment, the chi on Suhan's body surface had turned dark red. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless strands of hair-thin energy flowing within the chi like living creatures. Immediately, a miraculous scene unfolded. When he simultaneously activated the astral force and the red line force, these two distinct powers began to slowly merge, like two colors of ink blending together, ultimately forming an entirely new color. The fused astral energy remained dark red, but the flowing force within it had transformed into countless fine threads, densely interwoven into an invisible giant net that enveloped Su-Han's entire body. A terrifying power, hidden yet potent, was brewing within. Su-Han could clearly feel his physique rapidly improving. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel and was instantly stunned. Physique, 625 plus 100. The Constitution attribute unexpectedly skyrocketed by 100 points. Looking at the astonishing changes on the data panel, Su-Han seemed deep in thought. He carefully felt every flow of energy within his body, exploring every subtle change, and gradually arrived at an answer in his mind. So that's how it is, he suddenly realized. Secret martial arts aren't incapable of strengthening the physical body, but the threshold is extremely high. At the very least, one must reach the true gang realm to have a chance. It requires an enormous amount of energy or the fusion of multiple energies to produce a qualitative change, which in turn stimulates the growth of the physical body. He couldn't help but sigh. In this world, those who can reach the true gang realm are already as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone mastering two completely different secret martial arts to the true gang level simultaneously. This was simply unheard of. While continuing to comprehend the changes in his body, Su-Han made an even more delightful discovery. He found that this newly fused energy could actually undergo a secondary fusion with the immortal martial blood energy he had cultivated. He immediately attempted to simultaneously operate the fused force and the astral energy formed by 30% of his vital energy. In the next moment, a layer of dark red flames whooshed and ignited on his body's surface. However, these flames were completely different from the pure vital energy flames from before. Within the flames, countless dark red threads floated and wriggled, resembling countless strands of hair or tentacles, forming a bizarre and entangled flame that appeared both strange and powerful. The path I'm taking is probably different from everyone else's, Su-Han murmured to himself, his eyes not showing the slightest hint of fear, but instead filled with unprecedented determination. He looked again at the combat power watch on his wrist. As the forces merged, the numbers on it were skyrocketing wildly. 35,000, 40,000, 45,000. The numbers frantically jumped and finally settled steadily at the astonishing value of 5200. This was merely the power of the secret martial force, and it had already reached an unprecedented height. If the explosive force of vitality and blood were added on top of it, Su-Han couldn't imagine how terrifying he would be at that moment. However, even though his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation, the voice in his heart still echoed. Not enough, still not enough. Su-Han was not satisfied with the current situation. He needed to become stronger. Strong enough to confront the entire Sturgeon group, strong enough to take revenge with his own hands. He yearned for that absolute power capable of solving all troubles. He pondered what kind of effect would result if he could merge the powers of secret martial true chi and 100-tempered vital energy. And if he could cultivate his vital energy to the next realm, the beacon fire realm, before merging them, what kind of spectacle would that be? Su-Han didn't know the answer, but he was eager to try. He sensed that it would be a qualitative leap in strength. Without hesitation, he took out the cultivation method for the beacon fire realm and immediately began a new round of training. The cultivation method clearly stated that to break through from the 100-tempered realm to the beacon fire realm, one must refine their vital energy to the extreme. 100-tempered, as the name suggests, requires repeatedly tempering the vital energy throughout the body over 100 times until it is pure enough to form a stable, blood-colored flame on the surface of the body. Su-Han began to channel his energy, his blood and chi surging wildly. Once, twice, 3 times. Countless impurities in his blood were reborn through repeated tempering. His formidable physique provided an immense reservoir of chi and blood, while his extraordinary insight allowed his cultivation to progress with unstoppable momentum. The temperature in the entire living room rose sharply, as if it had turned into a massive furnace. The blood in Suhan's body resembled molten iron, boiling and roaring through his veins. The blood flames on his skin flickered intermittently, their color shifting from dark red to deep red, rising from half a meter to 1 meter, 2 meters. The flames burned ever more fiercely, radiating astonishing heat. Several hours later, at midnight, the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted Suhan's cultivation. He slowly withdrew his energy, picked up the phone, and saw that the caller ID displayed Zhao Lei. "Hello." Suhan answered the call. "Suan, the mission has begun." Zhao Lei's voice was as cold as ever, but upon closer listening, the undisguised contempt carried a faint trace of unease. Clearly, the talent Suan had displayed earlier in the private room had left him unsettled. "Head out immediately and gather at the abandoned factory area in the west of the city. I'll send the coordinates to your phone." "Now." Suan glanced at the time. It was midnight. "Yes, right now." Zhao Lei's tone brooked no argument. "There's movement from the giant whale sect. Get ready to depart. Arrive within 20 minutes, or bear the consequences of being late." With that, he hung up, leaving Suan no chance to ask further questions. Suhan finished his cultivation, feeling completely refreshed and sensing a significant improvement in his strength. Every drop of blood in his body seemed like molten iron, scorching and pure. When he activated his vital energy, terrifying blood flames surged on the surface of his body, clawing and writhing like countless struggling souls dancing in the heat, exuding an aura capable of incinerating everything. But this was still not enough. The requirement for the beacon fire realm was that vital energy must burn like raging beacon flames, forming a continuous impact force. Suhan felt that he was still a bit short of reaching that level. He changed into dark-colored clothes and put on an electronic watch capable of measuring combat power. The number displayed on it was 55,000. This was merely his normal combat strength. Suhan estimated that once his vital energy fully erupted, this number could at least double. After checking his equipment, he left his home, heading toward the assembly point. The late-night streets were silent, and the Jiyuan residential area where he lived had long been surrounded by layers of yellow and black police tape. Residents had moved out one after another, leaving the place empty and desolate, like a ghost town. Suhan walked along the path toward the entrance of the residential area. Just as he was about to step over the police tape, his footsteps suddenly halted. He slowly turned his head and looked toward the shadow on the left. Out of the darkness, two figures gradually emerged, a man and a woman. The woman had short hair and appeared to be in her early 20s. Her eyes were fixed on Suhan, filled with undisguised disdain. Behind her, a younger man followed closely. The newcomer was dressed in the black uniform of the Earth Dispatch Bureau, with a distinctive badge on their chest indicating their identity. The woman leading the group frowned, coldly scrutinizing Suhan. They were none other than Bai Shui and Zhou Ming, who had rushed here tirelessly by tracking data. "Finally caught you." Bai Shui stared at Suhan, almost gritting her teeth as she uttered the words, "Let's see where you run this time." Suhan said nothing, simply observing these two new faces quietly. He could sense that they were new enforcement officers. Bai Shui stepped forward, directly blocking Suhan's path, while her partner, Zhou Ming, quickly moved in from the side. The two formed a pincer attack, completely cutting off all his escape routes. "Suan," Bai Shui's tone was full of condescension, "we are law enforcement officers from the Earth Dispatch Bureau. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you'd better answer honestly." She raised a finger and began her interrogation-style questioning. "First question, why did you kill Zhang Chu and the others?" Suan looked at her, still silent. "Second question." Bai Shui's voice suddenly rose sharply. "Why did you kill those 43 patrol officers?" Her emotions grew increasingly agitated. The third question, why did you wipe out the entire Honchuan sect? Over 200 lives, and you didn't spare a single one. Suhan, are you even human? You're worse than an animal. Faced with Bai Shui's barrage of accusations and reprimands, Suhan's expression remained indifferent. He was silent for a few seconds before finally speaking calmly. "Do you know the reason behind it? Do you know?" "I don't need to know the reason." Bai Shui interrupted him harshly. "I looked into your records. You even killed your own parents and severely injured your sister early on. Your crimes are unforgivable, and you deserve to die. I didn't kill my parents. On this point alone, Suhan spoke up to refute. But the evidence is conclusive. Bai Shui's tone grew more disdainful. Fingerprints at the scene, surveillance footage, eyewitnesses, and material evidence. All the evidence points to you. Even your then-girlfriend Su Li personally identified you. What else do you have to say? She took a step forward, her presence overwhelming. Suhan, let me tell you, no matter what your reasons are, a crime is a crime, and murder is murder. Even if those patrol officers were truly at fault, even if you were framed, you have no right to judge them in your own way. The more Bai Shui spoke, the more agitated she became. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of standing on the moral high ground, passing judgment on sinners. It was almost addictive to her. After saying her piece, she finally issued an ultimatum. Surrender immediately and come back with me to the tribunal to face judgment. If you cooperate, we might consider leniency. Otherwise, she revealed her mechanical arm, which reflected a cold metallic sheen under the streetlight, the threat unmistakable. Suhan merely stared at the incessantly chattering woman before him, without uttering another word. He wanted to ask, back when his parents were murdered, his sister gravely injured, and he was falsely accused and left to die, where were these lofty enforcers? But now, none of that mattered anymore. Any verbal explanation seemed so feeble and powerless at this moment. The fact that he had even deluded himself into proving his innocence to someone like this was truly laughable. Bai Shui spoke as she raised the combat smartwatch on her wrist, casting a disdainful glance at Suhan. The watch face lit up, displaying a string of numbers. Combat power, 55,000. 55,000. Bai Shui snorted coldly. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. She glanced at her own stats again, 108,000. Facing a criminal of this level, she could easily crush him. This would be her first major achievement since joining the Earth Dispatch Division. Thinking of this, Bai Shui's enthusiasm grew even stronger, completely treating Suhan as prey on her path to promotion. She stepped forward again, issuing a final warning. Suhan, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender now, and you can avoid unnecessary suffering. But if you wait for me to take action, Bai Shui's words were not yet finished. Boom! A loud bang exploded on the empty street, sounding particularly piercing. A dark red blood flame suddenly shot skyward from Suhan's body. He was already too tired to reason with this group of people, only finding them annoying. Since words couldn't communicate, he would resolve it with strength. He instantly fused his chi and blood energy, then unleashed his power completely. 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. That dark red flame, like a burning giant pillar, shot straight into the sky over 10 meters high, instantly illuminating the entire front gate of the neighborhood as if it were daylight. The scorching heat wave exploded with a roar, releasing terrifying high temperatures in all directions. The asphalt on the ground even began to melt, emitting bursts of pungent black smoke. Even more eerie was the surface of the massive flame, which seemed to have countless dark red threads writhing frantically, like thousands of strands of hair clawing in the air. Reflected on the ground, they transformed into countless twisted tentacles, burning and dancing in the firelight, appearing both terrifying and sinister. With the eruption of power, Suhan's strength skyrocketed crazily in an instant. The numbers on Bai Shui's combat watch on her wrist also jumped and soared wildly. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, until it surpassed 100,000. 110000. The figure finally stopped at 110,000. Suhan's power erupted fully in an instant, doubling his combat strength and forcefully breaking through the 100,000 threshold. This is impossible. Bai Shui stared at the sudden turn of events, unable to suppress her shocked exclamation. She had just tested this criminal moments ago, and his combat strength was only a little over 50,000. How could it double in the blink of an eye? He even broke through the 100,000 mark, reaching a level of strength almost equal to hers as a semi-modified human. Beside her, Zhou Ming was completely dumbfounded. 110,000? Wasn't he just at 55,000 earlier? Bai Shui fixed her gaze on the eerie blood-colored flames surrounding Suhan, finally understanding why the corpses of those from the Red Fist sect all bore charred marks. This is the blood chi immortal martial art of the Wanxian sect, she said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word. Refining blood chi, exploding combat strength, releasing flames. These were all combat characteristics of that cult's disciples. Her eyes were fixed intently on the eerie blood flames and the entwined fine threads on Suhan's body. She shouted angrily, "Suhan, you even joined a cult. This adds to your crimes and is unforgivable." Such nonsense. Suhan merely raised his right hand slowly. Scarlet flames gathered on his fist, forming a blazing fireball. The intricate threads within the flames became even clearer, densely wrapping around his fist like an exoskeleton. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and with a single step forward, the ground beneath his feet exploded into a charred pit. The blood flames trailed a long streak in the air, and he had already appeared in front of Bai Shui, throwing a fierce punch. "Bring it on," Bai Shui roared, her metallic mechanical arm gleaming as it met the attack head-on. She is a semi-cyborg, with part of her body made of flesh and blood, and part of it mechanically modified. Although the modifications use the most basic components, they are still made of white steel. White steel is a special material with unimaginably high strength and extremely light weight. Prosthetics made from this material cannot be penetrated, even by a heavy sniper rifle equipped with armor-piercing rounds. Of course, the true core of a cyborg lies in its internal neural, combat, and energy templates. Once the combat template is activated, it can scan, provide early warnings, and simulate the opponent's moves. At this moment, Bai Shui's combat template is fully powered up, and the trajectory analysis, speed estimation, and force calculation of Suhan's fist instantly appear in her field of vision. She has full confidence in her white steel mechanical arm, so she does not dodge. Boom! The instant their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave exploded. Blood-red flames and violent physical force clashed madly, erupting into countless sparks. The ground cracked, streetlights, cars, and fire hydrants were all sent flying and torn apart. Pure power, every move lethal, caused the earth to tremble as if the night itself were burning. Amid a series of explosive sounds of fists meeting flesh, accompanied by one final heavy punch, the fire dragon shattered, and both of their chests were simultaneously struck by the other's blow, sending them both hurtling backward uncontrollably. But at this moment, the sneer and contempt on Bai Shui's face had long disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented heaviness and grim expression. She could clearly feel that her punch had indeed broken through Suhan's protective energy and landed solidly on his physical body. However, the sensation was nothing like hitting a human body. It felt more like striking an indestructible wall, barely causing any damage. How is this possible? Bai Shui gritted her teeth. This punch of hers could easily shatter a massive boulder into powder, yet Suhan merely swayed slightly. In contrast, although nothing seemed amiss on the surface, Bai Shui could feel countless dense threads had already penetrated her flesh and blood. They were like countless venomous snakes, frantically wreaking havoc within her blood vessels, muscles, and internal organs, destroying everything in their path. Even more terrifying was that these threads carried a burning effect, continuously consuming her life force. Bai Shui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with some dark red embers of flame. Is this inner strength? Her face was filled with disbelief. You actually practice both secret martial arts and immortal martial arts simultaneously, and you've reached such a level? Zhou Ming was already utterly shocked upon witnessing this scene. He had originally been standing by to keep watch, preventing Su Han from escaping, thinking that Bai Shui alone could easily subdue the opponent. But he hadn't expected the situation to take such a drastic turn. "Snow sister," he cried out as he rushed forward, trying to support Bai Shui. "Get lost." Bai Shui shoved him aside, her eyes reddened with fury. She roared, "Help me. Attack together." Zhou Ming immediately unleashed his power. His mechanical fingers on his right arm suddenly spread open, and sharp alloy blades sprang out from the tips of his 5 fingers. He was also a semi-cyborg, and his combat strength was equally formidable. Bai Shui forced herself to stand up, positioning herself to Zhou Ming's left. The two simultaneously launched an attack on Su Han. Su Han's gaze was icy cold, and the blood flames around him surged once more. This time, he was going to unleash his full power. His vital energy and inner strength fused perfectly, and the dark red threads within the blood flames became unprecedentedly clear and dense. The temperature at the entrance of the residential area instantly soared to a terrifying level, as if it had been thrown into a massive furnace. The metal poles of the streetlights began to glow red and deform, while the nearby greenery withered and charred in an instant. Kill! Bai Shui charged forward like a mad woman, her mechanical arms swinging wildly, accompanied by a piercing screech that tore through the air, carrying the power to destroy everything. At the same time, Zhou Ming cut in from the side, his blade flashing as he suddenly thrust it towards Su Han. Su Han's eyes sharpened, and his body moved accordingly. He unleashed the celestial secret technique at its perfected stage, combined with blood flames and inner strength. Each move was both dazzling and ferocious, its power reaching its peak. The blazing flames seemed as though they could tear apart the entire night sky. He punched Bai Shui back, then immediately turned and delivered a fierce kick to Zhou Ming's chest. Crack! The synthetic skin on Zhou Ming's chest instantly burst open, revealing the white steel structure beneath that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Yet even the sturdy white steel was deeply dented by the force of that kick. The three exchanged moves, their energy radiating in all directions. Their speed was so fast that their figures were almost invisible, with only countless fiery threads exploding and burning in their clashes. Su Han grew braver as the battle progressed, while Bai Shui and Zhou Ming were forced to retreat step by step, blood continuously spurting from their mouths, their faces pale as paper. In Bai Shui's mind, the system's alert sounded urgently. Combat power template warning. Severe injuries across multiple areas of the body. Mechanical arm functionality has failed. 89% of the flesh and blood components are damaged. Energy template remaining at 7%. Win rate analysis, less than 1%. Suggestion, run immediately. Impossible, this is impossible. Bai Shui muttered to herself in a daze. The battle template clearly showed that Su Han's combat power was only 110,000, while the combined combat power of the two of them was close to 200,000. But why? When the fight began, were they completely crushed? Run? How could I possibly run? Bai Shui had completely descended into madness. This was her first mission, and if she failed like this, how could she have the face to stay in the Heaven's Wrath division? How could she have the face to return and see team leader Su Jiang? I don't believe it. Bai Shui roared, charging forward once again. Die! The mechanical arm gathered her last ounce of strength and struck with full force, causing the air to explode with a thunderous roar. Su Han's gaze turned icy. The blood flames around him instantly contracted, converging entirely onto his right fist. Countless dark red threads frantically entwined, wrapping his fist into a monstrous, grotesque arm. The two fists collided. Boom! This explosion was louder than any before. The terrifying shockwave lifted the ground within dozens of meters entirely. In the next instant, a crisp crack sounded. Bai Shui's mechanical arm shattered. From the fist to the forearm, the sturdy white steel structure broke apart inch by inch, exposing the complex circuits and modules inside, with sparks flying everywhere. Poof! Bai Shui spat out another mouthful of blood, her entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the residential area's wall. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed on impact. She lay amidst the rubble, covered in blood, her mechanical right arm completely destroyed, and her left arm mangled beyond recognition. Zhou Ming witnessed this scene, and the last shred of his fighting spirit was utterly consumed by fear. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. As he passed by Bai Shui, he grabbed her still somewhat intact shoulder, unleashing the last bit of power from his energy module, all for one purpose: escape. His speed surged instantly, leaving behind a piercing sonic boom at the spot, his figure vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Su Han's gaze was icy cold as he immediately gave chase. With a powerful stomp, his body shot forward like a cannonball. Behind Su Han, a trail of blood flames stretched out into a magnificent tail, resembling a roaring fire dragon in the darkness of the night. But the speed achieved by the cyborgs unleashing their full energy was truly astonishing. Suhan quickly realized that he couldn't keep up. Despite his formidable physique of over 700 points, with every muscle brimming with terrifying power, he understood that he still lacked a truly top-tier body movement martial art. The explosive power of his physical body still fell short compared to the extreme speed gained by the cyborgs burning their life force. After chasing for a distance, he saw the figures of the two growing smaller and about to disappear at the edge of his vision. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang urgently. Suhan took a deep breath and stopped in his tracks. He took out his phone. It was a voice call from Zhao Lei. As soon as he answered, Zhao Lei's impatient urging came through. Suhan, why aren't you here yet? Hurry up. Meet at the train station at 12:30 sharp. Don't drag your feet and make us wait for you. After speaking, the other party directly hung up. Suhan looked grimly in the direction where the two had disappeared, then glanced at the current time. Everything has its priorities. It seems he can only let them go for now. He stopped channeling energy and restrained the blood flames around him. Those eerie lines, like writhing strands of hair, gradually disappeared. Soon, he returned to a normal state. Apart from his clothes being slightly damaged and his body feeling a bit weak, he was otherwise unharmed. This battle also allowed Suhan to truly witness his current strength. Very strong. Compared to the powerless self from 2 days ago in the patrol station, it's a world of difference. Now, facing two semi-modified humans with combat power starting at 100,000, he can fight with ease and almost manage to kill them on the spot. Just with the burst of vitality, my combat power can reach 100,000. And that doesn't even include the boost from my secret martial techniques, let alone this body of mine that is constantly growing stronger. My true strength has reached a level that even I find terrifying. However, after that fierce battle just now, I have completely offended the so-called Earth Retribution Division. But it doesn't matter. Suhan sneered inwardly. After all, he was already an enemy of this world, so what difference did one more Earth Tribunal make? At this point, he had no way out. He quickly changed into clean clothes and immediately headed to Jinghai City's high-speed rail station, leaving behind the devastated neighborhood that looked as if it had been swept by a storm. 12:30 a.m., Jinghai City high-speed rail station. Suhan arrived on time. In the waiting hall, Zhao Lei, the bald man, and the short-haired woman were already there. Besides them, there were 7 unfamiliar faces whose auras were much weaker than Zhao Lei and the others. Suhan guessed that these people were probably like his former self, miscellaneous disciples. He didn't say much, just stood there quietly. Not long after, Chenishi walked over. She was still dressed simply, a white t-shirt paired with jeans, looking just like an ordinary college student. But her eyes were so cold that no one dared to meet her gaze. She glanced at the assembled members and waved her hand. Everyone's here. Let's go. Without a single superfluous word, she walked straight to the ticket gate. Everyone silently followed behind her, the atmosphere tense and grim. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Sturgeon Group's Jinghai City branch building, Mo Tong was sunk into a leather sofa, holding a tablet in his hand. It seemed he hadn't left all night. As one of the branch's leaders, he had endless matters to handle. At this moment, he was reading a report about Suhan. Their Sturgeon Group's intelligence network spans the entire outer city. If they want to investigate someone, no one's background can remain hidden. Therefore, all of Suhan's past deeds have already been thoroughly uncovered by them. The more Mo Tong read the documents, the darker his expression became. He couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. What on earth is with this person's strength? It's changing by the day. At first, when he escaped from the basement and killed Zhang Chu, his combat power was estimated to be only a few hundred. Then, when he killed 43 patrol officers in the Jiyuan residential area, his combat power estimate skyrocketed to 5,000. Later, the entire Hongchuan sect was annihilated. Even masters of the level of sect leader Shui Hongchuan and the Kong family's white-grade enhanced individual were defeated. The combat strength must be estimated at least above 20,000. Mo Tong put down the tablet and rubbed his temples wearily. This was originally just a small trouble to handle for an important figure, so how did it escalate so much? He looked up at Wang Yanfang, who was standing in front of the desk. Has he been hiding his strength all along, or is there a problem with the group's intelligence system? Wang Yanfang shook her head. Mr. Mo, the group's intelligence system should be fine. Then how do you explain this, kid? Mo Tong pointed at the tablet, feeling inexplicably irritated. From a few hundred to 20,000, how long has it been? If we give him a little more time, is he going to turn the world upside down? This. Wang Yanfang couldn't come up with an answer. Su-han, this kid, was truly bizarre. The speed at which his strength increased was simply monstrous. Mo Tong was silent for a moment before asking, "What about the two people we sent to deal with him earlier? What's the situation?" "Missing," Wang Yanfang replied. The last signal appeared in Jiyuan community, and then it completely vanished. "They're probably already." She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear: dead. Mo Tong's expression grew even colder. Wang Yanfang cautiously asked, "Mr. Mo, do we need to deploy stronger forces? The security team still has some semi-modified individuals." "No need." Mo Tong waved his hand, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Tonight, the group has a joint operation with the Earth Condemnation Division, so we can't spare any personnel for now. As for Su-han, don't act on him yet. Let the intelligence team conduct a deeper investigation on him. That kid has secrets, especially regarding his strength. There's definitely something off. To be this strong, there can't be no clues at all." "Yes," Wang Yanfang responded. "Also, what's the situation with Su-han's classmate, Zhao Kai?" Wang Yanfang flipped through the documents and replied, "Zhao Kai has already been detained by the Yunfu District Patrol Office. Initially, they thought Su-han was dead and planned to use him to take the blame. But unexpectedly, not only is Su-han alive, he's made the situation even bigger, so they've temporarily put it on hold." Mo Tong sneered coldly and waved his hand. "No rush. This Zhao Kai might still be of some use. Keep him detained and make sure nothing happens to him." "Understood. By the way, what about Su-han's sister?" Mo Tong asked again. "She's still in Renai Hospital," Wang Yanfang replied. Mo Tong nodded. Renai Hospital was a private hospital established and supported by their group. It was very discreet and not widely known. Ever since Su Yun was sent there, she had been left in the ICU, unattended, left to her own fate. But this was fine too. Being under their control, she might prove useful in the future. "Just leave it for now," Mo Tong finally instructed. "We'll deal with Su-han later." "Yes." At 1:15 a.m., the high-speed train slowly pulled into the central station of Jinghai City. Su-han followed Chen Yishi and the others out of the carriage. As expected of the city center, even though it was already early morning, the platform was still brightly lit, as if it were daytime. Above, a massive holographic billboard flashed with the brilliance of luxury goods, casting colorful reflections on the bustling crowd below. Amidst this clamor, Su-han suddenly spoke. "Captain Chen." Chen Yishi, walking ahead, turned her head, her gaze as cold as a winter lake. "Speak. Since we're in the city center, can I go look for my sister first?" Su-han's voice carried a hint of pleading. He knew that Renai Hospital, where his sister was nearby. If possible, he wanted to confirm her safety as soon as possible. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei beside him sneered, making no effort to hide his disdain. "Do you think this is a sightseeing trip? Go wherever you want." Chen Yishi stared coldly at Su-han, leaving no room for negotiation, and directly refused. "We'll talk after the mission is over." Su-han fell silent. He clenched his fists, then slowly released them. Now was not the time to fall out. He could only suppress his worry and anger deep inside and say no more. Chen Yishi paid no attention to his emotions and continued to lead the way briskly ahead. The group followed behind her, weaving through the crowded throng and exiting the station. By the roadside, two black business vehicles had been waiting for some time. "Get in." Chen Yishi opened the car door and commanded. The newcomers, referred to as miscellaneous disciples, crowded into one vehicle, while Su-han, along with several other outer sect disciples, shared a ride with Chen Yishi. The car started smoothly, merging into the bustling traffic of the city center. Su-han leaned against the window, watching the nightscape rapidly recede outside. Skyscrapers rose like a steel forest, each towering over 100 meters. Neon lights intertwined and flickered between the buildings, making the city as bright as daylight even in the deep of night. This was the vibrant heart of Jinghai City. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an extremely luxurious hotel. Pingan Hotel, 32nd floor suite. Shinichi said succinctly as he got out of the car. The crowd followed her into the hotel. The lobby was resplendent with gold and jade, and a massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling over 10 meters high, its brilliance illuminating every corner. Two uniformed receptionists stood at the front desk, while three security guards patrolled the area vigilantly nearby. The elevator smoothly ascended to the 32nd floor. As the suite door opened, a vast space of over 200 square meters unfolded before them. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows spanning the entire wall was the dazzling night view of Jinghai City. The room was already filled with many people. Suhan quickly counted. There were at least 20 or more. These individuals were clearly divided into different cliques. A small group among them exuded a more formidable aura, their expressions carrying a hint of arrogance. Evidently, like Zhao Lei, they were the so-called outer disciples. The others had weaker presences, likely servant disciples. Seeing Chun Ishi enter, a man in a black jacket greeted her with a smile. "Captain Chun, you're a bit late, aren't you?" "Got held up on the way." Chun Ishi responded indifferently. Soon, the man in the jacket turned his gaze to Suhan, who was standing behind Chun Ishi, and asked curiously, "And who is this?" Chun Ishi stepped aside, pointed at Suhan, and introduced, "This is Suhan, the new member of our 6th team, recently promoted to an outer disciple." Then she turned to Suhan and said, "This is Li Feng, the captain of the 7th team, and Lu Yu, the captain of the 8th team." Following her introduction, Suhan looked over. Li Feng was a man around 30 years old, tall, with eyes as sharp as blades. Beside him stood Lu Yu, a woman in her late 20s, exuding a capable and efficient aura, arms crossed as she stood to the side. Both of their gazes lingered on Suhan for a few seconds. In their eyes, there was curiosity, scrutiny, but more than anything, an undisguised contempt. The words "newly promoted" were like a label, instantly exposing Suhan's identity in their eyes. A cannon fodder promoted locally. Perhaps he had some ability, completed a few tasks, and luckily became an outer disciple. But in the eyes of these self-important individuals, he was ultimately just a local who could be sacrificed at any time, an insignificant ant. However, Li Feng and Lu Yu didn't say much. They quickly shifted their attention back to Chun Ishi and began discussing the main matter. "Everyone's here, so let's talk about this mission." The three of them walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, their gazes fixed on the brightly lit, grand building across from them. That was their target for tonight, the giant whale sect. Li Feng spoke first, his tone relaxed. "Just an insignificant secret martial sect. With our strength, uprooting them shouldn't be a problem." Lu Yu then asked, "When do we take action?" "Senior Brother Kong told us to wait for news," Chun Ishi replied. "He'll notify us when the operation begins." Li Feng and Lu Yu nodded, and then the three of them began discussing some task details in a low voice. Next came a long wait. The people in the room dispersed. Some closed their eyes and rested on the sofa. Some smoked by the window, and others chatted quietly. Suhan didn't want to interact with anyone. He found a corner to sit alone, quietly adjusting his breathing and state of mind. During this time, he keenly noticed that the three captains, Chun Ishi, Li Feng, and Lu Yu, seemed to have received some kind of message midway. They, along with Zhao Lei's trusted aides, entered the small conference room in the suite and mysteriously closed the door. About half an hour later, they emerged as if nothing had happened. As for what they discussed inside, neither the miscellaneous disciples nor Suhan, the locally promoted outer disciple, had any way of knowing, and no one would explain it to them. Time passed by second, until 3 o'clock in the morning. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. 3 crisp notification sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Chun Ishi, Li Feng, and Lu Yu immediately took out their phones, all displaying the same message. "Begin action now. Annihilate the entire giant whale sect." Action. Li Feng put away his phone, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. "Let's go." All the disciples in the room immediately stood up, brimming with murderous intent as they headed toward the door. But just as they were about to step out of the suite, Chun Ishi, who was at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Wait." She frowned. Almost at the same time, Li Feng also sensed something unusual. "Something's not right," he said in a deep voice. Lu Yu opened the door, and the hallway was empty. Just now, there was clearly a cleaner here tidying up. But now, the entire corridor is eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. Downstairs, Chun Ishi's voice broke the silence. Everyone stepped into the elevator, watching the numbers drop from the 32nd floor all the way to the first floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened with a sound, yet the massive hotel lobby before them was just as empty as the floor above. The front desk staff and the security at the entrance had all disappeared. The entire lobby was as silent as a grave. What is going on here? One disciple couldn't help but ask softly. No one answered him. Everyone tensed up, their expressions grave, as they stepped out of the hotel one by one. The street outside was equally silent. The streetlights were on, the massive billboards flickered with colorful lights, and even the giant whale sect building across the street was brightly lit. Despite the brightness everywhere, everyone felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet, cold enough to make their hearts tremble. The three captains exchanged glances, but tacitly refrained from making any rash moves. Chun Ishi took out his phone, intending to contact Kong Fuxian, but a new message suddenly popped up on its own. It was still sent by Kong Fuxian. Don't worry. Let the outer sect and servant disciples handle the people from the giant whale sect. You three captains are responsible for intercepting anything else that might appear. Seeing this message, the three of them felt a jolt in their hearts and instantly understood. Tonight's operation is likely far more complicated than they had imagined. The giant whale sect is very likely just a decoy, a bait to draw fire. However, they were not afraid. This time, Senior Brother Kong is personally overseeing the operation. Since he dares to act, he must be absolutely confident. With Brother Kong here, there's nothing to fear. Let's go, Chun Ishi said in his usual calm and unruffled tone. The others stopped asking questions, immediately adjusted their state, and advanced toward the giant whale sect building across the street. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the giant whale sect building across the street. This is the conference hall of the giant whale sect, a massive space exceeding 500 square meters. Normally, this place should be empty at this hour, but at the moment, it is brightly lit, as bright as daylight. All the senior members of the giant whale sect are present here without exception. Sect leader Chen Wanjun stands at the forefront. He is 55 years old, dressed in a black tang suit, with a square face full of solemnity. Behind him are two true Qi elders in their 60s, their sharp eyes resembling those of eagles. Further back are 12 masters of the sect at the core formation stage. Everyone is standing. Not a single person dares to sit, because in the highest seat of the conference hall, two people were sitting. One of them was a man. He was tall and burly, nearly 2 meters in height, resembling an iron tower and exuding an oppressive presence. He wore a silver metallic mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Those were blue eyes, shimmering with unique technological patterns. His exposed arms, neck, and part of his chest were all composed of intricate machinery. He was a cyborg, but unlike other cyborgs, the mechanical parts of his body displayed a peculiar iridescent glaze, reflecting a strange yet magnificent luster under the light. Others might not recognize him, but Chun Wanjun, as the master of a sect, did. This is rainbow steel, the most advanced material for cyborgs. Only one type of existence can use this material, the ultimate complete form cyborg, the strongest among cyborgs. Such individuals are entirely forged from rainbow steel, equipped with top-tier level 4 neural modules, combat modules, and energy shields. Their combat power starts at a minimum of 500,000. And the identity of the man before us is even more terrifying. He is Wang Ian, the leader of the level 5 security team of the Sturgeon Group. The other person is a woman. She appears to be in her early 20s, with an ordinary appearance, but her eyes are exceptionally unique. If Wang Ian exudes a physical pressure akin to a mountain bearing down, then this woman's eyes deliver a piercing spiritual pressure that strikes directly at the soul, making it impossible to look her in the eye. Just being stared at by her is enough to make one's heart race with fear. She was dressed in a white professional suit, sitting quietly with a small silver case in her hand. The case was not large, but a thin iron chain was attached to her wrist, with the other end locked to the case. Clearly a treasure she would not part with. Her identity was equally intimidating. Tianyi Jing, a member of the Divine Level team of the Silent Sea City branch of the Earth Condemnation Division. Code name, Dawn Divine Mechanist. The case contained her divine weapon. Her combat power started at 500,000, but in actual battle, she was even stronger than a fully evolved ultimate cyborg. At that moment, Wang Ian slowly stood up. His body, forged from rainbow steel, shimmered with multicolored light under the illumination, and each step seemed to tread on the hearts of everyone present, carrying an immense, invisible pressure. Everyone. His voice came from behind the mask, sounding somewhat muffled. Everyone in the conference hall held their breath. I've called you all here tonight for one thing. Wang Yan's mechanical eye flashed blue as he scanned the room. He uttered 3 words slowly and deliberately, his tone filled with undisguised disdain. 10,000 Immortals Sect. This foreign cult organization is the common enemy of all of us. And now, they have set their sights on your giant whale sect. As soon as the words were spoken, the conference hall was filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath. Sect leader Chen Wanjun and the elders behind him instantly turned pale. The air in the conference hall seemed to have frozen, and every face turned deathly pale with fear. They had long been informed that something major was about to happen, and they had vaguely guessed as much in their hearts. But when their suspicions were confirmed, an overwhelming terror gripped their throats. The Wanxian sect, the name itself, symbolized destruction. Recently, they had been wiping out several secret martial sects one after another, like harvesting crops. And now, their sect, the Giant Whale sect, the strongest secret martial sect in Jinghai City, had ultimately become the next target of this group of lunatics. Everyone knew that without external intervention, relying solely on the sect's own strength, it would be impossible to withstand the onslaught of this cult. The final outcome would be no different from those sects that had been annihilated, reduced to dust in the annals of history. Just as despair began to take root in everyone's hearts, a steady voice broke the deathly silence. However, there's no need for everyone to worry. Wang Ian of the Sturgeon Group stepped forward, and his words instantly captured everyone's attention. The Sturgeon Group has already been invited by the Heavenly Retribution Division and is fully prepared to resolve this incident. He scanned the room, raised his hand, and his voice suddenly rose, filled with power and confidence. We will deploy 21st-tier security teams, each consisting of 5 battle-hardened enhanced individuals, with a minimum combat power of 100,000. The conference hall was filled with the sound of people gasping. Wang Ian did not pause and continued to announce 10 secondary defense teams, each consisting of 5 members, made up of primary complete body-modified humans, with a combat power starting at 200,000. 5 tertiary defense teams, advanced complete body-modified humans, with a combat power starting at 300,000. And 2 top-tier quaternary defense teams, with a combat power starting at 400,000. With every word spoken, the breathing in the hall grew heavier. Chen Wanjun, the sect leader of the Giant Whale sect, and others felt their scalps tingle. This level of combat deployment had already exceeded their imagination. But that wasn't all. Wang Ian proudly tapped his chest, which gleamed with a metallic sheen, and added, additionally, including myself, there will be 3 ultimate complete body-modified humans stationed to assist everyone in overcoming this challenge. So, rest assured, with this operation, we are determined to uproot the Wanxian sect forces in Jinghai City completely. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly calming everyone present, leaving them profoundly shaken. The Sturgeon Group had actually dispatched such a terrifying lineup. This force was more than enough to turn the entire outer city upside down. As soon as Wang Ian finished speaking, Tian Yijing from the Earth Retribution Division also stood up. She carried a silver briefcase, and the iron chain on her wrist clinked softly with her movements, drawing everyone's attention. Group leader Wang is right. Her voice was calm, but carried an invisible pressure that silenced the entire room. The crimes of the 10,000 Immortals cult are too numerous to count. They slaughter the innocent and wipe out entire families, making them the enemy of all. Such an evil cult must be eradicated by everyone. She walked to the center of the conference hall, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. Over the past 2 years, the Earth Retribution Division has been monitoring the movements of the 10,000 Immortals cult. Recently, We discovered that a large number of their disciples are gathering in Jinghai City, including many powerful core members. Their target is none other than the Giant Whale sect. The hearts of the members of the Giant Whale sect instantly leapt to their throats. But things are definitely not that simple. Tian Yijing shifted her tone. The Wanxian sect has sent out all its strong forces. Could it really be just for a small sect like the Secret Weapon sect? That doesn't make sense. So, to be on the safe side, our Earth Retribution Division has decided to turn the tables and collaborate with the strongest local force, the Sturgeon Group, to set a trap and wait for them to walk right into it. Listening to this, Chen Wanjun felt his unease grow stronger. Set a trap. Wait for them to walk into it. He finally couldn't hold back and asked in a trembling voice, Group Leader Tian, are you saying that our Giant Whale sect is bait? Tian Yijing turned to look at him and nodded without hesitation. Yes, bait. These two words struck everyone's hearts like blocks of ice, and the conference hall fell into a terrifying silence. Chen Wanjun felt a dizzying whirl. Using the entire sect as bait? In the power struggle of such colossal forces, could the Giant Whale sect really survive? He seemed to already see the tragic outcome of the sect's destruction. Master Chen, there's no need to worry. Tian Yijing, as if seeing through his fear, spoke to reassure him. Our division of Heaven's Retribution has also deployed elite forces. She began listing the division's lineup, and the official authority and confidence in her tone made every word she spoke resonate with weight. We will dispatch 30 human-level teams, 20 tiger-level teams, 10 dragon-level teams, and 5 ghost-level teams. The forces deployed by the Division of Heaven's Retribution were even more formidable than those of the Sturgeon Group. Chen Wanjun's mind was once again deeply shaken. Tian Yijing concluded, in addition, we have 3 ultimate fully modified individuals, as well as myself, the Dawn Mechanist, personally overseeing the situation. She raised her wrist, and the mysterious silver box trembled slightly. With the combined efforts of our official forces and the Sturgeon Group, no matter what schemes the cult has, we will ensure everyone's safety. Related searches. Plus, how to adapt a novel into an audio drama script. https://www.google.com/search Q $% E5% A6% 82% E4% BD% 95% E5% B0% 86% E5% B0% 8F% E8% AF% B4 E6% 94% B9% E7% BC% 96% E6% 88% 90% E9% 9F% B3% E9% A2% 91% E5% 89% A7% E6% 9C% AC client equals app vertex grounding quorapo. Plus, fan xie xiao soa sungwen fengge te. https://www.google.com/search Q $% E7% 95% AA% E8% 8C% 84% E5% B0% 8F% E8% AF% B4% E7% 88% BD. E6% 96% 87% E9% A3% 8 E% E6% A0% BC% E7% 89% B9% E7% 82% B9 client equals app vertex grounding quorapo. Plus, Ting Su Jirbun Gai Bain Ji Chak. https://www.google.com/search Q $% E5% 90% AC% E4% B9% A6% E5% 89% A7% E6% 9 C% AC% E6% 94% B. 9% E7% BC% 96% E6% sign 8, A% sign 8, 0% sign, E5% sign, B7% sign, A7 client equals app vertex grounding Quoropo. Although everyone was shocked, they felt an immense sense of trust. After all, this was an official solemn promise, which surely meant they had absolute confidence in eradicating the cult. As a result, the members of the giant whale sect no longer had any doubts. However, Wang Yan, standing to the side, was filled with astonishment after hearing Tian Yijing's words. The Earth Dispatch Division had actually deployed such a powerful lineup, almost an all-out mobilization. It seemed they truly regarded this matter with utmost importance and were determined to completely eliminate the Myriad Immortals cult. Tian Yijing's voice continued. The Wanxian sect is not an ordinary enemy. They are foreign invaders. They move around dispersely, their identities are concealed, and it's very difficult to track them using conventional methods. This time, they have rarely gathered together. It is a perfect opportunity for us to capture them all in one sweep, and we must seize it firmly. She looked at Chun Wanjun and solemnly instructed. Master Chun, the task for your giant whale sect is very simple. Fully cooperate with us and lure the people of the Wanxian sect inside. The rest will be left to us. We will surely uproot the Wanxian sect and restore peace and prosperity to everyone. Meanwhile, atop a high-rise building in the center of Jinghai City, not far from the giant whale sect's headquarters, one could even faintly see the dazzling lights in the distance. The night wind howled on the rooftop, and at this moment, 3 people stood there. At the forefront was a young man of about 25 or 26 years old. He wore a white long robe, stood at the peak, gazing into the distance, with arrogance written across his brows. He was Kong Fuxian, the brother Kong, mentioned by Chun Yishi, one of the 12 true disciples stationed in the outer city by the Wanxian sect. His strength had reached the Blood Pillar realm, with a combat power of 920,000. To his left was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an ordinary appearance. To his right was a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a sharp black outfit. Both of them were also true disciples of the Wanxian sect, possessing extraordinary strength. Are all the teams in position? Kong Fuxian asked. The middle-aged man beside him immediately replied. They've all begun their operations and have basically reached the designated locations. Kong Fuxian then turned to the young woman and asked calmly, have the formation cores been set up? The young woman respectfully replied, reporting to senior brother, everything is ready. Kong Fuxian nodded lightly, his gaze looking into the distance, with a hint of disdain in his tone. The Earth Dispatch Division and the Sturgeon Group have started their operations, and the commotion is quite significant. The middle-aged man on the left nodded and said, indeed, it's quite significant. The Sturgeon Group has deployed a large number of personnel, along with 3 ultimate fully modified individuals. The Earth Dispatch Division has gone all out, even sending a Dawn Divine Mechanist. He shifted his tone, a look of disdain appearing on his face. However, it sounds impressive, but it's just that. The young woman beside him chuckled softly and took over the conversation. The Earth Dispatch Division thought they had set up an inescapable trap, waiting for us to walk right into it. Little did they know, we are fully aware of their plans. As for the actions of the Sturgeon Group and the Earth Dispatch Division, the 3 of them were well informed and completely indifferent. The true purpose of their operation this time was to conduct an experiment for the Blood Sacrifice Grand Formation. The true disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect all came from outside the E-Kingdom. They were skilled in formations and could use their own blood and energy to create unimaginably powerful formations, even refining people into pills to consume directly for a crude boost in strength. The various massacres orchestrated by the 10,000 Immortals sect in the past were mostly just experiments. Now that the formation was perfected, they intended to use the center of Jinghai City to test its results. As for the giant whale sect, it was merely a minor part of this grand operation. Of course, they also wanted to take this opportunity to clash with the Earth Dispatch Division and test their opponent's trump cards. Over the years, our 10,000 Immortals sect has been developing in the outer city, and the Earth Dispatch Division has been like a parasite, constantly watching our every move, Kong Fuxian said disdainfully. This time, We can use the giant whale sect as a setup to see just how capable the Earth Dispatch Division really is. This time, the Wanxian sect dispatched 12 true disciples, including him, for the operation. These true disciples are all at the Blood Pillar realm, with combat power ranging from 500,000 to 1 million. Their strength comparable to ultimate fully modified humans and Dawn Divine Artificers. However, the Earth Dispatch Division, along with the Sturgeon Group, has only sent a total of 7 top-tier combatants of the same level. How could they possibly compete with the Wanxian sect? The other 9 true disciples have all reached their designated positions and are ready. Core disciples are scattered across various corners, ready to act at any moment. Kong Fuxian turned around, looked at his 2 fellow sect members, and sneered. The Earth Dispatch Division thinks they've set a trap to lure us in, but little do they know, we're also waiting for them to fully enter the stage. Now the time has come, and everything is in place. Then, let's begin the operation. The giant whale sect building was right in front of them. The night breeze brought a hint of chill as Su Han followed Chun Ishi and the others across the deserted street, with only the solitary streetlights stretching their shadows long. However, just as they crossed the road, 5 people suddenly emerged from the left side. All 5 were dressed in dark blue uniforms, bearing the emblem of a gear and long sword on their chests, which reflected a cold, hard gleam under the light. Leading them was a semi-cyborg. His right arm was a white steel mechanical arm, and his left eye was a mechanical eye glowing red, coldly fixed on them at this moment. In the darkness of the night, 2 groups of people appeared simultaneously from both sides of the street, blocking the path ahead. The 5 on the left were dressed in identical uniforms, marked with the insignia of the Earth Condemnation Division. Among them, 2 had undergone mechanical modifications, with metallic gleams visible beneath their exposed skin. The other 3 were black-level enhanced individuals, their bulging muscles exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating even as they stood still. The 5 people on the right were equally hostile. They were dressed in black combat uniforms, with the emblem of the Sturgeon Group embroidered on their arms. This team had the exact same configuration: 2 semi-cyborgs and 3 black-level enhanced individuals, slowly approaching with heavy steps. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. The miscellaneous disciples of the Wanxian sect immediately lost their composure, and fear spread among the crowd. It's the people from the Earth Punishment Division and the Sturgeon Group. We've been ambushed. This is the end. Someone's face turned deathly pale, uncontrollably retreating backward. These newly initiated disciples were weak in strength, while the enemies before them, whether half-cyborgs or black-level enhanced humans, possessed combat power far beyond their reach. This skirmish was nothing short of a hopeless struggle for them. However, Chun Ishi, the leader of the group, remained unfazed, not even pausing her steps. She merely commanded in a cold voice, "Keep moving. Our target is the giant whale sect. Ignore everything else." After speaking, she truly walked straight ahead, as if the 10 menacing figures before her didn't exist at all. The servant disciples glanced at each other, and in the end, they could only grit their teeth and follow with trepidation. At that moment, 4 figures darted out from the rear of the group like phantoms, so fast that they left behind 4 blood-red afterimages in the night. Bang! The 4 landed almost simultaneously, and the heavy impact caused the ground to crack instantly into spiderweb-like patterns. They landed right in front of the teams from the Earth Condemnation Division and the Sturgeon Group, blocking them completely. The atmosphere on-site immediately became tense, ready to explode at any moment. As Chun Ishi walked, he glanced back with a hint of undisguised pride in his tone and introduced to the disciples behind him. Those are the core senior brothers of the sect, true experts of the wolf smoke realm. Their strength is unfathomable. Those small fry, leave them to be dealt with by the seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 deafening explosions erupted from behind. Everyone turned their heads, only to see the 2 core senior brothers erupting with towering blood-red flames. 2 crimson plumes of smoke surged upward, reaching tens of meters high, like 2 burning pillars of blood piercing the night sky. The terrifying pressure spread in all directions. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed instantly, and even the air seemed to be torn apart. Streetlights began to flicker wildly. The servant disciples were completely panicked. In a battle of this level, even being swept by the aftermath would surely shatter them into pieces. Suhan narrowed his eyes, a strong burning sensation and a deadly sense of crisis causing his entire body to tense up. He suddenly raised his head, and his pupils contracted sharply. At the same time, in various corners of the city center, one after another, similar blood-red plumes of smoke rose continuously. 3, 10, 20. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 blood-red plumes appeared in the night sky. Each one soared tens of meters high, billowing upward, dyeing half the sky an ominous dark red. It was as if hell had descended upon the human world. The air in the entire city center became scorching hot. Countless core disciples of the Wanxian sect had already begun engaging in full-scale combat with the strong forces of the Earth Punishment Division and the Sturgeon Group. Explosions and roars echoed from afar, flames soared into the sky, and the entire city was plunged into chaos. This mission is indeed not that simple, Suhan thought to himself. The Wanxian sect had actually dispatched so many experts at the Wolf Smoke realm, and this was merely the beginning of the battle. Their goal was definitely not as simple as eliminating a small sect like the Giant Whale sect. With the strength of the Wanxian sect, sending just one disciple at the Wolf Smoke realm would be enough to resolve the matter easily. Such a large-scale operation clearly had another purpose. This was very likely a major action by the Wanxian sect. Behind him, an earth-shattering battle had already erupted. The people from the Earth Punishment Division and the Sturgeon Group were fiercely fighting against the four core senior brothers. Shockwaves continuously exploded, flames scattered everywhere, and powerful techniques clashed, showcasing their abilities. The mere aftermath of the battle leveled a 3-story building to the ground, with bricks and stones flying in all directions. However, Chun Ishii and the other 2 squad leaders paid no attention to the apocalyptic scene behind them, repeatedly urging everyone, "Forget about that, move quickly." The 3 of them took the lead, heading straight for the entrance of the Giant Whale sect building. Suhan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and followed closely behind. Chun Ishii rushed to the front of the building's entrance, raised her leg, and delivered a heavy kick to the metal door. The thick iron door instantly caved inward, and a large hole was forcibly smashed open. "Get inside." With the squad leader's command, everyone filed in one after another. The interior of the hall was spacious and brightly lit. The polished marble floor could reflect human silhouettes, and a massive crystal chandelier hung down from the ceiling over 10 meters high, exuding opulence. Yet at this moment, the magnificent hall was filled with a murderous aura. At the entrances leading to 3 inner corridors, dozens of people stood ready for battle. Most of them were secret martial artists. Leading them were 2 white-haired elders dressed in gray robes, each guarding a corridor entrance. Their bodies were surrounded by visible protective energy shields, and though their appearance seemed ordinary, they emanated an extremely dangerous aura. In front of the last corridor stood a heavily modified cyborg, its cold electronic eyes scanning every intruder. Their bodies were grotesquely swollen, unnaturally tall and imposing, with blood even seeping through their skin, emitting a strange bluish hue. This is a blue-level enhanced human. Behind their 3 strongest individuals stood dozens of elite members of the Giant Whale sect, each with a fierce look in their eyes, glaring angrily at the intruding members of the 10,000 Immortals sect. With a total of over 50 people, they had long been prepared for battle, standing ready in formation. Seeing Chun Ishii and the others enter, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward, his voice aged and heavy. "Evil followers of the 10,000 Immortals sect, our Giant Whale sect has no grievances or enmity with you. Why must you be so aggressive?" He paused, seemingly trying to strengthen his bargaining position. "This time, we are fully prepared, with the assistance of the Sturgeon Group and the Earth Dispatch Division. I advise you to surrender obediently and submit as soon as possible." "Such nonsense." Chun Ishii directly interrupted him. This old man was clearly stalling for time, and the captains had no intention of wasting words with him. The 3 of them almost simultaneously gave the order, "Take action." Before the words had even settled, the figures of the 3 captains instantly shot forward like explosions. Flames erupted violently, blood-red fire blazing like signal smoke, stirring up waves of heat in the hall. Each of them carried a chilling, killing intent, charging straight at the three strongest blue-level enhancers of the giant whale sect. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly ignited, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. With the captain's command, all the disciples launched a charge together. Kill! It was unclear which servant disciple shouted first, their voice filled with fear and despair. They mobilized all their energy and charged forward frantically. They had no other choice. Most of these people were merely menial disciples, considered cannon fodder that could be easily eliminated by the official disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect. If they didn't charge forward, they would be executed on the spot by their captains or outer sect disciples behind them. If they did charge, at least there was a slim chance of survival. Dozens of menial disciples, their eyes red with fury, roared as they charged at the members of the giant whale sect. The disciples of the giant whale sect did not dare to be careless and immediately stepped forward to meet them. Fists and feet collided, energy burst forth. Flesh clashed with flesh, heavy and forceful. The disciples of the giant whale sect displayed their unique combat techniques, their moves sharp and fierce. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect surged with energy, and the outer sect disciples erupted with blood-red flames. The chandelier in the hall swayed precariously, and the air was filled with shouts and roars. The scene descended into chaos, with screams, angry cries, and the sound of bones breaking echoing incessantly. Blood splattered everywhere. Suhan did not rush to make a move. He stood at the edge of the battlefield, coldly observing everything. Zhao Lei stood right next to him, arms crossed. Seeing Suhan glance over, he raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Why are you looking at me? Get moving." He pointed to the chaotic battlefield ahead and instructed, "Just go after those you can handle. For those you can't, the sect's experts will naturally deal with them. Don't get into a death match, understand?" Suhan still remained motionless, staring at Zhao Lei. Suddenly, he asked, "What is the true purpose of Wanxian's sect's operation this time?" Zhao Lei frowned. "Why are you asking this?" Suhan's voice was very calm as he continued to press, making it so mysterious. "The sect has dispatched so many experts, even more than 30 core disciples have come. The official Earth Dispatch Division and the Sturgeon Group have all gotten involved." He paused for a moment, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhao Lei. "With all sides putting up such a big show, is our target really just to eliminate the giant whale sect? I don't believe it." Zhao Lei was silent for a few seconds. He had initially intended to ignore Suhan outright, as in his eyes, Suhan was just a local. However, thinking of Suhan's astonishing talent and his current status as an outer sect disciple, he knew Suhan was no longer just cannon fodder. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lei looked around, confirmed that no one was paying attention, and then lowered his voice to say, "Suhan, you're different from those cannon fodder. Senior Brother Kong is very interested in you. You're practically half one of us." He leaned in closer, his voice even lower. "So it's fine to tell you. This operation is a major plan that our Wanxian sect has been preparing for 2 or 3 years. Once it's successful." At this point, a hint of fanaticism flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes, filled with anticipation and a touch of unconscious arrogance. "By then, not only will we deal a heavy blow to the official Diqian division, greatly weakening their strength, but we might even directly take over half of the outer city. If that happens, our Wanxian sect will no longer have to hide in the shadows of the official forces. We can openly grow and expand. That will be the true rise." Suhan listened and immediately noticed 3 key phrases in Zhao Lei's words: cannon fodder, half an insider, and major operation. With his extraordinary comprehension, he instantly figured it out. The first, cannon fodder, referred to those servant disciples currently engaged in the fierce battle. Just like back when he was in the Red Fist sect, Zhao Lei had treated him as cannon fodder. These servant disciples, in the eyes of the formal disciples, were expendable consumables with no value. The second, half an insider, referred to himself. Due to his outstanding talent, he had gained some attention, even catching the interest of that senior brother Kong. As an outer disciple of the Wanxian sect, Suhan was already considered half a member. He knew that the Wanxian sect was undertaking a massive operation, a power game that would determine the future of Jinghai City. Various forces were secretly vying against each other, filled with conspiracies and betrayals. If the Wanxian sect succeeded, they would take over half of the outer city, a victory of unimaginable proportions. What exactly is the operation? Suhan couldn't help but ask. But Zhao Lei shook his head, having already revealed enough. I can't tell you that, he said solemnly. You just need to know that following the Wanxian sect will lead to boundless prospects. Before his words had fully settled, the battlefield ahead was already a scene of carnage. A piercing scream shattered the chaos as a menial disciple of the Wanxian sect was struck in the chest by a master from the giant whale sect. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. The disciple's eyes widened, blood gushing from his mouth as his body slowly collapsed, completely lifeless. Another disciple had an arm broken and was screaming miserably on the ground, crawling backward while crying out, "Help me! Save me!" But in this chaotic battle where everyone was looking out for themselves, no one paid him any attention. A disciple from the giant whale sect caught up to him and mercilessly stomped on his head, shattering it completely in a gruesome scene. However, Suhan keenly sensed something amiss. The giant whale sect's fighting style was peculiar. They would ruthlessly attack weaker opponents, but as soon as they encountered stronger ones, they would immediately fight while retreating, withdrawing into the corridor, completely losing their previous murderous aura. They weren't fighting with their full strength. It seemed more like they were stalling for time. Suhan's gaze turned icy, and after observing for a moment, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. His figure moved, joining the fray. He deliberately suppressed his power, allowing his energy and blood to burn only within a few meters around him, then targeted a giant whale sect expert whose strength was roughly equivalent to the level he was pretending to be. The man was in his 40s, his punches fierce and powerful, each strike accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. As Suhan engaged him, he immediately concealed most of his strength, only using a level of power that matched his opponent's, fighting evenly back and forth. The 10,000 Immortals sect had its own goals, and he had his own objectives. Fists and kicks collided, energy surged. Suhan's power seemed wild, but he deliberately appeared weaker in terms of technique, maintaining an illusion of evenly matched strength. As he fought, he intentionally forced his opponent toward the edge of the battlefield. With a punch, he made the man retreat 3 steps, then swept his leg, driving him into the nearby corridor. As the fight continued, the two left the chaotic hall and entered a narrow corridor dimly lit. The sounds of battle from afar grew faint. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Suhan's seemingly uncontrolled punch struck the wall, blasting a large hole in it, sending bricks and stones flying. The two tumbled into a room together. It appeared to be a secluded reception room, with tables and chairs already overturned on the floor. The expert from the giant whale sect panted heavily, glaring at Suhan with a fierce expression. "Kid, your skills are decent, but if you want to kill me, you're far from it." Suhan did not speak. His gaze swept past his opponent, scanning the surroundings. He didn't regard the person before him as a true adversary. After confirming that the area was sufficiently secluded and far from the main battlefield, he felt the time had come. The act was over. With a loud boom, Suhan no longer suppressed his power. Dark red blood flames surged skyward, instantly enveloping his entire body. Countless fine threads of energy frantically coiled around his fist, radiating a terrifying heat akin to molten lava. He swung his fist. This punch was incredibly fast, several times faster than when he was pretending earlier. The expert couldn't react at all, only seeing a blood-red afterimage flash by. Crack! The sound of the chest bone shattering was crisp and piercing. The man widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Just a second ago, they were evenly matched in their fight, but in an instant, he spat out blood, feeling as though his internal organs were being scorched. All his strength was drained in an instant, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Suhan held back at the last moment, using a skillful force to disable his combat ability without killing him outright. What do you want to do?" The man clutched his collapsed chest, staring in terror at the completely transformed Suhan before him. Suhan's gaze slightly sharpened. This operation was not for the mission of the Wanxian sect at all. He was merely forced to go through the motions. Suhan had his own plans. He had his eyes on the secret weapon of the giant whale sect. This secret weapon could greatly enhance the body, a solid means to boost combat power. If the power of the secret weapon could be fused with his own true chi, its potency would multiply. With his extraordinary talent, he could instantly master any secret weapon and directly reach its highest level. Therefore, as long as there was an opportunity, the more secret weapons he could collect, the better. The giant whale sect, as the strongest secret martial sect in the region, undoubtedly possesses top-tier techniques. Once mastered, one's strength will surely reach a new level. Thinking of this, Suhan walked over to the survivor, squatted down, and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Tell me all about your giant whale sect's techniques, from the training methods to the combat styles. I'll spare your life. The man, however, only gritted his teeth and glared at him viciously. Don't even think about it. You despicable scum of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Your evil deeds have long condemned you to hell. You destroyed our sect, and now you want our secret techniques? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will never hand over our techniques to you dogs. His eyes burned with fury, filled with deep-seated hatred. Suhan frowned slightly. It seemed he wouldn't get anything out of him. He stood up with a hint of helplessness. At that moment, a mocking laugh came from the doorway. Haha. Zhao Lei crossed his arms and leaned lazily against the doorframe, looking at Suhan with a face full of disdain. Suhan, our Wanxian sect has top-tier chi and blood immortal martial arts, and you actually fancy that trash secret martial arts? What a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Let me tell you. Zhao Lei's words were not yet finished when Suhan's figure suddenly flashed, darting to him like a phantom. The two were face to face, so close they could feel each other's breath. Suhan's eyes were like two bottomless icy pools, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. This sudden turn of events startled Zhao Lei, causing him to leap backward, his back slamming heavily against the doorframe. What are you doing? He looked at the undisguised killing intent on Suhan's face, and his heart skipped a beat. But immediately, a sense of shame surged within him. He, a dignified outer disciple of the Wanxian sect, had been frightened by a native? If word of this got out, how could he hold his head up? He quickly darkened his expression, trying to regain his composure, and lowered his voice to say, "What? You want to kill me? Do you think having a bit of talent makes you something special?" Suhan stared at him intently and suddenly asked, "Back when it was the mission from the Red Fist sect, you knew full well that I wasn't strong enough, yet you still sent me to carry out the extermination task. You just wanted me to be cannon fodder, wanted me to die there, didn't you?" Zhao Lei was momentarily stunned, then laughed, laughing with complete candor as he openly admitted, "Yes, I wanted you dead." So what? He instead took a step forward, looking down at Suhan with a condescending posture, and said provocatively, "This world is just that realistic. If you lack strength, you're nothing more than an ant that can be crushed at will. Now that you have some strength, we're willing to spare you a glance." What? You're not convinced? You're angry? And then what? He extended his hand, brought his face closer, and lightly patted his own cheek, making an extremely mocking gesture. "Come on, hit me then, kill me." "Ha." Zhao Lei sneered as he withdrew his face, his voice filled with a sense of superiority. "But let me tell you, Suhan, the difference between our statuses is like heaven and earth. If you dare to lay a finger on me, no matter how talented you are, the Wanxian sect will never let you off. Not only will you fail to obtain the cultivation techniques or the information about the Xuanyu group, you can forget about getting anything at all." He paused, his smile growing colder. "And your sister, everyone around you, your family, friends, classmates, we won't spare a single one of them." He spoke slowly and deliberately, but every word was like a knife, stabbing deeply into Suhan's heart. He knew exactly where Suhan's weaknesses lay and was certain that these threats would only make Suhan seethe with anger but remain silent. Since that was the case, wasn't it amusing to toy with this dog? Zhao Lei understood clearly that senior brother Kong valued Suhan not because of his talent, but because of the enormous secret hidden within him. All they needed to do was extract that secret after the operation was over. As for Suhan himself, ultimately, he was nothing more than a disposable pawn, a native cannon fodder. When the time came, Suhan's fate was all too predictable. Thinking of this, Zhao Lei looked at Su Han with a trace of pity in his eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. Then, he sneered and said, Su Han, I've got you cornered. Just obediently endure it, haha. Endure? Su Han's face was as cold as frost, staring intently at Zhao Lei, while the killing intent in his heart surged like a tsunami. Anxiety and irritation, like boiling magma, furiously burned away his reason. The first time he endured it. The second time, he endured it as well. The third time, he still endured it. Now, should he endure it again? The string of reason within him finally snapped in an instant. Without warning, Su Han suddenly threw a punch. An uncontrollable rage erupted in his heart, and he told himself, enough. I can't endure it for another moment. His fist, wrapped in blood-red flames, resembled a blazing meteor, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle as it smashed fiercely toward Zhao Lei's chest. Zhao Lei never expected Su Han to dare make a move and had no time to react. On his face, there was still that look of disdain and arrogance. But in the next second, with a muffled puff, the fist punched straight through his chest, piercing out from his back, even dragging shattered organs and bone fragments with it. Blood spurted out, splattering a glaring crimson across the wall behind him. Zhao Lei's smile froze instantly. Mockery, confusion, shock, various emotions flashed by rapidly, and finally, only a deep-seated fear remained. Zhao Lei opened his mouth, and a large gush of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs poured out. His eyes widened, filled with shock and anger. Su Han, how dare you? The Wanxian sect will never let you go. We will tear you to pieces, and your family and friends. Before he could finish speaking, Su Han abruptly withdrew his hand. Zhao Lei collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, a bowl-sized bloody hole in his chest, visible from front to back. Blood quickly pooled beneath him, forming a crimson puddle. But he wasn't completely dead yet. As a cultivator in the 100 refinements realm, his vitality was far more tenacious than that of ordinary people. At this moment, his mind was in chaos, filled with disbelief. How could Su Han, this native ant, dare to kill him? Didn't he want the intelligence on the Xuanyu group? Didn't he want the subsequent immortal martial techniques? Did he truly intend to become an enemy of the entire 10,000 Immortals sect? Was he really going to disregard his own family and friends? After endless confusion came even more endless fear. He was going to die. He struggled, still wanting to spit out a few harsh words. But with every word he tried to say, a mouthful of blood surged out, blocking his throat. Su Han looked at his twisted face and felt irritated. He squatted down and delivered another punch, solidly smashing into Zhao Lei's head. Bang! Zhao Lei's head was like a smashed watermelon, with red and white matter splattering everywhere. Now he's completely dead. Su Han shook off the blood and brain matter on his hand casually, but his voice was icy and chilling. Sturgeon Group, Earth Dispatch Division. I've already offended them, so what difference does it make to add the myriad immortals sect to the list? He let out a self-mocking laugh. I've paid the price with my life and only have a few days left to live. Do you think I'll let myself be treated like a dog? What a joke. As for the Sturgeon Group and his sister's matters, he would find a way to handle them himself. He didn't need to rely on the myriad immortals sect, and he certainly didn't need someone like Zhao Lei. Su Han turned around, his icy gaze falling on the Bao Dan expert sprawled on the ground. The man had witnessed the entire process. First, he was shocked, but then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Infighting, haha. So the Wanjian sect is nothing special after all. Su Han walked over expressionlessly and threw another punch, landing squarely on the man's forehead. The skull shattered, blood mist burst forth, and this Bao Dan expert died on the spot. After finishing all this, Su Han's inner fury finally subsided a bit. He wiped his hands and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the hallway, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The entire building suddenly began to shake violently, dust falling from the ceiling, and spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the walls. A terrifying roar echoed from upstairs, and an unimaginable heat instantly enveloped the area. Countless plastic items began to melt, emitting white smoke. At the same time, an extremely furious roar came from upstairs. You of the 10,000 Immortals sect have some nerve to dare. His words were cut off, completely drowned out by an even louder explosion. Suhan immediately rushed to the window and looked outside, and the scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. In the distant sky, a massive blood-red beam of light connected heaven and earth. The beam had a diameter of over 10 meters and soared hundreds of meters high, resembling a blood-colored pillar supporting the sky. Rolling heat waves surged forth, dyeing the world in a crimson hue, as if it had descended into a twilight hell. Dozens of thick plumes of smoke swiftly darted between the buildings, and wherever they passed, flames soared into the sky. Explosions, roaring sounds, and the collapse of structures merged into a cacophony. The entire city center of Jinghai City had now turned into a living hell. Suhan murmured to himself, "Such a terrifying blood pillar. This must be the true disciple of the Wanxian sect, a powerhouse at the Xianwu blood pillar realm." This world-destroying power had indeed surpassed the realm of mortals. And the target of the blood pillar's attack was dozens of ultimate modified humans from the Sturgeon Group and the Earth Condemnation Division. Their metallic bodies gleamed under the blood pillar, appearing insignificant, yet every collision triggered a terrifying energy shockwave. Suhan withdrew his gaze and stopped looking. His goal was now very clear: to find the secret martial arts of the giant whale sect and leave this place of trouble immediately. He hadn't gone far when, at the corner of the corridor, he ran into an injured martial artist at the core formation stage. The man had lost an arm, and the wound was still bleeding profusely. Leaning against the wall, he was gasping for air, his face as pale as paper. When he saw Suhan, his expression changed drastically. Without a second thought, he turned and tried to flee. Just as the man was about to get up, Suhan's figure darted in front of him like a phantom. One hand, as strong as an iron clamp, locked tightly around his throat, lifting him entirely off the ground and slamming him hard against the wall. Suhan wasted no words. His voice was icy as he demanded, "Tell me the techniques of your giant whale sect. From cultivation methods to combat skills. Explain everything without leaving out a single word." The man's feet left the ground as he struggled desperately, only to find that Suhan's strength was like a mountain, completely immovable. The instinct to survive made him immediately abandon resistance. "Big brother, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll say everything right now. Please spare my life, big brother." He was clearly much more afraid of death than the previous tough guy. Soon, he revealed the exclusive secret techniques of the giant whale sect, from the most basic bright force to the advanced true gang. He explained all the cultivation methods and combat techniques in full detail, without leaving out a single thing. Suhan listened while rapidly memorizing and deducing in his mind. This technique was called the giant whale secret technique. It emphasized absolute power suppression, using sheer brute force to crush all techniques. It was said that when mastered to the extreme, a single punch could rival the tail swing of a giant whale, capable of collapsing an entire building. With an aptitude exceeding 600 points, Suhan easily determined that this person was telling the truth. Lucky enough, it saved the trouble of looking for the next person. "Brother, I've said everything. Can you spare me now?" The strong practitioner at the Bao Dan realm trembled as he spoke, his eyes full of pleading. Suhan looked at him and casually threw a punch. This punch seemed ordinary, yet it contained a subtle and powerful force. The strength instantly penetrated the man's entire body, leaving no visible wounds. The man's body went limp, and he died on the spot, slowly collapsing to the ground. Suhan coldly stared at his gradually cooling corpse and said indifferently, "I never said I would spare your life. However, considering how obedient you were, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Afterward, Suhan descended the stairs. Corpses were everywhere, in the stairwell, the corridor, the hall. Blood flowed like rivers. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and beneath his feet was a sticky pool of it. Disciples of the giant whale sect and servants of the 10,000 immortals sect lay sprawled across the ground, some with their chests pierced, others with shattered heads, their deaths gruesome. Suhan walked expressionlessly through the blood, striding quickly toward the main door. He had to leave this place of trouble immediately. However, just as he reached the first-floor hall, he ran straight into three people. They were none other than the three captains of the 10,000 immortals sect: Chen Ishi, Li Feng, and Lu Yu. The three of them were all injured, their expressions weary, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. They were about to rush out when they saw Su-han standing alone and all froze in place. Chun-Ishi frowned deeply and was the first to ask, Su-han, why are you alone? Where's Xiaolei? Su-han's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, didn't see him. You're lying. Chun-Ishi's gaze instantly turned sharp as a blade, and she shouted sternly, I clearly told Xiaolei to follow you, and now you say you didn't see him? Where is he? Before the words had even faded, Li Feng and Lu Yu immediately split to the left and right, forming a triangular encirclement with the third person, trapping Su-han firmly in the center. Their faces were grim, and their eyes openly revealed a cold, killing intent. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense and hostile. Su-han looked at the formation before him, fully understanding the situation. He knew there was no way to hide it any longer. Since that's the case, Su-han's gaze slightly sharpened, and in the next second, his figure suddenly flickered. Boom! A surge of dark red blood flames shot skyward, instantly enveloping his entire body. At this moment, Su-han unleashed all of his power. Then, let's kill them all. Before the words had finished, he had already thrown a punch, aiming directly at Li Feng, who was closest to him. Li Feng never expected Su-han to dare make the first move, nor did he anticipate his speed to be so fast. He instinctively raised his hand to block, but his movement was a full half-beat too slow. A trace of terror flashed in his eyes, but it was too late. Su-han's fist had already landed squarely on his chest. Crack! With a crisp sound, Li Feng's sternum shattered inch by inch, and his heart was directly pulverized into a mass of flesh by the violent force. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have imagined that he, a long-established captain, would be instantly killed in one move by a rookie. His body flew backward like a broken sack, dragging a long trail of blood on the ground before falling completely silent. One punch, instant kill. On the other side, Lu Yu's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed, Su-han, you! Su-han didn't even look, turning around to throw a second punch. The fist, burning with blood flames, roared through the air like a meteor tearing through the sky. Lu Yu wanted to retreat, but the wall was right behind her, leaving no room to back away. She wanted to block, but Su-han's speed was so fast it left her in despair. Boom! The same punch, aimed at the same spot. Lu Yu's chest completely caved in, with broken ribs piercing her lungs. Her entire body was sent flying, crashing through a glass door behind her. She fell into a pile of sharp shards, twitched twice, and then moved no more. Dead. In less than 2 seconds, the two captains were killed on the spot. Chun-Ishi was both shocked and furious, almost unable to believe her eyes. Su-han, do you even know what you're doing? A terrifying aura erupted from her body. Blood flames surged, several times larger than Su-han's, burning like real fire. The temperature in the entire hall rose sharply as a result. She roared madly at Su-han. How has the myriad immortals sect wronged you? We helped you advance, taught you techniques, and even found news about your sister. We treated you with utmost kindness, yet you dare to betray us. This is betrayal. Chun-Ishi's voice was filled with murderous intent. I will tear you to pieces. Before the words had finished, she threw a punch. Blood-red flames rolled like a fire dragon spewing magma, rushing straight towards Su-han. Su-han neither spoke nor dodged. He simply threw a punch in return. Boom! 2 fists collided, producing a deafening roar as a shockwave instantly exploded. The clash of 2 forces, combined with the destructive energy of different blood flames, erupted in a powerful blast, shattering all the glass windows in the hall, with shards flying everywhere. Tables and chairs were overturned, and documents fluttered through the air. But in the next moment, it was Chun-Ishi who was sent flying backward. She crashed through several rows of chairs, rolling awkwardly on the ground for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Struggling to get up, her face was filled with shock. Your strength. That punch just now, she had already used all her strength. Her combat power index was as high as 80,000, enough to hold her own even against semi-mechanical cyborgs. But Su-han remained completely motionless, seemingly unscathed. Chun-Ishi clenched her teeth and charged forward once again. She unleashed all her strength, throwing a flurry of punches wildly, with powerful shockwaves rippling continuously. But Suhan's expression remained calm, as if toying with an unruly child, casually throwing a few punches. Each of his punches was infused with blood flames and inner force, each one as heavy as Mount Tai. The second punch, the third punch. After just a few punches, Shinichi completely couldn't hold on. Until the fourth punch. Crack! Shinichi's arms were forcibly broken. She let out a piercing scream and fell to her knees. At this moment, she was horrified to discover that her body was already filled with countless fine streams of internal energy, like innumerable venomous snakes, wildly coursing through her blood vessels, muscles, and organs. The excruciating pain made her whole body tremble, and cold sweat instantly soaked her clothes. You? She raised her head, her face full of disbelief. You actually cultivated both blood flame and internal energy at the same time? That internal energy, which we regard as trash. You actually trained it to this level? She stared intently at Suhan, as if trying to see through all his secrets. Who are you? Who exactly are you? You're definitely not an ordinary person. Suhan walked up to her and crouched down. Their gazes met in the air. Who am I? Suhan let out a cold laugh, then spoke seriously, word by word. I'm just an ordinary college student who wants to live a simple life with my family. After saying that, he stopped wasting words. He threw a few more punches, crippling all of Chun-Ishi's limbs. The final heavy punch struck her abdomen. Poof! Chun-Ishi let out a muffled groan, spat out a mouthful of blood, and completely passed out. Suhan grabbed her hair, lifted her up, and slung her over his shoulder like a sack. He charged out of the giant whale group's building. At this moment, fierce battles were raging everywhere outside, with flames soaring into the sky. Countless blood-red flames rose into the air, with thick smoke billowing. Several massive blood pillars connected heaven and earth, like columns supporting hell. Explosions, roars, and screams blended into one. Skyscrapers were collapsing, and streets were burning. The entire sky was dyed crimson, as if soaked in blood. Suhan carried Chun-Ishi, swiftly weaving through the ruins and flames. He carefully avoided the areas where battles were taking place, as the aftermath of fights between top-tier experts was enough to kill him. He sprinted all the way and rushed directly into the Peace Hotel. The lobby was still completely empty. Suhan casually found a room, kicked the door open, and walked in. He threw Chun-Ishi onto the ground, then closed the door and locked it. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. Scarlet light streamed through the shattered window, tinting the room a dark red. Suhan leaned against the wall, finally catching his breath. In the current situation, wandering around aimlessly was clearly courting death. The three major forces, Wanxian Sect, Sturgeon Group, and the Earth Dispatch Division, were locked in a chaotic battle, and he had already offended all three. No matter who he encountered now, they would want him dead. It would be better to hide for now and wait for the storm to pass. Inside the room, it was dimly lit. Only the blood-colored light streaming in from outside the window dyed everything a dark red. Suhan sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. In his mind, the cultivation methods of giant whale technique flashed repeatedly. From Ming Jin to Injin, from Injin to Hua Jin, then to Bao Dan and Zhun Gang. Every detail, every movement, every breath coordination was crystal clear. With his current physique and comprehension, cultivating martial arts of this level was simply effortless. He stood up, assumed a stance, and began practicing move by move. A moment later, within his body, the dark red energy originally formed by the fusion of celestial force and red line force now contained a third type of energy, whale force. It was like a drop of ink falling into water, quickly spreading and merging. The dark red aura began to deepen in color, transitioning from dark red to deep red, and finally approaching black. At the same time, the aura became more robust and heavy. Every strand of aura seemed to carry immense weight, and as it slowly circulated within his body, Suhan could clearly feel his muscles, bones, and internal organs being tempered. His physique was improving rapidly. Physique, 925 plus 100. Comprehension, 728. Suhan raised the combat power meter, and the number on the screen soared from 55,000 to 64,000. His strength had increased significantly, but it was still not enough. He adjusted his stance and began practicing higher-level celestial martial techniques. At this moment, his physique far surpassed what it had been before, and the life energy within him surged like boiling magma, coursing through his veins. Crimson flames burned around him, growing increasingly intense, tempering every corner of his body. Moments later, Suhan felt a sudden shock throughout his body as the flames surrounding him shot skyward, seemingly transforming into tangible magma, fiercely scorching the surrounding air. The blazing flames turned into power, further strengthening his bones, muscles, and blood. Beacon mirror, breakthrough. Suhan withdrew his stance and exhaled a breath of hot, turbid air. But he did not stop. Instead, he immediately took out the booklet of Kanglin Immortal Martial Arts, Beacon Fire chapter, and turned to the cultivation method for the third realm, the Beacon Fire realm. This realm focuses on refining the 5 organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. By tempering the organs with one's own energy, they become like raging flames, capable of unleashing terrifying impact with every move. He immediately began cultivating. Scalding energy surged through his body like molten iron, repeatedly washing over his 5 organs. With each wash, the organs grew tougher, and the energy became purer. His heartbeat grew increasingly powerful, each thump resonating like the pounding of war drums. No one knows how much time had passed when Suhan opened his eyes, a flash of red light flickering within them. About half an hour ago, the last violent explosion outside had sounded, followed by complete silence. The battle was over, or perhaps temporarily paused. At this moment, the sky was beginning to brighten, the blood-red glow fading and replaced by a hazy morning light. Suhan glanced at the combat data display on his wrist, which showed an astonishing number, 80,000. After a night of cultivation, his normal combat power had reached 80,000. If he unleashed his full strength and fused all his energy, it should reach between 160,000 and 180,000. His power had multiplied several times compared to before. At that moment, a painful groan came from the ground. The previously unconscious Chun Ishi had woken up. Her limbs were crippled, leaving her powerless to do anything but lie on the ground, unable even to turn over. Yet her expression was terrifyingly grim, clearly recalling everything that had happened, with suppressed fury burning in her eyes. She turned her head, glaring intently at Suhan, and asked in a deep voice, "Zhao Lei, you killed him too, didn't you?" Suhan dropped his combat stance, turned around, and nodded calmly. "Yes." Chun Ishi's gaze was as cold as a blade. "Why? Why?" Suhan countered. "You should know very well in your hearts." Chun Ishi stopped talking. Indeed, she knew in her heart. After being shocked by Suhan's monstrous talent, she immediately understood that this man harbored an enormous secret. Breaking through to the 100 refinements realm within a day was unheard of. Their superior, senior brother Kong, had also hinted that they should keep a close eye on Suhan and bring him to meet him after the mission was over. Such matters, of course, could not be openly discussed. Chun Ishi tried to defend herself, her voice sounding unusually calm. "You've just joined the 10,000 Immortals sect for a day and have already been promoted to an outer disciple, even obtaining the cultivation method for the third realm. This is unprecedented. Moreover, the time has been too short. We barely know each other, and even the most basic trust hasn't been established yet. How could there be mutual benefit?" She stared at Suhan. "If you stay in the sect quietly for 2 or 3 months and cultivate to the Beacon Fire realm, we will naturally acknowledge you." Suhan looked at her ridiculous appearance and laughed. 2 or 3 months? Sorry, I don't have that much time to waste." Chun Ishi's face darkened, showing a trace of anger. "If you're not even willing to put in this little bit of time, what can you possibly gain?" Suhan couldn't be bothered to argue with her any further. He simply crouched down, looked her straight in the eyes, and asked, "I don't want to waste words with you. Now, tell me everything you know about the Sturgeon Group." Chun Ishi was silent for a moment. After thinking it over, she realized there was no longer any need to hide the truth. So, she spoke honestly. The Sturgeon Group is one of the 5 major groups under the Tianji Association. Its headquarters is located in Tianjin City in the Outer District. and it specializes in handling all sorts of shady tasks for the big shots in the self-sustaining city, including framing, silencing, cleanup, imprisonment, and so on. The group's internal hierarchy is extremely strict. The person in charge is at the top, followed by the security teams, ranked from level 1 to level 5. The level 1 security team is composed of black-grade enhanced humans and semi-modified humans, with a combat power starting at 100,000. Level 2 consists of beginner fully modified humans, with a combat power starting at 200,000. Level 3 is made up of advanced fully modified humans, starting at 300,000. Level 4 includes top-tier fully modified humans, starting at 400,000. And the strongest level 5 team is composed of ultimate fully modified humans and Dawn Mech Masters, with a combat power starting at 500,000. Chun Ishii explained in great detail, as if leaving a final testament. Additionally, there is the scavenger team composed of various levels of enhanced individuals, along with some part-time martial artists. These people aren't very strong in combat and are only responsible for handling trivial matters. Essentially, they're cannon fodder. Suhan listened quietly, committing this information firmly to memory. Then, he continued to ask, what about the Earth Retribution Division? Since some information about the Earth Retribution Division had already been revealed, Chun Ishii decided not to hide anything further. The Earth Retribution Division, an official organization, she said straightforwardly, is divided into 5 levels: human, tiger, dragon, ghost, and the highest, god. She paused, seemingly recalling the internal classification standards. The human-level group usually consists of semi-mechanical cyborgs and drug-enhanced thugs. The tiger-level group, on the other hand, includes preliminary fully modified individuals. Beyond that, the dragon-level group comprises advanced fully modified individuals, and the ghost-level group represents the top tier. As for the god-level group, a trace of apprehension flashed in her eyes. That is the domain of ultimate fully modified individuals and the legendary Dawnlight Mechomancers. In Jinghai City, the highest-ranking official of the Earth Dispatch Division is Deputy Director Chu Sun. He is a Dawnlight Mechomancer, with a combat power starting at least 500,000. Above him, there is the director at headquarters. Suhan nodded silently, engraving this critical information into his memory. He immediately asked the biggest question of the night. What is the true purpose of the Wanxian sect tonight? The Wanxian sect's actions were grand in scale, not only clashing head-on with the 2 major forces of the outer city, but also causing devastating casualties. Suhan instinctively concluded that the giant whale sect was definitely just a cover. Their ambitions went far beyond that. Chun Ishii remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. But soon, a hint of a crazed smile appeared on her face. Since you won't live much longer anyway, there's no harm in telling you. She took a deep breath and revealed the bloody truth. Our true purpose is to activate the 8 trigrams blood sacrifice grand formation. This formation was specifically developed by us, with the center of Jinghai City as its core and subformations set up in 8 different locations. Once activated simultaneously, it will collect all the blood within the formation's range and refine it into blood pills. And these blood pills are the ultimate treasure for our disciples of the Wanxian sect to enhance their cultivation. She looked at Suhan, her gaze filled with a chilling intent. The location of the giant whale sect is the can position among the 8 subformations, an indispensable part of the entire grand formation. As for why we brought everyone along, including those menial workers, Chun Ishii's smile grew even colder. It's because we need casualties. Not only do we want all those cannon fodder to die, but we also want the people of the giant whale sect, and even the ordinary people caught in the chaos, to perish here. The more chaotic the scene, the better. The more people die, the better. Her voice was filled with fanaticism. This way, the blood we collect will be sufficient, the quantity and purity of the refined blood pills will be higher, and they will better help us enhance our immortal martial power. Hearing this, Suhan's gaze completely changed. He finally saw the true face of the Wanxian sect. This organization, officially defined as a cult, actually used the blood of innocent people as nourishment to refine pills that enhanced their own power. Their methods were vicious, utterly inhumane, and they would sacrifice anything for profit. You all. Suhan's voice was as cold as ice. Truly deserve to die. Chun Ishi scoffed at his curse, sneering, deserve to die? In this world, it's survival of the fittest. Those ants providing assistance for our cultivation is their honor. Suhan no longer argued with her. Reasoning with such lunatics was utterly pointless. He took a deep breath, suppressing the nausea and anger in his heart, and asked the question buried deepest within him. My parents were killed, my sister was seriously injured, and I was framed. How much do you know about this? With the intelligence capabilities of the Wanxian sect, they were likely to have some clues. After all, they had previously provided information about his sister. Now that Chun Ishi had fallen into his hands, it was the best opportunity to uncover the truth. Chun Ishi glanced at him and nodded. I know a bit. Suhan's eyes lit up instantly, and he eagerly pressed. Tell me quickly. The murderer is a noble from the self-circulation city, Chun Ishi said bluntly. The aftermath is handled by the Sturgeon Group. This kind of thing is very common. Those who mysteriously disappear, neither alive nor dead, and all kinds of heinous murder cases. Most of them are done by people from the self-circulation city. Self-circulation city. Suhan's fists clenched instantly, and anger surged across his face. Why? Why would they do this? Why? Chun Ishi looked at his naive expression and couldn't help but laugh, a laugh full of mockery. Why else? To vent, purely to vent. In their eyes, we people from the outer city are no different from ants. Do you need a reason to kill a few ants? Just like when you step on a few ants, do you find a reason for yourself? Suhan remained silent. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, the pain making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Vent. Just to vent, they murdered his parents and crippled his sister? Just to vent, they destroyed everything he once had? What kind of absurd reason is that? Are the lives of people from the outer city not lives at all? Why? A surge of overwhelming anger burned in Suhan's heart, but he forced himself to calm down. He knew that anger wouldn't solve anything right now. Only by uncovering the true enemy and sparing no effort to enhance his strength would he have a chance to exact revenge. Suppressing the flames of fury in his heart, he continued to ask, do you know exactly who those noble people are? But this time, Chun Ishi shook his head. I don't know about that. The Sturgeon Group takes on these dirty jobs, but they absolutely keep their clients' identities confidential. All I know is that the ones who acted are members of a super family from the self-circulation city. But as for which family, or who specifically, I have no idea. Suhan fell silent, his mind in chaos. He looked at Chun Ishi lying on the ground, wanting to ask more questions, but at that moment, a sudden, urgent ringtone broke the silence. The sound came from Chun Ishi. Suhan walked over, took the phone out of her pocket, and the screen displayed the caller, Kong Fuxian. He guessed this must be the senior brother Kong, that Chun Ishi often mentioned. Suhan swiped to answer, but said nothing. A calm male voice came from the other end of the line. Junior sister Chun, where are you? Suhan was silent for a few seconds before replying coldly. She's with me. The other end of the phone also fell silent. This voice was clearly not Chun Ishi's. Kong Fuxian immediately realized something was wrong. His voice instantly turned cold, carrying a hint of vigilance. Are you Suhan? It's me. Then where is junior sister Chun? In my hands. Suhan got straight to the point. If you want her to live, exchange her life for the Xinwu techniques. On the other end of the phone, Kong Fuxian suddenly laughed, but there was not a trace of warmth in his laughter. You're very clever. Fine, as long as you release junior sister Chun, I can give you the Xinwu fourth realm, the Langyan realm technique. The offer sounded very tempting, but Suhan merely shook his head. Not enough. I want it all, from the Langyan realm to the final Xinwu realm, I want everything. He knew in his heart that he had already thoroughly offended the Wanxian sect. These Xinwu techniques were rare treasures, and if he didn't seize the opportunity to get them all at once this time, he might never have another chance. Since that was the case, he might as well make an outrageous demand and take as much as he could. Kong Fuxian flatly refused. Impossible. The immortal martial arts techniques are the highest secrets of the sect, and I absolutely cannot give them all to you. Suhan sneered coldly, his tone full of menace. Then you don't care about Chun Ishi's life, do you? If you don't, I'll kill her right now. You're too greedy. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of anger. One shouldn't be too greedy. Suhan completely ignored his preaching. I'm just a desperate man, so what if I'm a bit greedy? Shinichi is in my hands now. Trading a few techniques for her life. This deal is quite worthwhile for you. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Kong Fuxian seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, he finally relented. I can only give you up to the 5th realm, the Blood Pillar realm technique. That's my limit. Anything higher, not only can I not provide it, but even if I did, you wouldn't be able to practice it. Besides, Shin Ishi's life isn't worth that price. Suhan thought for a moment. The 5th realm, the Blood Pillar realm, was roughly equivalent to the level of a true disciple in the Wanxian sect. He knew that Kong Fuxian was probably telling the truth. Shin Ishi's weight indeed wasn't enough to exchange for the entire technique. Deal. Suhan stopped haggling. How do we trade? Kong Fuxian asked. Send the cultivation technique to Chun Ishi's phone. Suhan replied. Once I confirm there's no issue, I'll naturally release her. I want to trade face-to-face. Kong Fuxian was clearly uneasy. No. Suhan refused outright. Just do as I say. How can I trust you? You may not believe it, but Chun Ishi's life is now in your hands. A heavy sigh came from the other end of the phone. After all, the hostage was in the other party's hands, and no matter how strong he was, it was of no use. Kong Fuxian ultimately had to compromise. Fine, I'll send it to you now. I hope you keep your promise. The call ended. Shortly after, the phone chimed twice, signaling the arrival of 2 messages. Suhan immediately opened them. They were 2 files containing the complete techniques of Kanglin Immortal Martial Arts, Wolf Smoke Chapter, and Kanglin Immortal Martial Arts, Blood Pillar Chapter. With Suhan's exceptional comprehension, he quickly skimmed through them and easily determined the authenticity of the techniques. Moments later, he confirmed that both techniques were genuine. He put away his phone. Chun Ishi, lying on the ground, witnessed the entire process. Seeing that the matter seemed to be resolved, she spoke in a cold voice. Suhan, you've received the technique. Can you let me go now? Suhan nodded, seemingly not intending to go back on his word. You can leave. Chun Ishi hadn't expected him to agree so readily. Overjoyed, she struggled to leave. But with her limbs crippled, she couldn't muster any strength and could only futilely squirm on the ground. Suhan stood nearby, watching her expressionlessly. Chun Ishi struggled for a long time before finally giving up. She gritted her teeth and spoke with humiliation. Can you help me up? Or call a car for me? Suhan remained silent, merely looking at her coldly. Suhan simply stared at her quietly, without saying a word. A strong sense of unease suddenly gripped Chun Ishi's heart. She met Suhan's gaze. Those were eyes as cold as ice, devoid of any trace of emotion. Chun Ishi's voice began to tremble, a chill rising from the depths of her heart. But before she could finish her sentence, Suhan moved without warning. Power erupted instantly as he punched Chun Ishi. That fist, wrapped in blood-red flames, was like a red-hot iron hammer, smashing heavily into her chest. Splurt! Chun Ishi's chest caved in on impact. Her internal organs shattered in an instant. Her eyes widened as blood foam gushed from her mouth. She collapsed into a pool of blood, staring fixedly at Suhan, her gaze filled with disbelief. She used up her last ounce of strength and asked haltingly, Why? Why? Didn't you promise to let me go? Suhan looked at her, his voice eerily calm. I already gave you a chance earlier. He paused and added, Unfortunately, you didn't leave. Chun Ishi's eyes widened instantly, filled with hatred and unwillingness. But her shattered organs caused her life to fade rapidly, leaving her unable to utter another word. Soon, her gaze completely dimmed, her head tilted, and she fell silent. Suhan withdrew his hand and casually wiped off the blood on it. From the very beginning, he never intended to let Chun Ishi go. After all, from the moment he killed Zhao Lei, he had already completely offended the Wanxian sect. He thought it through clearly. Whether he killed Chun Ishi or not, the other side would never spare him. Since that was the case, why leave behind a potential threat and let her return to report? Since the enmity was already formed, he might as well go all the way. Suhan no longer paid attention to Chun Ishi's corpse and began to tally up tonight's gains. This trip to the center of Jinghai City seemed like he was merely wandering around. But in reality, he had gained immensely, obtaining everything he wanted. First, there was the unique secret technique of the giant whale sect. Not only did he acquire it, but he had also cultivated it to the true gang level. The fusion of 3 true gang forces, combined with his own strength breaking through to the beacon fire level, had caused his combat power to soar once again, giving him greater confidence in his quest for revenge. Secondly, regarding the truth about his parents' death, he also obtained a crucial clue, the so-called big shots in the self-circulating city. Sooner or later, he would drag those lofty figures down one by one to avenge his family. Since the Wanxian sect had no further intelligence, the clues could only be sought from the Sturgeon group. Next time, he would definitely pay a visit to that Sturgeon group again. Next was the follow-up cultivation techniques. This time, Suhan obtained 2 mental techniques in one go, Wolf Smoke Realm and Blood Pillar Realm. With his cultivation speed, it was estimated that he could use them very soon, and by then, his strength would take another leap forward. Finally, there was the whereabouts of his sister. Although he hadn't found her yet, at least he knew she was in Renai Hospital, not far from him. Suhan reviewed everything one by one and felt very satisfied. He looked out the window. The sky was gradually brightening. It was time to leave. Suhan stood up and walked out of the room. The corridor was no longer as deathly silent as it had been the previous night. Figures had reappeared. Several hotel staff members, anxious inspectors, and some still-shaken guests moved back and forth in the hallway, each with a look of fear and confusion on their faces, busying themselves. Outside, alarms and chaotic noises rose and fell, the turmoil caused by last night's battle clearly far from over. Suhan silently blended into the crowd and walked out of the hotel. On the street, daylight had fully arrived, but the sky remained dim, as if shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Black smoke billowed everywhere, resembling the aftermath of a fire. In the distance, the piercing sirens of fire trucks echoed as rescue workers urgently fought the flames. A large section of the buildings lining the street had collapsed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Suhan glanced again at the distant giant whale sect building. The once glorious skyscraper now had only half of its structure remaining, with its severed edge charred black, as if some terrifying force had brutally smashed it apart. Many surrounding buildings had also crumbled, making the entire city center look as though it had endured a massive earthquake. For Jinghai City, last night's actions by the Wanxian sect were indeed a major earthquake. For ordinary people, such conflicts between top-tier forces are nothing but an unforeseen disaster. But none of this had anything to do with Suhan. His goal from beginning to end was only one: to find his enemy and take revenge. He took one last look at the ruins before turning around and blending into the chaotic crowd, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, at the Jinghai City branch of the Earth Retribution Division, an emergency meeting was underway. The atmosphere in the massive conference hall was oppressive and heavy. Over 50 senior members of the Earth Condemnation Division, all at team leader level or above, were seated around the long conference table. Almost everyone bore injuries. Some were wrapped in thick bandages. Others had arms replaced with mechanical limbs sparking with electricity, and some had half their faces smashed, leaving a bloody mess. Clearly, the battle against the 10,000 Immortals sect had come at a devastating cost. The conference room door was pushed open, and a figure walked in. The newcomer was Chu Sun, 61 years old, the director of the Earth Condemnation Division. He was dressed in a deep blue uniform, his hair streaked with white, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, exuding a powerful aura of authority that demanded respect without anger. He stepped into the conference room, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of those present, bringing an intangible sense of pressure. That terrifying presence left everyone without the courage to even lift their heads for a glance. He is the highest-ranking official of the Jinghai City Earth Condemnation Division, Deputy Director Chu Sun. As a Morning Light Divine Mechanist, his combat power reaches as high as 510,000. Once he wields the Earth Condemnation Divine Weapon, his combat power can soar to 870,000. At this moment, his expression was so grim it seemed water could drip from it. He strode to the main seat and sat down, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room before finally fixing like a nail on the person in charge of this operation, Tian Yijing. Team Leader Tian. His voice was terrifyingly deep. Report on last night's situation. Tian Yijing stood up, her face pale, clearly injured quite badly. Yet she still clutched the silver case tightly in her hand, as if it were a part of her body. She picked up the document and began her report. Last night's battle and investigation have allowed us to uncover the true purpose of the Wanxian sect. They plan to set up a so-called Qinkuan Bagua blood sacrifice array in the center of Jinghai City. Their goal is to use the blood of living people to refine evil blood pills. The bait they released is the giant whale sect, but that's just one of the 8 sub-arrays, a decoy placed in plain sight. We teamed up with the Sturgeon Group to set a trap, intending to catch them all in one sweep. She paused, her voice filled with deep helplessness. But we miscalculated. The forces mobilized by the Wanxian sect far exceeded our expectations. They dispatched 12 true disciples, over 100 core disciples, and countless inner and outer sect disciples. They used these forces to create confusion and successfully activated the Grand Formation. After the Grand Formation was activated, all the blood within the city center was drained to refined blood pills. She struggled to utter the last few words. Civilian casualties exceed 10,000. The conference hall was deathly silent. Everyone's expressions were extremely grim. They had all personally experienced the horrors of last night. The power of the Wanxian sect was overwhelming, and the blood sacrifice formation had caught them completely off guard. Even with the combined efforts of the Earth Punishment Division and the Sturgeon Group, such terrifying casualties were still caused. No one could bear this responsibility. Tian Yijing continued her report. In terms of the outcome, it can be considered a lose-lose situation for both sides. The Wanxian sect lost quite a few disciples, especially those at the lower levels, with casualties exceeding half. But our Earth Condemnation Division and the Sturgeon Group also suffered significant losses of modified humans. Preliminary statistics show that we lost 12 fully modified humans, with 35 severely injured. The Sturgeon Group lost 5 fully modified humans, with 18 severely injured. After listening to the report, Chu Sun's face had already turned ashen. He slammed the table fiercely and roared. Those beasts from the Wanxian sect. Their crimes are simply beyond words. Using the blood of living people to refine pills, so vicious. Killing so many innocent civilians, it's utterly insane. This isn't just a cult, it's anti-humanity. It must be completely eradicated. He took a deep breath, his voice still unable to suppress the anger. Headquarters attaches great importance to this incident, calling it the most serious malicious event in the outer city in a century. The conference hall was silent, with no one daring to respond. Chu Sun paused for a moment, his tone slightly softened. However, there is also good news. The Wanxian sect has suffered a major blow this time. Their core disciples. Losing even one is a significant loss, and they are not easy to train. He looked at everyone, a hint of pride in his tone. But our people are different. Our fully modified individuals can be repaired and returned to battle as long as their brains remain intact. As for the high costs, he waved his hand. Don't worry, the department will cover everything. Headquarters has issued an ultimatum. The Wanxian sect must be eradicated immediately, not a moment's delay. We cannot allow another tragedy like last night to happen again. He stood up, his voice firm and resolute. The entire outer city, all departments of the Earth Condemnation Bureau will mobilize to thoroughly investigate and eliminate the Wanxian sect. This matter is now the top priority. At the same time, headquarters also contacted the Sturgeon Group, and they agreed to fully assist us. From today onwards, as long as you spot a disciple of the Wanxian sect, kill them on sight. Show no mercy. These words slightly lifted the spirits of the crowd. Chu Sun then said some comforting words, assuring that all concerns would be resolved. As long as the Wanxian sect was completely eradicated, it would be a great achievement. After the formalities were concluded, this heavy post-war meeting finally came to an end. People, dragging their weary bodies, left one after another. Su Jiang walked at the end, his body covered in injuries, his face ashen. The armor on his arm and chest had been torn open, exposing the sparking circuits inside, clearly showing he had been through a fierce battle. He returned to his office and pushed the door open. Inside, his team member Zhou Ming was waiting for him, restless and uneasy. Su Jiang turned around and closed the door, his face immediately darkening. "Let's hear it." He walked to the desk and sat down, his eyes fixed on Zhou Ming. "Why weren't you present at last night's operation? Didn't I specifically emphasize that you must return to the team before 1 a.m.? An entire night has passed. Where are your people? And what about Bai Shui? Where has she gone to hide this time? I didn't sleep a wink all night. First, I led my team in a fierce battle against those lunatics from the Immortal Martial Alliance. As soon as it ended, I was dragged into an emergency meeting. Only now do I have time to deal with matters within the team. Bai Shui and Zhou Ming, two of my most capable subordinates, didn't return all night. Where did they go during such an important operation?" Zhou Ming stood before me with his head lowered, his face pale, and his eyes filled with unmistakable fear. "Leader," his voice trembled, "we ran into Su Han." My brows furrowed tightly. "Su Han?" "Yes." Zhou Ming dared not look at me and began reporting everything in detail. As soon as they received formal authorization last night, they immediately started tracking Su Han's signal. At the entrance of Jiyuan community, they successfully intercepted the target, and then a battle broke out. It wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. They suffered a crushing defeat and barely managed to escape with their lives. My face grew darker and darker with his account. When I heard that Bai Shui was severely injured, still unconscious, and undergoing emergency treatment at the company's hospital with an extremely low chance of recovery, my fists clenched so tightly they turned white. Bai Shui's body, over 95% of her tissues are necrotic, almost reduced to a pile of mush. Zhou Ming's lips trembled. Her modified body is also destroyed, with damage to 3 core modules exceeding 80%. The doctors say that to survive, she might have to undergo complete body reconstruction. Hearing this, I could no longer hold back, and the fury in my chest exploded. 2 semi-modified humans couldn't defeat a single secret martial artist? I slammed my fist on the table and roared at him. Bai Shui was even beaten to the brink of death. What are you all good for? Is the Earth Condemnation Division raising a bunch of useless trash? Zhou Ming hung his head low, silently enduring my fury, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. They couldn't understand either. How could Su Han's strength be so terrifying? Just a few days ago, he was clearly just an ordinary person, yet now he could beat 2 semi-modified humans in such a miserable state, like dogs. After I had exhausted my anger and the fire in my chest had subsided a bit, Zhou Ming finally dared to speak softly to explain. "Captain, that Su Han is no ordinary person." He raised his head, his eyes filled not only with fear, but also with a trace of confusion. "We originally thought he was just a regular secret martial artist. But once we fought him, we realized he had also trained in that blood energy combat technique from the Immortal Martial Alliance. He's a dual practitioner of secret martial arts and immortal martial arts." The anger I had just suppressed suddenly flared up again, but what I felt more was shock. "Dual cultivation?" "Yes." Zhou Ming nodded vigorously. "When we fought him, his entire body could ignite with blood-red flames. This is definitely the technique of the Immortal Martial Alliance. Moreover, his secret weapon has been cultivated to a very high level. The fusion of the 2 forces makes his combat power terrifyingly high. Every attack not only has absurd strength, but also carries scorching heat. What's even more frightening is that his inner energy can penetrate our bodies like threads, directly damaging our internal structures." I fell silent. How did this end up connected to the Immortal Martial Alliance again? I sat back down, rubbing my throbbing temples, feeling like my head was about to explode. "Su Han, the Immortal Martial Alliance. This situation is far deeper than I had imagined." "All right, I understand." I waved my hand wearily. "I'll report this matter. Su Han will officially be classified as a member of the Immortal Martial Alliance, and the subsequent purging actions by the Earth Retribution Division will list him as a target." Zhou Ming nodded but couldn't help asking, "Team leader, what about Sister Shui?" I glanced at him, fully understanding what he wanted to ask. Bai Shui needs a complete transformation to survive, but the cost of that is no small amount. I sighed heavily and said in a somber tone, although fully transformed individuals are stronger, it's not something you can just decide to do. First, there's a failure rate, though not high. It does exist. Second, and most crucial, is the money. I decided to let him see reality. A semi-cyborg costs $50 million just for the modification, with an annual maintenance fee of $10 million. A basic full-body cyborg costs $300 million, with annual maintenance reaching $200 million. For advanced models, the starting price is $1 billion, burning through $500 million annually. Top-tier models start at $3 billion, with annual maintenance fees of $1 billion. As for the legendary ultimate models, they are monsters in the $100 billion range, requiring $50 billion just to maintain them for a year. And this is only the cost of creation and maintenance, not including repairs for combat damage, which are astronomical figures for each instance. Therefore, only organizations like our Earth Condemnation Division and the Sturgeon Group, with both background and wealth, can afford to sustain cyborg armies. I looked at Zhou Ming again and said word by word, I will submit Bai Shui's full-body cyborg application. But whether the division approves it is another matter. After all, your actions this time were unauthorized. Zhou Ming understood this point as well and remained silent. This amount of money was something they could never earn in a lifetime on their own. Moreover, the failure of this operation had delayed the main force's siege of the Xianwu alliance, making it highly unlikely that the division would cover Bai Shui's mistake. Looking at Zhou Ming's despondent appearance, I knew this guy had feelings for Bai Shui. In the end, I couldn't bear it and comforted him. However, Bai Shui seems to be from the Bai family. The Bai family is considered a prominent family in the outer city, and they have plenty of money. Even if the department's application doesn't go through, the Bai family will pay to save her themselves. As soon as I said this, a glimmer of hope instantly lit up in Zhou Ming's dim eyes. Really? All right. I nodded. I'll report it now, and we'll have the results in half a day. You should go rest. You've been up all night. Zhou Ming let out a long sigh of relief and turned to leave. On the outskirts of downtown, an abandoned factory. The corrugated iron roof is rusted, and the air is filled with the smell of rust and mildew. At this moment, 12 people are standing inside the factory, a mix of men, women, young, and old. Some are standing, some are sitting, their postures casual, but each of them bears injuries to varying degrees. Some have blood-stained cloth wrapped around their arms, while others have burn marks on their chests. Despite this, the terrifying aura emanating from them is like 12 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, so intense that it even distorts the surrounding air. These people were the 12 true disciples of the Wanxian sect stationed in the outer city. At the forefront stood a man dressed in a clean white robe, Kong Fuxian. There was a tear on the left shoulder of his clothing, revealing a dark red wound inside that was slowly healing. Here, everyone had to address him as Senior Brother Kong. Kong Fuxian glanced around at the crowd and spoke calmly. Last night's operation can be considered a success. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although we lost some disciples, we finally have a grasp of the strength of the two major forces, the Sturgeon Group and the Earth Condemnation Division. Speaking of this, his tone couldn't help but carry a trace of joy. More importantly, the experiment of the Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams blood sacrifice formation was extremely successful. All 8 formation cores we set up were activated, collecting the blood of the entire area and refining. Kong Fuxian took out a jade box from his chest and opened it. Inside were densely packed dark red pills, each only the size of a fingernail, emanating a scorching aura and a strong scent of blood. 375 blood pills. A collective gasp echoed through the factory, and everyone's eyes instantly lit up, filled with greed. Kong Fuxian distributed the blood pills to the crowd, about 30 pills per person. These pills are highly beneficial for cultivation in the wolf smoke realm and the blood pillar realm. He put away the jade box and turned to the crowd again. Whether you use them yourself or reward your disciples, it's up to you. A woman in her 30s took the blood pill, brought it to her nose for a sniff, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. The purity is good. This will save us a lot of effort in cultivation. An elderly man carefully examined the pill and nodded. This experiment was very successful. Next time, we can expand the scope a bit more. A bald, Burly man couldn't wait any longer and swallowed one. He closed his eyes, a look of extreme satisfaction appearing on his face. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of red light passing through them, and shouted, "Amazing! So much better than painstaking cultivation." Everyone carefully stored away the blood pills, and the atmosphere became livelier. A young man spoke up, "Senior Brother Kong, what's our plan next?" The factory instantly fell silent, and 11 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Kong Fuxian. Kong Fuxian's expression remained calm, his voice not loud, but every word was clearly heard by everyone. "The plan is simple," he paused briefly before elaborating. "Keep looking for cannon fodder. Among the various secret weapon forces, families, and groups in the city, we will approach them one by one. Those willing to join our Wanxian sect will be incorporated as peripheral forces." His gaze suddenly turned icy. "Those unwilling will be eradicated." This was said in an understated manner, as if it were just an everyday occurrence. "As for our long-term mission," he continued, "we need to select suitable locations in each city center to set up the Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams blood sacrifice array. Then, just like last night, we will collect blood, refine blood pills, and use this method to rapidly enhance the strength of our sect." As his words fell, the reactions among the crowd varied. Some rubbed their hands together excitedly. "Great! Finally, we can mass-produce blood pills. Our strength will increase several times faster." Others, though silent, had eyes full of agreement. However, among the crowd, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s with a refined demeanor furrowed his brows. His name was Lu Wenyuan, and he was considered one of the more gentle individuals among the 12. He hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up, "Brother Kong." Everyone's gaze turned toward him. Lu Wenyuan carefully chose his words and said, "The mission assigned to us by the leader is to dismantle the official high ranks and infiltrate that self-sustaining city. We just need to carry out the original task as planned. There's no need for large-scale killings and alchemy, causing widespread devastation. If we act like this, how are we any different from those deranged demons?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man next to him immediately burst into a mocking laugh. "Ha ha! Lu Wenyuan, are you still dreaming?" He took a step forward, staring intently at Lu Wenyuan. "A bunch of native ants. Dead is dead. What's there to care about? Using their lives to enhance our strength so we can deal with those godsmiths in the self-circulating city is their honor." Another young woman spoke coldly. "The battles on the front line are so intense, with hundreds of brothers and sisters dying or injured every day." She sneered, her words full of sarcasm. "You're still talking about compassion and righteousness here? How ridiculous." Lu Wenyuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to retort, but swallowed his words before speaking. At this moment, an elderly man who had remained silent all along slowly spoke. "Wenyuan." The old man was the oldest and most respected among the group. He looked at Lu Wenyuan, his voice aged yet exceptionally powerful. "Our purpose in coming here is conquest. These locals are not our compatriots." The old man's gaze was eerily calm. "They are resources, just like the minerals underground, the spiritual herbs in the mountains, and the beasts in the forests. When it comes to resources, they must be used when needed. They are utterly unworthy of being regarded as human by us." Lu Wenyuan fell completely silent. He looked around at his fellow disciples and saw faces filled with mockery, indifference, and even impatience. It seemed that no one shared the same thoughts as him. In the end, he was just one person, and no matter how many opinions he had, they were of no use. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly, shake his head, and say no more. At this moment, someone brought up last night's operation again, their tone tinged with a hint of concern. Last night's operation caused heavy losses for both the Earth Punishment Division and the Sturgeon Group. They're definitely furious. Afterward, they'll surely gather their forces and retaliate against us. Senior Brother Kong, then we. Don't panic. Kong Fuxian interrupted him. Previously, our main task was to test the formation, so we focused on staying hidden. Now that the formation is complete, what reason is there to keep hiding? He glanced around at everyone, his voice filled with pride. We'll confront them head-on. The cultivation system of our Wanxian sect, aside from those divine artificers who pose a slight threat, everything else, whether secret weapons, enhanced humans, or modified humans, are nothing but a bunch of feeble ants. What's more, the sect will send more disciples to the outer city to assist us. Kong Fuxian's gaze turned sharp. So, there's no need to fear the Earth Retribution Division. If we encounter them, we fight. However many come, we kill that many. What's there to be afraid of? Letting the entire outer city descend into chaos would actually be more advantageous for us. After listening, everyone nodded in agreement. The combat power of the E-Kingdom was truly too weak. In their eyes, only the divine mechanists could be considered worthy opponents. A warlike disciple even excitedly waved his fist. This should have been done long ago. After holding back for so long, we can finally let loose and go all out. Next, everyone discussed some specific details, such as the city areas each person would be responsible for, methods of resource allocation, and ways to communicate with one another. An hour later, the meeting concluded, and everyone gradually left the abandoned factory. Soon, only Kong Fuxian was left in the factory. He stood still. The calm and composed expression on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a somber look. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Chun Ishi's number again. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. A cold mechanical prompt sounded from the other end of the phone. Kong Fuxian's gaze instantly turned icy. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. A young man emerged from the shadows. The man had an ordinary appearance, looked about 27 or 28 years old, sported a crew cut, and exuded an aura of ferocity. His name was Wang Yuan, one of the core disciples, whose strength had already reached the wolf smoke realm. Brother Kong, Wang Yuan said straightforwardly, junior sister Chun is probably in grave danger. Kong Fuxian turned around. Unable to reach her by phone and with no news at all, he had already sensed something was wrong. He suddenly clenched his palm with force. Crack! The phone was instantly crushed into pieces, with metal fragments and circuit boards slipping through his fingers and falling onto the cold ground. Kong Fuxian spoke with a grim expression. We must find junior sister Chun, alive or dead. Yes, senior brother, Wang Yuan nodded. And that's Su Han. As soon as this name was mentioned, Kong Fuxian's face turned so dark it seemed water could drip from it. He never dreamed that he would be threatened by a local native. Not only had the subsequent 2 volumes of the cultivation method been swindled away, but the other party showed absolutely no regard for trustworthiness. However, this person cannot be killed directly. After all, being able to break through to the 100 tempering realm in such a short time, this kind of talent is almost comparable to Li Hongyi, who possesses vast resources and a prominent status. This person definitely harbors significant secrets that must be obtained. He looked at Wang Yuan and issued an order. Wang Yuan, personally lead a team and make sure to bring Su Han to me alive. Understood. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement and quickly turned to leave the factory. At the same time, Su Han had just walked out of the hotel. The street was in chaos, with crowds of people running everywhere, and the sirens of ambulances and patrol cars blaring together. He stood by the roadside and finally managed to hail a taxi. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, looking exhausted. Where to? The driver asked. Renai Private Hospital. The car started and merged into the crowded traffic. The driver began chatting proactively while driving. Brother, have you heard? The commotion last night was truly terrifying. Without waiting for Su Han to respond, the driver started talking on his own. Let me tell you, I happened to be picking up passengers nearby last night, and the whole road was blocked. I couldn't get out the entire night. First, there was a loud bang, like something had exploded. Then, the sky turned a glaring red, just like a fiery sunset. The streets were filled with people screaming and scattering in all directions. Patrol officers, holding loudspeakers, shouted hoarsely, ordering everyone to hide immediately and not to go outside. The driver's voice dropped even lower, carrying the fear of narrowly escaping death. Later, I saw with my own eyes a building collapse just like that. So many people died, and the blood, it was everywhere on the ground. I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen such a terrifying scene. As he spoke, even his hands gripping the steering wheel began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Han remained silent, merely gazing at the rapidly retreating, desolate street scene outside the window. The car hadn't gone far before the intersection ahead was completely blocked. Several patrol officers were nervously directing traffic, with long caution tape stretched across the ground. "We can't get through," the driver said helplessly. "We'll have to take a detour." He skillfully turned the car around and entered another narrow road. But before long, they were blocked again. The road ahead was completely obstructed by collapsed boulders. "Still have to detour." The driver sighed irritably. Like this, they detoured 3 or 4 times in a row, each time having to turn back because the road was either blocked or destroyed. The entire city center seemed to have turned into a massive maze, with dead ends everywhere. Suhan looked at the devastated scene outside the window, his mood growing heavier. He knew this was by no means an ordinary accident, but the terrifying scars left behind after a clash between top forces. In just one night, the bustling city center had turned into a wasteland. After yet another detour, the car finally drove out of the area most severely affected by the disaster. The streets gradually regained order, and there were more pedestrians on the road. 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a steady stop at the entrance of Renai Private Hospital. Suhan paid the fare and pushed the door open to get out of the car. This hospital was not large, just a 4-story white building. The signboard with the words Renai Hospital appeared somewhat outdated. A few ambulances were parked at the entrance, and the flashing police lights heightened the tense atmosphere. Medical staff were frantically lifting the injured off the vehicles and rushing them into the hospital. The entire hospital entrance was overcrowded and chaotic. The groans of the injured, the cries of family members, and the commands of doctors mixed together, piercing everyone's eardrums. Suhan walked into the hall expressionlessly, his sharp gaze quickly sweeping around before heading straight to the stairs without any hesitation. He didn't take the elevator, but searched floor by floor as he ascended. His steps were slow, yet his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, carefully scanning the nameplates of every hospital room. Fortunately, the hospital wasn't large, and soon, in a secluded corner on the 3rd floor, he found his target. Room 309. Suhan took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The ward was very small, with only a solitary hospital bed inside. A woman lay on the bed, covered with a white blanket, but from her exposed arms and neck, thick bandages could be seen, soaked with dried, darkened blood. A breathing tube was inserted into her nose, and her chest rose and fell weakly with each breath, the rhythm so faint it seemed as if it could stop at any moment. Despite her disfigured face, Suhan recognized her at a glance. This was his sister, Suyun. His heart suddenly clenched, and a surge of bitterness rose to his nose. He quickly stepped forward and crouched by the bedside. "Sis." Suhan's voice was somewhat hoarse. The person on the bed showed no reaction. He called out again. This time, the tightly shut eyelids seemed to move slightly. The eyelids trembled violently, and a swollen eye struggled to open a slit. Her unfocused pupils suddenly contracted when they recognized Suhan's face. Ugh! A muffled sound emerged from her throat, and her body began to tremble with excitement, causing the breathing tube to sway along with her movements. "Don't move." Suhan immediately pressed her shoulder, trying to calm her down. But Suyun shook her head desperately, her eyes fixed on him, and urgent whimpers escaped from her mouth. Suhan carefully moved her breathing tube aside a little. "Run." She used all her strength and finally squeezed out a word. "Quick, run. Don't worry about me. Leave Jinghai City. Escape, as far as possible." Each time she spoke a word, her chest heaved violently. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid, as if she might stop breathing at any moment. Suhan looked at her, and a warm current surged in his heart. He understood now. The recording Zhang Chu had played for him earlier was indeed fabricated. His sister had never betrayed him. In this cold reality, his sister's concern was the only warmth in his heart. "It's okay now," Suhan said softly, but his tone was incredibly firm. "I'll take you away." His sister was still anxiously shaking her head, but Suhan had already stood up, ready to remove the various tubes connected to her. At that moment, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. A young nurse walked in, and upon seeing the unfamiliar Suhan, she froze on the spot. Who are you?" the nurse asked warily. Suhan ignored her and proceeded to check the instruments connected to his sister. The nurse realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward, shouting sternly, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch the patient." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt her vision blur. Suhan's figure moved as swiftly as a phantom, appearing in front of her without warning. A cold hand instantly gripped her neck. The nurse's feet left the ground, her face turning bright red, her eyes filled with terror and pleading. "Ah, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll ask you." Suhan's voice carried no trace of emotion. "What's the matter with this patient?" The nurse shook her head frantically, struggling in the agony of suffocation as she said, I don't know. The director said she was brought in after a car accident. But her family has no money. So she wasn't really treated, just left here to die." Suhan saw that she didn't seem to be lying and immediately asked, "Where is the director?" In the office at the end of the corridor." Suhan nodded, exerted force with his palm, and struck the back of the nurse's neck. She immediately went limp and passed out. He casually tossed the nurse onto the ground, walked out of the ward, and headed down the corridor toward the end. Sure enough, there was an office there, with the door tightly shut. Suhan did not knock on the door, but directly pushed it open and entered. Inside the office, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat was reading a document. Suhan could sense a faint energy fluctuation from him. He was a secret martial artist, but his level was very low, merely at the holding dance stage. Seeing Suhan burst in, the man froze for a moment, then frowned deeply and reprimanded unhappily. "Who are you?" "This is the director's office. You can't just come in." Suhan closed the door behind him with a soft click. "Are you the director?" "Yes." The man stood up, putting on an air of authority. "What do you need?" Suhan's gaze turned cold. "What's going on with the patient in room 309? Hearing this, the man's expression instantly darkened, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. "That is an internal matter of the hospital and has nothing to do with you. Now, please leave immediately, or I'll call security right away." Suhan looked at him coldly, deciding not to waste any more time. He stepped forward, his figure appearing like a phantom instantly in front of the man. Before the other could react, an iron-like hand had already gripped his neck, pinning him firmly against the cold wall. "I ask you answer." Suhan's voice carried no trace of emotion. The man's eyes bulged as he struggled desperately, but the force on his neck rendered him immobile, allowing him only to utter indistinct threats. You dare make a move in the hospital." Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. Suhan expressionlessly grabbed one of his fingers and forcibly broke it. The man let out a piercing scream, the intense pain causing cold sweat to stream down his body. "I'll ask one more time, what happened with that patient?" Suhan's voice grew even colder. It was the director's orders." The man was in so much pain he was on the verge of fainting, no longer daring to hide anything. He said, "Just make sure the person doesn't die. Nothing else matters." "Where is the dean?" "Fourth floor, his office." Suhan nodded and let go of his hand. The man collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, clutching his broken finger and gasping heavily. Suhan turned and walked out of the office, his figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. About a minute later, there was finally some movement in the office. The man struggled to get up from the ground, staggered to the desk, and tremblingly picked up the landline, dialing a number. "Director, someone has come looking for the patient in room 309. A steady and cold voice came from the other end of the line. "I'll send someone to handle it. They'll be there shortly." "All right, I understand." Hanging up the phone, the man let out a long sigh of relief and turned around, intending to sit down and rest. But as soon as he turned, his heart nearly stopped beating. Suhan had somehow returned to the doorway without him noticing, his eyes like those of the Grim Reaper, staring at him intently. The reason he hadn't left immediately was to confirm whether this man would tip someone off. You. The man's face turned deathly pale as he pointed at him in terror, unable to utter a single word. Before he could react, Suhan's figure shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow, his fist slamming fiercely into the man's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man's chest was directly blasted open, leaving a bloody hole as blood sprayed out wildly. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock, and he fell straight to the ground, instantly lifeless. Suhan slowly withdrew his fist and calmly walked out of the office again. He stood quietly in the hallway, like a patient hunter waiting for his prey. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. 5 men in security uniforms rushed up. However, Suhan could clearly sense the dangerous aura emanating from them, far beyond that of ordinary people. 5 white-level enhanced individuals. "It's him." One of the security guards pointed at Suhan and shouted sternly. The 5 men hesitated not even for a moment, simultaneously exerting their strength and pouncing forward like tigers descending a mountain. However, Suhan didn't even blink, simply watching them quietly as they charged closer. Just as the attack was about to land, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and seemingly casually swung 5 times. Bang, 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 bang. 5 heavy, muffled collision sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The 5 aggressive security guards only felt their vision go black as their bodies were struck as if by a speeding truck, flying backward all at once. Without exception, their chests burst open, and blood instantly stained the entire corridor red. In an instant, 5 enhanced individuals instantly defeated. The massive commotion completely alarmed the entire floor. Terrified faces peeked out from behind the doors of the hospital rooms, and nurses' screams echoed one after another. Immediately afterward, more people rushed up from downstairs. Leading them was a man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, exuding an extraordinary presence, the director of the hospital. Behind him were a man and a woman, their bodies glinting with metallic sheen, 2 formidable semi-modified individuals. The dean saw the horrific scene in the corridor, with corpses lying everywhere in rivers of blood, and his face instantly darkened. "Who are you?" He stared intently at Suhan with a scrutinizing gaze. Meeting his gaze, Suhan asked in return, "Are you the dean?" "I am." The dean nodded, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance and anger. "You have some nerve, daring to kill people in my hospital?" Suhan ignored his questioning and simply continued to ask, "The patient in room 307, was that arranged by you?" The director's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he sneered coldly. "So what if it was? Who told you to do this? This has nothing to do with you." The director lost his patience and ordered sharply, "Now, take him down for me." As soon as the words fell, the half-cyborg man and woman behind him moved simultaneously. They darted left and right, turning into 2 blurred shadows charging at Suhan. The man's right arm was entirely replaced by machinery, and with a punch, it tore through the air with a sharp whistle. The woman's legs were precision mechanical constructs, moving at astonishing speed, and her kick seemed capable of slicing through steel. But in Suhan's eyes, all of this was as slow as a snail. He stood still in place, unmoving, until their fierce attacks were inches away. His gaze slightly sharpened, and in the next second, his hand shot out, swift as lightning. The left hand precisely grabbed the man's mechanical arm, while the right hand firmly held the woman's mechanical leg. Crunch, crunch, accompanied by 2 teeth-gritting sounds of metal shattering. The hard mechanical arm and leg were forcibly crushed into fragments by him. The 2 men let out simultaneous screams of agony, their bodies losing balance and being flung backward, slamming heavily against the distant wall, causing the ground to crack with web-like fissures. The mechanical parts on their bodies were completely twisted and deformed, and their internal organs were shattered by the immense impact. After struggling briefly, they fell silent. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, the director's expression finally changed, shifting from arrogance to utter terror. He could never have imagined that the opponent's strength would be this overwhelming. 2 meticulously modified warriors couldn't even withstand a single encounter. A single thought screamed in his mind: staying here means death. The director made a snap decision, turning to flee. But Suhan's figure was like a shadow, leaving only an afterimage in place as he instantly blocked the director's path. Trying to leave? The director's face twisted in desperation, knowing there was no escape. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his strength into a single punch and hurled it fiercely at Suhan. He was also a grade white enhanced human, though his abilities were drug-induced and his combat skills were lacking. Still, this punch was powerful enough to shatter stone. However, Suhan casually raised his hand and effortlessly caught the forceful punch. Then, with a slight twist, crack, the excruciating pain of a broken wrist shot through the director, forcing a pig-like scream from his throat. Before his scream could fade, Suhan's other hand was already pressing down on his shoulder, an unstoppable force crushing down. Kneel. With a loud thud, the director's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees uncontrollably. The tiles beneath his knees shattered instantly, turning to powder. Piercing pain radiated simultaneously from his shoulder blades and leg bones. His bones had been completely shattered by the immense pressure. In an instant, the once arrogant director was reduced to a cripple, barely clinging to life. When the strong clash, the weak suffer. The surrounding doctors and patients, valuing their lives, dared not linger for even a moment. Screaming, they scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only Suhan and the kneeling director remained. Now, I ask you answer. Suhan's voice carried no warmth, his cold gaze looking down at him. The dean was sweating all over from the pain, but his tone remained tough. Do you know who I am? If you touch me, do you know what consequences there will be? You will. Crack. Suhan couldn't be bothered to waste words and stomped on his other hand, breaking it. The crisp sound of bones shattering made one's scalp tingle. The dean's screams became even more miserable. I ask you answer. Suhan's patience was wearing thin. Who owns this hospital? The murderous intent in his eyes made the director feel as if he were being stared down by the Grim Reaper, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Yet, he still harbored a glimmer of hope and attempted to lie. It was me who opened it. Without another word, Suhan stomped on his ankle again. I'll talk. I'll talk. Under the excruciating pain, the director's psychological defenses completely crumbled, and he spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The hospital was opened by a patron of the Sturgeon Group, offering. It's a strong individual listed under the group, receiving a high salary, stepping in to resolve issues when needed, and managing their own businesses during normal times. What's his name? Wang Dexu, a black-level enhanced human. This hospital is one of his businesses, and he owns several other companies under his name. Suhan nodded and continued to press. What's going on with the patient in room 309? The director dared not hide anything and hurriedly said, they were sent by the group's handling department, directly transferred from the ICU in Yunfu district. And then, they just recorded a message saying no treatment was needed. If the person can survive, let them survive. If not, just drag them off to be cremated. In an instant, Suhan's gaze turned as cold as ice. An unprecedented fury surged from the depths of his heart. No treatment. If they can't survive, just drag them off to be burned. These people don't even see his sister as a human being. Suhan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent, then suddenly threw a punch, striking the director's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the director's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter all over the ground. His body twitched twice before falling completely silent. Suhan withdrew his fist, shook off the blood on his hand, and turned to walk back to room 309. His sister had already fallen into a coma again. He carefully picked her up and walked out of the room. The corridor was already crowded with people, but having just witnessed how brutally he had killed the director, no one dared to step forward to stop him. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Suhan went straight to the second floor and found the doctor on duty. It was a middle-aged woman, and when she saw Suhan rushing in with someone covered in injuries, she was momentarily stunned. You, treat her. Suhan gently placed his sister on the hospital bed and commanded in an unquestionable tone. Now, immediately. The female doctor glanced at the girl's injuries, her brows furrowing tightly. She's too seriously injured. She needs. I said now. Suhan's gaze was like two sharp swords, fixed firmly on her. The female doctor was startled by the murderous look in his eyes and quickly nodded. Oh, okay. She immediately called over several assistants and began emergency treatment, cleaning the wound, bandaging, administering medication. A group of people worked frantically for nearly 2 hours. Her life is saved, but she will need a long period of rest. The doctor wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with lingering fear. Suhan nodded, his voice softening slightly. Thank you. He picked up his sister again and walked out of the treatment room. Outside the hospital, more than a dozen patrol officers had already surrounded the area. They held stun guns and nervously aimed at the door. Seeing Suhan come out, someone immediately shouted, "Stop!" Suhan completely ignored them and walked straight ahead with his sister in his arms. Several patrol officers tried to step forward to block him, but with a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force sent them all flying, landing heavily on the ground. Suhan walked out of the hospital, stood by the roadside, and took out his phone to call a car. He originally planned to go straight back to Yunfu District, but after a moment's thought, he realized that he was now alone and helpless. Taking his severely injured sister back, where could he possibly settle her? As his thoughts raced, he thought of the Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall. So, he changed the destination on his phone to Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall. 2 hours later, the car stopped at the entrance of Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall. Suhan got out of the car holding his sister and walked into the martial arts school. In the first-floor lobby, several students were practicing. When they saw him carrying a woman covered in injuries, they stopped in shock. Suhan ignored their gazes and went straight up to the second floor. In the office, Lu Xuanxiang was leisurely drinking tea and reading a book, while Lu Yu was playing on her phone nearby. The door was pushed open, and both of them looked up simultaneously. Seeing it was Suhan, Lu Yu was first stunned, then immediately stood up. Suhan. Lu Xuanxiang also put down his teacup and stood up. Immediately after, both of their gazes fell on the person in Suhan's arms. "This is..." Lu Xuanxiang frowned. "My sister," Suhan replied, gently placing his sister on the office sofa. Lu Yu walked over, squatted down to take a look, and his expression turned serious. "The injuries are severe. Suhan, what exactly happened?" Suhan didn't speak, merely sat silently on the chair nearby. Lu Xuanxiang was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "You sit down first." He poured a glass of water for Suhan. Meanwhile, Lu Yu carefully covered his sister with a blanket. The office fell into a dead silence. After a long while, it was Lu Yu who broke the silence. She looked at Suhan and cautiously asked, "Suhan, there are some things we want to confirm with you." Suhan nodded. "Go ahead." "News has come from the patrol office." Lu Yu's expression was very serious. "They said you killed Zhang Chu and over 40 patrol officers. Is that true?" Faced with these sharp questions, Suhan already had the answer in his heart. He knew that the commotion caused by his recent actions would inevitably reach the Tianxiang Martial Arts Hall sooner or later. He had no intention of lying and admitted frankly, "It's true." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Yu's eyes widened instantly. Her father, Lu Xuanxiang, had an even more dramatic reaction, his expression changing repeatedly. He recalled how, when the officials came to inquire earlier, he had thought it was a misunderstanding. He hadn't expected Suhan to have actually done those things. Lu Xuanxiang could no longer hold back and asked, "Why?" Suhan's tone was very calm as he laid out the truth in full detail. "Because they framed me, saying I killed my parents and injured my sister. My parents died tragically, my sister was gravely injured and fell into a coma, and I discovered the culprits were powerful figures from the inner city. The Xuanyu group was responsible for covering up the matter. They bribed the local security office and tried to make me take the blame. To survive, to avenge my family, and to save my sister, I had no other choice." Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu were both stunned. The inner city, Sturgeon Group. Lu Xuanxiang muttered to himself. As a martial artist, he had naturally heard about some of the dark sides of the inner city. Those so-called nobles often came to the outer city seeking thrills, killing without a second thought, treating the lives of outer city residents as worthless. Most people who encountered such situations could only consider themselves extremely unlucky. His gaze shifted to the unconscious girl on the sofa, Suhan's elder sister. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I believe you." Suhan looked up at him. "What?" "Because you are my disciple," Lu Xuanxiang replied firmly. "Since I accepted you, I won't regret it. Although we haven't known each other for long, I can tell that you're not a bad person. You're someone who would risk everything for family and loyalty." Hearing his master's words, Suhan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. But he still spoke up. "Master, I want to leave the martial arts school." Lu Xuanxiang was instantly stunned. "Why?" "I've offended too many people," Suhan replied. "The Sturgeon Group, the official special investigation division, and the Wanxian sect. If you continue to shelter me, it will only bring disaster to the martial arts school, just like what happened to my parents." Only by severing ties with you can I avoid implicating you. Lu Xuanxiang fell into silence. Lu Yu, who was standing nearby, was already anxious after hearing about Su Han's ordeal. Junior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? We're not afraid of those. I am. Su Han interrupted her directly. He looked at Lu Xuanxiang with an unwavering attitude. Master, you have been kind to me. I cannot drag you all down. Lu Xuanxiang looked at him, gazing for a long time. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and reluctantly agreed. All right. Regarding the martial arts school, I will announce to the public that you have already left. But in my heart, you will always be my disciple. You are now wanted throughout the city, and coming to me is also to arrange for your sister, isn't it? Rest assured, we will take good care of her. Su Han nodded and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Land Cruiser waved his hand. Between master and disciple, there's no need to say such things. Doing these is only natural. Su Han then asked, Master, I have one more thing. I wonder if you can help me. Go ahead. I need more secret weapons. Su Han's eyes were filled with longing. I need other types of secret weapons. Lu Xuanxiang was initially stunned upon hearing this, then immediately asked, To what level have you trained your skills now? Su Han did not speak, but simply raised his hand and demonstrated directly through action. With a soft buzz, a layer of visible energy aura instantly appeared, enveloping his entire body like armor. Lu Xuanxiang and the father-daughter duo, Lu Yu, widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces full of astonishment. True Qi, Lu Yu exclaimed in shock. Lu Xuanxiang was even more stunned, unable to speak. He quickly stepped forward to Su Han, carefully examining the flowing layer of qi, and murmured, How long have you been practicing? You've already cultivated true qi for protection. Before he could finish speaking, Su Han made another move. Suddenly, within the qi surrounding his body, two entirely different energy fluctuations emerged, precisely the force of the red line fist and the giant whale technique. The three forces quickly merged, and the original qi compressed and fused madly, its thickness instantly doubling. It resembled a swirling, dense mist, with countless fine energy threads rapidly flowing within. Lu Xuanxiang instinctively reached out a finger to touch it, but the thick layer of qi automatically bounced his finger away. This thickness, this strength. He raised his head, looking at Su Han in shock. How many secret martial arts have you practiced? 3, Su Han replied. Celestial Phenomena Technique, Red Line Fist, and Giant Whale Technique. 3 true qi techniques, and you've even successfully fused them. Lu Xuanxiang gasped in astonishment and said excitedly, A prodigy like this is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. With such talent, if you were in ancient times, you would definitely be able to break through to that legendary divine martial realm. Su Han withdrew his qi and curiously asked, Master, what is the divine martial realm you mentioned? Lu Xuanxiang seemed to snap out of his ecstasy, took a deep breath, and explained to Su Han, The so-called divine martial is the realm above true qi. In ancient times, some people successfully cultivated to that realm and were considered invincible. Unfortunately, the cultivation methods were lost later, and now no one can reach it anymore. He paused, his eyes burning as he looked at Su Han. But you might be able to. A trace of fervor appeared in Lu Xuanxiang's eyes. He immediately took out his phone, quickly searched through it, and then opened an encrypted file. I have 3 electronic versions of secret martial arts here, all capable of reaching the true qi realm. The original sects of these techniques have already been destroyed, so their inheritance has been made public, becoming something anyone can learn. Lu Xuanxiang handed over the phone, and Su Han took it. The screen displayed the complete mental techniques of 3 martial arts manuals, covering everything from the basics of Ming Jin to the advanced realm of True Gang. Iron Bone Technique, Flowing Cloud Force, Mountain Crushing Fist. With Su Han's current photographic memory and comprehension, he only needed a quick glance to firmly imprint all the content in his mind. He returned the phone and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Lu Xuanxiang waved his hand, his eyes filled with both admiration and regret. With your talent, if you were born in ancient times, you would surely become a legendary martial arts grandmaster. But alas, in this era. He let out a long sigh. leaving his sentence unfinished, though the helplessness in his tone was unmistakable. The matter settled, Suhan stood up and prepared to take his leave. Master, I'm leaving. I'll entrust my sister to you. Go without worry, and take good care of yourself. Suhan nodded firmly, turned around, and walked out of the office. After he left, the uncle and nephew, Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu, remained in the office, still immersed in immense shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Master, he has only been practicing for a few days. Lu Yu's voice carried a slight tremor. Yet he has already trained 3 secret weapons to the true gang level, even reaching the point where they can be fused. Such talent is simply monstrous. Lu Xuanxiang gently shook his head and sighed. Indeed, what a pity. Such a genius. Yet he happens to encounter such unfair and troubling matters. The road ahead for him will likely not be easy. He gazed out the window and murmured softly, I hope this child can pull through. After leaving the martial arts hall, Suhan did not go far. A few minutes later, he saw Lu Xuanxiang carrying his sister, with Lu Yu following behind with a medical kit, hurriedly coming out of the martial arts hall. The two stopped a car and quickly drove away. The car drove for about 20 minutes and arrived at a relatively old and secluded district on the other side of the city. Lu Xuanxiang and the others got out at the entrance of a narrow alley, carrying the person as they walked inside. Suhan kept his distance, silently following behind. He had to personally confirm that his sister was placed in a safe location. After all, she was his only family in the world, and he couldn't take any risks. He had only known Lu Xuanxiang for 2 days, and people's hearts were unpredictable, so he had to remain cautious. If he detected even the slightest anomaly, he would not hesitate to act. The alley was deep, and at the end stood a small clinic with a sign that read Lu's Clinic. Lu Xuanxiang knocked on the door, and an elderly doctor opened it. This was a private clinic, discreetly located with excellent confidentiality. Clearly a trusted friend, Lu Xuanxiang had specifically sought out to handle injuries for martial artists. Watching his sister being properly settled on the hospital bed, covered with a blanket, breathing steadily, while the elderly doctor carefully changed her bandages, Suhan finally felt his heart ease. It seemed, after all, that he had been overthinking. He stayed in the shadows for a few more minutes, ensuring everything was in order before quietly turning to leave. As he exited the alley and watched the figures of Lu Xuanxiang and Lu Yu driving away, the last trace of doubt in his heart dissipated completely. Now, he could finally begin his revenge without any hesitation. The first target was the Sturgeon Group. But just then, a sudden, urgent ringtone broke the silence. Suhan took out his phone and saw that it was a call from another roommate in the dorm. As soon as he answered, an anxious voice came through from the other end. Suhan? Is Zhao Kai with you? He's been missing all day. What's going on? Suhan's heart sank. I don't know either. I thought he went out with you. He hasn't returned to the dorm, hasn't attended class, and his phone can't be reached. Suhan's gaze instantly became sharp as he pressed further. When did he go missing? Was there anything unusual at the time? Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I just remember he answered a phone call and rushed out, and then he never came back. Report it to the police first, Suhan suggested decisively. See if they can find any clues. I'll also help you ask around. All right, I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Suhan frowned deeply. Zhao Kai's disappearance seemed suspicious, and he had a vague feeling that this matter was not simple. He could only silently keep it in mind for now. He hailed a car and returned home. The house was still in disarray, but fortunately, there were no assassins lying in wait. Suhan found a relatively clean spot to sit down, preparing to process today's findings. He closed his eyes, and the mental techniques of the 3 secret martial arts that Lu Xuanxiang had given him, Iron Bone Technique, Flowing Cloud Force, and Mountain Crashing Fist, clearly emerged in his mind. He immediately assumed a stance and began cultivating. First was the Iron Bone Technique. With the circulation of energy, a heavy and solid iron bone true force quickly formed within his body. Next was the Flowing Cloud Force. This type of energy was as flexible as flowing water, and the cultivation process was smooth and effortless, giving rise to the Flowing Cloud True Force. Finally came the Mountain Crushing Fist. The fist technique was domineering and immensely powerful. Moments later, Suhan casually waved his hand, and even the air seemed to carry the momentum of crushing mountains and splitting rocks. The mountain-crushing true force had also been mastered. Adding it all up, it took less than half an hour for 3 entirely new types of force to flow smoothly within his body. Immediately afterward, he began attempting to merge these newly acquired powers with the forces already present in his body, such as the celestial phenomenon force, red thread force, and giant whale force. Streams of true energy, each with distinct properties, began to intertwine and converge under his guidance. 6 completely different internal forces, bone force, flowing cloud force, collapsing mountain force, and others, violently clashed and fused within him. The sensation was akin to pouring a vat of multicolored paints together. Though all were liquids, their differing properties caused them to churn and blend wildly. The fused energy turned an increasingly profound shade, eventually transforming into a pure black hue, like an inky cloak enveloping his entire body. This black energy shield expanded continuously, only to be repeatedly compressed. Its thickness and density grew at an alarming rate, ultimately forming an indescribably terrifying power. Under the tempering of this force, his muscles, bones, and even internal organs underwent a complete metamorphosis. Suhan could clearly feel his physique improving at an astonishing pace. With a single thought, he examined his condition. His physical resilience had already surpassed the 1,500 mark, and for the first time, his comprehension had broken through the 1,000 threshold. Suhan dispersed his chi energy, took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing all his power in an instant. Buzz, black chi energy surged skyward, completely enveloping him. Under the propulsion of this force, Suhan's physique began to undergo astonishing changes. His muscles swelled, his bones extended, and his height soared from 1.75 meters to nearly 3 meters. He resembled a moving mountain, exuding an awe-inspiring and intimidating presence just by standing there. At this moment, the black chi energy surrounding him was no longer a smooth shield, but resembled rolling black mist. Countless fine energy lines squirmed on its surface, appearing extremely eerie. But this power was undeniably real. Suhan slowly clenched his fist, his muscles and bones seemingly merging into one. With a loud bang, the air in his palm was directly compressed and exploded, producing a muffled blast. The improvement in his strength was earth-shattering. Suhan thought to himself, this must be what Lu Xuanxiang referred to as the divine martial realm. He retracted his energy, and his body returned to normal. Immediately afterward, he began cultivating a higher-level immortal martial blood energy technique. Having already broken through the beacon fire realm, he now needed to temper his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, his 5 major organs. Following the method described in the technique, Suhan practiced specific movements while guiding the power within his body. His blood energy surged like molten iron, roaring and coursing through him, repeatedly washing over his 5 organs. This process revitalized them, making them tougher and more resilient. With each cleansing, his organs grew stronger. It was unclear how much time had passed when Suhan suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The tempering of his 5 organs was complete. He could feel his heart beating powerfully, each throb pumping blood as hot as magma to his limbs and bones, providing him with unparalleled strength. He knew he had now broken through to the wolf smoke realm. Once the power of his blood energy was fully activated, it would rise like the billowing smoke of ancient battlefields, soaring straight into the heavens. However, Suhan did not attempt it immediately. Now was not the right time. He felt that the subsequent cultivation was starting to become somewhat strenuous. After all, it was a top-tier celestial martial technique, and the difficulty was not insignificant. He needed to wait until his physique improved further to more easily break through the bottleneck in cultivation. Using absolute physical strength to crush the bottleneck, this was his greatest advantage. Suhan checked his combat power assessment. In his normal state, his combat power had already reached as high as 90,000, approaching that of those semi-mechanically modified cyborgs. Immediately after, with a single thought, he erupted with true chi. The black chi once again enveloped his entire body, and his physique swelled to a height of 3 meters. The number on the combat power assessment instantly soared to 160,000. Suhan named this state his first form, divine martial form. As for the second form, which involved the fusion of true qi and blood energy, he had not yet attempted it. However, he had a premonition that once activated, his combat power would start at no less than 200,000. After completing the cultivation of body-strengthening techniques, Suhan began practicing combat strategies. He had already memorized the attack moves of the 6 secret weapons thanks to his photographic memory. However, in the ever-changing dynamics of battle, constantly switching between the 6 complex sets of moves would ultimately be too cumbersome. Thus, with the terrifying insight granted by his exceptional talent, Suhan made a bold decision. He would completely dismantle, merge, and reshape the 6 sets of secret weapons to create a combat system entirely his own. His goal was crystal clear. This system had to be simple, brutal, and direct, capable of unleashing his power without reservation, pursuing the ultimate in destructive force and lethality. He practiced repeatedly, adjusted tirelessly, and gradually, a new system of techniques took shape in his mind. In the end, he refined countless moves into just 3. First move, mountain splitting and sea cracking. Concentrate all your strength into one punch. When the punch is delivered, it splits mountains and cracks seas, emphasizing an unstoppable and domineering momentum. Second move, thunderous drum to the heavens. Unleash all your power, delivering a punch that roars like thunder and strikes like a demonic god beating a drum, embodying the fearless will to challenge the heavens. Third move, true self. This is the ultimate fusion of the first 2 moves, combined with a full burst of vitality and energy, uniting all the strength of the body into one. In an instant, it delivers a strike that surpasses all limits, revealing the truest self. Suhan named this set of techniques, True Self Divine Art. He knew that depending on his physical state, the power unleashed by these 3 moves could become even more terrifying. After thoroughly mastering this set of techniques to perfection, Suhan stood up and stretched his body. From this moment on, he possessed a power that truly belonged to him. His strength was now on a completely different level compared to last time. He left home and headed straight for the city center. At the high-speed rail station, Suhan bought a first-class ticket. After boarding, he found a seat by the window. The seat next to him was still empty. The train slowly started, pulling out of the platform. Suhan gazed at the rapidly retreating cityscape outside the window, lost in thought. Not long after, 3 more people boarded. Leading the group was a young woman. Although she wore a mask that obscured her face, her jet-black long hair was particularly striking. She was dressed in a light blue dress with a white knitted cardigan over it, exuding an extraordinary aura. Following her was an elderly man in a gray traditional jacket, his face always adorned with a kind smile. Lastly, there was a burly man whose tight-fitting clothes were stretched taut by his muscles, his eyes radiating an intimidating fierceness. The 3 people walked straight over and sat down in the empty seats next to Suhan. The carriage was very quiet. Although the elderly man sitting next to Suhan appeared polite and amiable, with a warm smile, Suhan could sense that beneath the kind exterior lay a pair of eyes that remained constantly vigilant. The young woman gazed out the window for a long time, then suddenly let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with a hint of confusion. "Uncle Fu, do you think practicing ancient martial arts is still useful?" The elderly man, referred to as Uncle Fu, Zhang Di Fu, smiled and reassured her. "Miss, ancient martial arts are, after all, a long-standing tradition. The most elite divine martial masters can reach a combat power of around 40,000, which is already incredibly formidable." However, these words not only failed to comfort the woman, but made her even more dejected. 40,000? Look at the entire outer city. Among all those martial arts sects, has anyone reached the divine martial level? The old man's smile froze for a moment. Indeed, in a place like the outer city, how could such a level of expert possibly appear? He could only continue. "Although there isn't anyone now, with your talent, miss, you will surely reach it in the future." "And what good would that do?" The woman's voice grew even lower. 40,000 combat power is not even half that of a semi-mechanical cyborg, let alone those divine engineers. The old man fell silent for a moment before changing his approach. Miss, you could also use the Black Grade Enhancement Serum. The latest model can further boost your abilities by 10% on top of your current level. If all goes well, combined with your martial arts skills, your combat power should be able to surpass 200,000. 200,000. The woman fell silent. The disappointment in her tone was evident. Everyone knew that once the enhancement liquid was used, although it could grant immense power in a short time, one's potential would be capped, with no further progress possible. A combat power of 200,000 was worlds apart from the divine mechanists, whose minimum combat power was 500,000. After a long while, she sighed as if making a firm decision. Uncle Fu, let's go back. Huh? The old man was stunned. Miss, aren't we going to other cities to seek martial arts masters? No, we're going back. All right. The old man nodded. The train continued to speed along, and Su-han kept gazing out the window, completely ignoring the conversation around him, as if entirely immersed in his own world. By the time the train arrived at the central station, it was already dusk, with the blood-red setting sun hanging on the horizon. The train slowly came to a stop, and passengers disembarked one after another. Su-han unhurriedly followed at the very end of the crowd and walked out of the station. The streets were sparsely populated, appearing somewhat desolate. After all, the shadow of last night's catastrophe had yet to dissipate, and it was already rare to see ordinary people at the station. The three people were walking not far ahead, seemingly waiting for a vehicle. The elderly man turned back and saw Su-han, then smiled and nodded at him, as a form of greeting. The woman glanced at him and softly said to her companions, "That person feels unusual." The burly man, Chun Dakin, spoke up. "He seems like an enhanced human, but it's strange. His combat power is displayed as 90,000, which neither falls under the minimum of 100,000 for black level nor resembles red level. It's worth noting that while red level enhanced humans have combat power between 50,000 and 100,000, their physical traits are very distinct and can be recognized at a glance. However, Su-han appeared ordinary, yet his combat power was undeniably high, which was indeed puzzling. Still, the three were only mildly curious and had no intention of approaching him. At that moment, a car roared in and stopped by the roadside. Three people got out of the car: Su Jiang, Zhou Ming, and Wang Baihu from the Outer City Dispatch Division. After getting out of the car, their gaze first swept over Su Yu and her companions, but did not linger. Instead, they locked their eyes firmly on Su-han, approaching him with a cold and menacing look. Zhang Difu immediately leaned close to Su Yu and whispered, "They're from the Outer City Dispatch Division, 2 semi-mechanical cyborgs and 1 black-level enhanced human. It looks like their target is that young man." He added gravely, "Miss, we should keep our distance to avoid getting involved. It's best not to reveal your identity to prevent unnecessary complications." Su Yu nodded slightly in agreement. The three of them quietly retreated to a farther spot to continue waiting for their ride, but their eyes remained fixed on the commotion unfolding nearby. Su Jiang wore a grim expression as he, Zhou Ming, and Wang Baihu quickly stepped forward, forming a triangular formation that completely blocked Su-han's escape route. Su Jiang stared intently at Su-han, speaking slowly and deliberately, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Su-han, you are suspected of murdering dozens of people from the Patrol Security Office and annihilating the entire Red Fist sect. Later, during Bai Shui's official duties, you resisted arrest. Not only did you refuse to accept punishment, but you dared to resist and even injured our law enforcement personnel. Your crimes are so numerous they can't even be counted. You are utterly heinous, deserving to die 100 times over." Su Jiang stepped forward, raising his metallic arm to point directly at Su-han. "Now, surrender immediately and come with me to the Earth Tribunal to face judgment. Otherwise, you'll only add to your crimes." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming moved to Su Jiang's left side, his alloy blade on his right arm snapping out with a sharp swish, exuding a murderous intent. The injuries he had previously sustained were not severe, and after emergency repairs, he had fully regained his combat strength. Meanwhile, Wang Baihu stood on the right side, his muscles taut as he assumed a fighting stance, his eyes filled with vigilance. Su Han looked at them without saying a word. Attack! Su Jiang saw Su Han's silence and knew he would never surrender without a fight. Without hesitation, he gave a low shout, and the three of them launched their attack simultaneously. Su Jiang's mechanical arm roared through the air, delivering a powerful punch. Zhou Ming cut in from the side, his sharp alloy blade stabbing straight towards Su Han's ribs. Meanwhile, Wang Baihu lunged from the other side, his hands clawed, carrying fierce inner strength as they aimed for Su Han's shoulders. The attacks from three directions left Su Han with no escape route. If an ordinary person faced such an onslaught, they would likely be defeated in an instant. But Su Han was no ordinary person, and he had no intention of wasting any more time. At the moment the three made their move, boom! Divine martial form activated. A terrifying aura erupted from Su Han's body. Black astral energy surged skyward, instantly enveloping him entirely. Wrapped in the astral energy, his physique expanded wildly, muscles bulging, bones lengthening, and his height skyrocketed from 1.75 meters to nearly 3 meters. He appeared like a demonic god emerging from the depths of hell. The swirling black astral energy carried a terrifying abyss-like aura that made anyone watching feel their hair stand on end. On the surface of the astral energy, countless tiny black tendrils danced as if alive, exuding an extreme sense of eeriness. What? Su Jiang's pupils contracted sharply, and the data in his mechanical eye jumped frantically, displaying Su Han's combat power. Combat power, 160,000, 160,000? How is this possible? Before he could recover from the shock, Su Han had already moved. The massive, 3-meter-tall figure moved as swiftly as a phantom, leaving a residual shadow in place. He threw a punch. A simple, straightforward punch. Bang! The moment Su Jiang's mechanical arm collided with the fist, it shattered inch by inch. The sturdy white steel structure crumbled like paper, instantly breaking apart, with the circuits and modules inside exploding into countless fragments. The momentum of the fist did not diminish in the slightest, landing squarely on Su Jiang's chest. Crack! His sternum shattered completely. Su Jiang's eyes widened, his face filled with terror and confusion. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming hard into a wall 20 meters away and embedding deeply into it. Blood gushed continuously from his mouth, and a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest, piercing through from front to back. The mechanical circuits on his body emitted white smoke as he stared fixedly at Su Han. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but not a single word came out. His eyes were filled only with endless shock and disbelief. Moments later, his mechanical eye dimmed instantly, falling silent forever. The battle had just begun, yet Su Jiang, the leader of the Earth Condemnation Division's human-level group and a semi-cyborg, was killed in a single punch by Su Han. In the next instant, Su Han did not hesitate at all and swung his second punch. Zhou Ming's alloy blade had not yet reached Su Han's body when the massive fist smashed into the side of his face. Poof! His head exploded like a watermelon, and sparks flew from the circuit board. The headless corpse swayed briefly before collapsing limply to the ground. Immediately after, the third punch was thrown. Wang Baihu tried to retreat in terror, but his speed was as slow as a snail compared to Su Han. The fist pierced directly through his chest, emerging from his back, with blood gushing out in streams. You? Wang Baihu opened his mouth, his eyes filled with despair, and then slowly fell to the ground, completely silent. 3 punches. It only took 1 second. The 3 top experts of the Earth Condemnation Division were instantly killed, without even the slightest chance to resist. In his divine martial form, he was invincible. In the distance, Su Yu and the other 2, who had witnessed everything, were completely stunned. Su Yu's pupils slightly contracted, Zhang Difu's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Wang Dakin's mind went completely blank, unable to process what had just happened. The battle was over. Su Han retracted his chi, and his swollen physique gradually returned to its original state. His clothes were already in tatters, barely covering the essential parts. He flicked the blood off his hands and turned to leave. At that moment, Wait. Suyu suddenly snapped out of her daze and quickly ran toward him. Zhang Difu's expression changed, but it was too late to stop the young lady, so he could only hurry after her. What? What kind of ability did you just use? Suyu asked directly, her tone full of astonishment as she stood in front of Su Han. Zhang Difu's heart skipped a beat. Asking about someone's abilities right after meeting them was extremely impolite and could easily offend others. He quickly stepped forward to explain. Young man, don't misunderstand. My lady means no harm. She was just overwhelmed by the way you fought earlier. Suyu also realized she had been too abrupt. Her face flushed, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. It's just that I've never seen such an ability before. Although her own strength was not great, she was well-read and knowledgeable, having studied a vast array of books since childhood. She was familiar with various power systems such as secret weapons, enhancements, modifications, divine machinery, and chi and blood techniques. However, the power Su Han had just displayed did not belong to any of these. That form, with its massive physique and mist-like chi, that extreme and terrifying strength, was deeply etched into her mind. A sudden surge of intense hope rose in Su Yu's heart. If this ability could be learned. Su Han's gaze swept over the three of them, and he responded indifferently with a single sentence. In the silent corridor, Su Yu's astonished voice broke the silence. This secret martial arts. She herself practiced secret martial arts, but she had never imagined that such a skill could unleash such terrifying power. Beside her, Zhang Difu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight. He seemed to have thought of something and tentatively asked, Young man, could it be that your skill has already reached the legendary divine martial realm? Su Han nodded slightly, acknowledging it. Shenwu. Zhang Difu gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't help but exclaim, cultivating secret martial arts is as difficult as ascending to heaven. It not only requires an immense amount of resources, but also consumes a great deal of time. Even for prodigies who start training from a young age, reaching the true gang realm before the age of 30 is already extremely rare. Moreover, isn't the method for cultivating Shenwu long lost? How did you manage to achieve this at such a young age? As soon as he spoke, Zhang Difu immediately realized he had asked too much and quickly added, Young man, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything else. I'm just incredibly curious. Also, my young lady is deeply passionate about secret martial arts. Seeing your formidable strength, it's only natural that she might lose her composure. Suyu was indeed stunned. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Han, eagerly awaiting his answer. Su Han remained silent for a moment before speaking in an unusually calm tone. Effort will yield results. As long as you train earnestly, you can also reach my level. Those words sounded perfunctory, but Su Yu and Zhang Difu were stunned. Simple, yet seemingly containing some profound truth. Su Han didn't want to get entangled with them any further and turned to leave. Seeing Su Han about to walk away, how could Su Yu let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by? She took a quick step forward and blocked Su Han's path. Please wait a moment. Her expression was extremely solemn. She took a deep breath and then bowed deeply to Su Han. I wish to become your disciple and learn your secret techniques. Would that be possible? Su Han's steps came to a halt. Become a mentor? He had no time for that. Revenge, growing stronger, uncovering the truth. Every matter was urgent and pressing. No time. Su Han's refusal was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. After speaking, he continued walking forward. Su Yu watched his resolute back and bit her lip hard. She knew that if she missed this chance today, she might never have another opportunity. She hurriedly caught up again, blocked Su Han's path, and asked anxiously, What do you need? Money or cultivation resources? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. I only have one request. Teach me the secret martial arts without reservation. Su Han instinctively wanted to refuse again, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He began to reassess the three people in front of him. This girl named Su Yu carried an innate noble aura in her every move, clearly not from an ordinary family. The burly man beside her exuded a metallic and mechanical vibe, a fully modified human who made Su Han feel a faint sense of threat. But what caught Su Han's attention the most was the old man carrying a box, who appeared kind and harmless. In Suhan's perception, this old man was the most dangerous presence. The faint oppressive feeling he emitted was like a thorn in Suhan's back, suggesting his strength was likely far above Suhan's own. Realizing that these three individuals had extraordinary backgrounds, Suhan's heart stirred, and an idea surfaced. He changed his mind and said bluntly, "There is indeed something I need. I want all the information on the Sturgeon Group, including their internal structure, the list of their strong members, and all related clues and data, as detailed as possible." Hearing this name, the three of them were momentarily stunned. Suyu, who had lived a privileged life since childhood and knew nothing about the affairs of the outer city, naturally had never heard of the Sturgeon Group. But Zhang Difu was clearly well aware. He lowered his voice and explained to Suyu, "Miss, the Sturgeon Group is one of the 5 major groups under the Tianji Association, headquartered in the outer city. They specialize in handling matters for some big figures in the inner city that are inconvenient for them to deal with personally." Zhang Difu's words stopped there, but Suyu immediately understood. Those so-called inconvenient matters were nothing more than shady, unspeakable tasks. To her, this was nothing significant. Without hesitation, she turned to Suhan and readily agreed. "All right." Immediately, she instructed Zhang Difu, "Uncle Fu, please gather all the information about the Sturgeon Group right away. It needs to be as detailed as possible." Zhang Difu nodded and immediately took out his phone to start contacting people. Suyu then looked at Suhan again and suggested, "This isn't the best place to talk. How about we find a cafe to sit down and discuss in detail? Would that work for you?" Seeing how readily they agreed, Suhan figured they must have some connections. Since that was the case, there was no harm in having a conversation. He nodded to indicate his agreement. 10 minutes later, in a quiet private room of a nearby cafe, the four of them sat facing each other. Zhang Difu's phone kept vibrating as messages poured in one after another with remarkable efficiency. He handed the preliminary sorted information to Suyu. "Miss, please take a look first." Suyu quickly skimmed through it, then handed the phone to Suhan. "The information you wanted is mostly here. If you need something more in-depth, we can continue investigating." Suhan took the phone, added the contact information, and began carefully reviewing the confidential data that had just been sent over. A series of notification sounds rang out. Suhan opened the messages and found that the content was far more detailed than Chun Ishi's verbal description. The files not only listed the specific configurations of the security team from level 1 to level 5, but also included personal profiles of the top combat forces, the ultimate cyborg, and the divine mechanist. His gaze quickly scanned through and finally locked onto 2 key individuals. The first is Wang Ian, the leader of the Sturgeon Group's level 5 security team, an ultimate fully augmented human. He possesses an indestructible rainbow steel body, equipped with top-tier level 4 neural, combat, and energy shield modules, with a terrifying overall combat power of 870,000. The second is Xue Tian, also a member of the level 5 security team, but his identity is even more special, a Dawn Divine Mechanist. He wields a primary divine weapon named Autumn Leaf, with a combat power reaching 600,000. Suhan knew clearly that these 2 individuals represented the pinnacle of the Sturgeon Group's strength in Jinghai City and would undoubtedly be the most formidable obstacles on his path to revenge. He silently noted this information, along with the detailed list of other forces mentioned in the document, such as the group's consecrators and cleaners. Zhang Difu, holding a cup of coffee, quietly observed Suhan from the side. Having encountered countless people, he could tell from Suhan's focused and icy expression that there must be deep hatred between him and the Sturgeon Group. He did not ask further, but pondered for a moment before deciding to speak first. "Young man, your strength is impressive," Zhang Difu said with a tone of admiration. "To reach the legendary divine martial realm on the path of secret martial arts at such a young age, it's not an exaggeration to call you a peerless genius. If you continue to develop like this, your future will be limitless." However, his tone shifted, becoming solemn. "But the power of the Sturgeon Group is simply too vast. Behind them stands a colossal entity from the self-circulation city, the Tianji Society, with a deeply intertwined network and unfathomable background. For an ordinary person to oppose them is like trying to stop a train with your arm, utterly hopeless. Young man, if this isn't some irreconcilable vendetta, I advise you to let it go. Suhan ignored these words. He was well aware that, as a civilian, going up against a giant like the Sturgeon Group was akin to striking a stone with an egg. But having come this far and sacrificed so much, how could he possibly stop now? He simply shook his head slowly and coldly uttered two words, blood feud. Two words made the air seem to freeze. Zhang Difu let out a long sigh, knowing that further persuasion would be futile. He changed his approach and offered a new suggestion. Since that's the case, I won't say much more. Although you are exceptionally talented, if you directly charge into the headquarters of the Sturgeon Group now, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. I suggest you start by targeting their periphery. Suhan raised his head, looked at Zhang Difu, and asked, "What do you mean?" The Sturgeon Group has countless teams carrying out tasks every day, protecting important figures, eliminating targets, transporting goods. You can start from here, Zhang Difu explained. Step by step, cut off their claws and dismantle them from the edges. In the process, you can also continuously accumulate your own strength. Only by doing this might you have a chance for revenge. At this point, Zhang Difu felt the timing was right and finally revealed his true intention. He looked at Suhan and said earnestly, "If you're willing, I can provide you with follow-up leads on the Sturgeon Group and help you find opportunities to strike. Consider this as the payment for teaching my young lady the secret martial arts." Suhan was silent for a moment. This proposal was simply a godsend for him. He had been worrying about how to gather intelligence next, but unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to offer it. Since that's the case, all right, Suhan agreed decisively. The deal was struck, and the atmosphere eased considerably. Suyu straightened up and solemnly began to introduce herself. "Master, my name is Suyu, from the Su family in the Moonlight District of the Self-Circulation City. This is Zhang Difu, whom I call Uncle Fu. And this is my bodyguard, Chindaken." Upon hearing the words Self-Circulation City, Suhan's gaze slightly sharpened, but he quickly returned to normal. He simply stated his name, Suhan. Since he had agreed to the deal, he didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. "I agree to teach you the secret martial arts. First, let me ask, what have you learned so far?" Suyu immediately replied, "Master, I've collected quite a few secret martial arts in the outer city during these days. Most can only be cultivated to the holding Dan level, but there are 6 that can reach the higher true gang level." She began listing them one by one. They are the publicly known Iron Bone Technique, Flowing Cloud Force, Mountain Crashing Fist, as well as the ones I collected myself, Golden Bell Shield, Gale Legs, and Earth Fiend Fist. After hearing this, Suhan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this cheap disciple to have some connections and to have collected so many secret martial arts, some of which he hadn't even practiced himself. He immediately said, "Send me the 3 you've collected, Golden Bell Shield, Gale Legs, and Earth Fiend Fist." "I haven't learned these 3 yet." Without any hesitation, Suyu immediately transmitted all the information on the 3 techniques to Suhan. Suhan opened the file, his gaze quickly scanning through it. With just one glance, he committed all the content to memory and immediately began deducing it. Thanks to his extraordinary comprehension, he didn't need to practice move by move. Simply running through it in his mind was enough for him to fully grasp and master a secret technique from start to finish. Moments later, Suhan opened his eyes and extended the index finger of his right hand. Buzz! With a faint hum, a layer of pale golden energy instantly appeared at his fingertip, exuding an aura as solid and heavy as diamond. This was the true energy of the Golden Bell Shield. Immediately, his fingers moved slightly, and the energy transformed into a swirling azure hurricane, wild and fierce. This was the true energy of the Gale Kick. The energy shifted again, turning into a heavy, earthy yellow, interwoven with strands of ominous aura, overwhelmingly domineering. This was the true energy of the Earth Fiend Fist. In just a few minutes, Suhan not only mastered 3 completely different secret martial true energies perfectly, but also controlled them with such precision. It was simply unbelievable. This scene left Suyu and the other 2 completely dumbfounded. Suyu's mouth opened wider and wider, Her eyes rounded in shock, and she almost couldn't hold the coffee cup in her hand, nearly dropping it to the ground. Even the well-informed Zhang Difu stood frozen in place like a fool, his mind completely blank. As for the burly man Shindaken, his face was filled with an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. This was what he called never learned before. And in the blink of an eye, he had directly advanced to the true Qi realm. However, this was not the end. An even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. They saw 3 more types of true Qi, which they had never seen before, emerge on Su-Han's fingertips. These began to slowly merge with the 3 forces he had just mastered. In the end, the Qi at his fingertips transformed into a denser black mist. The mist was dark and heavy, with countless fine dark red threads writhing frantically inside, like a living monster baring its fangs and claws. The most bizarre thing happened. That mass of black mist energy was clearly still half a meter away from the table, yet in the next second, it seemed to come alive, extending a tendril and suddenly lunging toward the tabletop. Crack! With a crisp sound, a bowl-sized hole instantly appeared on the sturdy solid wood tabletop, its edges smooth as if gnawed by some creature. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 3 could no longer be described as shock, but rather as horror. What on earth is this thing? Is this also secret martial true energy? Zhang Difu could no longer care about his demeanor and stood up abruptly. Chen Dakin kept glancing back and forth between Su-Han's fingers and the notch on the table, his face full of disbelief. Suyu was even more shocked, covering her mouth tightly, her eyes wide like copper bells. She snapped back to reality, her voice trembling and her words stumbling. Master, this is... Su-Han calmly withdrew his energy, looked at the 3 of them, and explained indifferently. I have cultivated a total of 9 secret martial arts, all of which have produced true energy. After merging them, this is the result you see now. It is what you call divine martial arts. Upon hearing Su-Han's explanation, the 3 fell completely silent. The air seemed to freeze. 9 secret martial arts, all trained to true energy, and then fused? These few sentences left them completely baffled. This was entirely different from their understanding that secret martial arts are extremely difficult to cultivate, and achieving true energy after decades of hard work is already considered genius. Zhang Difu looked at Su-Han as if he were a monster. Suyu opened his mouth, but it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. Is this what you meant by saying that as long as you work hard, you'll be rewarded, and with serious cultivation, you can achieve divine martial arts? That's right. Su-Han nodded affirmatively. Another moment of dead silence. Su-Han's cultivation speed had completely shattered their worldview. Suyu's heart was in turmoil. She had been called a genius since childhood, reaching the Bao Dan stage in just half a year, which was already considered a miracle in the eyes of others. But now, compared to Su-Han, no, there was simply no comparison. This wasn't even human. How could a person be this abnormal? Such a thing was utterly unprecedented and unheard of. After a long while, Su-Han broke the silence. All right, I will now teach you the secret technique. This secret technique is my own creation, called True Self-Divine Art. I will now pass it on to you, so make sure to remember it well. Su-Han held nothing back, directly explaining in detail the cultivation methods, combat techniques, and key points of energy integration for the True Self-Divine Art. To him, secret martial arts were just one of his many abilities, and sharing them posed no issue. Suyu listened intently, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Although the cultivation method of the True Self-Divine Art bore some similarities to other secret martial arts, it was far more comprehensive and profound, especially its true Qi force, which required the refinement of various types of internal energy and their fusion to achieve a qualitative transformation, resulting in immense power. The combat techniques within it seamlessly integrated various skills, reaching a more perfect and powerful realm, truly marvelous. That's about it, Su-Han said after finishing. How far you can go depends entirely on your own fortune. Suyu nodded firmly, engraving every word in her heart, and said with utmost sincerity, Thank you, Master. Su-Han nodded lightly in agreement. Seeing that the guidance had come to an end, Zhang Difu spoke up at the right moment, providing a key piece of information. Mr. Su, I found out that a level 1 security team from the Sturgeon Group is currently carrying out a mission nearby, at a location just a few kilometers from here." As he spoke, he had already sent the detailed clues and information to Suhan's phone. This contains the team's personnel composition, mission location, and target information. Based on my earlier suggestion, if you plan to take action, starting here would be a good choice. Suhan glanced at the message and put away his phone. With this, his next target became clear. At this point, the transaction was complete. Not only did he obtain the information he wanted, but he also kept his promise by teaching Suyu the self-created technique in its entirety. It was time to leave. He stood up and said calmly, "I've added all of you to my contacts. Message me if anything comes up." "Wait." Suyu immediately stood up. "Master, how should I contact you in the future? What if I encounter problems in my cultivation? Leave me a message on the app." After Suhan finished speaking, he turned and left the private room without looking back. After Suhan left, the entire private room fell into a dead silence. Suyu was still immersed in the shock that had overturned her understanding just now. Sitting there in a daze, motionless, Zhang Difu took a sip of his coffee, trying to calm the waves in his heart. He slowly said, "Miss, this Suhan is definitely not an ordinary person. He's very strong." Chen Dakin, who was standing nearby, nodded earnestly in agreement, his words filled with awe. Suyu suddenly snapped back to her senses, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "It's not just extraordinary. Uncle Zhang, did you see it?" She looked at Zhang Difu as if seeking confirmation. He learned 3 secret martial techniques in just a few minutes, and even managed to manifest a tangible energy form on the spot. She took a deep breath and continued. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable, completely impossible." Zhang Difu nodded solemnly, his expression more serious than ever. "It's truly astonishing. In all my years, I've never seen such a talent. No, this can't even be described as talent anymore. This is a monster." Suyu recalled the notch on the table earlier, gnawed out by the energy entity, and still felt a lingering fear. And the energy he fused together, it was like it was alive, capable of launching attacks on its own. This is simply unheard of, unseen before. Fusing 9 different energy entities, Zhang Difu murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with a mix of shock and realization, and creating an entirely unprecedented martial technique. "Miss, do you know what this means?" Suyu looked at him, waiting for the answer. "It means that on the path of martial arts, he has already surpassed everyone else." Zhang Difu's voice was deep and powerful. Divine martial, a realm that has always existed only in legends. But now, the legend has become reality, and his divine martial is more bizarre and powerful than any form recorded in ancient texts. The two fell silent for a moment, digesting this shocking fact. "Uncle Zhang, can you find out his background?" Suyu asked again, eager to know who this man really was. Zhang Difu nodded, took out his phone, and quickly began operating it. Soon, he looked up, his expression becoming extremely complicated. "I found it," he sighed, seemingly incredulous about the information he had uncovered. Suhan, 19 years old, a sophomore at Jinghai University. He lives in Yunfu District, his parents run a noodle shop, and his elder sister is a kindergarten teacher. His family background is just an ordinary, utterly ordinary family. This answer left Suyu momentarily stunned. An ordinary family? Then his earth-shattering strength. He trained it within this past month. Zhang Difu provided an even more shocking answer. To be more precise, he reached this level only in the past few days. Suyu was completely dumbfounded. She felt as though her worldview was being utterly shattered. A few days? From an ordinary person to cultivating to the divine martial realm? How is that possible? But that's the reality. Zhang Difu scrolled through the information on his phone and read it out one by one. 5 days ago, his parents were killed, and his sister was seriously injured. He was falsely accused as the murderer by the patrol office and locked in the basement. Then, he escaped, killed those from the patrol office, and began his path of revenge. During this period, he had interactions with forces like the martial arts school, Sturgeon Group, and the 10,000 Immortals sect. The Earth Punishment Division is also actively pursuing him. Yet, even in such a dire situation, he managed to survive, and his strength has been growing at a terrifying speed. In summary, Suhan is a massive enigma. Caught in the brutal power struggles of various factions, not only was he not crushed, but he also grew at an incredible pace, ultimately reaching the legendary realm he is in today. The three people in the private room were filled with unparalleled shock. The more Suyu listened, the more unbelievable she found it, and she felt an intense curiosity about this man named Suhan. No matter what, she took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolutely firm. I must learn his martial techniques. If what he said is true, that effort will yield results, then I want to try and see if I can reach the level he has achieved. At 8 o'clock that evening, behind the villa district in the eastern suburbs, there stood a rather secluded luxury estate. Suhan quietly arrived at the outskirts of the estate, following the address provided in the information. According to the details, a first-tier security team from the Sturgeon Group was stationed in the estate to protect a distinguished guest from the self-circulation city. This was the location of his mission. He effortlessly scaled the tall wall and landed without making a sound. The estate was vast, with a brightly lit three-story villa at its center. As he approached the villa, he noticed surveillance cameras along the way but paid them no heed, completely ignoring them. Just as I reached the entrance of the villa, a woman's piercing scream came from inside, mixed with a man's frenzied curses. "You wretch! You trash from the outer city! It's your honor that I'm hitting you, do you understand? Smile, haha! Smile for me! Snap!" A crisp whip crack echoed. "Watch me whip you to death, you wretch!" The voice sounded frenzied and brutal, accompanied by the dull thuds of a whip striking flesh. Suhan slowly walked toward the door. Soon, 5 people rushed out of the villa. It was the security team from the Sturgeon Group, their bodies fully modified with mechanical enhancements. The team leader immediately blocked Suhan, shouting harshly, "Where are you from, kid? Do you even know what place this is? Tired of living, huh? How dare you?" Suhan's gaze instantly turned icy. He didn't want to waste any time with these minions. He acted directly, his figure suddenly flickering. With just one step, he transformed into a blur and instantly appeared in front of the security captain. Then he threw a punch. Bang! The man's subsequent threats had not yet been uttered when his entire head was instantly turned into a mixture of blood mist and mechanical debris, and his headless body collapsed heavily to the ground. The remaining few hadn't even had time to react to what had happened when Suhan's steps flashed again, and a rapidly enlarging fist filled their entire field of vision. Bang! 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 Accompanied by 4 muffled explosions for similarly headless semi-cyborgs, with electric sparks crackling from their necks, collapsed to the ground in unison. Suhan didn't even glance at the 5 corpses on the ground and directly stepped into the villa's main entrance. In the hall, the dazzling lights were almost blinding. A man dressed in luxurious attire was standing in the center of the hall. A young man wearing a white shirt, with his sleeves rolled up high, held a black whip in his hand. In front of him, 3 naked women were hanging. They were covered in blood, their bodies riddled with wounds. 2 of them were already motionless, their flesh mangled and bloody, clearly beaten to death. The third one was still alive, but her breathing was faint, and her gaze had already become vacant. The young man noticed someone entering and turned his head impatiently. He looked no older than his early 20s, his face pale, yet his eyes gleamed with a morbid excitement. When he saw Suhan, his brows furrowed tightly. "Who are you?" the young man asked irritably. "How did you get in here?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a burly figure stepped forward. The man stood over 2 meters tall, his entire body covered in silvery white metal, a fully upgraded cyborg of the primary model. Unlike those half-baked cyborgs, this type was constructed entirely of durable white steel, except for the brain, and equipped with top-tier neural networks and combat modules. As long as his core data wasn't destroyed, he could even be resurrected. The cyborg vaguely sensed the unsettling aura emanating from Suhan. He immediately stepped forward, shielding the young man behind him, and warned cautiously, "Young master, be careful." The young man, seeing Suhan remain silent, grew even more impatient. "Damn it, is he mute?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Get rid of him, don't ruin my mood." The cyborg nodded, instantly activating his full power. His silver-white body sparked with electric blue flames, and the powerful engine emitted a deep rumble. But just as he moved, Suhan erupted into action. Boom! A surge of dark red blood flames shot into the sky, rising like billowing smoke. Within the blood flames, countless tentacle-like energy threads frantically swirled and writhed, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Suhan's body also expanded dramatically, transforming into a 3-meter-tall divine demon form, shrouded in black astral energy. The cyborg froze abruptly, then his expression changed drastically. The data in his mechanical eye frantically fluctuated, finally settling on a number that made his heart sink. Combat power, 320,000. 10,000 immortals sect. The cyborg exclaimed in shock, quickly retreating and firmly positioning himself in front of the young man. He shouted, "Young master, run. This guy is from the 10,000 immortals sect, and his strength is formidable." Hearing these words, the young man's face instantly turned pale, and a trace of dread flashed in his eyes. He clearly knew what the 10,000 immortals sect represented, but he immediately flew into a rage and cursed, "Damn it! Even the scum of the 10,000 immortals sect dares to ruin my plans? Beat him to death, beat him to a pulp." While shouting furiously, he turned around and ran without hesitation. The modified human, upon receiving the order, focused his gaze, fully activated his energy module, and his silver-white body radiated a brilliant blue light. Turning into a blur, he threw a punch at Suhan, the force of which even caused the air to explode. However, Suhan neither dodged nor avoided, moving even faster than him. Bang! With a loud crash, Suhan swiftly sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful punch to the cyborg's chest. An irresistible and terrifying force surged through, causing the cyborg's back armor to instantly shatter, exposing a dense network of data cables and mechanical chips inside, with sparks flying everywhere. Warning! Warning! Over 60% damage sustained in 3 major functional modules. A piercing alarm echoed in the cyborg's mind as he staggered backwards several steps, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. How is this possible? Our combat strength is nearly equal, so why are you this strong? He shouted again in the direction the young man was fleeing. Run? Young master, run. The next moment, the cyborg charged at Suhan once more. Bang! 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 After several punches collided, the cyborg discovered an even more terrifying fact. With each impact, countless dark red energy threads surged into his body through his fists. These threads, like living creatures, frantically destroyed his internal circuits. His neural module, combat module, and energy module were all rapidly deteriorating by the second. He was almost unable to control his mechanical body. Why is your vital energy different? The cyborg screamed in horror, his voice trembling with fear. This bizarre method of destruction was completely unlike any technique he knew from the 10,000 Immortals sect. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, Suhan's next punch was already coming straight at him. Boom! The cyborg, whose internal functions were on the verge of collapse, could no longer resist. His proud silver-white metallic body was forcibly torn apart by Suhan. The internal circuit modules exploded with a roar, and energy fluid mixed with artificial blood gushed out. As a series of electrical sparks burst from his entire body, the blue light in the cyborg's eyes completely extinguished. His massive frame crashed to the ground with a thud, lifeless and silent. Suhan returned to his usual expressionless demeanor. He stepped over the cyborg's corpse and gently lowered the surviving woman who had been hanging. Then, with a single step, his figure moved like lightning, catching up to the young man who was still desperately fleeing within just a few breaths. "Why you? Don't come any closer." The young man trembled all over, retreating in terror. He shouted with a false bravado, "I'm from the Zhao family in the Morning Light district of the Self-Circulation City. If you dare touch me, the 10,000 Immortals sect is doomed, absolutely doomed." Ah! Before the voice faded, Suhan's icy gaze remained unwavering as he directly stomped down with his foot. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the entire space. Suhan's foot slammed down forcefully, the sharp sound of bone fracturing piercing through the silence. Ah! The young man let out a scream that sounded inhuman, curling up in pain on the ground. Suhan slowly squatted down, his icy gaze fixed on him. I ask you answer. His voice carried no warmth. Say one useless word, and I'll break another bone. The young man was sweating profusely from the pain, no longer daring to show the slightest disrespect, and could only nod frantically. What do you want to ask? Why did you leave the self-circulating city and come here? The young man was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood Suhan's meaning. I, I failed to awaken as a divine mechanist and became the abandoned child of my family, he explained haltingly. So, I could only come to the outer city to find some fun. He seemed to think this reason was perfectly justified and continued. The people in the outer city are nothing but ants. Their only purpose is to serve as outlets for our desires. In the self-circulating city, we don't dare to act recklessly, but here. His voice grew quieter and quieter because he noticed that Suhan's gaze had turned as cold as ice. Fun. Suhan softly repeated the word. Beating someone to death. Is that what you call fun? That was just an accident. The young man hurriedly defended himself. Besides, we paid. The Sturgeon Group will take care of everything, compensate their families, and find a scapegoat. Everyone will be satisfied. Everyone will be satisfied. Suhan repeated the phrase, then suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with sarcasm and coldness. Did you ask them? Did you ask those innocent people if they were willing to be played to death by you? The young man opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Are there many like you? Suhan changed the question. Many, very many. The young man answered honestly. Every day, people from the self-circulating city come out looking for fun. The Sturgeon Group specializes in this. As long as you pay, they provide one-stop services. Suhan was silent for a moment, his gaze suddenly sharp. 5 days ago, Yunfu District, Taiyan East Road, Xingxing Noodle Shop. A family of 4, parents dismembered, daughter's bones completely broken, son taken to the patrol station. Do you know about this? The young man shook his head blankly. No, I don't know. This kind of thing happens too often, every day. How could I remember? Suhan's gaze turned completely cold. He looked at the young man's terrified face, and in those eyes, he saw not a trace of guilt, only pure fear of death. In the eyes of these so-called nobles, the lives of people from the outer city were nothing more than tools for venting. When someone died, they would just pay some money, find someone to take the blame, and then everything would go on as usual. Nobles? Sturgeon Group. Suhan muttered to himself. A den of snakes and rats, all a bunch of beasts that deserve to die. What did you say? The young man didn't hear clearly. Suhan didn't answer him, but suddenly threw a powerful punch. Bang! The young man's head instantly exploded, killing him on the spot. Suhan stood up and turned to leave. But just as he took a few steps, a figure blocked his path. It was a young man around 27 or 28 years old, with a buzz cut, dressed in black combat attire, his gaze sharp as a blade. He was none other than Wang Yuan, a core disciple of the Wanxian sect, a Langyan realm expert, with a combat power of 220,000. Wang Yuan looked at Suhan, his eyes filled with curiosity. At this moment, Suhan's clothes were tattered, barely covering his body. Suhan. Wang Yuan raised an eyebrow. I've been looking everywhere for you. Didn't expect to find you here. He had rushed over after seeing the towering column of smoke, thinking that perhaps a fellow disciple was in trouble. But he never expected that the person here would be Suhan. At this moment, Wang Yuan's heart was deeply shaken. According to the information, this Suhan was extraordinarily gifted, having reached the 100 tempering realm within a single day, comparable to vice sect leader Li Hengyi. He had initially thought this was just exaggerated rumor, but what was with the smoke here? Could it be that another fellow disciple was indeed present, and Suhan just happened to pass by? Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, 100 drills in 1 day, and smoke signals in 2 days? This is simply a fantasy. However, since I've encountered him, I'll take him down first. Senior Brother Kong has issued a strict order. He must be captured alive. With this thought, Wang Yuan hesitated no longer. To avoid causing too much commotion, he didn't unleash his full vitality, only allowing a faint layer of blood flames to rise from his body. He dashed forward like an arrow, his right hand transforming into a sharp claw, aiming directly at Suhan's head, intending to subdue him in one move. However, Suhan remained motionless, simply staring at him quietly with those cold eyes. Wang Yuan frowned. This guy, has he been scared stiff? Out of caution, he intensified the burst of his vital energy and blood, making the claw wind even sharper. He thought to himself, now there's no way this can fail. But in the next moment, boom. The blood flames on Su-han's body suddenly surged. Dark red flames shot skyward, instantly transforming into a towering column of smoke and fire dozens of meters high, dyeing the entire night sky an eerie shade of dark red. Wang Yuan's expression changed drastically. Wolf Smoke Realm. His pupils contracted sharply, and alarm bells rang in his mind. This kid, he's actually in the Wolf Smoke Realm. And what's with this sudden transformation of his body? Does vital energy, immortal martial arts have such a change? Before he could figure it out, Su-han had already moved. The 3-meter-tall divine demon body was as fast as lightning, leaving a residual shadow in place. The dark red fist tore through the air, aiming straight for Wang Yuan's face. Wang Yuan instinctively raised both arms to block, pushing his energy and blood to the limit. Boom. The moment the fist collided with his arms, Wang Yuan felt an indescribable, terrifying force. The bones in his arms shattered inch by inch in an instant. A thin thread of energy drilled into Wang Yuan's body, violently tearing at his blood vessels and internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, carving a long trench into the ground. How is it possible? Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su-han. One move, just one move, and he was defeated. He was a master of the Wolf Smoke Realm, with a combat power of 220,000, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move from Su-han. Fear instantly consumed him. Escape. He had to escape. This thought screamed wildly in his mind. He struggled to get up from the ground, turned around, and dashed toward the manor's exit. The blood and energy within his body burned wildly, pushing his speed to the limit. But Su-han was faster. A dark shadow flashed by, instantly blocking Wang Yuan's path. Trying to leave? Su-han's voice was icy and bone-chilling. Wang Yuan's face turned as pale as paper, and he retreated step by step. Su-han, you can't kill me, he shouted hoarsely, threatening. I am a core disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, a trusted confidant of Senior Brother Kong. If you kill me, Senior Brother Kong will never let you go, and neither will the 10,000 Immortals sect. By then, you, your sister, and all your friends will meet a terrible end. Su-han's gaze suddenly turned cold. You're threatening me? He stepped forward, and the ground beneath his feet instantly exploded. Then I'll kill you first, then Kong Fuxian, and finally uproot your Wanxian sect. Wang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned to flee again. But Su-han's fist had already arrived. No. Wang Yuan let out an unwilling roar, but could no longer muster any resistance. The fist struck his back with brutal force, his spine snapping audibly, and his entire chest cavity instantly burst open. His body was driven into the ground by the immense power of the punch, creating a deep pit. Blood continuously gushed from the pit, quickly staining the ground red. Wang Yuan was dead, completely dead. Su-han withdrew his fist and shook off the blood on his hand. He didn't have time to waste and took out his phone, sending a message to Zhang Difu. Give me the next clue. A few seconds later, the phone vibrated with a reply. East Suburb Park. The cleaner is handling the scene. There's a middle-aged man from the Morning Light District, accompanied by a beginner-level modified human bodyguard. Be careful. Su-han put away his phone and turned to leave the manor. A dozen minutes later, several vehicles bearing the emblem of the Earth Condemnation Division roared to a stop at the entrance of the manor. Two teams quickly disembarked, all dressed in uniform black attire with a badge of interwoven gears and a longsword on their chests. This was the Tiger-class action unit of the Earth Condemnation Division, composed entirely of junior cyborgs. The two team leaders walked at the forefront. One was Zhao Yu, in his early 30s, his face covered with a layer of lifelike synthetic skin. The other was Sun Yan, around 27 or 28, with a well-proportioned figure. Her mechanical prosthetic eye was rapidly scanning the surroundings ahead. The two entered the villa's hall and saw the floor littered with corpses, their expressions grave. Check the surveillance, Sun Yan ordered coldly. A subordinate immediately operated the tablet computer and pulled up the surveillance footage of the manor. On the screen, Suhan was seen from the moment he entered, to killing the modified humans, then to Wang Yuan appearing and being killed by a single punch. The entire process was clearly recorded. The expressions of the two captains grew increasingly grim. Zhao Yu spoke first, summarizing: 8 dead. 5 semi-modified humans. 1 primary complete modified human. 1 person from the self-circulating city. The last one is a recorded member of the Wanxian sect, Wang Yuan. The perpetrator has been identified as Suhan. He paused for a moment, his tone tinged with confusion. But Suhan just killed those 3 people of Sujiang. Why would he come here? Moreover, isn't he a member of the Wanxian sect? Why would he fight Wang Yuan and even deliver a fatal blow? Dog bites dog. Sun Yen sneered. The internal strife in the Wanxian sect, the fewer of them, the better for us. But another point of doubt was even more troubling. Suhan's combat power was simply too abnormal. Zhao Yu raised the tablet, which displayed Suhan's profile. This profile had been updated after the Bai Shuai incident, describing him as dual-trained in Qi and secret martial arts, with an estimated combat power of around 100,000, roughly equivalent to 1.5 modified humans. But in the surveillance, Zhao Yu pointed at the screen, the combat power he unleashed was at least 300,000. Regardless, Suhan's threat level must be immediately upgraded, Sun Yen said decisively. I will update the information and report it to headquarters. Zhao Yu quickly operated, updating Suhan's combat power assessment to above 300,000, comparable to a junior complete transformation human, and then clicked to report. A few minutes later, the headquarters reply arrived. Zhao Yu looked at the response and frowned. Headquarters said that one of our teams is enough. They believe that the Wanxian sect still has many strong individuals, and Suhan alone isn't worth deploying too much manpower. It's no surprise. The Wanxian sect's actions last night caused heavy losses to the Earth Punishment Division. Manpower is now extremely tight, and being able to allocate a Tiger-level squad to pursue Suhan is already considered significant attention. After the two captains discussed, they ultimately decided that Zhao Yu's team would be responsible for the pursuit, ensuring Suhan is captured, dead, or alive. With the tasks assigned, Sun Yen led her team away. Zhao Yu returned to the vehicle and issued orders to his subordinates. Immediately request tracking authorization and lock onto Suhan's location. This time, we must take him down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, at East Suburb Park, several vehicles bearing the Sturgeon Group's logo quietly parked by the roadside. Inside the park, 2 distinct groups faced off against each other. One group wore black leather jackets, masks covering their faces, their expressions cold and stern. The park reeked of a heavy stench of blood, so pungent it made people nauseous. A team of individuals dressed in protective suits and gloves worked efficiently to clean the scene. They were professional cleaners from the Sturgeon Group, tasked with washing away bloodstains and bagging the dismembered remains. Surrounding them, another team of security personnel known as White-Level Enhanced Humans spread out, armed and vigilant, guarding against any unexpected incidents. On the side of the road, a middle-aged man covered in splattered blood sat. The blood was clearly not his own. Leisurely holding a cigarette between his lips, he took a deep drag, then exhaled a smoke ring with satisfaction, letting out a comfortable growl. Ah, refreshing. This man came from the heavily guarded self-sustaining city, one of the elites there. Just moments ago, in this park, he had indulged in a frenzied killing spree. Beside him stood a junior cyborg, a liaison officer sent by the Sturgeon Group specifically to handle the aftermath for this distinguished guest. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the woods in the park. It was Suhan. He gazed at the hellish scene before him, his eyes growing colder and colder. Who? The scavengers on perimeter alert immediately noticed the intruder. 7 or 8 of them reacted instantly, surrounding him at once. Suhan didn't even glance at them directly, merely raised his hand casually and waved. A series of muffled bang, bang, bang sounds echoed, and the 7 or 8 scavengers seemed to be struck by an invisible heavy hammer, simultaneously sent flying backward. Their bodies burst into a mist of blood in midair, and by the time they hit the ground, they were already lifeless. A single move to kill. The middle-aged man sitting by the roadside was momentarily stunned, but the arrogance on his face did not fade. He continued to smoke leisurely. However, the expression of the cyborg beside him changed instantly, and he warned sharply, "Who are you? If you don't want to die, stay out of this." Suhan ignored his warning, stepped forward, and dealt with the remaining scavengers and operatives one by one. After finishing everything, he turned around, looked at the last two people left, and calmly uttered two words, "Just passing." Hearing this response, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer. "Just passing." He raised the combat watch on his wrist and aimed it at Suhan for a scan. Combat power, 110,000. 110,000? The middle-aged man's smile grew even more disdainful. "You really know how to joke. But judging by your combat power, your body doesn't show any obvious signs of deformity or modification. You must be a black-level enhanced human, right? Perfect. I haven't had the chance to torture and kill someone of this level yet." He gestured with his chin toward the modified human beside him and ordered, "Along, cripple him for me. Don't kill him. I want to take my time." The modified human nodded. With a combat power of 280,000, dealing with an enhanced human at 110,000 was nothing more than child's play to him. His figure moved, transforming into a blur as he charged towards Suhan. But in the next second, a sudden mutation occurred. Boom! A blood-red flame suddenly surged from Suhan's body, and his figure instantly expanded into a nearly 3-meter-tall god-demon form. Facing the charging cyborg, he swung a simple punch. Crack! A piercing sound of shattering echoed as the cyborg's silver-white metallic body was forcibly pierced through. Suhan's fist emerged from its back, still adorned with broken circuits and dripping energy fluid. The cyborg's mechanical eyes widened, the data within them frantically fluctuating, filled with disbelief. You're not an enhanced human? You are." His words were left unfinished, and the light in his eyes completely extinguished. A primary complete transformed human was thus killed by Suhan with a single punch. Witnessing this shocking scene, the smile on the middle-aged man's face instantly froze. He opened his mouth, his eyes revealing fear for the first time, seemingly wanting to say something to beg for mercy. But Suhan's figure flickered, like a black mist instantly sweeping in front of him, then raised his foot and stomped fiercely on his head. Crack! The sound of the skull shattering was crisp and decisive. The middle-aged man couldn't even utter his final words before dying on the spot. Suhan withdrew his foot, turned, and left the park, as if he had just done something trivial, continuing toward his next target location. The entire process, from his appearance to departure, took less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, in the dead of night at the center of Jinghai City, the top floor of a 100-meter skyscraper presented a starkly different scene of luxury. This space had been transformed into a private club called Sky Beach, with an investment of billions. The ground was covered with fine white sand flown in from the tropics, while artificial waves tirelessly rose and fell along the edges. Overhead, a stunningly realistic blue sky and white clouds were created using holographic projection technology, making it feel like a secluded, dreamlike island. On the beach, a dozen young women in bikinis were scattered about. All of them were very young, no older than 20, with stunning figures and striking looks. On a lounge chair in the center of the beach sat a young man in his early 20s named Chin. He wore a flamboyant shirt, a reckless smile on his face, his left arm wrapped around one girl while his right hand wandered over another. The two girls he held were particularly young, appearing pure and innocent, yet their faces were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled slightly, but they dared not resist in the slightest. Upon closer inspection, it seemed their ages might have crossed a certain boundary. Chin, however, seemed to favor this type, his face showing a perverse excitement as he grinned and said to them, "Don't be scared. Big Brother will show you something fun." The girls could only bite their lips tightly, tears welling up in their eyes. Surrounding this depraved scene stood 2 rows of people. On the left were 2 secondary security teams from the Sturgeon Group, totaling 10 individuals, all of whom were basic cyborgs. They wore uniform black combat suits, their faces expressionless, scanning the surroundings vigilantly like statues. On the right were 2 personal bodyguards brought by Chin himself, also basic cyborgs, but with slightly stronger combat capabilities. 3 steps behind Qin Yi's lounge chair stood a middle-aged woman. She appeared to be in her 40s, dressed plainly, holding a silver metal case in her hand, her expression indifferent. Her name was Mu Xian, a divine mechanic from the Dawn District with a combat power of 520,000. She was a top-tier bodyguard specifically tasked with ensuring Qin Yi's safety. From this powerful bodyguard lineup, it was evident that Qin Yi held a pivotal position in the Sturgeon group. Suddenly, a crisp ding sound rang out. It was the elevator arriving at the top floor. The cyborgs closest to the elevator immediately turned their vigilant gazes toward it. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Suhan's figure appeared before everyone. His clothes were tattered, and he was covered in bloodstains, but his eyes were as cold as blades, sharply scanning every person present. He had just dealt with a group of people in the park and rushed here without a moment's rest. "Who are you?" A cyborg immediately stepped forward 2 paces and shouted sternly. "This is private property, and outsiders are not welcome. I advise you to leave at once, or don't blame us for being rude." Suhan ignored him, his gaze passing over him to take in the beach, the girl, Qin Yi, and those cyborg bodyguards, absorbing all the evil before him. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." The cyborg frowned, raising the combat watch on his wrist and aiming it at Suhan. A line of numbers appeared on the screen. Combat power, 110,000. 110,000 combat power. The cyborg felt a sense of relief. A guy at this level was nothing to be afraid of, but he quickly realized something was off. What were the security guards downstairs doing? How could they let someone like this come up? His face darkened as he warned, "If you don't speak, don't even think about leaving." At the same time, he signaled to his companions. The other cyborgs immediately spread out, silently surrounding Suhan, ready to strike at any moment. But they didn't know that Suhan had already seen through everything here. The security of the Sturgeon group, that perverted rich kid, and the group of innocent girls being coerced. A bunch of animals. Suhan had already sentenced them to death in his heart. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word. His goal was crystal clear. From the initial helplessness of not even knowing who his enemies were, to now, he was determined to uproot the entire Sturgeon group step by step. He was going to turn this place upside down, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. He would use the last moments of his life to cleanse the world of all its filth. Thinking of this, Suhan's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. He no longer hesitated in the slightest. Boom! A surge of dark red blood flames erupted from his body, instantly turning the entire artificial beach into a fiery red purgatory. Suhan's physique expanded to 3 meters tall, with black astral energy enveloping his entire body like armor. Countless tentacle-like threads writhed frantically within the blood flames, making him appear like a blood-red demon crawling out of hell. "Attack!" The cyborgs' expressions changed drastically as they shouted in unison. 10 junior cyborgs activated simultaneously, their silver-white bodies transforming into streaks of afterimages as they charged at Suhan from all directions. The battle was about to begin. Suhan advanced instead of retreating, throwing a punch at the leading cyborg. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the cyborg was struck as if hit by a battering ram, its chest completely caved in. It flew backward, smashing into a distant glass wall, which instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Suhan followed up with a backhand punch, causing the second cyborg's head to explode on impact, sparks flying everywhere. He immediately delivered a side kick, snapping the third cyborg's waist in half, completely severing its upper and lower body. This was no longer a battle but a crushing massacre. Suhan displayed godlike, overwhelming power. These cyborgs had combat capabilities ranging between 200,000 and 400,000, numbers not far off from Suhan's own stats. Yet, in front of him, they were as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding his attacks. Their proud combat templates were rendered useless against Suhan's bizarre techniques. Even when they predicted his moves, they couldn't block them. The destructive force, infused with inner strength and vital energy, easily tore through their metallic bodies. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact rang out continuously. In just a few breaths, Suhan had taken down most of the cyborgs. The shockwaves from the fight overturned the beach, shattered the artificial wave machines, and caused the holographic projections on the ceiling to flicker wildly. The entire floor shook violently, dust filling the air. The terrified young girls, faced with this apocalyptic scene, screamed and fled in panic. Chin-E was so startled by the commotion that he jumped up from the rattan chair. He watched helplessly as his proud cyborg bodyguards were utterly defeated in front of Su-Han, his face turning livid with rage. Pointing at Su-Han, he cursed furiously. "Useless. A bunch of useless trash. All of you attack. Kill him now." Then, he turned to the last two personal bodyguards beside him and ordered, "You too. Get in there as well. Cut off that bastard's head for me." The two more advanced cyborgs nodded and immediately joined the fray. The impact and explosions of the battle grew even more intense. Only Mu Xian, who was holding the suitcase, remained expressionless, standing motionless in place, guarding Chin-E without taking a single step away. However, the cyborgs on the battlefield grew increasingly alarmed as the fight went on. They discovered that every punch from Su-Han carried strange blood-colored threads that could penetrate their bodies, directly damaging their internal mechanical circuits and core function boards. As long as they were grazed or touched, their modified bodies would quickly malfunction and become paralyzed. Su-Han charged through the enemy ranks with unstoppable momentum. His fists roared through the air, accompanied by waves of blood mist. Wherever he went, the cyborgs fell one after another, silent and lifeless. He had already entered a realm of no resistance. The roaring sounds came wave after wave, intertwining madly with the blood-red glow and the sparks of electricity amidst the flickering lights and swirling dust. A few minutes later, the chaotic battlefield finally began to quiet down. The top floors had been destroyed, 4 or 5 levels reduced to rubble, leaving smoke and ruins everywhere. The remains of the cyborgs were scattered across the ground, their shattered mechanical bodies still flickering with blue electric sparks and emitting wisps of smoke. Amidst this scene of destruction, only the young man remained unharmed, protected by a woman named Mu Xian. Chin-E cowered in terror behind Mu Xian. He could never have imagined that this man who had barged in so casually possessed such terrifying power. Just a few minutes ago, he had been enjoying the sunshine and the beach, and now he was faced with this hellish scene. The security guards of the Sturgeon Group, along with his own 2 bodyguards, had all perished. His face was ashen, and his voice trembled as he asked Mu Xian, Is he dead? Is that man dead?" Mu Xian did not answer. Her gaze pierced through the swirling smoke and dust, looking deep into the ruins. She applied slight pressure with her hand. With a click, the silver case in her hand automatically opened. A radiant blue throwing knife slowly rose from the box. The throwing knife was about 30 centimeters long, with an extremely thin, almost transparent blade. Its surface shimmered with mysterious blue energy patterns. Under the flickering lights around it, the weapon appeared eerily beautiful. This was the flying instrument, the core weapon of a divine mechanist. It was forged from the top-tier material rainbow steel and internally constructed with precise energy and combat modules, surpassing even the most advanced cyborgs in sophistication and technology. Combined with the immense mental power of a divine mechanist, this weapon could unleash astonishing power, capable of instantly killing any being other than an ultimate cyborg from a long distance. Divine mechanists were the true apex combatants of this world. For Su-Han, this was the first time he had faced such a figure in person. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed from the dust and smoke as Su-Han's figure slowly emerged from the ruins. Black mist enveloped him, twisting in the flickering light of the floor like countless blood-stained tentacles. His shirt had long been torn apart in the battle, revealing rock-like, solid, muscular flesh, each piece seemingly compressed with terrifying power, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. His gaze was icy, carrying a beast-like ferocity as he approached step by step. Mu Xian took 2 steps forward, completely shielding Chin-E behind her. The blue flying knife named Fei hovered beside her, slowly rotating. Centered around her, a powerful mental force cleared half a meter of space, forming an absolute domain that stood out as both striking and deadly amidst the ruins. Mu Xian finally spoke, her voice calm yet tinged with an undeniable curiosity. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone train a secret weapon to this level, even combining it with the blood and energy techniques of the Wanxian sect. Is this your own creation, or is it some new trick from the Wanxian sect? Suhan remained silent. He never wasted words when facing an enemy. In the blink of an eye, his entire body's energy and blood erupted once again, and the black mist suddenly spread within the smoke and dust. He exerted force under his feet, preparing to strike again. But at that moment, whoosh, a streak of blue light shot across like a meteor, so fast it was unimaginable. Suhan didn't even have time to react. He only saw a flash of blue light before him, and the flying knife seemed to have shifted position. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching pain surged from his right leg. He looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The outer side of his thigh had been forcibly sliced open halfway, with flesh turned outward, even exposing the stark white bone. Blood instantly gushed out in torrents. When did this happen? Was that just now the attack of the flying instrument? Under the intense pain, Suhan couldn't help but drop to one knee, but he immediately forced himself to stand up again. He finally recognized the identity of the woman before him, a divine mechanist. He finally understood how terrifying the combat power of a divine mechanist truly was. In the face of the flying instrument of the divine mechanist, the protective true energy and his robust physique, which he had always prided himself on, were as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. But fortunately, within Suhan's body, countless dark red threads of energy began to wriggle rapidly. The muscles, blood vessels, and even bones at his wound were reconnecting and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, the deep wound that exposed the bone had mostly healed, leaving only a faint red scar. This rate of recovery completely defied common sense. This scene caused Mu Xian's previously calm gaze to shift slightly. Oh, her tone now carried a hint of strong interest. Such powerful self-healing ability? How are you cultivating both secret martial arts and immortal martial arts at the same time? Suhan remained silent. Not speaking is fine too. Mu Xian looked at Suhan, her tone turning haughty, with an air of condescension. Divine artificers stand above all, walking gods among mortals. Even if you practice both secret martial arts and blood energy, in my eyes, you're nothing more than a slightly larger ant, utterly insignificant. She paused for a moment and continued. If that strike just now had aimed at your head, you'd already be a corpse. What she said was true. With Fei's speed, Suhan simply couldn't dodge in time. Even if he could react, his own defenses would never be able to withstand it. However, your cultivation method is indeed quite interesting. Mu Xian's curiosity seemed to outweigh her killing intent. Tell me how you did it. Those energy threads in your body, and this astonishing self-healing ability. If you're willing to explain, I might consider sparing your life. Suhan still didn't respond. He just stared intently at the hovering flying knife, every hair on his body standing on end. He clenched his teeth, his mind racing with thoughts. Is this the divine mechanist? Strong, incredibly strong. The speed of that flying dagger was at its peak, and its sharpness was terrifying beyond imagination. Just being locked onto by it caused a piercing pain on the skin, as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing into it. A sharp pain surged through, and Suhan's heart pounded uncontrollably. His entire body was overwhelmed by a rush of blood, and an unsettling sense of anxiety swept over him. It felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat, making even breathing difficult. This was the body's instinctive alarm in the face of a life-threatening crisis. Without exaggeration, at this moment, his life and death were entirely dependent on Mu Xian's whim. Behind him, Qin Yi was still shouting loudly. Aunt Mu, stop wasting words with him. Kill him now. But Mu Xian completely ignored him. As a divine mechanist, a true top-tier combatant, she had her own authority and didn't need to obey the orders of someone like Qin Yi, a spoiled rich kid. Her mission was to protect Qin Yi, not to be his servant. Mu Xian just stared at Suhan, waiting for his response. Seeing Suhan still silent, pondering his options, her tone turned cold, with a hint of impatience. I'm very interested in your method that allows cultivation of both secret martial arts and vital energy. She issued her final ultimatum, If you voluntarily tell me, I might spare your life. But if you stubbornly oppose me, I'll first cripple your limbs, then keep you alive with nutrient fluids, and slowly torture you. Burning, frying, slicing you into 1,000 pieces. I'll make sure you can't live or die." As she spoke, Mu Xian's tone even carried a trace of amusement. "If you still refuse to talk, it won't be difficult for my intelligence network to find your family and friends. I'll capture them one by one and bring them before you, subjecting them to every form of torture before killing them one by one. After all, for you ants from the outer city, isn't the greatest blessing to be toyed with and tortured to death by us? So, I advise you to behave and comply." These venomous words, each one piercing the heart, completely touched Su Han's bottom line. He recalled his past experiences. Yes, it had always been like this. These people from the self-sustaining city stood high above, treating the people from the outer city as ants they could crush at will, controlling their lives and deaths. Why? Why you? Why do you always use everything I care about to threaten me? These beasts, these things worse than pigs and dogs, all deserve to die? Every single one of them deserves to die? Su Han's eyes turned icy cold, his face twisted with fury, and a palpable killing intent spread like a tangible force. He knew that this battle was a true fight to the death. Run? With the opponent's speed, he couldn't escape. Moreover, he couldn't afford to run. If he fled, his family and friends would face inhuman torment. Su Han's breathing grew heavy and labored. At this moment, there was no choice but to fight to the death. True self. Su Han roared out 2 words. This was his ultimate, life-risking move, the third form of the true self-divine technique. Once unleashed, it would push his body to its limits, burning his life force in exchange for absolute, unrivaled power. Boom! Su Han's physique grew once again, surging from 3 meters to an astonishing 4.2 meters. His entire body was covered in bulging muscles, veins coiled like pythons, and his skin bore dark red, eerie patterns that seemed ready to split open at any moment. The previously soaring blood energy smoke instantly condensed, merging entirely into his body. His chi and blood flames fused completely, transforming into a layer of dark red light membrane that enveloped his entire body. Countless tendrils danced on the surface of the membrane, connecting to the blazing blood flames and radiating terrifying heat. At this moment, Su Han's eyes were blood red, his murderous aura towering, resembling a god or demon descending from hell. This scene left Qin Yi in the distance and Mu Xian before him utterly stunned. Qin Yi hurriedly raised his combat watch to check Su Han's current combat power index. Combat power, 480,000. 480,000? This number made him gasp in shock. His combat power had skyrocketed significantly. But fortunately, Aunt Mu's combat power was 520,000, still leaving a gap. Qin Yi had just breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, whoosh, Su Han's figure had already vanished from where he stood. Mu Xian's face changed drastically. Her mental power erupted fully, and the flying instrument instantly blocked in front of her. The blade's blue light surged, forming an energy shield. Just as the shield took shape, Su Han's fist was already there. Boom! A deafening explosion. The shield did not shatter, but Mu Xian was forcibly knocked back several meters by the terrifying impact, her feet carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. What? Qin Yi's eyes widened in shock. Su Han's attack was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly at all. Mu Xian's energy shield instantly unfolded, and Qin Yi, knowing he was no match, wisely retreated to avoid being caught in this clash of titans. Su Han's offensive showed no signs of stopping. He was like an enraged bull, giving Mu Xian no chance to counterattack. The blood coursing through his body seemed to ignite, merging with the swirling black mist to form a vast force that erupted with a thunderous roar. Bang! 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 Punch after punch, a torrential downpour of heavy blows relentlessly struck Mu Xian's energy shield. The blue shield trembled violently, its light flickering unsteadily, as if it could shatter at any moment. Mu Xian's expression turned somewhat grim. Su Han's strength had surged by nearly 80%, with his speed, power, and reflexes all terrifyingly enhanced. Yet she remained unflustered, Her background and abilities gave her ample confidence. She knew well that her energy index was 520,000, while Suhan's was only 480,000. The advantage was still hers. Thus, while maintaining her shield, she spoke in a mocking tone. It's useless. You're just wasting your energy. The power of a divine mechanist is beyond the imagination of someone like you who relies solely on brute force. She looked at Su-Han with disdain and continued. Although my flying instrument is only in its initial form, the energy shield it generates is indestructible. Even if you punch it 100 times, 1,000 times, you won't break it. On the other hand, Mu Xian sneered coldly, having already seen through Su-Han's current state. This trick of yours, burning your life to gain strength, probably won't last long, right? Once the time is up, you'll become even weaker than an ordinary person. I advise you to stop resisting pointlessly and surrender obediently, so I don't have to dirty my hands. But Su-Han turned a deaf ear. In his eyes, there was only the energy shield and the arrogant face behind it. He remained silent, simply throwing punches, striking, then throwing punches again, and striking again. Each punch was delivered with all his might, with dark red energy threads swirling wildly with the force of his punches, drilling into the energy shield, determined to shatter the so-called indestructible barrier. Mu Xian could only defend passively. She didn't dare to withdraw the shield to counterattack because she wasn't confident she could kill Su-Han in one blow. If her attack missed, her fragile body would be exposed to Su-Han's fists. The strength of a mechanist lies in their mechanical equipment, long-range attacks, and mental power, but their physical constitution is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. They are the typical glass cannon, extremely high in attack power but extremely low in defense. If Su-Han's fist landed solidly on her, she might die on the spot. Meanwhile, in the VIP suite of the Peace 5-star hotel in the center of Jinghai City, Su-Yu had made an important decision. Initially, feeling disheartened in her quest for the path of secret martial arts, she had planned to leave this city. But now, she had changed her mind. Fu Bo, let's stay in Jinghai City for a while longer, Su-Yu said, sitting on the sofa with a cup of hot tea in her hands. The old butler, Zhang Difu, nodded and asked, Miss, are you planning to wait for Mr. Su? Yes, Su-Yu responded, explaining. Although he said I could consult him via the communication app, nothing beats asking for guidance in person. Besides, I don't want to return to self-circulation city so soon. Zhang Difu smiled understandingly. Su-Yu put down the teacup, his gaze becoming extremely serious. As for going to other cities to learn secret martial arts, that's even more of a joke. Uncle Fu, tell me, looking across the entire E-Kingdom, can you find a second person like Su-Han? Is there anyone else who can cultivate secret martial arts to such an unprecedented level? Zhang Difu was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head and answered firmly, no. At least within the scope of what I know, not a single one. Exactly, Su-Yu sighed softly. He is one of a kind. This might be the only chance in my lifetime. So I've decided not to return to self-circulation city for now, nor go anywhere else. Those so-called secret martial arts sects can at most teach up to the true gang level. As for the legendary divine martial, they themselves have probably only seen it in ancient texts. She stood up, walked to the window, and gazed down at the city's nightscape as a grand plan began to take shape in her mind. Then, Su-Yu turned around and said in an unquestionable tone, Uncle Fu, please leverage all our connections and spare no effort in collecting complete secret martial arts texts from all regions. Use all the relationships we have with Circulation City as well. Our sole objective is to find more and more complete secret martial arts. As she spoke, a trace of excitement flashed in Su-Yu's eyes. She had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, and after witnessing Su-Han's method of integrating multiple martial arts disciplines, she immediately realized a possibility. If she could find more secret martial arts to give to Su-Han, with his unparalleled talent, he would undoubtedly master them all. By then, a Su-Han who had fused 10 or even 20 types of true energy would be unimaginably powerful. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she couldn't help but continue. Su-Han is a once-in-10,000 years genius in the martial arts world. He can even innovate and create stronger techniques. The true self-divine art he taught me. I only grasped a fraction of it, yet I already feel immensely benefited and deeply impressed. If I could obtain his ultimate results, then perhaps I too might have a chance. Zhang Difu watched the rekindled flame in his young lady's eyes, feeling a surge of emotion. She had been a genius since childhood, once held in high regard and considered the most promising candidate to become a top-tier divine mechanic. However, fate played a cruel trick on her. She failed unexpectedly, her status plummeted, and she was even marginalized by the family. Yet, her character was as resilient as steel. She never gave up and kept searching for other ways to grow stronger. Now, with Suhan's arrival, she saw a brand new possibility, and she naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. I understand. Zhang Difu nodded solemnly. I'll make the arrangements right away. Suhan received 2 leads from Zhang Difu. The first was about a cleaner responsible for handling corpses at East Suburb Park. The second pointed to Qin Yi, a key figure in the self-circulating city's Sturgeon Group. The address was the Sky Beach on the top floor of the Skyscape Tower in the city center. According to the intelligence, Qin Yi was not only surrounded by 2 secondary security teams, essentially low-level modified humans, but also had a Dawn Divine mechanic providing close protection. Zhang Difu strongly advised Su Han to choose the former. The security force at East Suburb Park is very weak, with only 1 fully modified low-level human, he messaged to persuade. As for Skyscape Tower, the security there is too strong, and there's even a divine mechanic stationed. Please don't take the risk. I'll notify you as soon as I have safer new leads. Suhan replied with just 2 words, thank you. After that, there was no further news. Beside Zhang Difu, Suyu leaned over to glance at the message on the phone. She softly read the name. Qin Yi. I think I've heard of him. She recalled, this person is a direct descendant of the Qin family in Xinhui district. It said that after failing to awaken as a divine mechanist, he gave up on himself and became a scoundrel. Although the Qin family isn't on par with those top financial conglomerates, they are still quite prominent in Xinhui district. So, the bodyguards around him are definitely not weak. A morning light divine mechanist is considered standard. Zhang Difu nodded and began analyzing. Miss is right. Suhan's strength is indeed very impressive, even stronger than what he showed at the train station last time. Judging by how quickly he completed the mission at the villa, he should have no trouble dealing with primary modified humans. This indicates that his combat power is likely around 300,000, on par with a fully developed primary modified human. He scrolled through the chat history and concluded, so I guess Suhan will probably go after the first target. As for the second one, with a divine mechanist present, given his current strength, he won't be able to act for now. Mentioning the divine mechanist, Zhang Difu's face involuntarily revealed a hint of pride. He himself was a divine mechanist and deeply understood the terror of this system. The power of a divine mechanist is far from as simple as it appears on the surface, he explained. Even the lowest level Dawn Divine Mechanist starts with a combat power of 500,000, equivalent to a high-level complete cyborg. But when it comes to actual combat, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Humph, don't even mention a high-level cyborg with 600,000 combat power. Even an ultimate cyborg with 1,000,000 combat power can be instantly killed with proper operation. The Divine Mechanist's weapon, the Flyer, is practically a divine killing tool, unstoppable in real combat. Su Yushin nodded in agreement. As a child of a prominent family, she was well-informed and had personally witnessed the terrifying power of divine mechanists. Once the distance is widened, cyborgs become nothing more than living targets in front of the Flyer. The Flyer moves at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, and its sharpness can easily cut through even the toughest rainbow steel. The combination of speed and sharpness brings an unparalleled absolute attack power. This is the reason why divine mechanists stand at the pinnacle of all systems. However, Zhang Difu and Su Yu both guessed wrong. Suhan's choice was far crazier than they had imagined. At the entrance of the Sky Dome building, screams and cries blended together as countless people fled the building in panic. The entire structure shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck, with muffled explosions continuously coming from the top floor. The building's security personnel desperately tried to maintain order, but were completely unable to stop the tide of terrified crowds. Amid the chaotic crowd, more than a dozen young girls in bikinis ran out, their faces pale with fear, stumbling as they fled. They were the girls who had been on the rooftop sky beach earlier. The battle had erupted so suddenly that the entire top floor was almost instantly destroyed. Strangely, despite the terrifying aftermath of the fight, they were completely unharmed, as if an invisible force had deliberately protected them, delivering them to a safe floor, allowing them to escape. They ran across the street, still shaken, and turned back to look at the building. Several floors at the top had completely collapsed, the glass curtain walls shattered, the walls crumbled, and thick smoke and flames surged into the sky. Deafening booms echoed intermittently, as if some colossal entity was violently colliding within. Then what exactly is that thing? A young girl asked, trembling. I don't know. Call the police. It's already been reported. At that moment, the piercing sound of brakes screeched, and two black off-road vehicles from the Earth Dispatch Bureau roared in, coming to a sudden stop at the entrance of the building. The car doors swung open, and 5 uniformed men quickly stepped out. Without exception, all of them were primary, fully modified humans. The captain leading them looked up at the top floor engulfed in the flames of battle, his expression terrifyingly grim. Zhao Yu's face was as dark as it could be. He was none other than Zhao Yu from the Earth Dispatch Bureau. He utilized the omnipresent surveillance system of the Ground Dispatch Division to successfully track Suhan's location and immediately led his Tiger-class squad to rush here at full speed. Suhan. He squeezed the name out through clenched teeth, his voice filled with uncontrollable rage. On the way here, he had already received the latest intelligence. After leaving the manor, Suhan had gone to East Suburb Park, where, in broad daylight, he killed another noble from the self-circulation city, along with all his bodyguards, leaving none alive. And now, this harbinger of chaos has come to the Sky Dome Tower, causing such a massive commotion. This person is utterly reckless and lawless. He completely disregards their local dispatch office. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. Suhan. Zhao Yu finally couldn't hold back and roared angrily at the building. You are heinous, committing monstrous crimes. Even if you were torn to pieces, it wouldn't be too much. If I, Zhao Yu, don't capture you today, I swear I won't call myself human. The fury in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. Team leader, what should we do now? A team member approached and asked in a low voice. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and issued a cold command. Go up. The ground network surveillance has locked onto him. Suhan is on the top floor. No matter his current situation, we must take him down today. If he dares to resist, at all costs, kill him. Yes, the team members responded in unison. Including Captain Zhao Yu, the 5 exchanged a glance and simultaneously activated the combat system with perfect coordination. Neural templates connected instantly. The combat module began analyzing the environment, and the energy module powered up to full capacity. They had no intention of taking the stairs. In such a chaotic situation, stairs would only slow them down. They opted for a more direct and impactful approach. The 5 crouched simultaneously, with blinding energy waves flashing at their knee joints as the power surged to maximum. The next second, boom! With a loud explosion, the ground beneath their feet instantly burst open into 5 large craters. 5 figures shot into the sky like cannonballs, leaping dozens of meters high and precisely grabbing onto the protrusions of the building's outer wall. Immediately after, they exerted force again, climbing toward the source of the chaos on the rooftop at an astonishing speed. Closer and closer. The rumbling sounds from the top floor grew louder and louder, like rolling thunder shaking the air into a buzzing resonance, as if the entire building was trembling under the terrifying sound waves. Zhao Yu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He instinctively felt that something was off about this commotion. Finally, the 5 climbed to the edge of the top floor. The scene before them made them gasp in shock. The area had been completely destroyed. The once heavenly sky beach had vanished without a trace, replaced by a wasteland ravaged by immense force. Walls continued to collapse, and thick, raging smoke obscured everything. They couldn't see the situation inside at all. Even activating thermal imaging scans was useless, as the entire floor was engulfed in extreme heat. The thermal imaging view showed nothing but a blinding blood red, further hindering their vision. Turn off thermal imaging, Zhao Yu ordered immediately upon seeing this. The team members quickly disabled the scanning function and tried to observe with their naked eyes. However, the smoke remained dense, forcing them to move forward slowly. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the expressions on their faces became completely different from when they were downstairs. The previous arrogance and confidence had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gravity. The deafening roar echoed repeatedly, causing their metallic structures to tremble slightly with each blast. The air was filled with an omnipresent sense of oppression, and the feeling of crisis surged like a tide, slowing their steps more and more. Team leader. One of the team members behind finally couldn't help but speak, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. What's happening up ahead? Such a commotion. It feels like only advanced complete cyborgs could cause this. That's Suhan. He didn't finish his sentence, but the other team members understood his meaning. A battle of this level was definitely not something they, as junior cyborgs, could intervene in. Yeah, team leader, the records say Suhan's combat power is only 320,000. There's no way he could cause such a scene. I suspect it's not Suhan fighting in there at all. Should we retreat for now and observe the situation? Wait until the fight inside is over before making a move. Right, it's too dangerous. A battle of this level. If we get involved. Zhao Yu remained silent, his mind racing with calculations. He was well aware that the current situation was absolutely problematic, seriously problematic. While the mission of the Earth Dispatch Division was important, his own life was even more so. All right, let's retreat for now. He was just about to give the order to withdraw, but before he could finish speaking, boom! A final earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from within the building, shaking the entire structure violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Then, all of a sudden, all the sounds came to an abrupt halt. The roaring stopped, the crashing stopped. It was as if the world had been muted. The five of them froze in place instantly, not daring to move, fully on guard. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Although they were cyborgs and didn't need to breathe, they inexplicably felt a suffocating pressure at that moment. It was a terrifying sense of oppression, like a mental weight, making their bodies feel as heavy as a mountain, and every inch of movement was excruciatingly difficult. A gentle breeze passed through, slowly dispersing the smoke on the rooftop. Like the curtain of a stage being drawn open, the scene at the center of the ruins was clearly revealed before Zhao Yu and his group of five. Their eyes widened instantly, filled with shock and horror. In the center of the ruins stood a giant over 4 meters tall, with his back turned to them. His body was covered in bulging muscles, and a dark red blood mist steamed around him, radiating scorching heat waves. His skin was marked with eerie dark red patterns, resembling flowing magma, as if it could explode at any moment, exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. In front of the giant was a middle-aged woman hiding behind a blue energy shield. Her face was as dark as water, and she stared intently at the giant before her. A ghostly blue blade hovered in front of her, releasing immense energy that formed a shield, firmly protecting her. Far behind them, a young man sat paralyzed on the ground, his face filled with shock and fear, trembling all over. These were none other than Suhan, Mu Xian, and Qin Yi, Divine Mechanist. A team member of the Earth Dispatch Division couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. He had clearly recognized the identity of the woman. The same answer surfaced in everyone's minds simultaneously. Divine Mechanist, the strongest combat system in this world, renowned and awe-inspiring. Even for them, members of the Earth Dispatch Division who had encountered all sorts of people, they had never seen more than a few in person. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between the woman with the flying device and the giant with explosive muscles, utterly shocked. Then what is this monster supposed to be? Judging by the other party's appearance, they were clearly not a divine mechanist, yet they could confront a divine mechanist in such a manner. Moreover, the divine mechanist did not even counterattack, merely focusing all their efforts on activating the energy shield to protect themselves. At that moment, the monster slightly turned its head and looked in their direction. Its blood red, fire-like eyes carried a terrifying aura of hostility and murderous intent. Zhao Yu's heart instantly tightened, and his mechanical eye automatically began analyzing the opponent's combat power. Combat power, 480,000, 480,000. When the combat power value appeared, his pupils suddenly contracted. Such combat power was comparable to a top-tier, fully modified human. But why was there not a single trace of modification on this person? What terrified and shocked him even more was the face of that giant. Although it was magnified countless times and looked extremely ferocious, with the super memory and analytical abilities of a modified human, Zhao Yu still recognized it at a glance. That giant was Su Han, the target they had been tracking all along. Su Han. How is this possible? Zhao Yu's throat seemed to be blocked, his face full of disbelief. Su Han. The Su Han who, according to their assessment, was at most equivalent to a beginner-level modified human? Now this monster with a combat power of 480,000, standing 4 meters tall and exuding an aura of gods and demons, is actually Su Han? No way. Another team member muttered to himself, unable to believe this conclusion. What kind of joke is this? This definitely isn't Su Han, absolutely not. But that face was just too similar. Although it had grown larger and was covered in burning flame patterns, making it look incredibly ferocious, the facial features and contours were unmistakably the same person. What on earth is he? The 5 people froze in place, their bodies cold as ice. At that moment, Mu Xian spoke. Her voice was icy, carrying a terrifying killing intent. She stared at Su Han and said word by word, "You're quite impressive. Not only have you cultivated that blood energy secret technique to this level, but you also dare to challenge someone like me, a divine weapon master, with a mere mortal body. Your idea is bold. Even I am somewhat surprised." Her tone shifted, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips as she mocked. But alas, an ant is still an ant. So what if your combat power is close? Can you kill me? Haha, you can't even touch a single strand of my hair. And I only need one chance to kill you with a single strike. Mu Xian's tone grew colder. After you die, I won't let you be lonely. I will find your family and friends, one by one. I will make them endure every inhuman torment, turn them into playthings for others. When I tire of them, I will bring them to your corpse and slowly, cruelly, kill them. She let out a cold, sinister laugh and finally asked, "So, in your current state, how much longer can you last? 1 second? Or 10 seconds? Ha ha ha." Su Han ignored her, as well as Zhao Yu and the others not far away. Just a few low-level modified humans, insignificant. He turned his head and looked at Mu Xian again, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Mechanists are indeed very powerful. His combat power was 480,000, while Mu Xian's was 520,000, a mere difference of 40,000. Yet it was precisely this small gap that left him helpless. That energy shield was like an indestructible shell. He had been attacking with full force for several minutes, but the shield showed no signs of weakening. Mu Xian's condition seemed to retain quite a bit of strength. In contrast, his own true self form appeared to be on the verge of collapse. After all, this form relied on squeezing out his potential and burning his vitality, with everything built upon his own foundation. Following the storm-like onslaught just now, his body could no longer afford to be overdrawn. The duration of the true self form was running out. Thus, Su Han had to make a decision immediately. Should he continue to fight desperately or flee at once? His initial thought was to take a gamble, to bet everything on whether he could eliminate Mu Xian by burning everything he had. But the current situation was clear. Even if he continued to fight, he wouldn't last much longer. By then, not only would he fail to harm the opponent in the slightest, but he would also fall into weakness due to the disappearance of his form, left at the mercy of others. He could only flee for now, wait for the right moment, and fight again later. After making his decision, Su Han no longer hesitated in the slightest. His muscles tensed once again, and blood-colored flames roared, emitting a terrifying heat. In the next moment, he leapt forward, his entire body shooting out like a cannonball. The massive figure, over 4 meters tall, took large strides and turned to charge toward the edge of the rooftop. Unexpectedly, Mu Xian, who had spoken so venomously, simply stood quietly in place as she watched Suhan escape. She made no move to stop him, nor did she even deactivate the energy shield in front of her. At this moment, Qin-Yi, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out from a pile of rubble. Seeing Suhan about to escape, he ignored his own disheveled state and urgently pointed at Suhan's retreating figure, shouting hoarsely in anger, "Aunt Mu, don't let him get away. Chase him, what are you waiting for? He's definitely at the end of his strength now. Kill him while you can. He's going to escape. Hurry and chase him." Mu Xian remained indifferent, as if she hadn't heard Qin Yi's voice at all. Qin Yi immediately rushed forward, wanting to say something more. "Aunt Mu," but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Mu Xian's icy and bone-chilling rebuke. "Shut up." Qin Yi was so startled by the voice that he shuddered all over, froze in place, and dared not utter another word. Mu Xian no longer paid attention to Qin Yi. Her face darkened as she stared in the direction where Suhan had disappeared. In the battle just now, she seemed to have an absolute advantage, relying solely on an energy shield to render Suhan helpless. However, in reality, the energy shield was not generated out of thin air, but was powered by the built-in energy module of the flying device she carried. To withstand Suhan's storm-like attacks, she had already consumed a full 87% of her energy. Moreover, controlling the flying device to fend off such powerful attacks also took an extreme toll on her mental strength. Her mental state now was like a flickering candle in the wind, weak and fragile. To put it bluntly, if Suhan had persisted in attacking for a few more minutes, the one to collapse might very well have been her. This was also the reason why she did not pursue Suhan when he fled. Because she didn't dare. She didn't dare to gamble. If Suhan still had strength left or was hiding another trump card, then chasing after him would mean her own death. As for why she didn't leverage the long-range advantage of the divine mechanist for a sniper attack, first, the venue was unsuitable. The rooftop was narrow, the distance between them was too close, and Suhan's speed was incredibly fast. If she couldn't kill him in one strike, she would be in immense danger. Second, it was because of Qin Yi. Mu Xian was absolutely certain that if she dared to step even half a step away from Qin Yi, Suhan would unhesitatingly smash this burden into a pulp with a single punch. So, this person, Mu Xian murmured to herself, who exactly is he? How is he able to cultivate secret martial arts to such a level? And he's even fused it with the blood energy martial arts of the Wanxian sect, creating a completely new and unprecedented power. The eerie blood-colored flames, the incredibly powerful physique, and that terrifying regenerative ability, relying solely on his body. He could fight her to such an extent. It's truly terrifying. The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became, her expression shifting unpredictably. After a moment, she made up her mind. I must investigate. I have to uncover all the information about this person and find out who he really is. On the side, Zhao Yu and his 4 team members were still frozen in place, unable to decide whether to leave or stay. Zhao Yu had no choice but to muster up his courage and speak. "Hello. We are. Get lost." Mu Xian didn't even glance at him, coldly spitting out a single word. Zhao Yu's face instantly stiffened, but he dared not show any dissatisfaction. The other party was a divine mechanist, with a combat power exceeding 500,000, terrifying beyond measure. In comparison, the few of them were practically no different from ants. If the other party harbored any intent to kill, crushing them would be effortless. Why yes, he could only wave his hand dejectedly and quickly left the scene with his team members. Meanwhile, in a dark alley on the ground, Suhan reverted to his normal form. Since his clothes had been torn to shreds during the battle, he could only use his inner energy to form a dark black mist to cover the key parts of his body. At this moment, after ending his true self form, his entire body was in excruciating pain, as if he had been completely drained. His muscles ached as if they were about to tear, his bones were under unbearable strain, and his internal organs burned as if they were on fire. But his face remained expressionless, and there was not the slightest trace of panic in his eyes. He was not helplessly waiting for death. Rather, he could clearly feel that he was recovering. That's right. Suhan's overdrawn physical potential is rapidly recovering at an unimaginable speed. To put it simply, after activating the true self form, his strength surges dramatically, but his health continuously declines. However, once it ends, everything that was overdrawn will be replenished doubly. His vitality is rapidly regenerating. His robust physique allowed him to recover at least 30% of his strength in just half a minute. This is the reason he chose to stay in this alley instead of fleeing far away. Su-han raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring intently at the top floor of the Tianxiong building ahead. A dim light flickered in his eyes. "I don't believe it. That mechanist is really so strong as to be unbeatable," he muttered to himself, his voice icy. "I don't believe it. That strike just now, she could come out unscathed. Otherwise, why didn't she hunt me down? Why did she just watch me leave?" Mu Xian's venomous words echoed in his ears. She wanted all his relatives and friends to be unable to live or die, to become playthings for the powerful, to endure endless torment, and ultimately die a tragic death. Su-han's gaze instantly turned ice cold. With both parents deceased and himself on the run, his sister was his only tie to this world, his only remaining family. He absolutely could not let the tragedy repeat itself, could not let anything happen to his sister again. There are also the land cruiser elephant, the land fish. Those who once helped him must never be dragged into hell and subjected to such inhumane torment because of him. Now he is risking everything for revenge, for the chance to return to a peaceful life. He no longer wants any misfortune to befall the people around him. Therefore, that god mechanist must die. "You must die today." Overwhelming killing intent surged in Su-han's eyes, but he did not act immediately. While waiting for his body to fully recover, he was rapidly calculating in his mind. All the techniques related to secret martial arts, and even the blood techniques of Qi and blood immortal martial arts, flashed through his mind one by one. He wanted to see if his strength could advance further before taking action. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhang Difu. "Mr. Su, is everything going smoothly?" Su-han replied with 2 words, "It's fine." He thought for a moment and then sent another message. "I need new secret martial arts techniques, as well as various combat methods." A few seconds later, a reply came. "All right, Mr. Su, please wait a moment." After a moment, Zhang Difu sent over 2 documents. Su-han immediately received and reviewed them. They were 2 brand new True Gang secret martial arts techniques, along with detailed explanations of various combat methods. Zhang Difu added, "These 2 were provided by Mrs. Friend. Mr. Su can practice with them for now. Miss is still working on finding new techniques." "All right," Su-han replied and immediately opened the files. A torrent of information surged into his mind. With his astonishing comprehension, merely simulating them once in his mind, he had already mastered the essence of these 2 new secret martial arts techniques. With a single thought, 2 streams of brand new Gang Qi were released from his body, instantly achieving complete integration. He did not hesitate and immediately merged the newly comprehended Qi with his own true self Qi. At the same time, the complex techniques in his mind were rapidly organized and deduced, discarding the unnecessary and retaining the essence. He even recalled the blood techniques of immortal martial arts, dismantling the remembered moves and integrating them into his own system. Moments later, the technique was still true self-divine art, but the inner true Qi now contained 2 additional types, becoming more robust and powerful. His physique also experienced a noticeable improvement, and the coverage effects of each true Qi became increasingly pronounced. The threads of red line force multiplied, and the power amplification of giant whale force grew even stronger. Moreover, he updated 2 old techniques, making them more powerful than before, and comprehended an entirely new killing move. This move is called Blazing Fire Scorching the Sky. Once unleashed, the blood flames around him would burn wildly, compressing repeatedly to erupt with a terrifying power capable of incinerating everything and scorching the heavens. After completing all this, his attributes were updated accordingly. Physique, 2068. His physique increased by another 200 points. Su-han activated the Combat Power Watch to check his own combat strength. Normal state. Combat Power, 130,000. He took a deep breath and unleashed the first divine martial form. In an instant, Su-han's true energy erupted around him. His muscles surged wildly. His physique expanded dramatically, and every inch of him displayed perfect arcs of power. Black true energy mist swirled around him, interwoven with countless fine red lines within, his aura becoming even more profound and dark, resembling a demon god emerging from the abyss. Combat power, 280,000. 10 minutes. It took only 10 minutes to go from recovery to strength. His body had returned to its peak, even surpassing it. He was ready to fight again. Suhan once again looked toward the Sky Dome Tower, his killing intent surging. He stepped out of the alley, and with a flicker, his figure vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Sky Dome Tower, Zhao Yu and his 4 companions walked out with grim expressions, his face looking particularly dreadful, as if he had swallowed a fly. He couldn't forget the bold words he had uttered when stepping out of the car. The phrase, "If I don't capture Suhan and bring him to justice, I am no man," still echoed in his ears. But what happened? On the top floor, just one glance from Suhan had frozen the 5 of them in place, unable to move. Forget about capturing him. They didn't even have the courage to charge forward. Thinking about this, Zhao Yu felt as if his dignity had been ruthlessly trampled on by Suhan, crushed repeatedly. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his expression a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Suhan," Zhao Yu growled in a low voice. "Just you wait." Zhao Yu swore again, his tone filled with undisguised murderous intent. Zhao Yu, swear here and now," he said, enunciating each word. "If I don't tear you to pieces, my position as team leader will have been for nothing." He looked around and announced to the remaining team members, "The hunting network of the Earth Condemnation Division has been fully activated. The entire city is our inescapable trap. You can't escape. Soon, you will pay with your life for your arrogance." He was about to continue speaking when his voice suddenly got stuck in his throat. Zhao Yu and his 4 team members stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, staring in terror at the street ahead. Across the street, the figure they thought had already vanished, Suhan, had unexpectedly reappeared. He was walking toward them unhurriedly. One step, then another. Each step seemed to stomp heavily on their hearts, leaving them gasping for air. "He? How is he?" One team member's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. "Didn't he already run away? Why is he back again?" Zhao Yu's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needlepoint. "Suhan, you're back? What does he want? Is he back to die? No, that's not right." Zhao Yu stared intently at Suhan's eerily calm face and those cold, emotionless eyes. A strong sense of danger suddenly surged from deep within, causing every hair on his body to stand on end and cold sweat to pour down. At the same time, Suhan's gaze also locked onto the 5 modified beings from the Earth Punishment Division ahead. Of course, he recognized them. The entire Tiger-class team of the Earth Condemnation Division, a group of junior, fully modified humans. Earlier on the rooftop of the building, he was busy dealing with that woman named Mu Xian and had no time to bother with these flies, letting them off the hook. Unexpectedly, just as he regained his strength and prepared to strike back, he ran into them again. And here they were, shamelessly boasting about tearing him limb from limb. Suhan's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they were so eager to die, he would grant their wish. He stopped 10 meters away from the 5 people. Suhan. Zhao Yu forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted sternly, "You actually dare to come back, my Earth Punishment Division." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a loud bang. Boom! Dark red blood flames shot up into the sky, and Suhan's body instantly expanded within the flames. This time, his form was even more exaggerated than when he was on the rooftop. In just his second form, his height had already reached an astonishing 4 meters. The surging blood flames resembled flowing lava, and it seemed as if a volcano was about to erupt beneath the taut muscles. Black mist-like energy enveloped his entire body, with countless tentacle-like energy threads writhing madly, making him appear like an ancient god emerging from the abyss. Combat power, 460,000. Zhao Yu's face instantly turned deathly pale. All the members of the Tiger-class team simultaneously cranked the power of their modified bodies to the maximum, blue energy glows emanating from their surroundings as they turned to flee. But it was all too late. Suhan's figure was like a flash of lightning, leaving behind a faint afterimage in place as he appeared in front of the 5 people. He threw a simple punch. Bang! The chest of the leftmost team member exploded on impact. The silver-white metallic body was forcibly pierced, the core module shattered instantly, and the blue light on his body extinguished accordingly. Dead. Suhan swung another punch with his backhand, and the second team member's head burst like a watermelon. A vicious side kick followed immediately, and the third team member's waist was directly broken. In just 2 seconds, 3 people were dead. Zhao Yu and the last team member retreated in terror, but Suhan's figure ghosted behind them. His hands, like the claws of a demon god, reached out simultaneously. Crack! The two's necks snapped with a crisp sound, like the necks of little chicks being crushed. Zhao Yu's eyes widened, the red alert in his mechanical eye flashing frantically before finally dimming completely. At the last moment before losing consciousness, there was only one thought in his mind. Why? Why did he say those words just now? Why did he provoke this monster? If he could do it all over again, he would definitely run away with his tail between his legs. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world, nor any medicine for regret. Suhan withdrew his hand, shook off the metal fragments, and coldly stared at the 5 corpses on the ground. This group from the Earth Condemnation Division could always pinpoint his location with precision, proving that their intelligence network was indeed formidable, like an inescapable net. But if that's the case, then they must also be fully aware of the experiments conducted on live humans by the Sturgeon Group and the crimes committed by those nobles in the self-circulating city. Knowing all this yet choosing to turn a blind eye, how is that any different from being an accomplice? What right do they have to judge me under the banner of justice? A group of hypocritical, shameless scoundrels aiding the wicked, no different from beasts. They deserve to die. Suhan no longer paid attention to the corpses. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the building, looking toward the rooftop. In his perception, at around the 10th floor above, there was an extremely sharp aura, stabbing at his spirit like a blade. It's that divine mechanic. She hasn't left yet. That's perfect. Suhan slightly bent his legs and suddenly exerted force. Boom! The ground beneath his feet instantly exploded into a large pit, and his entire body shot up like a cannonball, directly smashing through the building's outer wall, breaking through layer after layer of ceilings, heading straight toward the location of that aura. 10th floor. In a relatively intact room, Mu Xian was organizing equipment, preparing to take Qin Yi out of the outer city and return to the self-circulating city. Suddenly, her entire body froze in place, her expression changing drastically. An unprecedented sense of terror surged in her heart, and she hurriedly opened the suitcase again. With a flick of her mental energy, the flying device inside emitted a dazzling blue light, suddenly shooting out and hovering in front of her. Qin Yi, while tidying up her clothes, muttered furiously to herself, "When I get back, I must settle the score with the Sturgeon Group. What kind of security is this? It's completely useless." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "As soon as I return, I'll have the family send 10 top-tier modified humans over to capture that monster. I'll raise him like livestock and then chop him up to feed the dogs." Before the words had even finished, a loud bang suddenly came from beneath the floor. The sound was approaching at an astonishing speed. Qin Yi stopped cursing and froze. What sound is that? Immediately after, a series of explosions sounded from far to near, as if they were detonating right beside him. A low roar echoed, and the floor suddenly shattered. Rubble and dust instantly filled the entire room. Mu Xian's face changed drastically. She grabbed Qin Yi, used her psychic power to control a flying knife to cut through the wall, and retreated with him to the hallway. Just as they left, the entire suite's floor completely collapsed. A colossal figure, resembling both a god and a demon, surged upward from below. Standing 5 meters tall, his rock-like muscles were knotted and brimming with explosive power. Dark red patterns flowed across his skin, resembling molten lava. His entire body was shrouded in black mist and blood flames, with countless tentacle-like energies wildly thrashing about. The ceiling was smashed open, leaving a massive hole. Amidst the dust and smoke, a pair of blood-red eyes burning with flames locked onto Mu Xian in the corridor. Suhan spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Again. Seeing Suhan return, Mu Xian's pupils contracted sharply. She could hardly believe her eyes. This guy, He actually dared to come back to die? What shocked her even more was that less than 10 minutes had passed since he fled, and not only had his injuries healed, but he also seemed capable of re-entering that life-draining explosive state. What on earth is this monster? Mu Xian had encountered countless powerful individuals, whether masters of secret arts or modified warriors, but none were like Su Han, possessing such bizarre self-healing abilities, terrifying strength, and an absurdly fast recovery speed. This completely exceeded her understanding. Su Han had no time to care about her shock. He had regained all his strength, even stronger than before. Today, he swore to kill the woman in front of him. He took a step forward, and the entire floor trembled, the surrounding walls instantly collapsing. His 5-meter-tall figure moved like lightning, instantly charging in front of Mu Xian and throwing a punch. The dark red fist tore through the air, emitting a terrifying explosion. Mu Xian's expression hardened, and her throwing knife instantly returned to her side, forming a blue energy shield. The next second, the fist slammed fiercely into the shield. Amid the deafening roar, the energy shield trembled violently, its light flickering on and off. With just one strike, Mu Xian's expression changed. The power of this punch was even more terrifying than when they were on the rooftop earlier. In just a few minutes, not only had he recovered, but he had also grown stronger? How was this possible? She had no time to think further as Su Han's second and third punches rained down like a storm. Mu Xian was forced to retreat repeatedly, her energy shield teetering on the brink of collapse. The entire building shook violently, walls cracked, and debris continuously fell from the ceiling, threatening to collapse at any moment. Amid the rubble, Qin Yi, covered in dust and dirt, struggled to climb up and shouted, "Mu! Aunt Mu!" As soon as he raised his head, he saw Su Han launching a fierce attack. The two were less than 10 meters apart, their eyes meeting. Qin Yi's expression froze instantly, his pupils dilating in fear. "You," Qin Yi stammered, barely managing to utter 2 words. Su Han, however, couldn't be bothered with idle talk. He turned and threw a punch. His dark red fist, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed straight at Qin Yi's face. "Stop!" Mu Xian shouted sharply. Her throwing knife transformed into a streak of blue light, shooting towards Su Han at lightning speed. After the previous battle, Su Han could barely track the knife's trajectory, but its speed was simply too fast to completely evade. A flash of blue light streaked by, and Su Han's right arm was severed in response, blood splattering everywhere. The sharp flying knife cleanly sliced through Su Han's arm, the cut smooth as a mirror. But Su Han seemed to have anticipated this strike. He endured the heart-wrenching pain, paying no attention to his severed arm. Like a cannonball fired from a barrel, his eyes glimmered with a beast-like ferocity as he charged relentlessly toward Qin Yi. "No, don't kill me!" Qin Yi screamed in terror, trying to flee, but it was all too late. With a muffled sound, Qin Yi's small and frail body was hit squarely by Su Han's towering 5-meter frame. The terrifying impact, combined with the strange force erupting from Su Han's body, instantly turned Qin Yi into a mist of blood, leaving not even a single intact bone behind. Watching her companion die tragically before her eyes, Mu Xian's anger reached its peak. In an instant, blue light flashed again, and the deadly throwing knife traced a graceful arc through the air. This time, its target was Su Han's head. The head is the vital point of the human body. This time, Mu Xian was truly intent on killing. She wanted to deliver a fatal blow and completely end this monster. The threat of death was more intense than ever before, and the piercing chill made Su Han's hair stand on end. He instinctively jerked his head to the side. Shoo! He was still half a beat too slow. The flying knife grazed his scalp, slicing off his left ear, and blood gushed out instantly. Su Han dodged and turned his head, his icy gaze locking firmly onto Mu Xian in the distance. The next second, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. Boom! The ground shattered with a loud crack, and he charged toward Mu Xian like an enraged beast, his attack even fiercer than before. Mu Xian's voice was filled with murderous intent and anger as she sneered. "It's useless. From the moment we created distance, you were already a dead man." Long-range sniping. This is the most terrifying aspect of a divine mechanist and their greatest advantage. At this moment, Mu Xian regained the arrogance of a strong individual, the feeling of controlling the entire situation and deciding someone's life or death in an instant, which utterly fascinated her. But although she spoke lightly, she dared not pause for even a moment. Suhan's hand-to-hand combat skills were truly terrifying. Once he got close, she would immediately lose all her advantages. Thus, while frantically controlling her flying knives to attack Suhan, she kept retreating. Swish, swish, swish. The blue knife light left streaks of afterimages in the air, like meteors tearing through the night sky. Each flash left a deep, bone-revealing wound on Suhan's body. Arms, chest, thighs, blood splattered continuously. However, Suhan seemed impervious to pain, and the distance between him and Mu Xian grew closer and closer. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Mu Xian's face finally showed a look of fear, and her heart was in turmoil. What shocked her was not failing to defeat Suhan in one move. In her view, even if she couldn't deliver a fatal blow, slicing him bit by bit would eventually lead to his death by 1,000 cuts. But now, Suhan's state was completely beyond her comprehension. He seemed utterly indifferent to the wounds on his body, even to his own life and death. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity, unstoppable. Suddenly, Mu Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and an expression of incredulous horror appeared on her face. She stared intently at the figure closing in on her. Is that really still a human? At this moment, Suhan's entire body was covered in gruesome wounds. His right arm had been cleanly severed at the elbow, with blood still gushing out. Half of his left leg had been sliced off, exposing stark white bones and overturned muscles to the air. His body was riddled with countless fresh knife wounds, as if he had just endured a brutal torture. The blood had stained every inch of the ground beneath his feet. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The blood that flowed out seemed to be pulled by countless invisible threads. As soon as it left his body, it halted in midair, then frantically surged back into Suhan's body. Even the severed arm was forcibly dragged back to Suhan's stump by countless dark red blood threads. At the wound, countless granulations frantically surged and tightened, with muscles, blood vessels, and bones visibly healing at an astonishing speed. In just 3 seconds, the severed arm was reattached. Suhan flexed the fingers of his right hand, as good as new. The deep wound on his left leg, where the bone was visible, was also healing rapidly. Muscles squirmed, skin regenerated, and even the blood stains were reabsorbed into his body. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, as long as Suhan is not instantly and completely killed, no matter how severe the injury, he can recover in an extremely short time. This is the true reason for Mu Xian's horror and fear. How is this possible? She murmured, her face pale as a sheet. She stared fixedly at the figure that was rapidly healing in a bizarre manner while still charging at her madly, resembling a mythical god or demon. Monster, monster, you're nothing but a damn monster. For the first time, she uttered a trembling voice of fear. His combat power grew more terrifying each time, and his vitality was as tenacious as an unkillable monster. Mu Xian realized that, relying on herself alone, she couldn't find a weakness to defeat him. But she no longer had time to think. Suhan had already charged forward, now less than 5 meters away. At this distance, the flying instrument could no longer attack effectively. It was too close. There simply wasn't enough time. The only choice is defense. Mu Xian panicked and instantly unleashed all her mental power without reservation. Buzz! The blue flying instrument instantly flew back, its blade emitting a dazzling blue light, forming a solid energy shield in front of her. Almost at the same moment the shield took shape, Suhan's fist had already slammed down forcefully. Boom! A loud bang, like a bomb exploding right by the ear. The fist slammed fiercely against the energy shield, its force as heavy as a mountain and unstoppable. The shield shook violently, blue light flashing frantically, as if it could shatter at any moment. A massive impact struck, and Mu Xian couldn't even stand steady. Both she and the shield were sent crashing directly from the air to the floor by the punch. Crack! The floor beneath her feet shattered layer by layer under the terrifying force. Suhan's fist carried the power to destroy everything, taking Mu Xian with him as they plummeted crazily toward the lower floors. Bang, 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 bang. Layer after layer of concrete slabs collapsed and shattered before them as if made of paper. Cement, steel bars, and dust scattered in all directions during the fall. Mu Xian's expression grew increasingly terrified, the shadow of death already enveloping her heart. The monster before her was utterly unbeatable. She wanted to run, wanted to control the flying device to cut through the slabs and escape, but Suhan was right behind her, giving her no chance at all. During the rapid descent, Suhan's body was visibly recovering at an astonishing speed. His severed arm had completely healed, the wound on his left leg had vanished, and even the scar on his chest was rapidly closing. His strength had once again returned to its peak state. Then, he swung his fist once more. This time, it was a brand new technique he had created not long ago, combining more powerful true energy and an even more overwhelming vitality. On his fist, the dark red light film was compressed to the extreme. Countless threads of energy frantically entwined, and scorching heat brewed and compressed within, reaching a density close to the critical point of explosion. In the next second, this force was completely unleashed, forming a flame fist energy resembling a tornado. Blazing fire scorches the sky. A punch strikes down. Boom! The fiery tornado suddenly exploded between the floors, with devastating heat waves and continuous explosions sweeping through the entire building, flames scattering everywhere. The terrifying shockwave carried Mu Xian, instantly smashing through all the floors below. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor. They plummeted straight down, crashing through the underground parking garage. Then, they continued downward. Bang! The ground exploded with a deafening roar, flames shot skyward. Amid the flying debris, a massive crater several meters deep appeared on the surface, surrounded by raging flames. The entire building shook violently, its walls covered in cracks, and all the glass shattered instantly. Smoke and flames surged into the sky, while debris rained down like a storm. In the center of the deep pit, the energy shield still remained. But inside the shield, Mu Xian was already in a miserable state. Her hair was disheveled, blood stained the corner of her mouth, and her face was as pale as paper. Although the energy shield had protected her from being directly killed, the sheer impact from the collisions earlier had caused her severe internal injuries. Her internal organs had shifted, nearly all her ribs were fractured, and her back had been pierced by something. Every breath she took felt as painful as being cut by a knife. More critically, the energy of the flying instrument was about to be depleted. Mu Xian hurriedly checked and saw that the energy remaining was only 3%, which wouldn't last much longer. Her own mental strength was also on the verge of exhaustion. Her head throbbed painfully, her vision darkened intermittently, and an overwhelming drowsiness swept over her. These were clear signs of severe mental overexertion. But at this moment, she dared not relax even a bit. Forcing herself to stand up shakily, she stared intently at the smoke ahead, her fear unmistakable as she gasped heavily for air. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps slowly emerged from within the smoke. The terrifying aura of death enveloped her like a tidal wave, causing Mu Xian's hair to stand on end and her heart to race uncontrollably. She trembled all over, unable to move, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. In her terrified gaze, a large hand pushed aside the smoke in front of her. Suhan's godlike and demonic figure slowly emerged. His 5-meter-tall frame appeared incomparably towering, surrounded by dark red mist that seemed even more twisted and horrifying under the dim light, as if it could devour one's soul. A sinister smile played on Suhan's face, his blood-red eyes filled with frenzy, brutality, and an endless thirst for killing. He stared at Mu Xian, revealing a set of crimson teeth, and said, "So, you're not invincible after all." Suhan stepped forward. "Even though the energy shield is still there, you can still get hurt." He took another step forward. "Your body is very weak, very fragile, like paper." He stopped in front of Mu Xian, lowered his head to look down at her, his voice filled with mockery. "So, how much longer can this energy shield last?" At this moment, the people were still the same too, Su-han, and Mu-hsien. It was no different from when they were on the rooftop of the building earlier. But their circumstances and positions had undergone a complete reversal. The relationship between predator and prey instantly reversed. Mu-hsien remained silent, no longer carrying the lofty arrogance she once had. Her face was left with an extremely unpleasant expression, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something. Who are you really? You? But before she could finish her words, Su-han had already lost his patience. He didn't want to hear another useless word from her. He raised his fist again, wrapped in blood flames and black mist, his gaze cold and devoid of any emotion. Then, he struck with a punch. A series of deafening explosions followed. Mu-hsien's face was deathly pale as she struggled with all her might to sustain the faltering energy shield. Blood continuously trickled down the corner of her mouth, and her gaze began to grow unfocused. She was trapped in an ever-deepening pit, while Su-han launched a frenzied assault from above. His rainstorm-like punches, carrying the power to destroy everything, relentlessly pounded against her shield. At the same time, the piercing red alarm on Mu-hsien's flight device blared incessantly. Warning: insufficient energy. Critically low energy. Remaining energy, 2%. Remaining energy, 1%. Mu-hsien's mental strength was also on the verge of collapse, the immense pressure causing her nose to bleed. She clung desperately to the energy shield, her heart filled with nothing but endless regret and fear. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Stop! She finally couldn't hold back and screamed at the top of her lungs. Stop it! I'm a divine mechanic. I'm a divine mechanic of the Qin family from the self-circulating city. You can't kill me. She tried to use her identity to suppress the opponent. If you dare to touch me, the Qin family will never let you go. The entire circle of divine mechanics will hunt you down. You will face endless torment until you're skinned alive and executed. As soon as her words fell, Su-han's attack suddenly stopped. His fist hovered in front of the energy shield, just an inch away. His blood-red eyes gazed down at her like a demon god, revealing no emotion. Mu-hsien felt a surge of ecstatic joy in her heart. She saw hope. He's afraid. He's hesitating. I can survive. Sir, this gentleman. She immediately changed her tone, her voice becoming soft and humble. As long as you spare my life, today's matter will be written off. I swear on the dignity of a divine mechanic. She spoke extremely quickly, as if grasping at the last straw to save her life. I will leave the outer city immediately and never return. Everything that happened today, I won't say a single word about it. Qin Yi's death, I will say it was an accident, that it was done by the Wanxian sect and has nothing to do with you. And in compensation, she hastily added, I can give you money, a lot of money. I have considerable savings in the self-circulating city, and I can give it all to you. 5 billion, 10 billion, name your price, or whatever you want. As long as you spare me, I can give you anything. In order to survive, she had humbled herself to the extreme. However, Su-han grinned, revealing a cold smile. Heh. He spoke mockingly. So, you can be afraid too. You can beg for mercy. You fear death as well. His voice was filled with sarcasm, as if he had just enjoyed a brilliant performance. I thought the divine mechanist was omnipotent. Su-han's gaze instantly turned icy and piercing. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Before the words had even finished, he raised his hand and clenched his fist once more. Muscles bulged, and blood-colored flames swept forth with the force of his punch, even more violent than before. His fists rained down like a storm. No! Mu-hsien let out a terrified scream. I beg you, spare me. Please spare me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I can serve you like a slave, Seeing Su-han completely ignore her pleas for mercy, and the energy shield emitted its final warning sound. Warning! Warning! Energy is about to run out. The energy shield will automatically shut down. Mu-hsien was completely desperate. Her expression twisted as she began to curse viciously. You will die a horrible death. The Qin family will avenge me. They will tear you to pieces. We will capture all your female relatives, sell them to the filthiest places, and make their lives worse than death. Also, all of your friends, everyone, will pay the price for what you've done today. Their arms and legs will be chopped off, turned into human stumps, and thrown into cesspits to struggle for survival. Mu Xian's face twisted in fury as she let out her final roar. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Ah! Finally, the energy shield flickered once and then completely extinguished. The flight device lost its glow, plummeting from the air and landing on the ground with a loud clang. Mu Xian lost all her protection and could only watch in despair as Suhan's fist came crashing down. Poof! Flesh and blood exploded instantly. This divine mechanic of dawn, with a combat power as high as 520,000, noble and lofty in status, was smashed into pulp by Su-Han with a single punch. But Su-Han did not stop there. To prevent her from feigning death or using other life-saving methods, his fists continued relentlessly, pounding the ground with scorching heat. The splattered flesh and blood were burned to ashes in the flames until nothing remained in the giant pit. This divine mechanic was thus completely obliterated. Su-Han finally withdrew his fist. He released his true self-state, and his body returned to normal. Intense pain surged through him, but his body was recovering rapidly. After confirming there was no longer any danger around, he prepared to leave. But at that moment, Su-Han's gaze caught sight of the flying instrument on the ground. In the luxurious suite of the Peaceful Star Hotel, Su-Yu was wearing a silk nightgown, curled up on the sofa, her fingertips swiftly sliding across the phone screen. On the screen was her chat history with her best friend, Xiao Yushuang. Initially, it was just some casual greetings, but soon, Xiao Yushuang shifted the topic to Su-Yu's recent situation. Upon learning that Su-Yu, despite failing to awaken as a divine mechanist, did not succumb to despair and instead found a new path to grow stronger, Xiao Yushuang seemed genuinely pleased. But this happiness did not last long. When Su-Yu mentioned that the path she chose was secret martial arts, Xiao Yushuang sent a speechless emoji, followed by a series of persuasions. Secret martial arts? Are you talking about that trash practiced by the lower-class people in the outer city? You must be mistaken, right? If a mech master fails to awaken, they should either become an enhancer or a modifier. That's the proper path. The upper limit of secret martial arts is too low. It has no future at all. Su-Yu's fingers paused for a moment, then resolutely typed her reply. I know, but the ends of those two paths are visible at a glance, and there's no way to improve further in a lifetime. Unless I'm truly left with no other choice, I would never pick them. Besides, secret martial arts aren't as weak as you think. I met someone in the outer city. She briefly mentioned Su-Han, only saying that she had become his apprentice, without revealing more details. Xiao Yushuang's reaction was full of astonishment. Apprentice? You're the eldest daughter of the Su family, and you actually apprenticed yourself to a secret martial artist from the outer city? Listen to me, don't waste your time on something like this. Quickly choose another path. But Su-Yu's attitude was unusually resolute. Yushuang, trust me. The master I found will definitely lead me on an unprecedented path to becoming a true powerhouse. Faced with her friend's stubbornness, Xiao Yushuang ultimately had no choice but to compromise. All right, since you've already decided, I'll support you. If you need help, just let me know. Su-Yu immediately seized the opportunity. Yushuang, I need the secret martial arts manuals right now. As many as possible, preferably ones that can be cultivated to the true gang level. Xiao Yushuang readily agreed and promised to help her collect them. After finishing their serious conversation, the two were just about to chat casually when a steady voice suddenly echoed in the living room, interrupting them. Mississippi. Su-Yu abruptly looked up and saw the butler, Zhang Difu, walking toward her with a grave expression. Her heart sank, and she immediately sent a message to Xiao Yushuang. I'm busy now. Let's talk later. Then she put away her phone and stood up. Uncle Fu, what's happened? Zhang Difu held up his phone, his face dark and terrifying. Miss, I just received news. Something happened at the Sky Dome Tower. There was intense fighting there, and the entire building collapsed. Su-Yu's heart tightened instantly. Was it Su-Han? Not sure. Zhang Difu shook his head. It's possible. After all, we did send Qin Yi's address to him earlier. But based on the intelligence, it doesn't quite seem like it. He paused and began analyzing. First, Qin Yi has a divine mechanic protecting him, with combat power of at least 500,000. Second, to cause the entire building to collapse, such destructive power is extraordinary. Suhan is strong, but he probably hasn't reached that level yet. Third, it said that a towering plume of blood and energy smoke rose at the scene. So I suspect this is more likely the work of the Wanxian sect. Many of their core disciples are strong practitioners at the Wolf Smoke realm. If several top-tier Wolf Smoke realm experts joined forces and fought the divine mechanist to a mutual defeat, it's not impossible. Suyu frowned. No more specific information? No. Zhang Difu shook his head. The incident just happened. We only know the general outline. The room fell into silence. After a moment, Suyu suddenly spoke. I'll ask and find out. She quickly picked up her phone, found Suhan's Feishin, and sent a message. Master, where are you? A few seconds later, the phone vibrated, and a reply came back. What is it? Suyu immediately typed. It's nothing. I just encountered some issues in my cultivation and wanted to ask you about it. Suhan's reply was straightforward. Oh, where are you? I'll come find you. Suyu sent the hotel address over and ended the conversation. She let out a long sigh of relief and looked up at Zhang Difu, saying, Master probably didn't go to the Sky Dome Tower. He just replied to me and will be here soon. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Difu's tense face. That's good. Looks like I was overthinking. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Chen Dakin ran to open the door, and Suhan walked in from outside. He had changed into a clean black t-shirt and casual pants. Apart from his slightly aloof demeanor and an invisible sense of pressure in his gaze, he looked no different from an ordinary college student. Master, Suyu greeted warmly. Mr. Su, please have a seat. Zhang Difu also wore a kind expression, his face beaming with a smile. Suyu once again formally called out Master and ushered Su Han into the living room. The smile on Zhang Difu's face had not yet faded, but in the next second, it suddenly froze. His eyes were fixed on Su Han's hand, more precisely, on the object Su Han was casually holding. It was a blue throwing knife, about 30 centimeters long, with a slender blade full of a sense of technology. Under the light, faint energy patterns flowed across the surface of the blade, refracting a dreamlike glow. It turned out to be a perfectly intact flying instrument. It was a flying instrument of a divine mechanic. The kind expression on Zhang Difu's face instantly disappeared, replaced by astonishment and shock, which finally turned into utter disbelief. He opened his mouth, but no sound came from his throat. Suyu hadn't noticed that thing yet. She helped her master sit down on the sofa. Master, you've been traveling tirelessly. Please sit down and rest. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the unusual behavior of the butler, Zhang Difu. He was staring in horror at Suhan's hand. Uncle Fu, Suyu asked in surprise. Zhang Difu didn't answer, but instead extended a trembling finger, pointing at Suhan. Suyu followed his gaze, and her eyes finally landed on the blue flying device. She was stunned. Her eyes widened instantly, her mouth slightly open, her expression completely frozen. At that moment, her brain almost stopped functioning. The living room fell into a dead silence. A few seconds later, Suyu finally found her voice and stammered, Master, this is... Suhan casually placed the flying instrument on the coffee table and admitted frankly, a weapon of the divine mechanic. Suyu swallowed hard. Master, did you go to the Sky Dome Tower? I did, Suhan nodded. Then, the divine mechanic beside Qin Yi? Kill him. Just two simple words, spoken lightly and casually, yet they exploded like two thunderclaps in the ears of Suyu and Zhang Difu. Kill him? A divine mechanic, just like that, killed? After receiving Suhan's affirmative response, the two stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief, completely unable to process this fact. Not only had Suhan actually gone to the Sky Dome Tower, but the terrifying commotion that shook the entire city earlier was caused by him. Suhan spoke again, breaking the silence. After killing that mechanist, I casually picked up this flying device. I just don't know, can I use it? Zhang Difu suddenly snapped back to reality. His gaze towards Suhan had completely changed, now filled with shock and a trace of barely concealed apprehension. He instinctively clutched the suitcase beside him tightly, which contained his own flying device. The threshold for a mechanist is 500,000 combat power. Qin Yi failed to awaken, was half abandoned by his family, and the mechanist assigned to him was likely the lowest tier, with combat power not exceeding 600,000. But as for himself, his combat power was only 680,000. Does Suhan's ability to kill that person mean he could also kill me? Zhang Difu's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the storm raging in his heart. Mr. Su, he began, his tone much more respectful than before, and started to explain proactively. A mechanist controls the flying device through mental power, so those without mental power cannot use it at all. Moreover, the flying device is made of rainbow steel and has an identity-binding program built in. Even if someone else gets it, it would just be a piece of scrap metal. He paused for a moment and added, however, it can be sold. Even this kind of basic flying device, without being unbound, can still sell for billions. Billions? Suhan was somewhat surprised. Yes. Zhang Difu nodded vigorously. Hong steel is a strategic-level material with extremely limited production. Just the materials for a single flying instrument are worth that much. If it's an advanced flying instrument, selling for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions is entirely possible. Suhan nodded thoughtfully. Please, Uncle Fu, explain more about the divine mechanist. Zhang Difu immediately straightened his posture, his attitude several times more serious than before, even tinged with a hint of humility. Mechanical artificers rely on awakened mental power to control flying instruments for combat. The levels, ranked from lowest to highest, are divided into 5 realms: Dawnlight, Starlight, Moonlight, Sunflower, and Divine Light. Dawnlight is the lowest level, with combat power ranging from 500,000 to 1 million, and mental power as faint as the light of dawn. Starlight level has combat power between 1 million and 5 million, with mental power as brilliant as starlight in the night sky. Moonlight level boasts combat power from 5 million to 10 million, with mental power vast as the bright moon in the sky. Sunflower level ranges from 10 million to 100 million in combat power, with mental power as scorching as the blazing sun. As for the highest divine light level, combat power starts at 100 million with no upper limit. They are the pinnacle of strength, gods walking among mortals. This series of ever-escalating numbers alone inspires awe in anyone who hears them. Suhan immediately asked, then what is the self-circulating city? Zhang Difu nodded and introduced. The entire E-nation is like a giant target, surrounded by concentric circles of cities. Where we are now is the outermost outer city. Further in is the first layer of the self-circulating city, the Morning Light District. Most of the residents there are morning light-level divine mechanists and some peripheral members of major families. Further in, the second layer is the Starshine District. The third layer is the Moonlight District. The fourth layer is the Sunburn District, corresponding to the levels of divine mechanists. And at the very center, the fifth layer is the Divine Light District. That is the control hub of the entire E-nation. Legend has it that the divine clan who rule this country reside there. Suhan stared at the blue flying instrument on the coffee table, committing every word Zhang Difu said firmly to memory. After a few seconds of silence, he raised his head and asked the most critical question. Uncle Fu, how did the divine mechanist come to be? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Difu immediately sat up straight and explained in an unprecedentedly serious tone. A divine mechanist needs to awaken. You could say that everyone has the chance to become a divine mechanist, as long as they can successfully awaken. Awaken? Suhan repeated the word. Yes. Zhang Difu nodded. The golden age for awakening is between 16 and 20 years old. Once you pass this age, the window of opportunity will close forever, and it will no longer be possible to become a divine mechanist. Zhang Difu's expression grew serious, and even his tone became cautious. As for how to awaken, that is top secret information, involving the highest levels of power and the deepest secrets of the major families. He looked at Suhan, his face showing an apologetic expression, and said sincerely, Mr. Su, this matter is truly too significant. I really can't say more. Please understand. Beside him, Suyu also lowered her head, remaining silent. Clearly, the weight of this secret was so heavy that she dared not reveal even the slightest detail. Even though Suhan had demonstrated an extraordinary talent, with his current status, he was still not qualified to access information at this level. Suhan looked at their reactions and understood everything in his heart. All right, let's leave it at that. He didn't press further. Knowing this much was already enough. At the very least, he was no longer completely ignorant about the existence of divine mechanists. The awakening process, the combat power hierarchy, and the equipment called flying instruments. The more he understood, the greater his chances of victory would be when he encountered them again in the future. But precisely because he had learned more, Suhan became more acutely aware than ever. He was not strong enough yet. Yes, he personally killed a divine mechanist, but so what? His strength is still far from enough. That woman was merely the lowest level Dawnlight realm among divine mechanists, with the weakest combat power, only 520,000. Yet even so, that battle was incredibly difficult. He risked his life, activated the true self state to overdraw his vitality, exhausted the energy of her flying apparatus, broke through that turtle shell-like energy shield, and ultimately ground her to dust. What if the opponent were stronger? What if it were a Starlight-level divine mechanist? Those terrifying beings with combat power reaching 1 million or even 5 million. The enormous gap would leave him no chance to even escape. The clearer the understanding, the more he feels his own insignificance. Not strong enough. I'm still far from strong enough. Suhan said to himself in his heart. I must become stronger. That yearning for power was like a blazing fire, burning wildly in his heart. Suhan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, and turned to Suyu. Have you found the secret weapons? This was currently the most crucial way for him to enhance his strength. As long as he had enough secret weapons, he could fuse more true chi, causing his power to grow explosively. Still looking, Suyu immediately replied. I've already used all my connections and asked friends for help. It shouldn't take long before we can gather another batch. All right. Suhan nodded, leaning back on the sofa to completely calm himself down. The three of them casually chatted for a while, and the topic naturally shifted to the incidents of Suhan being repeatedly tracked. Zhang Difu explained, Mr. Su, the Earth Dispatch Division and those major corporations all possess top-notch surveillance technology. The ordinary communication device you used in the outer city is practically transparent to them. Your phone has very likely been tracked and located all along. Speaking, he took out a brand new phone and handed it to Suhan. I had my contacts send over an absolutely secure phone. You can use this. Suhan nodded and took it directly. He had already anticipated this, but hadn't had the time to deal with it earlier. As for whether this new phone was truly secure, Suhan didn't care much. At worst, it would just mean one more tracker. Immediately afterward, Suhan began guiding Suyu in cultivating the true self-divine art. It had to be said, Suyu is indeed a bona fide genius. Many of the challenging points in cultivation required only a slight hint from Suhan before she could instantly grasp them. Even when encountering genuine bottlenecks, she could quickly overcome them after pondering for a moment. Watching the young lady master such a complex technique to this extent in just one day, Zhang Difu, standing nearby, looked on with gratification. The young lady's talent and diligence were second to none. Even after failing to awaken as a divine mechanist, she did not give in to despair, but instead worked harder to seize every opportunity. But as he kept watching, Zhang Difu's gaze couldn't help but drift towards Suhan beside him. No matter how talented the young lady was, compared to the person in front of him, she was still far behind, not even qualified to be compared. Suhan's talent was truly monstrous, a 1 in a billion existence. Time passed unconsciously, and the night grew deep. However, the night in Jinghai City was far from peaceful. Outside the window, muffled explosions echoed one after another. Suhan walked from the living room to the window and pulled back the curtains to look outside. In the distant night sky, blood-red smoke occasionally rose, or massive blood-colored beams of light shot upward, illuminating half the horizon. It was the terrifying scene caused by the explosion of martial artists' vital energy and blood, with rolling heat waves that, from afar, resembled a nuclear blast. The entire city trembled amidst the continuous explosions and flickering flames. There was no need to guess. It was clear that the Earth Dispatch Division was at war with the 10,000 Immortals sect. Zhang Difu walked to Suhan's side. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing together at the night sky outside, ignited by the flames of war. Zhang Difu stared at the distant firelight, his heavy voice breaking the silence. It was the incident from the night before last that escalated. That so-called 10,000 Immortals sect set up some kind of blood sacrifice array in the city center. Tens of thousands of lives were lost just like that. This time, they've completely enraged the Earth Retribution Division. Suhan's gaze remained fixed on the scene outside the window. The towering flames resembled giant burning trees, blooming in the night sky. From a distance, they carried an eerie beauty. But he knew in his heart that beneath this scenery lay countless shattered families and the desperate cries of countless people. They've issued a death order, Zhang Difu continued, to fight the Wanxian sect to the bitter end and uproot them completely. Not only has the headquarters sent its elite forces, but branches from other cities have also dispatched large numbers of personnel here. They've even reached a collaboration agreement with the Xuanyu Group. Upon hearing the words Xuanyu Group, Suhan's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhang Difu seemed oblivious, continuing his analysis. The Wanxian sect isn't easy to deal with either. Besides the followers entrenched outside the city, it's said that even more formidable figures are on their way here. He looked at the flickering flames outside the window and let out a long sigh. From now on, Jinghai City will become a true battlefield until the Wanxian sect is completely eradicated. Suhan was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and asked, "Uncle Fu, what exactly is this Wanxian sect? I always thought they were just a mysterious foreign organization." Zhang Difu nodded, his expression becoming unusually serious. "They do indeed come from outside the Yi nation, and their power is far greater than you imagine. Not only in the outer city, but even in the self-sustaining city, there are traces of them. In fact, you could say that the latter is their main area of activity." "The self-sustaining city too?" Suhan was somewhat surprised. "That's right." Zhang Difu sighed. "The forces behind them are unimaginably vast. Within the sect, there are top-tier experts who can directly contend with our divine mechanics. The two sides have been fighting constantly, and as far as I know, our nation is still at a disadvantage." This insider information sent a shock through Suhan's heart. He had thought that, fighting on home turf with the presence of an incredibly powerful divine mechanist, the Yi Kingdom would at least be able to hold its own against the Wanxian sect, if not outright crush them. After all, the Wanxian sect, entrenched in the outer city, seemed to have been suppressed by the Earth Tribunal until recently, when they caused such a major disturbance. However, all of this was still too far removed from him. For now, he only wanted to deal with the Sturgeon Group, uncover the true enemy, and avenge his parents. With this thought, Suhan shifted his tone and fixed his sharp gaze on Zhang Difu. "Uncle Fu, with your capabilities, you must have already investigated my background thoroughly, right? So regarding my parents' case, do you know who the murderer is?" The previously eloquent Zhang Difu instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, he slowly shook his head and said just 3 words, "I don't know." Suhan stared at him intently, refusing to believe it. Suyu was the young lady of a prominent family in the self-circulation city, and their intelligence network was incredibly powerful. Investigating the Sturgeon Group and tracing the clues to find the mastermind behind it should be a simple task. "Do you truly not know, or are you afraid to say?" Zhang Difu remained silent, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Suhan was no fool. He understood instantly. The so-called benefactor who had murdered his parents likely held a status even more prominent than the Su family, so much so that Zhang Difu, even if he knew, would never dare to reveal it, fearing it might bring catastrophic disaster upon the Su family. He did not blame Zhang Difu. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm is human instinct. Moreover, the Su family had already helped him greatly, and he kept this favor in his heart. "Understood." Suhan nodded lightly, his tone eerily calm. "If that's the case, then I won't trouble Uncle Fu anymore. My own matters, I'll handle myself. I will use my own methods to find the real culprit." He paused, his voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "And then, I will slaughter his entire family." The night wind blew past, and the distant firelight illuminated his icy profile. After a moment of silence, Suhan changed the topic. "By the way, there's one more thing. You mentioned that the Doom Division collaborates with the Sturgeon Group. regarding the dirty deeds done by the Sturgeon Group, such as helping the nobles of the self-circulating city slaughter outer city civilians, destroy evidence, and frame others. Does the Dune Division know about it? Zhang Difu sighed again, his tone full of helplessness. Of course they know. But knowing, what can they do? He looked out the window. Forget the background of the Sturgeon Group itself. Just look at those nobles who come out to indulge themselves. Which one of them isn't a member of a divine mechanist family? Their connections are deeply rooted, their power overwhelming. Who dares to intervene? It's just a few outer city people disappearing. In their eyes, it's not even worth mentioning. The lives of civilians. How could they be allowed to disturb the leisure of those nobles? So, in this regard, the Doom Division has always turned a blind eye. After all, their entire system, at its core, is merely. They are nothing more than lapdogs serving those lofty nobles. After hearing these words, Suhan's face remained indifferent. A terrifying killing intent emanated from him, like a tangible chill, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop several degrees. He resembled a grim reaper returning from hell, shrouded in endless resentment, brewing a storm. Zhang Difu's heart raced, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the briefcase in his hand. He suddenly felt a pang of fear. Would Suhan's attitude towards Suyu change because of this? After all, Suyu also came from that so-called self-sustaining city, filled with nobles. He quickly spoke up, urgently explaining on Suyu's behalf. Mr. Su, those utterly corrupt nobles are just a small minority. Our young lady is absolutely not like them. Although she fell from grace in the family after failing to awaken as a divine mechanist and was pushed to the margins, she has never looked down on anyone. She came to the outer city to study secret martial arts, always paving the way with money, engaging in fair transactions, and humbly seeking guidance. She never thought of using her family's influence to oppress anyone, let alone doing anything that would harm others or violate morality. She is fundamentally different from those scoundrels. Suhan looked at Zhang Difu's nervous expression, and the killing intent on him gradually subsided. He nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Fu. I can still distinguish between humans and beasts. I will only deal with those who are utterly evil and inhumane. As for someone like Miss Suyu, who abides by the law and has a kind heart, I won't take my anger out on her." Hearing this, Zhang Difu finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had been truly worried that Su Han, being stubborn, might hate his young lady just because he despised the self-circulating city. Fortunately, Su Han was someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. As the atmosphere eased, the two chatted casually about the night scenery for a while, and then Zhang Difu went back to his room to rest. The living room was left with only Su Han. Standing by the window, he could clearly feel that his physique and comprehension had once again improved, and his strength was growing incessantly. Su Han clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the distance. In the direction of the battlefield between the Earth Condemnation Division and the Myriad Immortals sect, explosions continued to echo one after another, and the soaring flames seemed to open the gates of hell. Every explosion, every clash, even the slightest ripple, was a catastrophic disaster for the civilians living there. He was acutely aware that his current strength was still far from enough. A thought flashed through his mind: the cultivation method of blood chi immortal martial arts. Now that his physique had undergone a complete transformation, it was time to condense a blood core, to make his blood chi power even stronger, strong enough to crush all enemies with a single punch. Only then could he exact his revenge, carve a bloody path through the relentless pursuit of the Sturgeon Group, the Earth Condemnation Division, and the Myriad Immortals sect, and personally drag those lofty nobles and divine artificers down from their thrones. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Xuanyu Group, Jinghai City Branch. The lights in Mo Tong's office were brightly lit, but today there were unusually 3 people present. Besides Mo Tong and his secretary Wang Yanfeng, a middle-aged man was seated on the sofa. He was burly, dressed in a black suit, but his exposed arms, neck, and even eyes were all mechanical structures gleaming with a metallic sheen. The mechanical materials on his body shimmered with a rainbow glow under the light, dazzling and striking, crafted from top-grade rainbow steel. This man was Zhang Chun, another person in charge of Xuanyu Group in Jinghai City. Unlike Mo Tong, who handled administrative affairs. Zhang Chun oversaw the group's armed forces, specializing in external combat and the elimination of hostile forces. The two sat on the sofa, the atmosphere so heavy it seemed almost tangible. Mo Tong held a tablet, his fingers swiftly sliding across the screen, which displayed several major incidents that had occurred in the past 24 hours. The next moment, bang! A loud crash echoed as Mo Tong fiercely smashed the tablet onto the ground. An invisible wave of mental energy swept through, instantly crushing the tablet into a heap of scrap metal. Suhan. Mo Tong roared the name through gritted teeth, his face ashen. Compared to his previous attitude of completely disregarding Suhan, he was now consumed by boundless rage. The information displayed on the screen moments ago was all Suhan's handiwork. The manor, the park, and the skyscape tower, 3 VIPs under the protection of the Sturgeon Group, had all been killed by Suhan within a mere 24 hours. Beside him, Wang Yanfang calmly began her report. President Mo, due to the blood sacrifice incident involving the Wanxian sect the night before, the group's main forces were focused on cooperating with the Earth Retribution Division. We were unable to spare personnel to deal with Suhan. As a result, she paused briefly before continuing. He first broke into the hospital, killed the director and all security personnel, and rescued his sister. Then, today he successively attacked the manor, the park, and the skyscape tower, killing all of our protection targets. Wang Yanfang pulled up another report, her expression grave. Based on the combat traces left at the scenes, Suhan's strength has already far exceeded our initial assessment. His combat power is worlds apart from those semi-modified individuals with around 100,000 power. This kid is at least at the level of an advanced, fully modified individual, with combat power exceeding 400,000. Mo Tong's face was so dark it seemed like water might drip from it. He practically squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. Combat power over 400,000? A 19-year-old college student. Although it's hard to believe, the facts are right in front of us. Zhang Qin spoke, his voice carrying the characteristic dullness of machinery. The reason I'm here today is precisely because of this matter. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming unusually serious. The damage caused by Suhan goes far beyond those security personnel. More critically, it's about those distinguished individuals from the self-circulating city. Each of them has an extraordinary background, and in the past, we have always hosted them without any issues. Now, 3 of them died in one night. I'm afraid the self-circulating city will soon come knocking, demanding an explanation from us. Zhang Chun turned his gaze to Mo Tong and solemnly added, among the deceased is Qin Yi from the Starshine District. He even had a divine mechanist protecting him, yet they were all taken out together. This is no small matter, and handling it will be extremely tricky. Mo Tong rubbed his temples irritably, his voice hoarse. I know. The Qin family, along with several other families, will definitely pursue this to the end. He looked at Wang Yanfang and asked, what about that divine mechanist? Mu Xian, is she dead? Wang Yanfang shook her head. The scene was too severely damaged. The entire building collapsed, leaving no clues behind. We also couldn't find any trace of that divine mechanist. Her life or death remains unknown. She should still be alive. Zhang Qin pondered for a moment before speaking with certainty. Divine mechanists don't die so easily. The flying instruments they control are incredibly fast, and their attack power can even cut through rainbow steel. Even the lowest-level Dawn Divine Mechanist wouldn't be taken down so easily. Even I have to be extremely cautious when facing them. So, that Suhan probably doesn't have the ability to kill a Divine Mechanist. He looked at the two and concluded, Mu Xian likely left on her own. Mo Tong asked again, what about Suhan? Is he dead? No, Wang Yanfang replied. A witness saw him leaving the Sky Dome building, but he was too fast. We lost track of him and don't know his exact location now. The meeting room fell into dead silence. Mo Tong's anger finally erupted. That little bastard actually managed to escape. If we don't eliminate him quickly, he will definitely continue to retaliate against the group, stirring up trouble everywhere. On top of that, we also need to appease the nobleman's side. It's like fighting fires on both fronts. Either of these issues, if not handled properly, could trigger a chain reaction and bring catastrophic damage to the group. Mo Tong immediately began discussing countermeasures with Zhang Chun. As the group's leaders, the two quickly divided responsibilities. Mo Tong took charge of handling the aftermath of the nobleman's death, including issuing apologies, providing compensation, comforting the family, and possibly facing severe internal penalties within the group. Zhang Chun, on the other hand, was tasked with dealing with Su Han, the group's major threat, to ensure he would never pose a problem again. The division of tasks was completed, and Mo Tong asked, Zhang Chun, how do you plan to deal with Su Han? Zhang Chun let out a cold laugh. I'm not like you, sending small fry to die pointlessly. A lion uses all its strength even to hunt a rabbit. Don't you understand this principle? I'll directly send two top-tier modified humans with combat power between 600,000 and 800,000 to crush him like an ant, leaving him no chance to resist. Mo Tong nodded. That should be enough. With such combat power, no matter how capable Su Han is, he is doomed to die. He paused and then added seriously. Although the group has now deployed 1/3 of its personnel to assist the Earth Condemnation Division in eradicating the Wanxian sect, our core business cannot be interrupted. It concerns the foundation of the group and, more importantly, the needs of those nobles in the self-circulating city. We absolutely cannot allow another Su Han to emerge. Zhang Chen nodded. Understood. Tomorrow morning, I'll send people out to make sure that kid is finished. He looked at Mo Tong. You should also handle the noble families as soon as possible. This incident has already caused the group to lose face. Don't let the situation escalate further. Meanwhile, in the early hours of the morning, the meeting hall of the Earth Condemnation Division was brightly lit. Deputy Director Chu Sun sat at the head of the table, his expression solemn. For others were seated along the long table. To his left was Zhao Zhifang, the leader of the Divine Class Unit of Jinghai City's Earth Condemnation Division. Zhao Zhifang's entire body was forged from rainbow steel, gleaming with a multicolored, glass-like brilliance under the lights. To his right were three individuals. The first was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a gray casual suit, holding a briefcase, and wearing a constant smile. The second was a middle-aged, burly man, with a tank-like physique exuding an overwhelming sense of power. The other attendee was a middle-aged man whose entire body had undergone mechanical modifications, using the same rainbow steel material as Zhao Zhifang. The last person was a girl who looked like a student. She wore a white dress, had long black hair, and a beautiful appearance, but exuded a cold and unapproachable aura. She was holding a teacup, her eyes gazing out the window, seemingly indifferent to the importance of the meeting. This meeting was chaired by Chu Sun, with only one core agenda: how to deal with the Wanxian sect. Chu Sun's voice was steady and powerful as he spoke. The Wanxian sect is still operating in secret. They are attempting to replicate the actions from the night before last, continuously setting up formations across the city. Although the Dragon-level team has already discovered and successfully destroyed 2 of them in time, this is far from enough. He raised his hand to bring up a holographic map, which displayed flashing red danger points. It is certain that there are more formations hidden in the corners of the city. We must not let our guard down and must quickly locate and destroy all of them. The tragedy from the night before last must never happen again. Speaking, Chu Sun's gaze shifted to the young man and the middle-aged man. This operation has received strong support from Huyue City and Chengshao City. Group Leader Yang, Group Leader Chen, thank you for your hard work. The young man was named Yang Zhan, a Morning Light Divine Mechanist with a combat power of 880,000, serving as the leader of the Divine-level group of Huyue City's Earth Condemnation Division. For this mission, he led 5 team members, all of whom were transferred to Jinghai City to carry out the operation to eradicate the Wanxian cult. The middle-aged man was named Chun Tianyong, an ultimate complete-body cyborg with a combat power of 890,000, from Chengshao City's Earth Condemnation Division. His purpose for this trip was exactly the same as Yang Zhan's. Yang Zhan smiled and responded, Director Chu, you're too kind. Eradicating cults is our unshirkable responsibility. This time, Huyue City has dispatched 1 Divine-level group, 2 Ghost-level groups, 5 Dragon-level groups, 10 Tiger-level groups, and 20 Human-level groups. All personnel are at your command. Chun Tianyong echoed, his voice carrying a muffled mechanical tone. Our Chengshao city is the same, equipped with the same configuration as Huyue City. Director Chu, wherever you say to strike, we will strike. We are determined to annihilate that group of inhumane cultists. Chu Sun nodded and finally turned his gaze to the girl who had remained silent all along. His tone noticeably changed, filled with reverence. Miss Liu, thank you for traveling such a long distance from the headquarters in Longhua City. This time, with you overseeing Jinghai City, if we encounter any formidable opponents we cannot handle, we would greatly appreciate your intervention. This young girl named Liu Yinxin was a Starlight Divine Mechanist with a combat power of 1.85 million. She hailed from the headquarters of the Earth Condemnation Division in Longhua City and held an extremely high status. She was the ultimate safeguard for this cleanup operation, the key figure to prevent any unexpected incidents. Liu Yinxi did not turn around, merely responding with a faint hum. Yang Zhen and Chun Tianyong stole a glance at her, their eyes filled with the same reverence, not daring to utter another word. Chu Sun paid no attention to Liu Yinxi's indifference and continued assigning tasks. The number of members in the Wanxian sect is steadily increasing. According to our latest reconnaissance, the core disciples of the Langyan realm and the true disciples of the Shuezhu realm have grown significantly, especially those true disciples, whose combat power ranges between 500,000 and 1 million, equivalent to ultimate modified humans or Donmech masters. Originally, we had a list of 12 names, but just 2 hours ago, 4 new ones were discovered. Now, the total has reached 16. At this point, Chu Sun's expression grew increasingly grim as he angrily rebuked. 2 nights ago, over 10,000 innocent lives were lost. These cultists are utterly deranged, completely devoid of humanity. They are like a malignant tumor that must be eradicated entirely. He intensified his tone and announced the battle plan. Our 3 God-level teams, along with 1 level 5 security team from Xuanyu, will be fully deployed. The sole objective is to intercept and eliminate the true disciples of the Wanxian sect. Additionally, the total manpower gathered from our 3 cities this time includes 6 Ghost-level teams, 25 Dragon-level teams, 50 Tiger-level teams, and 120 Human-level teams, each consisting of 5 members. Combined with Xuanyu's security forces, we will launch an all-out assault against the remaining disciples of the Wanxian sect. Chen Tianyong asked from the side, "What's the action plan?" Chu Sun responded decisively, "Capture if possible. If not, eliminate directly. No need to leave anyone alive." He paused for a moment and added a key piece of information. For this operation, the department will provide full support. Any damage to the modified individuals during this mission will be repaired free of charge. The department will cover all costs. You won't need to spend a penny. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Zhifeng and Chun Tianyong's eyes lit up simultaneously. Although cyborgs are powerful, the repair costs after damage are astronomical. The more advanced the modifications, the more outrageous the expenses. Even at their level, every repair feels like a painful expense. And now, the department is covering everything? The 2 instantly became filled with fighting spirit, their momentum significantly boosted. Zhao Zhifeng immediately expressed his stance. "Director Chu, rest assured, our God-level team will give it our all and guarantee the completion of the mission." Chen Tianyong also patted his metallic chest, producing a bang-bang sound. "Let's do it. Director Chu, this time, just wait for our good news. We promise to take down those bastards." Just as the senior management of the Earth Retribution Division was busily planning the purge operation, a completely different meeting was taking place in an office on the 5th floor. This was the office of Sun Yan, the leader of Team 15 of the Tiger Division. Sun Yan was currently sitting at her desk, handling documents. She was the other Tiger Division team leader who had parted ways with Zhao Yu back then. It was precisely because she hadn't carried out the mission to deal with Su Han at the time that she narrowly escaped with her life. At that moment, a knock came from the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a young woman walked in. She was a junior cyborg. As soon as she entered, she stood up straight and reported loudly. "New recruit of Team 15, Tiger Division, Bai Shui, reporting to Leader Sun." This person was none other than Bai Shui from before. Her appearance was almost unchanged from the past, as bionic skin could easily restore her original looks. But no one knew what lay beneath that skin. Back then, she had been severely injured by Suhan, and her entire body was almost completely destroyed. Her body was nearly obliterated, leaving her with only her last breath. She had no choice but to undergo comprehensive mechanical reconstruction. But she was lucky. The war between the Earth Dispatch Division and the Wanxian sect was in full swing, and the front lines were in urgent need of manpower. So when her superior Su Jiang submitted the application, the higher-ups approved it almost immediately. In just one day and night, Bai Shui completed the primary full-body transformation, advanced to become a member of the Tiger-class combat squad, and was assigned under Sun Yan's command. Sun Yan looked at Bai Shui in front of her, her expression as stern as granite. 2 days ago, during a mission, our squad was ambushed by the Wanxian sect, and we lost a team member. She paused. Now, you can take his place. I'll introduce you to the other team members later, and then we need to prepare for the new mission. Bai Shui nodded solemnly. Understood. On the surface, she appeared serious and focused, but when the words Wanxian sect entered her ears, her heart was already surging with turbulent waves. She thought of Suhan, the man who crippled her and almost killed her. A trace of uncontrollable hatred flashed in Bai Shui's eyes, and the fury seemed ready to burn out of her pupils. This was a life-and-death feud, the greatest humiliation of her life. Her chest was overflowing with hatred, and she wished she could rush out right now, find Suhan, and tear him to pieces. But Sun Yan interrupted her thoughts by asking, "What is your combat power index?" 310,000. Bai Shui forced herself to calm down and replied, "Not bad." Sun Yan nodded. "Go back and wait for the notification. Once the task comes through, I'll contact you." Bai Shui left Sun Yan's office and turned to head toward the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was the workspace for various personnel-level teams and also where she used to work. She wanted to check in on Su Jiang and, incidentally, ask him about Suhan. But when Bai Shui reached the door of Su Jiang's office and knocked, the voice that came from inside was completely unfamiliar. "Come in." A trace of doubt arose in Bai Shui's heart as she pushed the door open and walked in. The office had a new occupant. A stranger was organizing files, which left her even more puzzled. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked, looking up. Bai Shui was a bit stunned. Coming to her senses, she asked in surprise, "Wasn't this originally Group Leader Su Jiang's office? Where did Group Leader Su go?" "Su Jiang." The man frowned. "He died, just in the past couple of days." "You didn't know?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, instantly striking Bai Shui. Her mind went blank, and she almost couldn't react. "What? Team Leader Su is dead?" "Yes, so this office is now vacant. The higher-ups transferred me here." The person replied casually. These few understated words felt like a heavy hammer fiercely pounding Bai Shui's heart. What is he saying? Team Leader Su is dead? Bai Shui's face instantly turned pale, and her voice began to tremble. "Team Leader Su, how did he die?" The man explained while organizing the documents. "I heard that the 3 of them went on a mission together and were counterattacked by the enemy. Along with him, Wang Baihu and Zhou Ming from their team also died. It happened on the spot. There wasn't even time for rescue." Bai Shui froze in place, motionless, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even Brother Hu and Zhou Ming also died together? Bai Shui's expression began to grow flustered, and she hurriedly asked what mission they were carrying out. After a series of inquiries, she finally learned the whole story. It turned out that all of this was the aftermath of Suhan's incident. Team Leader Su Jiang did it for her. Because she was severely injured by Suhan, he used the pretext of carrying out a mission to take his team members to seek revenge on Suhan. The result: Wang Baihu, Zhou Ming, and Team Leader Su are all dead. Upon learning the whole truth, Bai Shui's mind almost stopped functioning. She stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. "It's all because of me. Suhan." The more she mulled over this name, the more the suppressed anger in Bai Shui's heart surged uncontrollably, growing increasingly intense. "Ah!" She suddenly roared like a wild beast, her eyes turning blood red in an instant, and her mechanical hand clenched with a creaking sound. A blaze of fury completely ignited in her heart, burning her with excruciating pain all over. "Suhan! Suhan!" She gritted her teeth, repeatedly chanting this name. her voice filled with endless murderous intent. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces, cut you into 1,000 pieces, grind your bones to dust. If I don't kill you, I, Bai Shui, swear not to be human. Bai Shui roared in fury and turned to rush up to the 5th floor. She ignored the strange looks from others and headed straight back to Sun Yan's office, pushing the door open without even knocking. Bai Shui, what are you doing? Sun Yan questioned sharply. Team leader. Bai Shui's face twisted with anger as she spoke sternly. I need to take leave and leave immediately, right now. Sun Yan's brows instantly knitted into a knot. Take leave? There's a mission coming up soon. What kind of leave are you asking for? I'm going to catch Su Han, Bai Shui said word by word, her teeth grinding audibly. My former team leader of the human rank team, Su Jiang, along with team members Wang Baihu and Zhou Ming, were all killed by Su Han. I'm going to find him now and take revenge. Sun Yan looked at her, her gaze as if she were staring at an idiot. Catch Su Han. Just you. Snow had just completed her transformation and hadn't had time to catch up on recent events. Her understanding of Su Han was still stuck at the level of him being just a semi-modified human in terms of strength. Therefore, she couldn't comprehend why Sun Yan had such an attitude. Sun Yan picked up a report from the table and tossed it directly to her. See for yourself. Snow took the report and quickly flipped through it. It detailed a series of earth-shattering events recently caused by Su Han. Snow read through the report one by one, from the Manor massacre to the park cleanup, and then to the incident at the Sky Dome Tower. The more she read, the more shocked she became, until she was completely frozen in place. This is impossible, she murmured to herself. 2 days ago, his combat power was at most 100,000. Sun Yan interrupted her directly and continued coldly. Back then, Zhao Yu's team, a group of 5 fully transformed junior cyborgs, went after Su Han, and they were completely wiped out. The scene was so severely damaged that the surveillance was almost entirely destroyed. Although we don't have direct evidence proving Zhao Yu was killed by Su Han, after such a major commotion in the building, Su Han left unscathed. This is enough to prove that his strength is far beyond the level you encountered 2 days ago. Sun Yan's tone paused, becoming even more serious. This means his combat power might have already exceeded 300,000, possibly reaching 400,000, enough to rival advanced cyborgs. Bai Shui froze in place, her face filled with shock and disbelief. 2 days. She had only been unconscious for 2 days, not 2 months. How could Su Han's strength improve so quickly? His combat power jumped directly from around 100,000 to 400,000? Bai Shui had originally thought that after advancing to a primary complete transformation, possessing a combat power of 310,000, capturing Su Han would be as easy as turning her hand. But now, it seemed the situation had completely exceeded her expectations. How is this possible? Bai Shui murmured in a daze, feeling as if she were living in a dream, as though she had never truly woken up since the day she was knocked unconscious. After a long while, she suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of the situation. Something was very wrong. She immediately looked at Sun Yan and said gravely, Team leader, Su Han definitely has a problem. His combat power was only around 100,000 2 days ago. How could it have skyrocketed to 400,000 in such a short time? The speed of this power increase is terrifying. He is definitely not an ordinary disciple of the Wanxian sect. I hope the higher-ups will take this seriously. After listening to Bai Shui's analysis, Sun Yan nodded. Although this matter sounded incredible, the deaths of Su Jiang and the other 2, as well as the complete annihilation of Zhao Yu's team, were directly related to Su Han and must be treated seriously. I'll report this to the higher-ups right now. Sun Yan immediately took out his phone and called Chu Sun, explaining the recent findings and speculations one by one. Chu Sun's voice came from the other end of the line. The headquarters is currently very short-staffed. Moreover, there is no direct evidence linking the incident at the Tianxiong building to Su Han. It could also be the work of other members of the Wanxian sect. However, the changes in his combat power are indeed highly abnormal. This person is very suspicious, and considering the things he's done, the headquarters will elevate his threat level to that of a Wanxian sect true disciple and assign a specialized response. Specific actions may be handed over to the dragon-level team. Upon hearing this arrangement, Sun Yin responded, "Got it." Then she hung up the phone. Bai Shui, who had been listening to the entire conversation nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The existence of Su Han was simply too bizarre. Only by ensuring the headquarters took it seriously could there be any chance of eliminating him. However, deep down, what she desired even more was to personally capture Su Han, or even kill him, to avenge Su Jiang, Wang Baihu, and Zhou Ming. Thus, she made a request to the newly appointed team leader, Sun Yin. "Team leader, please let me participate in this operation. I swear I will kill Su Han." "Absolutely not," Sun Yin immediately rebuked coldly. "Everyone has their own tasks. Now that you're a member of our team, stop thinking about irrelevant matters. Su Han's case is no longer under our jurisdiction, and you're not allowed to interfere. Don't even think about doing anything reckless, or I'll have you confined." Listening to the stern reprimand, Bai Shui dared not say another word. Although she was filled with resentment and unwillingness, she could only obey the order. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jinghai City, two people stood. On the left was Kong Fuxian, dressed in a white robe, his long hair tied behind his head, with an air of arrogance on his face. On the right was a young man in a green robe, his expression calm. This man was named Zhong Tao, a powerful member of the Wanxian sect who had arrived in the outer city just days ago. He was also a true disciple, with strength reaching the Blood Pillar realm and a combat power of 980,000. "How's the situation on the front line?" Kong Fuxian asked. Zhong Tao replied indifferently. "The battle on the front line is very intense. We and each country are fighting back and forth, with victories and defeats on both sides. It seems unlikely that a result will be determined in the short term." At this point, Zhong Tao turned to look at Kong Fuxian. "I heard that the Qiankuan 8 trigrams blood sacrifice formation you tested in the outer city has already succeeded?" Kong Fuxian nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. "Naturally. I've been planning this for so long and made thorough preparations." The success of the blood sacrifice formation was inevitable. Now, here in Jinghai City, our Wanxian sect stronghold is becoming increasingly stable. Hearing this definitive answer, Zhong Tao felt relieved. His main purpose in coming to Jinghai City this time was precisely for this matter. "Since the front line is at a stalemate, Brother Kong, the success of your blood sacrifice array might provide us with a breakthrough," Zhong Tao said. "The sect plans to make this the new strategic direction, sending more powerful individuals to the outer city. With the power of the blood sacrifice array, we will completely occupy the outer city, gradually establish strongholds, and step-by-step devour the entire E-nation." Kong Fuxian listened and slowly nodded, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Analyzing the current situation, Kong Fuxian spoke with disdain in his tone. "If we are to start with the outer city, we cannot avoid dealing with the Xuanyu Group and the Earth Condemnation Division. Once we eliminate these two major obstacles, the rest of those people are nothing more than ants we can crush with ease." At this point, he sneered contemptuously, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. "When the time comes, we'll clear out half of these ants and refine them into blood pills. The remaining half will be kept alive to work for us, ensuring our convenient lifestyle here." Zhong Tao listened on the side, deeply agreeing. In the eyes of these elites from the Wanxian sect, the natives of this planet were hardly considered human. At most, they were livestock raised by them. Just like pigs and dogs, once fattened, they could be slaughtered at any time and refined into pills to enhance their powers. They stood high above, looking down on this land with an almost godlike perspective. This topic wasn't worth wasting too much time on, and the two quickly moved on to discussing the specific plans for this operation. "The plan is simple," Zhong Tao said. "We'll find a way to set up the blood sacrifice formation again, using more lives to enhance our strength. This time, we'll expand the scope and make a bigger commotion." He paused and added, "If we encounter people from the Earth Punishment Division or the Sturgeon Group, we'll go straight to war. There's nothing to discuss." He shook his head and let out a light laugh, his words full of blatant disdain. "As for their bragging about things like cyborgs and divine mechanics, it's just these natives trying to glorify themselves. If it really comes down to a fight, heh." Kong Fuxian also laughed. In their view, Only the blood and chi martial arts were the strongest power system in the world. Everything else was just roadside weeds, not worth mentioning. At this moment, Zhong Tao suddenly changed the topic and curiously asked, "By the way, I heard there's a native here named Suhan. It's said that he reached the 100 tempering realm in just one day." His tone carried a hint of surprise. Such talent, such speed, it's almost comparable to our deputy leader Li Hongyi, isn't it? How is he doing now? When the name Suhan was mentioned, the smile on Kong Fuxian's face slightly faded. "There is indeed such a person," he admitted. "He's just an ordinary civilian, but his cultivation speed is frighteningly fast. He must be hiding an enormous secret. I've already sent Wang Yuan to deal with him." Wang Yuan. Zhong Tao was somewhat puzzled. Core disciple Wang Yuan? Langyan realm. Combat power of 220,000. Can he handle it alone? Of course he can. Kong Fuxian's tone was filled with undeniable confidence. No matter how talented Suhan is or how many secrets he holds, I don't believe he can break through to the Langyan realm in just 1 or 2 days, let alone become so strong that even Wang Yuan can't deal with him. He explained, "You must understand, the Fenghua realm requires tempering the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even if his talent is exceptional, it would still take him several months. I guess Wang Yuan is either still searching for him or has already captured him and is on his way back." Seeing the skeptical expression on Zhong Tao's face, Kong Fuxian's sense of pride was stirred. "You don't believe me?" He raised an eyebrow. "If you don't believe me, I'll call Wang Yuan right now." To prove his judgment was correct, Kong Fuxian immediately took out his phone and dialed Wang Yuan's number. However, what came from the other end was a cold, mechanical female voice. "The number you have dialed is currently powered off." Kong Fuxian's expression froze instantly. He looked at the phone screen in disbelief, confirmed the number was correct, and dialed again. The result was the same. The cold, mechanical female voice rang out once more. "The number you have dialed is currently powered off." Kong Fuxian's face darkened immediately. Unwilling to give up, he dialed a third time. Zhong Tao stood quietly beside him, watching, making Kong Fuxian feel his face burning with embarrassment, almost unable to maintain his composure. But the result still did not change at all. As a core disciple, Wang Yuan's phone must be on 24/7, ready at any time. Now, being repeatedly unreachable like this, the outcome is already self-evident. Thinking of this, Kong Fuxian's face turned completely dark. Boom! A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from his body, and a blood-red aura shot up into the sky, forming a dark red pillar of light. The immense pressure caused the entire factory area to tremble. "Brother Kong, calm down." Zhong Tao patted his shoulder. Kong Fuxian took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Suhan. Fine, very fine." Although it was almost certain that Wang Yuan had met with trouble, their intelligence network was still no match for the Sturgeon Group and the Earth Condemnation Division, making it impossible to immediately uncover the specific situation. Whether Wang Yuan was dead or alive had now become a mystery. Zhong Tao asked, "Brother Kong, do you want me to find someone to deal with this Suhan?" "No need." Kong Fuxian refused firmly. "I'll do it myself." It wasn't that he was afraid Zhong Tao would uncover the secrets on Suhan, but rather because he had already suffered setbacks twice at the hands of this insignificant figure. This time, he had completely lost face in front of another true disciple. The feeling of humiliation and anger compelled him to personally regain his dignity. "There's no need to trouble Brother Zhong. I'll handle it myself." Kong Fuxian's voice was as cold as ice. "For someone to make me, Kong Fuxian, stumble twice in a row. If I don't personally catch him and grind his bones to dust, how can I maintain my standing in the sect in the future?" Zhong Tao understood and nodded. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to swallow this insult either. "What do you plan to do then?" he asked. "We true disciples can't act lightly, or it will trigger a chain reaction. Those ultimate cyborgs and divine mechanics are keeping a close watch on us." "I know." Kong Fuxian thought for a moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I'll send Xuecheng." "Xuecheng?" Zhong Tao pondered the name for a moment, then nodded. "If he goes, it should be fine." Kong Fuxian nodded, his tone carrying a hint of cold decisiveness. "Sending him to deal with Su Han should be enough." Make sure nothing goes wrong. At 4 in the morning, the city was still asleep. In the underground parking lot of the Pingan Hotel, Suhan found an abandoned storage room. He pushed the door open, and a musty smell of long-sealed air greeted him. The room was filled with discarded cleaning supplies, and dust was everywhere. But the space was large enough and well hidden. Here will do. Suhan nodded in satisfaction. He needed a place where he wouldn't be disturbed to train. His current training method caused too much commotion, making it easy to attract unnecessary trouble. Closing the door, Suhan cleared a space in the storage room, then sat cross-legged. Since breaking through to the wolf smoke realm last time, his cultivation speed had slowed significantly due to his physique not keeping up. Based on his previous estimation, it would likely take half a month to complete the cultivation of this realm. But now things were different. His physique had already strengthened to over 2,000 points, and the life energy within him surged like a mighty river, accumulating to an astonishing degree. Suhan closed his eyes, silently recited the mental technique, and began guiding the energy within his body. The core of cultivating the wolf smoke realm was to compress all the energy in the body and condense it into a blood pellet. As the technique operated, he felt as if his body was being churned like a raging sea. An invisible force gripped all the energy in his body, frantically channeling and compressing it into his dantian. Once, twice, 3 times. Moments later, a faint buzz sounded. Deep within his dantian, a blood pellet the size of a mung bean, dark red in color, finally took shape under the infusion of countless energies. It's done. Suhan felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his actions did not pause in the slightest as he continued to drive the technique. Time passed slowly, and the blood core in his dantian gradually grew larger, while repeatedly refining the energy throughout his body, increasing its quality and concentration. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. The blood core had grown to the size of a peanut, compressing a terrifying, volcano-like power ready to erupt within its small volume. However, it was still some distance away from the size of a ping-pong ball as described in the cultivation technique. Suhan did not stop and continued another day and night of arduous cultivation. Finally, accompanied by a rumbling sound within his body, the growth of the blood core reached its limit. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration spread throughout his body. The dark red blood core quietly floated in his dantian, emitting countless threads of energy that were tightly connected to his blood vessels, circulating freely. It constantly refined his energy, making him grow stronger without pause. Smoke Wolf Realm, it's the limit. Suhan opened his eyes, a fiery light flickering within them. He had intended to push through to the next realm in one go, but unfortunately, his body strength was still slightly lacking. My physique is still not enough. Suhan shook his head. Time was too precious for him to waste on slow refinement. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Suhan picked it up and saw a message from Suyu. Master, I found a new secret weapon. Suhan's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up and left the storage room. Back in Suyu's room, 3 ancient-looking booklets were already placed on the table. These are 3 newly discovered secret martial arts manuals, Suyu explained. I went to great lengths and relied on friends to find them. They are privately treasured true-grade manuals. Suhan nodded, took the booklets, and quickly flipped through them with his photographic memory. The first one, titled Green Lotus Force, allows the practitioner to transform their energy into Green Lotus Sword Chi, which is incredibly sharp. The second, titled Black Tortoise Force, cultivates a power as solid as tortoise shell, offering exceptional defense. The third, titled Wind and Thunder Force, is a footwork technique that enables movements as swift as wind and thunder, unpredictable and elusive. Not bad. Suhan memorized the contents of the 3 manuals entirely, then closed his eyes and began rapidly deducing in his mind. Suyu and the other 2 watched nervously from the side. In just an instant, different types of chi began to manifest around Suhan. First, a cyan chi emerged from his body, forming a lotus shape that revolved around him. Then the cyan faded, replaced by a heavy, earthy yellow chi, steady as a rock, like an invisible turtle shell. Finally, the earthy yellow dissipated, and the chi transformed into a bluish-purple hue, faintly accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The entire process, including the time he spent reading, took less than a minute. 3 true Chi-level secret techniques, mastered in an instant. Suyu stood with her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. She felt like her brain couldn't keep up. This speed was simply absurd. How long had it been since Su-han entered the room? And he had already mastered everything? Zhang Difu's eye corners twitched uncontrollably. Even though it wasn't the first time he had witnessed Su-han's cultivation speed, he still felt utterly shocked. Such talent was simply unheard of, and anyone who saw it would be completely stunned. Chen Dakin scratched his head, still in shock and somewhat unable to process. Huh? It's already mastered. Yes, it's mastered. Su-han opened his eyes and replied calmly. In the next moment, several types of qi within his body simultaneously emerged, beginning to intertwine and merge. Green lotus, black tortoise, wind, and thunder. Su-han fused all 12 types of true qi energies he had previously learned, including phenomena like celestial signs, red threads, and giant whales, completely within his body. With a deafening roar, the protective energy surrounding Su-han's body instantly transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. Within the mist, countless dark red threads wriggled and intertwined like living creatures, creating a scene both eerie and terrifying. An unprecedented surge of immense power flooded his entire being through his limbs and bones, causing his physique to skyrocket in that moment. Su-han could clearly feel his strength growing ceaselessly every second, as if he were undergoing a complete transformation, becoming a god. At the same time, another mysterious force within him was on the verge of fully awakening. However, this force was rapidly accumulating at the cost of consuming 1 day of his lifespan every hour. He felt the dark red threads within him writhing like living entities, now more numerous and densely packed than before. A bold thought suddenly entered Su-han's mind. If this fusion continues, when their quantity reaches a certain critical point, could these true energies undergo a qualitative change and become an entirely new existence? This speculation filled his heart with anticipation. He composed himself, turned to look at Suyu, who was already dumbfounded, and spoke in a steady voice with an undeniable command. Continue collecting secret weapons, the more the better. It was only at this moment that Suyu snapped out of his extreme shock, hurriedly bowed his head, and respectfully responded, yes. After giving Suyu some guidance on cultivation, Su-han turned and left. Walking down the street, Su-han took out an old phone he hadn't used in a long time. The moment he powered it on, the phone vibrated wildly, and the screen displayed a flood of missed calls. Su-han ignored them completely and opened the messaging app on the phone. Pinned at the top were a few messages from his roommate. Su-han, Zhao Kai has been missing for several days now, and we still can't find him. We reported it to the police, but the patrol station doesn't take it seriously. They say they're investigating, but I think they're just brushing us off. What should we do? Su-han's fingers continued scrolling down, and the next few messages made his eyes narrow. By the way, your ex-girlfriend Su Li is back at school. She's completely different now, covered in designer brands, dripping in gold and silver, and even driving a luxury car. No idea where she got the money. She also rented a luxury apartment across from the school and brings a group of people there every day to party. Looking at these messages, Su-han's gaze grew colder bit by bit. Zhao Kai's disappearance was most likely related to him. He had been implicated because of Su-han. This matter was something he absolutely could not ignore. As for Su Li, just thinking about that name made Su-han's eyes even colder, and a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent emanated from him. He immediately called for a rideshare car, planning to head back to Yunfu district where the school was located. At the same time, he sent a message to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, help me investigate someone. My roommate Zhao Kai has gone missing. The other side almost responded instantly, and there was indeed some news. There's a bit of a clue. The person seems to be held at the patrol station near your school. Su-han's pupils shrank, and he immediately said to the driver, Sir, change the address. Head to the patrol station in Yunfu district. At the entrance of the patrol station, Su-han paid the fare and got out of the car without any hesitation, striding straight inside. He immediately spotted the directional sign for the internal area and walked briskly toward the independent cells. What are you here for? Several staff members on duty saw that he didn't look like someone coming to file a report and immediately shouted sternly to stop him. This is a restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed in. If you keep going forward. The patrol officer's words were not yet finished when a cold glint flashed in Suhan's eyes. He struck out with 2 punches as fast as lightning. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 dull thuds, blood mist exploded from the chests of the 2 patrol officers blocking his way, and they collapsed to the ground instantly, unable to rise. Suhan didn't spare them a glance and continued forward. More patrol officers rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Some tried to block his path, and some even pulled out stun guns. However, when the electric current struck Suhan, they didn't even cause a tingle, as if merely scratching an itch. These ordinary attacks had no effect on him whatsoever. He advanced step by step, throwing punches as he went. Wherever the force of his punches reached, blood mist scattered, and no one could stand in his way. Finally, he arrived at the area of the solitary cells. Suhan lifted a foot and kicked hard at the tightly shut iron door. Clang! With a deafening crash, the heavy iron door instantly twisted and deformed, forcibly kicked open into a large hole. In the corner of the cell, Zhao Kai curled up his body. Hearing the loud commotion, he slowly raised his head. When he saw who had arrived, he froze completely. Suhan. Suhan strode in, helped him up, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Zhao Kai stood up, his voice trembling slightly from fear and weakness. "They just kept me locked up, ignoring me completely." "What happened?" Suhan pressed further. Zhao Kai shook his head, looking bewildered. "I don't know. That day, I just went out of school to buy something, and suddenly a few men in black knocked me out. When I woke up, I was here. No matter how much I shouted, it was useless. No one interrogated me. They just gave me some food every day to keep me from starving." Suhan nodded, understanding the situation. As long as Zhao Kai was unharmed, that was what mattered. It seemed the other party was indeed targeting him. Suhan supported Zhao Kai and walked out of the patrol office step by step. The ground along the way was littered with the corpses of patrol officers, and blood had stained the ground bright red. Zhao Kai saw all of this, but he didn't ask anything, and Suhan didn't say anything either. It wasn't until they had completely left the patrol station's area that Suhan stopped and looked at Zhao Kai. "Brother, from here on, you go on your own." He paused, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. "Take your family and leave Jinghai City immediately, as quickly as possible." Zhao Kai was stunned. "Why?" Suhan didn't explain. He simply patted his shoulder firmly, his gaze incredibly earnest. "Trust me." Zhao Kai looked at his good brother in front of him. He was not a slow-witted person. From the corpses he had seen along the way to the chilling, instinctively fear-inducing aura emanating from Suhan at this moment, he knew in his heart that this good brother was no longer the same as before. However, a brother is still a brother. He stopped asking questions and nodded heavily. "All right." Suhan took out his phone and quickly transferred 200,000 to Zhao Kai. "Let me know if the money isn't enough," he urged. "Hurry up and leave." Zhao Kai looked at the transfer record on his phone, then took a deep look at Suhan. His lips moved slightly. "Suhan, you. Let's go." Suhan interrupted him, then turned around and never looked back. Zhao Kai stood in place for a few seconds, finally gritted his teeth, and strode off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of a luxurious apartment opposite Jinghai University, there was a world entirely different from the outside. In the largest and most lavishly decorated room, the lights were bright, and the deafening music mixed with the laughter of young girls. "Suli, your sofa is way too soft. Oh my gosh, this TV must be 100 inches. It's huge. And this wine cabinet. Wow, it's full of premium brand wines." A few stylishly dressed girls chattered away, their faces brimming with undisguised envy. Surrounded in the middle, Suli was wearing a designer dress, with a diamond necklace around her neck and a large gold bracelet on her hand sparkling under the lights. She elegantly swirled her wine glass and said with a smug smile, "It's all right, just casually rented it to live in." A close friend immediately leaned over with a mischievous grin and said, "Come on, confess. Did you hook up with some rich guy? It's only been a few days, and now you're back and suddenly wealthy." Yeah, tell us quickly." Everyone immediately joined in, egging her on. Suli took a sip of wine and said mysteriously, "It's nothing much, just good luck." "Stop it." Another girl laughed and scolded. "Come on, did you break up with Suhan and find someone richer?" As soon as the name Suhan was mentioned, the room fell silent for a moment. Someone immediately started whispering gossip. "Hey, have you all heard? Something seems to have happened to Suhan." "What happened?" "They say he killed his parents, injured his sister, committed heinous crimes, and has already been captured by the patrol office." "Really?" No news after that. After all, Suhan was once Su Li's boyfriend. Whenever he was mentioned, everyone's eyes would instinctively turn to Su Li. "Su Li, do you know anything about this?" Su Li listened to their discussion, her face expressionless, but she was sneering inwardly. The truth? Of course, she knew. Everything she had now, the money, the luxury goods, this lavish apartment, was all thanks to Suhan. After framing Suhan back then, she took the stolen money and fled far away with her parents, enjoying a carefree trip. The reason she dared to return so quickly was that she was certain Suhan had been nailed with the charges and would never clear his name in this lifetime. He might have already died in some unseen corner. Once people have money, their greatest desire is to show off in front of those they know. Watching her former classmates and girlfriends look at her with envy, jealousy, and resentment, Su Li felt an indescribable thrill. That sense of superiority was almost overflowing. "Suhan, huh?" Su Li put down her wine glass and said in a casual tone, "We broke up long ago. After all, he's a scumbag who even killed his own parents, a complete societal outcast. What's there to talk about with someone like him? By now, who knows, he might just be rotting away in some prison." The girls exchanged glances and tactfully refrained from asking further. The topic was quickly brushed aside, and everyone resumed their laughter and chatter. "Su Li, can I open a bottle of this wine to try?" "Open it. Open as you like." Su Li waved her hand generously. "Su Li, you're so great. You're my best friend. Haha, come over and hang out more often." Su Li nodded with a smile, the sense of superiority in her heart making her feel elated. But at that moment, knock, knock, knock. A heavy knocking sound suddenly came from outside the door. The laughter inside the room abruptly stopped, and the few people exchanged glances. "Who is it coming at this time?" One of the girls in a light blue dress muttered as she walked toward the door. She reached the door and pulled it open in one swift motion. But the next second, she froze completely, as if she had been petrified. The people inside the room saw her standing motionless at the door, still unaware of who had arrived. Su Li asked with a smile, "Who is it? Is it the delivery? I didn't order anything. Why aren't you saying anything?" Another girl curiously leaned over to take a look. The door was slowly pushed open. A face they had just been talking about suddenly appeared in everyone's view without any warning. The person who came in was Suhan. The music in the room was still playing. Under the warm yellow light, several girls were either sitting or standing, holding wine glasses or snacks in their hands, creating a relaxed and pleasant scene. But when the person at the door appeared, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Suhan!" A girl screamed in shock, breaking the silence. Su Li trembled all over, and the wine glass in her hand fell to the ground with a crash. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and the crimson wine mixed with its strong aroma splashed onto her fair calves. Her eyes widened as she stared fixedly at the figure at the door, the color draining from her face at a visibly rapid pace, leaving her as pale as paper. After quite a while, she seemed to come to her senses and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Suhan, why are you here?" Another girl named Wang Ting also curiously leaned over, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. "Yeah, Suhan, didn't I hear that you were—" Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a cold word. "Leave." Suhan's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable command. Wang Ting froze for a moment, then felt her face burning. How could she tolerate such humiliation in front of so many people? She immediately flew into a rage, took 2 steps forward, almost pressing up against Suhan, pointed her finger at his nose, and arrogantly cursed. "What are you yelling for? Su Li already dumped you. So what are you doing here pretending to be some big shot? Let me tell you, Suhan, trash like you should hurry up and leave. Get out of here, do you hear me?" Suhan turned his head and looked at her coldly. He knew this Wang Ting. Her family had some money, and she was usually arrogant and domineering, speaking without thinking. Among Su Li's group of friends, she was the most unruly. Back when Su-han and Su Li were together, she often mocked him openly and subtly for being poor, saying he wasn't worthy of Su Li. Su-han's gaze was chillingly terrifying. It wasn't the kind of look a person should have. It was more like that of a monster from the abyss, completely devoid of emotion, filled only with pure indifference. Wang Ting felt a shiver run down her spine under his stare, but with all her friends watching, how could she back down now? If she did, how would she maintain her reputation in the future? With that thought, she steeled herself and shouted again, forcing her courage. "What are you looking at? You're not welcome here, so get lost." Beside her, Su Li's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. Her gaze flickered uncertainly, and deep down, she was secretly hoping that Wang Ting could drive away this ominous presence that was Su-han. Seeing that Su-han remained motionless, Wang Ting completely lost her patience. She reached out her hand, intending to push Su-han's shoulder. "I told you to get lost. Are you deaf? Listen." Before she could finish her sentence, there was a muffled puff sound. Su-han originally had no intention of dealing with these minor characters. He had already clearly told them to leave, but they kept provoking him, oblivious to the danger. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he casually swung his palm. The motion seemed effortless, but Wang Ting's head burst like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, instantly exploding. Red and white brain matter, mixed with countless shattered bones and flesh, sprayed across the entire wall, the sofa, the television, and even splattered onto the faces of the other girls. The girls were initially stunned, then erupted into heart-wrenching screams. Ah! This time, there was no need for Su-han to say another word. The remaining girls scrambled and crawled frantically toward the door, tumbling down the stairs in a panic. Each of them wished they had 2 extra legs, terrified that even a moment's delay would lead to the same fate as Wang Ting. In the blink of an eye, the living room fell into a deathly silence. Only the speakers continued playing a saccharine love song, making the scene all the more ironic. Su-han's gaze fell on Su Li. She was trembling all over like a sieve, her face as pale as paper, her lips quivering, unable to utter a complete sentence. Su-han, you just now." Su-han ignored her fear and asked coldly, "What's the deal with that recording?" Su Li's eyes darted around frantically, still trying to argue. "Wah? What recording? I don't know." Su-han wasted no more words and strode forward. Su Li tried to step back, but her legs felt as if they were filled with lead and refused to move. Su-han grabbed her long hair in one swift motion, yanked it hard, and dragged her to the center of the living room like a dead dog. Then, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Su Li's left knee bone was instantly shattered. "Ah!" Su Li let out an incomparably anguished scream, her face covered in tears and snot. Su-han questioned again, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Speak." I'll talk. I'll talk." Under the intense pain, Su Li's psychological defenses completely collapsed. She cried and wailed, shouting, "Someone gave me money to record those words to frame you." Under Su-han's interrogation, the truth finally surfaced, and it was almost exactly as he had suspected. People from the Xuanyu group had bribed Su Li, making her record false testimony to push him into a desperate situation. For her safety, Su Li took the money and fled far away with her family, hiding out for a while. The only reason she came back this time was purely because she couldn't resist the urge to show off in front of her old friends. She had thought that after so long, even if Su-han wasn't dead, he would surely be locked up in prison for life. She never expected that less than a day after her return, Su-han would come knocking on her door. Su Li collapsed on the ground, clutching her completely deformed left leg, crying her heart out. "I was wrong, Su-han. I was really wrong. I never thought you would come. I really never thought." She raised her head, her face streaked with tears, her ruined makeup making her look like a ghoul. "Please spare me, Su-han, for the sake of the 2 years we were together. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I can give you anything. I love you. I really love you. Please let me go this time." Su Li's voice was choked with sobs, echoing in the empty room. "I'm begging you." Su-han shook his head, his gaze devoid of any pity. You don't truly regret it, he said coldly. You're just scared, knowing you're about to die. With those words, he said no more. Suhan raised his hand and punched forward. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Su Li's chest exploded instantly, turning into a mist of blood. The overwhelming force tore through her entire body, ripping her flesh apart piece by piece. In the end, all that remained on the ground was an unrecognizable pile of remains. Just as Suhan made his move, a black SUV was quietly lurking in the shadows below the apartment building. Inside the vehicle sat 5 people, including Sun Yin and her action team. Bai Shui was also among them, seated by the window in the back row. They had come to Yunfu District originally to carry out a mission related to the Wanxian sect. As for Suhan's case, the command center had long issued orders to transfer it to a higher-level department for handling. However, Suhan had been missing for 2 days with his phone turned off, and no one could trace his whereabouts. Coincidentally, they had just completed their mission when they received a temporary directive. Intelligence indicated that Su Li had returned to Jinghai. Thus, they were instructed to stake out the area to see if they could encounter Suhan, treating it as a break between tasks. The orders were clear. If they did come across Suhan, they were absolutely not to engage. They were to report immediately, and true experts would be sent to handle the situation. But no one expected their luck to be this good. Suhan actually showed up. Everyone, stay silent. Sun Yin lowered her voice, her tone serious. I will report to the command center right now. However, Bai Shui in the back seat seemed as if she hadn't heard a word. She stared intently at Suhan's back as he walked into the apartment building. At that moment, her inner rage erupted like a volcano, completely uncontrollable. Su-han, she gritted her teeth, her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her knuckles cracked. Hatred, like a venomous snake, was frantically gnawing away at her sanity. Bai Shui, Sun Yin noticed something was wrong with her and immediately scolded in a low voice. Calm down. I can't calm down. Bai Shui's eyes were bloodshot. He killed team leader Su, killed so many of our people. Today, I will kill him with my own hands. Before the words had even finished, she suddenly pushed open the car door and charged out like a frenzied beast. Bai Shui stormed into the apartment building, taking the stairs 2 at a time, sprinting upward like mad. From upstairs came faint screams and cries of women. Soon, she ran into a group of girlfriends who had just fled from Su Li's apartment. Each of them was pale-faced, panicked, and fleeing downstairs in terror. Bai Shui's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, and her pace quickened. When she reached the 9th floor, a piercing scream abruptly came to an end. She roared, Suhan. Bai Shui kicked open the slightly ajar door, and the scene inside instantly assaulted her eyes. A headless corpse lay by the door, with a large pool of sticky blood beside it. In the center of the room, another woman's body was completely unrecognizable, her remains blasted into fragments. And Suhan stood amidst the carnage, just withdrawing his fist. Seeing this scene, Bai Shui's fury was completely ignited. Suhan, I want you dead. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and the 3 major modules within her body instantly powered up to full capacity, ready to unleash her strongest attack at any moment. Simultaneously, the mechanical scanning system in her eyes quickly locked onto Suhan. Combat power data, final reading, 140,000. Hearing the voice, Suhan slowly turned around, his expression as calm as still water. He paid no attention to the hurried footsteps coming from downstairs or Sun Yan's anxious shouts. Bai Shui, don't act rashly. Follow orders, retreat immediately, and wait for reinforcements. Suhan was not surprised. He had noticed this group of people from the Earth Condemnation Division when he entered the apartment, but chose to ignore them. However, since they had taken the initiative to come to him, he didn't mind sending them off on their way. At that moment, Bai Shui's body shot forward like a cannonball, her mechanical structure operating at high speed, emitting a faint blue glow. Suhan remained calm and composed, merely moving his thoughts. Divine martial form, activate. Boom! With a deafening roar, his body suddenly surged to a height of 2.5 meters, his muscles bulging and swelling, making him appear incredibly imposing. Beneath his skin, dark red patterns flickered faintly, and waves of heat radiated from his body, even producing wisps of steam. black true chi mist erupted from within him, twisting wildly around him like countless clawing tentacles, making him look like a demon god descending upon the world. Bai Shue's forward momentum abruptly halted. The combat power value in her mechanical eyes began to skyrocket. 200, 000, 240, 000, 260,000. Finally, the number froze at 260,000. Seeing this number, Bai Shue's eyes narrowed, but her heart relaxed slightly. 26W combat power? I thought it would be much stronger, but it's just that. She sneered inwardly. After advancing to a primary complete transformation human, her entire body had been enhanced, and with the full power burst of her 3 main modules, her combat power could soar to 30W. Killing him shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Team Leader Sun and the others would be arriving soon. Thinking of this, Bai Shue's lips curled into a sinister smile. Su-Han, today you won't escape your fate. She suddenly stomped down hard, her power surging wildly, and the alloy blade in her arm instantly sprang out, transforming into a streak of cold light that shot straight at Su-Han's heart with even greater speed. Yet Su-Han remained expressionless, merely gazing at her with a cold, deathly stare. Then boom! A more terrifying blood-red flame erupted violently from within him, instantly engulfing his entire body, burning fiercely and shooting skyward. The apartment ceiling was directly shattered by this force, with chunks of concrete falling madly. Su-Han's physique expanded again within the blood flames, becoming even larger, reaching a monstrous 5 meters. His muscles resembled meticulously sculpted rock, covered in dark red patterns, as if blood-red magma flowed slowly within, radiating a destructive explosive power. The blood flames and black mist fused and burned completely, with countless twisted threads darting within, as if billions of living beings were screaming in agony inside. And his combat power. The numbers in Bai Shue's eyes were frantically jumping. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. The sneer on her face froze instantly. Her eyes widened to their limit, her mouth opening uncontrollably. Finally, the combat power settled at an astonishing 660,000. 660,000. No, this is impossible. Her voice trembled violently with fear. Boom! A deafening explosion. Su-Han activated a new form, and a wave of destructive energy erupted instantly. The shockwave formed by blood-red flames swept across the entire floor like a tsunami. Bai Shue was like someone hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck, her entire body flying backward and slamming hard into the corridor wall. Crack! The wall was immediately covered in spiderweb-like cracks. She fell heavily to the ground, her mechanical body already sparking and severely damaged. How can you be this strong? Bai Shue struggled, trying to get up from the ground. Su-Han's expression was icy, looking down at her like a god or demon. The blood-red flames around him surged continuously, thick smoke turning the entire building crimson, making it as hot as hell. He took a step forward. The ground trembled heavily with his movement. Bai Shue's face was filled with terror, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She simply couldn't comprehend how Su-Han had become so terrifying and powerful in an instant. Wasn't it agreed that his combat power would be at most 300,000, maybe 400,000 at best? How? How did it double and more the moment they clashed? What on earth was going on? But Su-Han didn't give her time to think. He had already raised his hand and punched forward. Bang! Bai Shue's body seemed to be crushed by a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. Her proud mechanical body shattered like tofu in an instant. The terrifying force of the punch even penetrated her body, destroying the wall behind her, along with the bathroom and the entire section of the building, which began to collapse entirely. Steel bars, concrete, tiles, all shattered. The floor broke open into a massive hole, and the building debris crashed down until it was completely reduced to ruins. At that moment, Sun Yin arrived with her team, only to be utterly stunned by the apocalyptic scene before them. Bai Shue, Sun Yin shouted in shock and anger. Her heart was filled with both fear and fury. Fear of Su-Han's terrifying combat power that could destroy everything, and fury at Bai Shue for disobeying orders, rushing forward to her death, and dragging the entire team down with her. Now, They no longer had time to wait for headquarters support. They had to face this monster, Suhan, themselves. Team leader, a young team member's legs were trembling, barely able to stand. We can't possibly beat him. A monster, this guy is truly a monster. It's all by Shue's fault. She didn't follow orders and insisted on provoking this monster. She deserves to die. Seeing her team members losing their fighting spirit, Sun Yin gritted her teeth. She drew her high-frequency vibrating blade and activated her power to the maximum. At this point, there was no choice but to fight to the death. She immediately shouted, "Even if we can't beat him, we have to fight. Otherwise, no one will leave here alive today. Everyone attack." The 4 team members had no choice but to brace themselves and charge at Suhan. But Suhan didn't even bother to glance at them. He simply waved his hand casually, and the force of his punch turned into a blur. The blood-red flames surged like a massive wave, crashing toward the 4 of them. Bang! Thud! Crack! Boom! The 4 figures couldn't resist at all. In just one encounter, the mechanical devices on their bodies were completely destroyed. Their entire beings, wrapped in flames, were sent flying from the 9th floor, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces, never to make another sound. On the ground, 100 meters away, Bai Shue's head rolled into the roadside greenery. As a semi-modified human, her head was merely a bionic shell, with the internal consciousness module still operating briefly. She stared ahead, fixating on the colossal figure approaching like a god or demon, and witnessed firsthand the instant annihilation of Sun Yan's squad. She wanted to open her mouth, to say something, whether to curse fiercely, beg for mercy, or simply let out a meaningless roar. Yet, after thinking for a long time, she couldn't utter a single word. All that remained in her heart was endless resentment, regret, despair, and a fear that penetrated to her very bones. Suhan walked up to her and raised his foot. In Bai Shue's final vision, a massive shadow descended. Then, his foot came down. Crunch. Her head shattered, and her consciousness was completely extinguished. The blood flames gradually receded, and Suhan's figure returned to its normal size. He glanced down at his wrist. The combat data watch had melted into a lump of scrap metal during the earlier outburst. What a pity. However, it was no longer necessary. Suhan could clearly sense the surging power within him, knowing he was far stronger than before. With the fusion of the 3 secret martial arts and his vitality reaching the wolf smoke limit, his physique was constantly improving, growing ever stronger. As he pondered, Suhan opened the attribute panel. Sure enough, a new section of combat power information had appeared on the panel. Normal combat power, 140,000 of first form. True martial divine state 260,000 second form. True martial vitality fusion state 660,000 true self form. Unexpectedly, the panel was quite considerate, listing detailed combat power data for each of his forms. Very convenient, Suhan remarked with satisfaction, nodding slightly before shifting his gaze to the bottom of the attribute panel. Suhan's attention focused on the most critical information. A new ability called Netherworld Rebirth had been activated and was ready for use at any time. Meanwhile, the data for the 3rd ability had also been updated. Entropy Reversal Singularity. This ability allows Suhan himself to become a singularity. Within a half-meter radius around him, any broken objects will self-repair, and any dissipated energy will self-reassemble. However, this powerful ability has not yet been fully unlocked. Its progress is currently only at 1%. Moreover, every hour, it automatically consumes 1 day of his lifespan to increase the progress by 1 point, and this process cannot be stopped. Repair items, reunite energy. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he was very eager to see how this ability would perform in actual combat. As for Netherworld Rebirth, he was also planning to find an opportunity to test it as soon as possible. After confirming everything, Suhan took one last look at the collapsed apartment and the shattered, decayed head of Bai Shue at his feet. Without any hesitation, he turned and left, heading back to the city center. Half an hour after Suhan left, several black off-road vehicles sped in like lightning and screeched to a halt beneath the apartment building. 5 figures stepped out of the cars, all dressed in black uniforms with emblems of gears, and swords on their chests. They were members of the Earth Dispatch Division, and not from the previous Dragon-level team, but from the higher-ranked Ghost-level team. The man leading the group was named Zhang Qi, the leader of the Ghost-level team. He stared at the dilapidated apartment building before him, his face dark and grim. The entire wall of the 9th floor was gone, as if some giant beast had taken a massive bite out of it. Patrol officers were setting up a cordon at the scene, clearing the debris, while various modified parts and severed limbs were scattered across the ground. A team member whispered to him. Team leader confirmed. It's Sun Yan's team, completely wiped out. Zhang Qi's fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Suhan's case was originally intended to be handled by the Dragon-level team. However, considering the series of unexpected incidents and Suhan's abnormal speed of combat power improvement, Chu Sun decisively decided to dispatch the higher-level Ghost-level team to specifically deal with Suhan, either capture him or eliminate him directly. But they searched for 2 whole days, and Suhan seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Just as they were about to give up and shift to other tasks, they received an emergency report from Sun Yan's team. They rushed over as quickly as possible, but still arrived a step too late. The veins on Zhang Qi's temple throbbed as he roared angrily. We must take him down. He's toyed with our dispatch division time and time again. Do we still care about our reputation? The teammate nearby was equally furious. They had been staking out for several days, finally got a bit of information, but still arrived too late. One of the team members suggested, Leader, Suhan is brutal and lawless, doing whatever he pleases. If we let him continue, it could lead to even bigger trouble. I suggest we directly request ground net tracking, find him in one go, and eliminate him completely. Zhang Qi didn't want to delay any further. He nodded, took out the encrypted communicator, and directly contacted the headquarters of the Earth Condemnation Division, requesting to activate GroundNet permissions to track Suhan. GroundNet is the exclusive intelligence network of the Earth Condemnation Division, covering the entire outer city. It is generally not used lightly, but once activated, as long as the target has appeared before, their exact whereabouts can be instantly locked. Sure enough, within just 3 seconds, the information came back. The target has left Yunfu District and is moving toward the city center. Zhang Qi's gaze sharpened as he ordered, "Don't let him escape. Get in the car and chase." Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of the Sturgeon Group building in the city center, Missouri Tong was all smiles, humbly welcoming a young man seated in the main position. The young man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with an ordinary appearance but exceptionally sharp eyes. He was dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit, holding a black case in his right hand. His every move exuded the demeanor of a scion from a prominent family. Behind him stood 2 towering men, as sturdy as iron towers, both top-tier modified humans forged by silver steel. For the past 2 days, Mo Tong had been dealing with the troubles caused by Suhan. The first 2 issues were resolved smoothly, but the matter involving Qin Yi remained unresolved, as the other party refused to reconcile. Today, they had even sent someone directly to confront him, the young man before him, named Qin Shen. Qin Shen, hailing from the Qin family in the Lunar District, is a Dawnlight mechsmith with a combat power of 780,000. The 2 bodyguards behind him, Li Da and Li Er, are also top-tier cyborgs, each with a combat power of 720,000. Mo Tong served a cup of tea and handed it over with a smile. "Mr. Qin, you've come a long way. It must have been tiring. Please have some tea first." However, Qin Shen coldly interrupted him. No need. He made no move to touch the cup of tea. Narrowing his eyes, he refrained from directly accusing the Xuanyu group of incompetence. Instead, he spoke indirectly. When Qin Yi came to the outer city, the family just hoped he could live a little happier. "We never expected something like this to happen. The elders in the family have been heartbroken for a long time. I really don't have the mood for tea right now. I hope Mr. Mo can understand." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly froze. Although Qin Shun did not directly reprimand him, Mo Tong's forehead had already begun to bead with cold sweat. He smiled awkwardly and quickly apologized. "Mr. Qin, we are very sorry about this. We didn't expect." "Didn't expect?" Qin Shun raised his eyes, his gaze sharp. Has the security in the outer city deteriorated to this extent? Emotong could only maintain a forced smile. It was our oversight. We are already investigating with full effort. Give me the relevant information. Qin Shun interrupted him again. Emotong immediately shut his mouth and quickly handed over a folder. Qin Shun swiftly opened it and skimmed through the documents. Suhan? A college student? Yes, a 19-year-old college student, but Emotong tried to explain Suhan's uniqueness. Qin Shun raised his hand to stop him and asked coldly, "Where is he?" "Currently investigating. His recent whereabouts are very mysterious." "And also, where is Mu Xian?" Emotong paused for a moment but quickly replied, "Miss Mu? She was with young Master Qin Yi at the time, and they disappeared together." Qin Shin snapped the folder shut with a sharp sound, his tone carrying a hint of icy coldness. Mu Xian is more important than Qin Yi. Every divine mechanist is a highly valued strategic resource for the family. Now her life or death is uncertain. If anything happens to her, your Sturgeon group won't be able to bear the responsibility. Actually, Qin Shin didn't really care much about Qin Yi's life or death. Although they both bore the surname Qin, he came from a collateral branch of the family, while Qin Yi was from the direct line, and the two were not familiar with each other at all. The only reason he personally made this trip was because the family felt that if a direct descendant of the Qin family died inexplicably in the outer city and they did nothing about it, it would be a blow to the family's reputation. The more important purpose of this trip was to find the divine mechanic Mu Xian. Every divine mechanic, no matter how low their rank or weak their combat power, is a valuable strategic resource, and the family places great importance on them. Now that Mu Xian's whereabouts are unknown, the family sent Qin Shun to investigate and find out what exactly happened. Emotong, standing nearby, caught the deeper meaning in the words and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly assured, "Understood, we understand. We will do our utmost to find Miss Mu as soon as possible. Please trust us, Mr. Qin." Qin Shun nodded, then shifted the topic back to Suhan. Suhan is the only eyewitness at the scene. He must know clues about Mu Xian. He must be captured alive and brought to me. "Mr. Emo, how is your progress?" Emotong's face was full of shame as he quickly reported, "Mr. Qin, we have already discovered Suhan's whereabouts. Another person in charge of the group, Zhang Chun, has sent 2 top-tier fully modified individuals to capture him. Please, Mr. Qin, patiently await good news." After talking for so long, it seemed they hadn't even caught the person yet, merely discovered his trail. Qin Shin's patience finally ran out. He waved his hand impatiently, stood up directly, and said coldly, "Forget it. I'll handle this matter myself. Farewell." After speaking, he left the meeting room straight away with the 2 bodyguards behind him, Li Da and Li Er. Once Qin Shun had left, Emotong slumped into his chair as if drained, gasping for air. Then, he slammed his fist onto the table and cursed angrily. "Suhan, you damned bastard. Can't stop causing trouble for me, can you?" Meanwhile, at the ground floor of the Sturgeon Group building, Qin Shun and the other 2 slowly walked out. Lida bent slightly at the waist beside him and asked in a low voice, "Young master, what are our next steps?" Qin Shun took out a specially designed communicator and ordered, "Contact the team. I need Suhan's real-time location." Behind every divine mechanic is a professional maintenance team, with varying scales depending on financial resources. These teams are filled with talent, and skilled hackers proficient in networks are standard members. Tracking clues is routine for them. More importantly, Mu Xian's flying instrument has an independent positioning module. Even if the person has been harmed, the instrument must be recovered. A few minutes later, the information came back. Qin Shin glanced at it, his brows slightly furrowed. "Strange. What's wrong, young master?" "The tracker can't locate it." Qin Shin stared at the screen. "On the contrary, we have Suhan's position completely under control." On the screen, a red was moving rapidly on the electronic map, heading straight toward the city center. Qin Shun's gaze instantly turned cold. "Very well. Coming to seek death on your own?" He put away the communicator, his face dark as he ordered, "Let's go. Time to meet this Suhan." At the same time, in a hotel suite in Jinghai City, a young man around 27 or 28 was holding a knife, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling crowd outside. He had short hair, sharp features, and his entire presence was like an unsheathed blade. He was Xuecheng, a core disciple of the Wanxian sect, whose strength had reached the peak of the Wolf Smoke realm. With a combat power of 490,000, just one opportunity away from breaking through to the Blood Pillar realm. Behind him, a young man wearing glasses was sitting at a table, frantically operating two laptops with both hands. This man was an inner disciple of the Wanxian sect, responsible for assisting Xuecheng in tracking down clues about Suhan. 2 days have passed, and you still haven't found him? Xuecheng spoke, his tone filled with brutality and impatience. The inner disciple shuddered in fear and quickly explained, "Senior brother, our intelligence channels are not as good as the Earth Dispatch Division. We can only track using the most basic surveillance by hacking into the city's security systems. We're trying to trace through identity information, but this really can't be sped up." The technician's voice carried a slight tremor. Xuecheng suddenly turned around, his face terrifyingly dark, his gaze like knives scraping across the bespectacled technician. "Don't give me these useless excuses," he growled. "Immediately, right now, find Suhan's whereabouts. My patience is limited." Cold sweat slid down the technician's temple. "Senior brother, just give me a little more time, just a little." Xuecheng ignored him, walked straight to the sofa, and sat down, placing the battle blade horizontally on his lap. The irritation in his heart was almost unbearable. When he first received Kong Fuxian's order, his instinct was to refuse. A nobody who appeared out of nowhere, with a combat power barely reaching 300,000. Was he even worthy of Xuecheng taking action personally? What he needed now was a true powerhouse who could bring him the pressure of life and death, an opponent who could push him to break through his own limits. Not wasting time here dealing with an ant. 2 days, a full 2 days, and not even a shadow of the target had been found. This made him increasingly irritable. At that moment, the technician suddenly shouted excitedly, "Senior brother, there's a lead." Before the voice had faded, Xuecheng's figure had already appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice icy. "Speak." At the high-speed rail station, surveillance spotted Suhan at the high-speed rail station. Before the technician could finish speaking, there was a loud boom, and Xuecheng had already smashed through the window, turning into a blur as he prepared to immediately pursue and kill. But a few seconds later, he returned mid-air, squeezing back through the shattered window, expressionless, and asked, "Which high-speed rail station?" The technician froze for a moment, stammering as he replied, "East Station." Humph. After a cold snort, Xuecheng disappeared once again. This time, he was truly gone. He didn't choose any means of transportation, but instead darted through the city's skyscrapers at an astonishing speed, a sinister smile on his face. "Suhan, you pesky bug, you've wasted so much of my time," he roared inwardly. "If I don't grind you into mincemeat today, I'm not worthy of the name Xue." Meanwhile, at the exit of the East High-Speed Rail Station, Suhan had changed into a simple tracksuit and carried a backpack, looking just like a college student who had just gotten off the train. His expression was calm as he blended into the sparse crowd leaving the station, then headed straight toward a secluded area. It appeared to be an abandoned construction site, desolate and deserted. He was holding his own phone openly in his hand, the screen lit up. He had long heard that the ground dispatch office and the Sturgeon Group could locate his position through his phone signal. Since that was the case, Suhan simply exposed his location, curious to see if this method could lure in some big fish. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be too late for him to personally go and cause trouble for the Sturgeon Group. Step, step. A few minutes later, 2 heavy and rhythmic footsteps came from behind him. Suhan slowly turned his head, only to see 2 towering figures over 2 meters tall, their bodies covered in black alloy armor, approaching him step by step. The high-tech texture of the armor gleamed with a cold sheen in the dim light. These were actually 2 top-tier, fully modified humans. Suhan turned around, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked, "Who are you?" The cyborg on the left spoke, his voice carrying the distinctive low tone of mechanical synthesis. "Sturgeon Group, Level 4 Security Team, Wang Ming." The one on the right followed up, "Li Tai, Sturgeon Group." Suhan nodded, seemingly unsurprised. Wang Ming's electronic eyes, flickering with data streams, quickly scanned Suhan. Vital signs, human. Energy response, Abnormal. No traces of enhancement fluid detected. No modification modules detected. After a thorough scan, Wang Ming confirmed. As the data indicates, he is neither an enhanced human nor a cyborg. He is a heretic of the Wanxian sect who practices both secret martial arts and blood energy. Furthermore, before his words were finished, a deafening boom erupted, and Su Han was already too impatient to waste any more time with them. Dark red blood flames shot skyward, and his figure began to swell within the fire. Muscles twisted and bulged, transforming him instantly into a towering and imposing presence. The terrifying blood flames dyed the entire construction site in a crimson hue, with billowing energy smoke rising straight into the heavens. Even more unsettling were the countless twisted threads writhing like living creatures within the flames, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Wang Ming and Li Tai reacted swiftly. Blue light flashed from the gaps in their armor as they powered up to full capacity, entering combat mode. As top-tier modified humans, their combat strength exceeded 680,000, slightly surpassing Su Han's current second form. Yet the bizarre scene before them still sent a shiver through their hearts. The blood flames infused with true energy twisted madly like living entities, transforming into countless leaping fiery threads, as if innumerable ghosts were struggling and wailing within. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Is this the blood flame of the 10,000 Immortals sect? Wang Ming asked in a deep voice. No. Li Tai shook his head, his voice heavy with seriousness. I've fought disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect before. Their blood flame is purely the fire from burning blood, and it's never this strange. The warning echoed in their ears, but it was already too late. The battle erupted instantly. The two collided like cannonballs fired from a barrel, creating a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves rippling outward in layers. The dust across the entire construction site was instantly swept up, forming a curtain that blotted out the sky and sun. Flames intertwined with the force of fists, producing deafening roars, while everything in the center of the site was hurled into the air and scattered in all directions by the sheer power. However, the moment they clashed, they sensed something was amiss. As the battle continued, that unease transformed into palpable terror. Both had pushed their power output to the maximum, with every punch infused with their strongest force, yet against Su Han, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Even more terrifying was the eerie blood-red flame. With every contact, countless tiny blood-colored tendrils, seemingly alive, frantically burrowed into their mechanical bodies, twisting and destroying them from within. Their mechanical structures and control programs began to experience chaos and anomalies. If they weren't top-tier cyborgs equipped with cutting-edge materials and programming, they would have already crumbled under this bizarre assault. The blood-red flames danced wildly like a fiery dragon, its scorching energy erupting continuously and soaring into the sky. Its range expanded ever wider, illuminating the entire sky as if it were the glow of dusk. The terrifying heat burned and melted everything around it, transforming into waves of heat that surged outward. The cyborgs unleashed powerful mechanical output, sparks flying as they retaliated fiercely. Explosions rang out one after another, and the intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's imagination. Meanwhile, amidst the tall buildings several miles away, Xueqing suddenly halted his steps as he was swiftly darting through. He gazed toward the eastern sky, where a strikingly conspicuous dark red smoke signal shot straight into the clouds, towering over 100 meters high and still expanding. Even from such a distance, the sight was enough to send chills down one's spine. Xueqing immediately recognized what it was, his face filled with astonishment. A smoke signal? At this intensity, it must have been pushed to its limit, right? He quickly determined the direction. That location, it's near the East High-Speed Rail Station. Is it Su Han? Or did one of the senior brothers from the sect encounter the Earth Dispatch Division? After a brief moment of thought, he stopped dwelling on it. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. Fine, whoever it is, I'll deal with them all at once. Before his words had fully faded, his figure sprang into motion again, frantically weaving through the buildings, his speed even faster than before. In another direction, Qin Shen and his two subordinates, having tracked Suhan's whereabouts, were speeding in pursuit in a black sedan, guided by a locator. Suddenly, Lida, seated in the front passenger seat, pointed out the window and shouted, "Young master, look over there." Qinshin raised his eyes and looked up. That dark red wolf smoke stood out sharply in the sky, dyeing the horizon a blood-red hue. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately lowered his head to check the locator in his hand, the flashing red that was precisely at the location where the wolf smoke was rising. A trace of coldness appeared on his face. The Sturgeon Group and the Earth Dispatch Division have shared a lot of intelligence about the Wanxian sect. This Suhan is on the list. According to the data, he is also a member of the Wanxian sect, and he practices both secret martial arts and blood energy cultivation. His progress is unusually fast. Within just a few days, his combat power has skyrocketed to 300,000 or 400,000. Lida, standing beside him, sneered disdainfully. Huh, combat power of 400,000 in just a few days? And by practicing that trashy blood energy technique from the Wanxian sect? This data must be fake, right? Besides, even if it's true, a mere 400,000 combat power is no different from an ant in front of you, young master. You wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I could crush him into dust with a single punch. Qin Shi nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. However, Qin Yi's death is very likely connected to the Wanxian sect. This group stirs up trouble everywhere, sowing chaos wherever they go. They truly deserve to die. That wolf smoke rising from that location could be Suhan himself, or it could be someone else from the Wanxian sect. But no matter who it is, I must go and meet them. On the ring road farther away, in the convoy of the Earth Dispatch Division, Zhang Qi and his team also spotted the extremely conspicuous signal smoke. Zhang Qi repeatedly lowered his head to confirm the positioning device in his hand. Suhan's location and the position where the smoke rose were almost perfectly aligned. Coupled with Suhan's identity as a member of the Wanxian sect, the answer was self-evident. A team member immediately reported, "Team leader, we just received news that a massive battle with devastating power occurred near the East High-Speed Rail Station." A trace of joy appeared on Zhang Qi's face. "It's Suhan, definitely Suhan. That kid has finally shown himself, and the moment he appears, he causes such a commotion. It's practically walking into our trap. This is a rare opportunity. The target is so obvious, we absolutely cannot let him escape again. Full speed ahead. Make sure to capture Suhan." At the same time, from different directions, multiple teams from the Wanxian sect, the Earth Dispatch Division, and the Sturgeon Group all looked toward the same sky, shrouded in blood-red signal smoke. One side believed it was a fellow sect member in danger, while the other two sides were convinced it was the enemy's appearance. Without hesitation, they all accelerated toward the same coordinates. A large-scale chaotic battle, far beyond Su Han's expectations, was about to unfold at the center of the storm. A great battle was brewing on this abandoned construction site. In the very center of the site, Su Han's figure moved like a phantom. He had just sent a guy named Li Tai flying with a single punch. The blood that sprayed from the man midair danced wildly like a burning flame. Su Han shook his wrist, feeling the blood in his body boiling. Every punch, every kick he delivered carried a powerful gust and a wave of scorching heat. Crimson flames of energy swirled around him, and the wind generated by his fists seemed capable of tearing through the air. His movements were crisp and efficient, every strike executed with ease. Clearly, he was thoroughly enjoying the fight. However, Suhan himself was completely unaware that a massive storm was heading his way. He originally just wanted to turn on his phone's location to see if he could attract a few insignificant characters to spar with him. But he never expected that this small action would be like throwing a giant stone into a calm pool, stirring up waves upon waves. Various hidden forces were alarmed by this location signal, and like dominoes, they began to act one after another. They all treated Suhan's location as their target, rushing madly from all directions as if possessed.